In a world reminiscent of a Naruto universe, Hoshino Hikaru traverses realms and awakens a peculiar daddy system. His only task is to shower affection upon his daughter in exchange for rewards. However, he has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. In a twist of fate, the system brings his daughter from the future back to him. Thus begins Hoshino Hikaru's journey, where he increasingly indulges his daughter. Future Yai, Dad, I was the first to arrive. Senju Ryuui, Mom, stop gambling. If you don't go back to find Dad now, it will be too late. Uchiha Ruri, Mom, you needn't worry about getting married. Yamanaka Shiori, my mom loves Dad the most. Sabaku, when's the Chunin Exam? I can't wait to see Dad. Chapter 1, Awakening the Daddy System Daughter from the Future. Haruno Sakura begin. Transformation Jutsu. As the pink-haired girl completed her hand seals, a soft bang resonated, and amidst the dissipating smoke stood a perfect replica of Iruka Sensei, complete with the forehead. Protector's scar. The real Iruka Sensei nodded with satisfaction from the podium, marking a check on the grading sheet. Among the Ninja Academy students, Haruno Sakura's performance was commendable. Did you see that, Sasuke-kun? Sakura hardly glanced at Iruka, instead turning to the black-haired boy behind her, cupping her face with her hands, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Do I resemble him? Uchiha Sasuke coldly turned away, letting out a disinterested grunt. Boring.ew. Outside the Ninja Academy, a girl with a black ponytail made an exaggerated retching gesture from a cherry blossom tree. Swinging her legs, she mumbled through a mouthful of dango. So, Aunt Sakura was such a love-struck girl when she was younger. Just like Dad, said a simpering fool. No wonder Dad has so many aunts who never accepted Aunt Sakura. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something amusing, and she burst into laughter. Inside the classroom, the assessments continued. Hoshino Hikaru stood at the end of the line, bored, tapping his fingers absent-mindedly against his ninja tool pouch. Up ahead, a blond boy was making exaggerated faces while forming hand seals. Seduction Jutsu. Poof! Blood spurted from the boys in the class while others clutched their noses. Iruka Sensei's forehead throbbed with veins, delivering a textbook-style punch to Naruto's head. Fail. This technique was completely ineffective. If a female ninja learned it, she'd be a new bride every night. After all, this seduction jutsu was far more sophisticated than the transformation jutsu. The former altered not just appearance, but even physical characteristics. Hoshino Hikaru stroked his chin, lost in a reverie of various beautiful figures from his past life, all flashing through his mind like a carousel. For the Tang Dynasty's poetic immortals, to figures like Nami and Robin, he could manipulate them as he pleased. He could even conjure bizarre characters, including a certain flat-chested girl who would soon bloom dramatically. Unfortunately, when he turned to look at her, her gaze remained fixated on the blonde boy in front. Forget it, having crossed worlds, I won't be a simpering fool. If she has no interest in me, I shan't pursue her. Finally, it was his turn. Hoshino Hikaru lazily stepped forward and casually formed 3 seals. With a bang, he transformed into Iruka's likeness, albeit deliberately misplacing the forehead protector and shortening his pants. Passable. Iruka sighed. This student always had potential yet consistently faltered in the details. After class, Hoshino Hikaru was the first to leave the school, casually placing his hands behind his head as he strolled home. Though only 12, he towered over his peers, even matching those from his previous life in the land of Yanwan. As a time traveler, Hoshino Hikaru had spent 12 years in this world. Orphaned at 4 due to war, he had self-taught the chakra refining technique using a fragmented scroll left by his parents. Lacking a bloodline limit or family inheritance, he nonetheless exhibited remarkable talent in both physical techniques and chakra capacity. Perhaps one of his parents belonged to the Senju clan, their surname erased by the second Hokage, assimilating into Konoha. Another tedious day. However, it seems the plot is about to unfold. Should I involve myself in the story of Mizuki, Naruto, and Iruka? In the Ninja Academy, Naruto, once deemed an outcast, was no longer as isolated as in his childhood. Families like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga were aware of his identity and allowed their offspring to interact with him. Yet, Hoshino Hikaru remained the true invisible man. Orphaned and academically lacking, the only distinction he had from a mere passerby was a decent name. After a moment's hesitation, He dismissed the idea of participating in the unfolding drama. If memory served, the third Hokage had been observing Naruto with a crystal ball. It wasn't that he wished to play the fool, rather. In this cursed village of Konoha, if he, a mere shadow, displayed any talent without absolute power to back it up, he would inevitably find himself at the mercy of Danzo's root. Even if he escaped Konoha, bearing the title of a rogue ninja would render his journey through the ninja world arduous, making any hope of a peaceful development almost unattainable. Thus, despite having reached the level of an elite jonin, a persistent voice echoed in his mind, "Develop cautiously, do not act recklessly." The best way to break free from such constraints was to cultivate to a level where others could do nothing against him, at least to the caliber of an elite jonin like Orochimaru. Let's not even mention the rank of Hokage that was merely a title, not a measure of true strength. And one would argue that the likes of the third Mizukage or fourth Kazekage surpassed my guy, who had never held the title. Pushing open the door to his humble one-room abode, he found it meticulously organized. The walls were adorned with self-made human chakra diagrams, and a corner housed a well-worn training post. Hoshino Hikaru casually tossed 3 shuriken, each thudding into the target's red center. Just as he was about to begin his monotonous training once again, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detecting the main storyline of the world has commenced. The system is automatically activated and binding to the host. Binding in progress. Binding successful. The daddy system is at your service. After 8 years, the system has finally arrived. Do you know how I've spent these 8 years? Wait, daddy system. I've been single for 12 years without even holding a girl's hand, and now you want to be a father? By the time I'm legally able to marry and have children, they'll probably have the strength to confront pain. Hoshino Hikaru felt the chakra within him nearly veer off course, as this system felt like a pure attempt to mess with the psyche. Not having a system and possessing one are 2 entirely different concepts. The host daughter has arrived in this era at the onset of the storyline. Please take your daughter seriously. The system rewards will depend on her attitude. As long as the host embraces the responsibilities of fatherhood, points and rewards will accompany you. Good luck. All right. After 8 years of dedicated training, you bring me a daughter, and from the future, no less. Who knows, she might even be older than me. How am I supposed to take her seriously? For Hoshino Akira, the daughter from the future is nothing short of a stranger, and the very notion of her being transported across time is utterly ludicrous. It would be far more sensible for him to simply wait a few years and have a child of his own, thus establishing a genuine emotional foundation. Even if I were to leap from the Hokage rock today, I would never. System binding successful. Reward. Beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. In an instant, Hoshino Akira's expression transformed, his rapid change of demeanor even surpassing that of a master of Sichuan opera. The earlier he activated this, the better it would be. Beginner's gift pack opened. Rewards. 1 bloodline reversion pill. 1 would release awakening card. Chapter 2. Mom, I truly am your daughter. Would release? And a bloodline reversion pill? Hoshino Akira's voice quivered that if he genuinely possessed the Senju bloodline, utilizing this bloodline reversion pill might just allow him to transform from his current state into a form as formidable as Senju. Hashirama. Coupled with Hashirama's unparalleled would-release abilities, he was on the verge of greatness. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, Hoshino Akira forced himself to regain composure. The might of would-release was primarily attributed to its wielder, Hashirama. Otherwise, one could look at Yamato, who could merely construct a house with it. Despite his reservations about the system's name and nature, the rewards were undeniably impressive. Nodding in satisfaction, he promptly consumed the bloodline reversion pill. In the next moment, his previously calm visage contorted with veins bulging, his expression turning monstrous. Damn, isn't this system reward supposed to be completed in an instant? After gritting his teeth and muttering a complaint about the system, Hoshino Akira felt a wave of heat surging through his body. The rising currents of warmth coursed through him, rendering him akin to a beast as he collapsed onto his bed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, he could sense an immense surge of chakra manifesting within his meridians, as if a humble stream had suddenly transformed into a mighty river. After a brief pause, Hoshino Akira managed to rise from his bed, deliberately moving his body, feeling as revitalized as someone who had just recovered from a long illness, brimming with newfound strength. Conversely, the would-release awakening card did not elicit such a profound reaction. In his estimation, it would certainly not allow him to summon a primeval forest with a mere clap of his hands like Hashirama could. Nevertheless, the experiential knowledge imparted by this awakening card was invaluable, as if he had always possessed such bodily memories, leading to a commendable proficiency. Host, Hoshino Hikaru. Chakra, 21 units. Skills, beginner level would release techniques, proficient level great fireball technique, proficient level waterfall technique. Mastery level chakra control, mastery level body flicker technique, mastery level taijutsu. Hoshino Hikaru glanced at the attributes displayed by the system and keenly noted the chakra count, 21 units. Although this was akin to Kakashi's state of maintaining his Sharingan due to bloodline conflicts, it felt rather meager as a measurement AS for the skills. There was little to elaborate on aside from would release. The others were techniques he had secretly cultivated over the years. Fortunately, being a relative unknown, he had been able to pursue his training without attracting attention. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yūhi Kurenai discovered an unexpected guest within her abode. Ever since her father perished during the Nine Tails incident over a decade ago, she had been living alone. Her comings and goings hardly mattered. Recently, the son of the third Hokage had been persistently courting her, which had become quite bothersome. After all, she was merely an ordinary Jinjutsu user. How could she possibly aspire to the heights of the Sarutobi clan? Even if they were to marry, the pressure would be immense. Yet now, sitting on her bed, a young girl with crossed legs beamed at her. "Mom, you're back." Kurenai was taken aback. She had not yet accepted Asuma Sarutobi's advances and was still a young maiden. How could she suddenly have a daughter? Jinjutsu. Release. Without hesitation, she swiftly formed hand seals, channeling her chakra to create a state of chaos. Yet the girl remained seated, utterly unchanged. "I'm not using any Jinjutsu. I am your biological daughter. My name is Yūhi Mirai, which you personally bestowed upon me." As she munched on dumplings, Yūhi Mirai explained, and upon closer inspection, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger Kurenai, albeit with a slight variation in hairstyle. If you wish to eat, come down and do so on the floor, not on the bed. Got it? You're just like you were 10 years ago," Yūhi Mirai exclaimed, her voice elongated as she pouted and climbed down from the bed. Wait, Kurenai suddenly shook her head. How had she allowed herself to be swayed by the girl's appearance, almost accepting her as her daughter? While they did share some resemblance, claiming her as her daughter seemed preposterous. Enough with the pranks. Who are you really? Go home. I just returned from a mission and need to rest. With a weary wave of her hand, Kurenai assessed the girl's age. She likely wasn't a spy, merely a child from the village. "Mom, I really am your daughter. Currently, I don't see any other sisters around, so you need to seize this opportunity and deal with Dad. Why don't you believe me?" Yūhi Mirai dramatically held her forehead, feigning distress. And no wonder her mother had never received as much affection as Tsunade or Hinata. Even now, her daughter had come back to assist her, yet she remained skeptical. Seeing her expression, Kurenai couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought someone would be so eager to acknowledge me as their mother? "If you claim to be my daughter, do you have any proof?" Upon being questioned, Yūhi Mirai suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, clapping her hands together. "Right. I just realized Dad has a mom. Let me tell you something you don't know yet, something that's going to happen soon. You're about to become a Chunin instructor. Sarutobi Izashi will have his son, Asuma Sarutobi, mentor the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clan successors. And then you'll be instructing the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. When that happens, Asuma will pursue you, and you'll have these clans wrapped around your finger. This is all information my dad shared with me." As Yūhi Mirai spoke, Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling as she processed the implications. What was the third Hokage's name again? If she were truly her daughter, this was all rather outrageous. "Don't worry, Mom. In no time, you'll understand who the third Hokage really is, and by then, the fifth Hokage will still be Aunt Tsunade. What do you have to fear?" Noticing Kurenai's expression, Yūhi Mirai confidently patted her chest in reassurance. However, her assurances did nothing to soothe Kurenai's growing anxiety. Instead, her lips twitched uncontrollably. The emergence of the fifth Hokage was simply too extravagant. Chapter 3. the daughter's discontent with your discreetness, gazing at the girl before her, who bore such a striking resemblance to her younger self. Kurenai abandoned her initial impulse to report to the Hokage. What if the young lady was led astray by her father? Yet, it seems that recently, it is indeed the time for students of the Ninja Academy to graduate, and thus far, she has not received any orders to lead a class. After all, she is merely a Genjutsu Junin, and it appears that none of the students at the academy specialize in illusion techniques. What does she possibly teach? Could it be true, as this young lady suggested, that she is to be assigned to mentor the children from those 3 clans, paving the way for a Summa? Surely, the third Hokage would not do such a thing, would he? Being a Junin, Kurenai Yūhi undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than those young children, leaving her with a small question mark in her mind regarding this matter. Kurenai Junin, the Hokage commands your presence at his office tomorrow morning. Understood. Kurenai nodded in response to the order from the Umbu outside, yet she noticed the enigmatic smile on her daughter's face. Mom, you'll see if I was right soon enough. I'm off now. Tomorrow, I must go see the place where Dad said the story begins. Kurenai watched her daughter's departing silhouette, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. In truth, ever since her daughter appeared, she had felt an unspoken affinity with her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shared so many conversations at home. When facing a stranger, the instinct should be to subdue them immediately. If they were not from the village, they would have been sent straight to the interrogation department. Yet, Kurenai could never bring herself to harbor such thoughts. Oh, and Mom, remember to head to the woods east of the village tomorrow afternoon. Walk south. Once you enter, there will be a surprise. Waving back at Kurenai, her daughter vanished from the doorway. Her mastery of the body flicker technique is quite commendable, Kurenai remarked with a slight smile, feeling an undeniable sense of pride as a mother. After leaving Kurenai's home, her daughter stopped to buy a few dumplings, a habit instilled by her Aunt Red Bean. As she strolled through the streets, the little girl couldn't help but ponder. Her father often lamented that he had never witnessed the beginning of the story, harboring a tinge of regret. Should she remind him? However, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Her father, like her mother, surely wouldn't believe her now. She didn't want to miss the excitement, only to have to explain everything to him later. That would be quite the hassle. Honestly, she recalled her mother saying that at this time, her father's strength surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. Why then was he being so low-key? It's all that old rascal, the third Hokage's fault. But how exciting. It is said that at this point, Aunt Hinata has a fondness for that blonde Uncle Naruto. Hey, Aunt Hinata, your embarrassing history will soon be witnessed by the future. Meanwhile, Hikari Hoshino had just settled into bed, tucking himself under the covers, when he heard the system's notification echo within his mind. Ding. Task triggered, a daughter's expectation. The host's daughter is quite dissatisfied with the host's low profile. Please alter the current situation, revealing your prowess in Konoha Village. Task requirement. No longer remain an inconspicuous figure. Engage in all storylines. Task reward. Earn corresponding reward points based on participation level. Well, before even making an appearance, this little girl has triggered a task for her father. Has she? Hikari sighed in resignation. It seems his desire to lay low is no longer feasible. Engaging in all storylines implies that he must intervene in Naruto's theft of the sealing scroll tomorrow, doesn't it? Moreover, he must enhance his sense of involvement. If his memory serves him correctly, in the original narrative, that old coot, the third Hokage, was always watching with a crystal ball. Fine, if there's a task at hand, he might as well rest today and prepare to make a grand appearance tomorrow. No more hiding. I am an elite Junin, and I'm laying my cards on the table. If Danzo truly harbors any ill intentions, he shall receive a jolt of wood release. At worst, he could always seek refuge with Tsunade, the only person in all of Konoha who can wield wood release. She would undoubtedly welcome him back, and then he would be firmly attached to a powerful ally. With no further incidents, Hikari rose early the next morning, readying himself for the Ninja Academy. Previously, he had made a conscious effort to conceal his brilliance, adopting a somewhat disheveled appearance to avoid drawing attention. But since today was the day to reveal his true self, he arose early to groom himself. Not to mention the welted musculature he had developed, even the face obscured by the makeup he had deliberately applied was now softened after he washed it away. At this moment, he bore an air of nonchalance as a transmigrator who doesn't possess a bit of ambition. His prior low profile was merely for self-preservation. Now that he has a system and his chakra has surged, awakening would release. It is time to unveil his authentic self. From the very beginning, no one has existed in the heavens, neither you nor I, nor the so-called gods. However, the vacancy upon the throne of heaven is about to conclude, and I shall rise to the pinnacle. Casually running his hands through his hair, Hikari suddenly recalled a certain character, Sosuke Aizen, and, while gazing into the mirror, recited a dramatic line. Oh dear, that was a bit too cringeworthy. Perhaps it was due to the absence of styling gel. Fully attired, Hikari stepped outside and soon noticed Kurenai Yūhi not far away. Their homes were not too distant, and it was possible that Hikari's parents knew Kurenai or her father, but presently, both were in solitary circumstances. However, Kurenai's countenance brightened upon seeing him. She had previously encountered Hikari, but his condition then had been so poor that she had no desire to engage with him. How different he appeared now. He stood slightly taller than her, exuding a captivating aura that drew Kurenai's gaze involuntarily. Hikari naturally noticed Kurenai's reaction. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way. He was well aware of Kurenai, the Chunin, as she had significant roles in the original story, being the teacher of the princess, after all. Yet at this moment his mind was consumed by the impending task and thoughts of his daughter. Even though Kurenai possessed an alluring figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, to him, she was merely stunning, and he had no other thoughts at present. Seeing him only nod in response, Kurenai chose not to pursue the matter further, letting out a quiet sigh as she made her way toward the Hokage Tower. Chapter 4. The Mountains Ino. Who changed her target at? Who is that? As Hoshino Hikaru entered the classroom of the Ninja Academy, the cacophony of noise within the room abruptly ceased. Who is that? A multitude of girls stared, entranced, at the newly arrived Hoshino Hikaru, their eyes wide with admiration. Even those who had previously been fixated on Sasuke found their gazes involuntarily drawn to him. He is so handsome. I think I might be falling for him. Yamanaka Ino propped her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blush. Being a beauty enthusiast, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression seemingly adorned with pink bubbles at the sight of Hoshino Hikaru. I think he is not even as good as Sasuke. Sakura cast a fleeting glance at Hoshino Hikaru, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, but she quickly turned back to Sasuke, reaffirming her initial sentiments. However, at that moment, Sasuke appeared lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to Sakura's affections. Are you the new teacher? The boy sitting by the door inquired, as Hoshino Hikaru's stature resembled that of an adult, prompting the assumption that he was a new instructor. Casting a sidelong glance at the boy, Hoshino Hikaru, having spent so long in school, had never paid him any mind, viewing him simply as an inconsequential passerby. I am Hoshino Hikaru. How could you not recognize me after just one night? The entire room fell into a stupor, gazing blankly as Hoshino Hikaru made his way to his seat, leaving them at a loss for words. Did he, perhaps, get a makeover overnight? Incredible, Hikaru. I didn't expect you to be this handsome. Let us sit together. Ino, without a second thought, moved closer to Hoshino Hikaru, beaming as she took a seat beside him. Of course, I was just wondering whether I should invite you to sit next to me. The latter smiled back at her, accepting her company, which made Ino feel a rush of delight, nearly leaning against Hoshino Hikaru. Hikaru is so much better than that icy Sasuke, who is always so aloof. True to her nature as a beauty enthusiast, Ino's attitude shifted rapidly upon changing her affections. Hey, Ino, have you really stopped liking Sasuke? Sakura, slightly bewildered, poked Ino, feeling uneasy with her sudden change of heart. Ino nodded vigorously. Sometimes, those ensnared in their feelings simply need a special awakening. Upon Hoshino Hikaru's commanding presence, she realized that her previous infatuation with Sasuke was more about competing with Sakura than genuine affection. Now that her true prince had appeared, what was Sasuke to her? All right then, don't come back to compete with me. Ino, hearing Sakura's words, lifted her chin proudly and smiled as she embraced Hoshino Hikaru's arm. Hikaru-kun, shall we have lunch together? My mother's cooking is simply divine. Sure, I'm curious to taste your mother's culinary skills. The response elicited a brighter smile from Ino, who then cast a triumphant glance at Sakura, the implication unmistakable. My current crush is responsive and gentle. Why would I ever return to that icy block? Sakura glanced at Sasuke, her expression a mixture of complexity. Sasuke, my mom, shut it. As per usual, the atmosphere remained unchanged. After all, the two girls had not bothered to lower their voices, making it impossible for others to miss the exchange. Bringing up her mother's cooking to Sasuke, who had lost his family and was left orphaned, was a precarious move. All right, we will now commence the graduation examination. When I call your name, please come to the side. Irika rapped his knuckles on the desk, calling forth the first student. In reality, they held little significance in the grand scheme of things in this classroom, filled with heirs of ninja clans. Being in the same class as so many inheritors of ninja legacies was arguably their greatest misfortune, as teachers naturally devoted their attention to those prodigies and clan members. Do you have confidence in the exam, Hikaru-kun? Ino leaned in closer again, and Hoshino Hikaru gently tousled her hair, his expression warm. Don't worry, you should also give it your all. This instantly made the young girl's cheeks flush, reminiscent of Hinata's bashfulness. Meanwhile, Yūhi Kurenai entered the Hokage building and knocked on the door, arriving at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, did you call for me? Sitting behind the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently set down his pipe, treating Kurenai with more warmth than he did with other jounin. After all, she was to be his future daughter-in-law and Asuma's potential support. How could he treat her like anyone else? Kurenai, you've undertaken numerous missions lately, so I thought I'd give you a chance to relax by serving as a guiding jounin for a group of graduating students. What do you think? Kurenai's pupils dilated momentarily, as the words her future daughter had spoken yesterday echoed in her mind. You will soon be a guiding jounin, tasked with mentoring Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Once Asuma pursues you, you'll have the ninja clans wrapped around your finger. That's impossible. The third Hokage wouldn't be like that. Clearing her mind, Kurenai hesitated as she looked at the third Hokage, pondering which class he intended for her to teach. Please, not those three. Not those three. As soon as the question escaped her lips, she repeated her plea in her mind, but unfortunately, events did not shift according to her will. I have decided to assign you to lead Team 8, primarily focusing on reconnaissance, perception, and tracking. Your students will be Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. They each possess their clan's secret techniques, so you need not exert yourself too much. What do you think? In the presence of his intended daughter-in-law, Hiruzen displayed exceptional kindness, even revealing a satisfied smile after announcing the class assignment. This arrangement was meticulously crafted to strengthen ties with the village's ninja clans while not being overly burdensome. However, contrary to Hiruzen's expectations, Kurenai trembled upon hearing his words, her expression turning bitter. As a seasoned kunoichi, despite being past her peak, her keen observational skills did not fail her. Hiruzen easily noticed the shift in her demeanor. What is going on here? Chapter 5. Explain to me what you mean by surprise. Wearing a strained smile, Kurenai exited the Hokage's office, her mind swirling with confusion. How could this be? Was it possible that that future daughter of hers truly traversed time to be by her side? It seemed that time-space ninjutsu might indeed exist. But this was far too bizarre. She was only 26 years old. How could she have a daughter of such an age? Even as a jounin, she found it impossible to accept such a reality. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Her daughter had mentioned meeting her in the eastern woods of the village that afternoon. What sort of surprise could it possibly be? After a brief moment of contemplation, Kurenai resolved to investigate. After all, this was Konoha. Even if there were enemies, they would not infiltrate unnoticed, and besides, she was a jounin. Having made her decision, Kurenai wasted no time. After lunch, she headed toward the eastern side of the village. At that moment, Hoshino Hikaru stood in the forest, attuned to the flow of chakra within him. Although his chakra had reached the impressive level of 20 cards, he still found himself a considerable distance away from the first Hokage. He had ventured here because the forest trees were colossal, even with wood release. His presence would not seem out of place. As for the ninja school, he would not overlook that either, but for such assessments, sending a wooden clone would suffice. With the chakra of wood release and the ancestral traits in his bloodline, he had practiced creating wooden clones tirelessly throughout the night, remarkably without feeling fatigued. And he could easily manage the chakra consumption. Indeed, the simplicity of his life was strikingly profound, and at that moment, he understood why Naruto could master ninjutsu so swiftly. Unlike Kakashi, who needed to rest and recover his chakra after a few practice sessions, the blonde prince could train all day, even managing to create several shadow clones to train alongside him. How could one compare? Wood release. Advent of the tree world. With the surge of Hoshino's chakra, several trees rapidly sprouted from the ground, their massive trunks breaking through the soil and rising to several meters in height in an instant. This technique was originally developed by Senju Hashirama, but Hoshino had acquired a comprehensive command of wood release techniques from the system, albeit at a rudimentary level. While the scale of his technique was not as grand as Yamato's sea of trees, the thickness of the trees far surpassed his. However, all of this was subject to refinement. Progressing from nothing to something was far more challenging than advancing from 1 to 100, as long as he could execute it. The journey to mastery would be significantly simpler. Previously, environmental constraints had limited his practice to physical techniques and chakra refinement and control, but from this day forth, he would no longer need to conceal his abilities. Well, achieving this level on my first attempt is already quite commendable. Comforting himself, Hoshino suddenly heard a rustling sound from the nearby leaves. Yūi was taken aback. As she walked south through the woods, she soon spotted Hoshino ahead. However, since he was facing away from her, she did not recognize him. Nevertheless, recalling her daughter's words, she decided to hide and observe what this so-called surprise was all about. Now witnessing the scene, she gasped in shock as several large trees sprouted from under the boy's hand signs. Such ninjutsu was well known among the ninjas of Konoha, for it was wood release. In her astonishment, it was only natural that she would reveal a moment of vulnerability. Wood release, silent binding technique. Without hesitation, Hoshino formed hand signs, causing a branch to extend rapidly towards the direction where Yūi was concealed. Her expression soured as she quickly formed her own hand signs. Illusory tree binding kill. Her figure vanished from sight, while simultaneously, a plethora of trees began to sprout around Hoshino, binding him in place. Yūi emerged from behind the trees. However, just as she was about to strike at Hoshino, his cold voice reached her ears. "Are you overly confident in your illusions?" To her astonishment, the boy who should have been restrained by the trees seized her arm without any effort. The essence of illusion techniques lies in using chakra to disrupt the opponent's 5 senses, but with Hoshino's chakra levels, even an illusion cast by Itachi Uchiha would struggle to affect him. Upon hearing her gasp, Hoshino furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing. Initially concerned that it might be his daughter, he quickly discerned that the voice sounded quite mature. Since it was not, he felt no need for mercy and promptly hurled her forward. At the same time, a branch ensnared her body. This technique was inspired by Senju Hashirama's wood dragon technique, and the version he unleashed with full force could even absorb the chakra of the 9 tails once ensnared. Although Hoshino did not possess the capability to unleash the wood dragon technique, creating a branch with similar chakra absorption properties was well within his reach. Moreover, considering his opponent was merely a ninja, her chakra levels could hardly compare to that of the 9 tails. A weakened technique matched against a diminished adversary was indeed a perfect match. As she cried out, Yūi was thrown to the ground before him, the impact cracking the earth beneath her, and she coughed up blood. At that moment, her mind was almost blank. Repeating the words of that individual who claimed to be her daughter's friend, "This is a surprise? What kind of surprise is this?" At 26, having never experienced love, would she perish like this? Feeling excruciating pain surging through her body, she resignedly closed her eyes. Her specialty was illusion techniques, and the moment Hoshino's wood release made contact with her, she had sensed his chakra fluctuations, which were terrifyingly akin to that of a tailed beast. As a master of illusion ninjutsu, she understood that resisting was futile. Today was destined to be her last. As the branches continued to voraciously drain her chakra, she felt her strength wane, her body collapsing as she slowly closed her eyes. "Hey, Teacher Yūi," a youthful voice called out from in front of her, and she struggled to open her eyes, just in time to see Hoshino's face. Chapter 6. I feel like I'm being drained dry. You are Hoshino? Yūi was taken aback. If she recalled correctly, this boy had yet to graduate from the ninja academy, yet he had incapacitated her, a J-nin, with a single technique? "Please, stop absorbing," she managed to utter, struggling to articulate her words, as her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Should he continue, it could very well mean the end of her life. Once blood is drained, it could lead to irreversible damage to the body. My apologies," Hoshino exclaimed, noticing her pale complexion, and hurriedly retracted his wood release. Although they had rarely interacted, having been neighbors for years, they occasionally exchanged nods. Yugao had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable boy next door possessed the legendary wood release. Hoshino was equally surprised to discover that the person spying on him was none other than his neighbor, Yugao. He hesitated briefly on how to address her, ultimately choosing teacher Yugao, given that he was merely a soon-to-be graduate of the Ninja Academy, while she was set to become a guiding J-nin. However, given their current predicament, the title felt somewhat ironic. Could you help me up? Yugao cast a weak glance at Hoshino, feeling utterly embarrassed in her disheveled state on the ground, particularly when the branches he had conjured had climbed her body like a living arm. It made her feel utterly mortified. All right, Hoshino awkwardly assisted her, but she had no strength left, and even with her arm draped over his shoulder, she would still falter. Teacher Yugao, I'll release you now. Try to see if you can stand on your own. Without Hoshino's support, Yugao's legs gave way beneath her, and she stumbled forward. After all, how could she stand when her legs lacked the strength? Be careful. As she appeared on the verge of falling, Hikari Hoshino instinctively caught her. Yūhi Kurenai collapsed into his embrace, her body soft and delicate. Struggling to lift her head, her lips had turned pale from the exhaustion of chakra. I truly lack strength. Would you be so kind as to escort me home for a brief respite? This was not her intention. Had Hikari left her even a modicum of chakra, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Coupled with the internal injuries sustained from her recent fall, her resilience in not visiting the Konoha hospital was commendable. Hikari nodded, hesitated for a moment, then gently slid his arm under her knees, cradling her in a princess carry. Kurenai's face flushed instantly, yet in this situation, she could only lower her gaze in resignation. After traversing a short distance, Kurenai felt her hands regain a modicum of strength and quickly wrapped her arms around Hikari's neck. She was merely fatigued, not faint, and the sensation of her hands was still present. Being held by Hikari with her arms dangling was quite inconvenient. However, with her arms draped around his neck, Kurenai unconsciously leaned closer to his body, her warm breath brushing against his chest. And a faint scent of cherry blossoms wafted from her hair, tantalizing his senses. Hikari felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and after a few steps, he blurted out, "You feel heavier than you look." Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. What a blunt comment. Do you have any idea how many have wished to hold me, yet could not? Asuma Saratobi, let's not even mention that guy. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the last remnants of her strength and playfully punched his chest, a force equivalent to a mere fraction of a massage's pressure. Shut up. Keep talking like that. And once I recover, you'll see the true might of my jinjutsu. I only held back this time because it's you. All right, Kurenai-sensei. How did you end up here? Hikari, realizing his faux pas, hastily shifted the subject. Do you think I wanted to be here? If it weren't for me. At this, Kurenai suddenly paused, recalling that her daughter had always referred to her as mom without mentioning her father. Could it be that there was some surprise in store? Just as Hikari was about to inquire further, Kurenai vigorously shook her head. This was a matter that no one would believe even if she spoke of it. It's fine, let us hurry along. In their current position, Kurenai yearned to return home swiftly. The awkwardness was unbearable, especially if they were spotted by acquaintances. The unintentional touches between them evoked a strange sensation within her. While it was tolerable in the forest, once Hikari approached the village's edge, Kurenai called out to him. Wait, I'd like to see if I can walk on my own. Though her strength was limited, Kurenai was determined to try. After all, she was a J-nin with a certain reputation in Konoha. Appearing in such a manner could lead to all sorts of rumors. All right, just be careful. Hikari cautiously set her down, but the next moment, she lost her balance and began to topple sideways. Amidst her disheveled hair, a flicker of panic glimmered in her autumn-like eyes. In the instant their gazes met, Hikari felt as if he had been struck by her vulnerability and instinctively caught her again, enveloping her in his arms once more, relishing the warmth against him. Hikari smirked slightly, his eyes sweeping across Kurenai's flushed face as he continued toward the village. Kurenai-sensei, if it makes you uncomfortable, you could lower your head a bit. I'll get you home as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Hikari tightened his hold slightly, drawing her closer, his breathing becoming heavier. This weight was nothing to him, given his rigorous training in taijutsu. However, the intimate closeness was a significant test of his willpower. Kurenai-sensei, I have another favor to ask of you. Upon entering the village, Hikari suddenly spoke, but before he could finish, Kurenai placed a finger on his lips. Rest assured, I will keep the matter of ninjutsu confidential. Chapter 7. The fear of social death, what you dread will come. Hesitating, Hikari licked his lips, savoring the sensation of Kurenai's finger, and chose not to voice his initial inquiry. He had intended to ask her to utilize her status as a J-nin to help him investigate whether any young women had recently arrived in the village. Yet, with her interruption, he abandoned that thought. After all, it was better for fewer people to know about his daughter. As for confidentiality, it mattered little now, given he had already decided to publicly acknowledge his existence. Unbeknownst to them, a young girl perched on the roof of a nearby house observed them intently. Yūhi Mirai watched the scene of Hikari cradling Kurenai, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, excitement radiating from her face. It must be me. Dad and Mom are having their first intimate encounter. How romantic to be in a Princess Carrie. It seems the past can indeed change. I must plan bolder moves in the future. Perched on the beam, she munched on dango while swinging her legs, a joyous smile adorning her face. Suddenly, a voice from below queried, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing sitting on our roof?" Startled, Mirai stuck out her tongue and promptly vanished from sight. As Hikari carried Kurenai towards his home, his mind was preoccupied with questions. While selecting a spot for training, he had given considerable thought and even determined that it had always been a blind spot for patrols. There had never been an issue over the years. Why had Kurenai ventured there without cause? And who had hinted to her about it? Could it possibly be his future daughter? Though he did not voice this concern, Hikari resolved to focus some of his attention on this enchanting neighbor. Perhaps she could provide clues regarding his daughter's whereabouts. "Hikari, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to return." Kurenai gazed at his profile, prompting Hikari to momentarily pause. "If memory serves, I drained your chakra and caused internal injuries, rendering you unable to move freely. And now you're thanking me? Do you have Stockholm Syndrome?" Stealing a glance at Kurenai, her expression did not seem to indicate that she was merely jesting. Hikari hesitated, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. For expressions of gratitude, the beautiful shall serve as maidens, while those of ordinary appearance shall labor. How does that sound, Kurenai-sensei? Maidens? Labor? Kurenai's face flushed crimson, and summoning all her strength, she managed to lift her arm and lightly punch Hikari's chest. "This is a genuine punch. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Hikari." Although she intended to voice her indignation, Kurenai's tone resembled that of playful teasing. In truth, she was a whirlpool of emotions. As a J-nin, she certainly possessed the ability to analyze intelligence. If Yūhi Mirai was indeed her daughter, the happiness reflected on her face when speaking of her father indicated a strong relationship between them. She came here to see Hikari Hoshino, which strongly suggests that he could very well be her father. Otherwise, why would she allow her mother to meet another man? This is undoubtedly the primary reason for the apparent shift in Yūhi Kurenai's attitude towards Hikari Hoshino. Of course, his prowess has also genuinely captivated her. Although Hikari is somewhat handsome, after years of being neighbors, it is unlikely that Kurenai's feelings would simply blossom out of the blue, perhaps due to Tsunade's presence. Hikari had always assumed that the other inhabitants of Konohagakure were just average in stature. However, while holding Kurenai, he realized how mistaken he was. The woman's physique was concealed beneath her loose clothing, only revealing its grandeur when in close proximity. It is puzzling why she chooses to hide such an impressive figure. Previously, Hikari would take note of such matters, but, adhering to a philosophy of caution, he was mindful of his behavior. Yet now that he has decided to embrace his true self, his mindset has transformed significantly, and his innate nature has been unveiled. Most notably, his eyes, which once merely appreciated beauty, have become unabashedly bold. As the two returned to their street, Kurenai's anxiety peaked. She buried her head in Hikari's embrace, her small hands instinctively clutching at his clothing. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, what you fear will come to pass. Just as they were nearing his house, an elderly lady emerged from a nearby shop, immediately noticing the two. Upon seeing them, her once murky eyes sparkled with life, and her previously unsteady gait transformed into a sprightly approach, taking 2 steps to cover the distance between them. "Isn't this Kurenai and little Hikari? What brings you two together?" While the old woman's voice was laced with concern, her gaze was rife with mischievousness and ambiguity. At that moment, Hikari could feel Kurenai tense up in his arms, her body rigid as she buried her head deeper into his chest, utterly unwilling to respond. "Grandma Johanna, we just went training. Kurenai-sensei wasn't feeling well, so I brought her back." "Oh," the elderly lady elongated her response, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she nodded at Hikari. "Kurenai, you must be more careful." Feeling unwell and still dragging little Hikari out for training. With that, she excused herself, leaving Kurenai to slowly lift her head, her face flushed crimson, even tinged with purple. This was disastrous. With Grandma Johanna having seen them, it was certain that by tomorrow, the entire street would be in the know. And one could only imagine how the news would be spun. Kurenai felt a profound sense of despair. Who could have anticipated such an encounter right at her doorstep? "Don't worry, we're home now. Let us go inside," Hikari reassured, gently touching her lower back, where ninjas typically keep their belongings. Indeed, after a few moments of searching, he found the key and unlocked the door. However, what Hikari failed to notice was that Kurenai's body had relaxed from its earlier rigidity, now becoming surprisingly pliable in his embrace. Chapter 8. Why did you stop? Upon entering the room, Hikari surveyed his surroundings, silently lamenting. Though Kurenai had attained the rank of Jonin and frequently undertook missions, her home was merely marginally better than his own. Under the machinations of two conniving old men, resources from the entire village had been funneled into elevating two ordinary ninja clans into the ranks of the elite. Given that resources had been diverted elsewhere, it was no wonder that the other ninjas and civilians were struggling. Carefully placing Kurenai onto the bed, Hikari noted the slight furrow of her brow. It then dawned on him that he had not only subdued this beauty before him, but had also executed a rather forceful throw. For a Genjutsu user, her physique would undoubtedly be somewhat compromised. After such a fall, it was inevitable that she would have sustained some internal injuries. With this in mind, Hikari turned back, reaching out towards Kurenai on the bed. What are you doing?" Kurenai exclaimed, panic overtaking her as she instinctively shifted her body away from him. Her alarm momentarily eclipsing any discomfort she felt internally. What kind of expression is that? Hikari's forehead twitched with irritation. What was she thinking? "I just want to check if you're hurt. Why are you jumping to conclusions?" Upon hearing this, Kurenai offered an awkward smile. Realizing that he had held her since she was born, surely she was fine. With her unfounded worries dispelled, Hikari proceeded to examine her. "Let me check for any injuries. If it hurts, just say so." After all, having learned martial arts through self-study for many years, he had become quite adept at addressing injuries. Starting with her shoulders and neck, he asked, "You shouldn't have any issues here. Can you feel any pain?" As his hand pressed against her neck, gliding down to her shoulder, even through her clothing, Kurenai could feel the warmth radiating from his touch. Her face flushed a deep red, and she bit her lip, shaking her head. This caused Hikari to freeze in confusion. He was merely checking for injuries, so why was she reacting this way? After swallowing hard, he continued his examination. Based on his prior actions, it seemed that Kurenai might have sustained a fracture or soft tissue contusion. A more severe injury could involve internal damage, though that seemed less likely. Kurenai felt an amplified sensitivity coursing through her body, every touch from Hikari eliciting goosebumps, particularly when his hands ventured near her ribs. She involuntarily gasped. Realizing this, Kurenai quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe the sound had come from her. "Don't worry. It's nothing serious, just a bit bruised. I'll apply some ointment and massage it later." After his thorough inspection, Hikari felt relieved. No significant injuries were the best outcome. "Ahem. Well, since you're fine, I'll take my leave." Clearing his throat, Hikari turned to exit the room. Heaven knows the strength he had to muster to maintain his composure. Kurenai's soft whimpers, which she believed were muffled by her hands, were crystal clear to his ears. Though their contact was limited to his hand, had he moved even slightly closer, it would have been an entirely different situation. However, during the examination, Hikari had made an additional discovery. The wooden chakra he possessed also had some healing properties. When he had touched Kurenai, he had inadvertently infused his chakra into her meridians, stimulating her veins and cells, which was one reason for her involuntary sounds. At that moment, he noticed that her crimson eyes were glistening with moisture, as if she were on the verge of being overwhelmed by her emotions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yugao was utterly perplexed. Despite being a seasoned ninja who had endured numerous battles and injuries and had received treatment from medical ninjas, she had never experienced such a sensation. The areas touched by Hikari Hoshino's hand radiated an unusual warmth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of comfort. Eventually, it left her somewhat dazed. Her hair scattered messily across the pillow, while a gentle, tingling warmth coursed through her body. This experience was akin to soaking in a hot spring during the frigid winter. And indeed, it was even more pleasurable. Hey, you've only examined one side. What about the other? Just as Hikari was about to take his leave, Yugao, almost instinctively, added a comment, turning her face away the moment he pivoted back. All right then. Hikari's lips curled into a slight smile. Yugao regretted her impulsive remark, feeling it was rather indiscreet. However, before she could dwell on her embarrassment, Hikari had already removed his shoes and sat on the bed, reaching towards the other side of her body. Just like before, if you feel any pain, do let me know, Teacher Yugao. Yugao was about to retort against Hikari's designation when she suddenly inhaled sharply. Unlike before, the moment Hikari's hand made contact with her, an extraordinary sensation surged through her, as if he had unlocked a new realm of experience. Now, she hastily covered her mouth, fearful of letting out any strange sounds. Yes, this tingling sensation, mixed with a hint of pain, was utterly intoxicating. Hikari showed no signs of restraint. The previous cautious approach confirmed that his would-release chakra posed no harm to the human body. It was merely a matter of gauging the intensity of his output. In this state, he resembled a researcher engrossed in an experiment, completely oblivious to Yugao's reactions as he continued to test the effects of his chakra on her body. However, this was quite taxing for Yugao. The previously steady flow of chakra had become erratic, oscillating between gentle and forceful, leaving her disoriented, as if she were on a boat swaying with the waves of Hikari's examination. Suddenly, Hikari halted, having become so immersed in his experiment that he failed to notice his hands had wandered past her waist and onto her voluptuous thighs. The moment his chakra retracted, Yugao was the first to sense it, her large, watery eyes meeting his. Why did you stop? With that single question, both of them snapped back to reality, causing Yugao's face to flush a deep shade of crimson. Where have you checked? Hikari raised an eyebrow. I was just examining your leg injury. Before he could finish, a mortified Yugao delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him tumbling off the bed. He rolled to the floor, swiftly opened the door, and escaped in one fluid motion. Once outside, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, he had not indulged in such activities for quite some time. He never anticipated that the seemingly mature Yugao would have such a penchant for simplicity. Had she not kicked him, he might never have realized. As he absently rubbed his fingertips, recalling the exquisite sensation, he was suddenly interrupted when the door swung open. Little Hikari, I'm so sorry. Both froze in shock. And Yugao's previously pale complexion turned a vivid red once more, as if she might combust from embarrassment. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut again. Leaning against it, Yugao's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Hikari, feeling a tad awkward, lowered his hands, realizing he might have been misconstrued. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, his actions had indeed carried a rather suggestive undertone. Teacher Yugao, I'll take my leave now. You should be fine. Just rest tonight. He called into the room, having already sensed the heavy breaths from behind the door. Since Yugao pretended not to hear, he was more than willing to play along. Chuckling to himself, he made his way home, realizing that after such an awkward incident, it was best to rest before joining in the evening festivities and completing his own tasks. Once Hikari's footsteps faded, Yugao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Lifting her clothing, she glanced at her skin, slightly reddened from Hikari's examination, and recalled his earlier action of sniffing his fingers, which sent a wave of heat coursing through her. How could someone so young elicit such a reaction? With a twinge of embarrassment, she tightened her legs and made her way to her bed, feeling utterly mortified. How could he refer to her as Teacher Yugao? It was simply outrageous. What kind of student would behave in such a manner towards their teacher? And that little brat who claimed to be her daughter was supposed to follow the Hokage's orders to instruct Team 8, along with that insufferable Asuma. Burying her head in the pillow, she wished to become an ostrich, hoping to escape reality and pretend that nothing mattered anymore. Meanwhile, Hikari, back in his room, began extracting his chakra. With the bloodline reversion pill, not only had his chakra reserves soared, but the extraction process had also become remarkably swift. As dusk settled, he finally opened his eyes, sensing that his would-release clone had returned to the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Ino standing there. The clone raised an eyebrow at her before dissipating into a puff of smoke. The moment the clone vanished, its memories flooded into Hikari's mind, and he instantly grasped its intentions. Ino, do you need my assistance? While the clone existed, its memories were not shared with the main body. so it was unaware of the encounter between Hikari and Yugao. Initially, he merely sought Ino's help to locate his daughter, but now he had formulated a more ambitious plan. Since he was to become involved in the unfolding narrative, he aimed to amplify the scale of the events as much as possible. The more witnesses, the better. Participating in Naruto's introductory storyline would be easily concealed by the third Hokage. He couldn't very well summon a forest of death in the middle of Konoha's streets, as that would contradict the prerequisites for his mission. Thus, upon seeing Ino, Hikari made a decisive choice. He would take her along to witness the beginning of Naruto's ascent. Once Ino was aware, the entire Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans would be informed, and the third Hokage would find it impossible to suppress such news. No, I was just hoping to grab some barbecue with you and take you somewhere. Is it alright if you come home a bit later? A date? Of course. I'm in. Ino's face turned a bright shade of red, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she immediately grasped Hikari's hand. The two left Hikari's home. Fortunate that Ino had a modest appetite. However, even with just the two of them, Hikari found his limited savings stretched thin. Due to the previously adhered to philosophy of survival, Hikari Hoshino could only present himself as an ordinary child, merely developing physically like an adult. His income was solely derived from assisting in the local commercial district, performing menial tasks. However, once the night had passed, it would mark the commencement of Hikari Hoshino's extraordinary transformation. Exiting the barbecue restaurant, Hikari lifted his gaze and noticed a fleeting figure with golden hair in the distance. A slight smile gracing his lips. Let us follow. With a swift motion, Hikari had already appeared several meters away. Yet, after running a considerable distance, he turned back to see Ino Yamanaka just beginning to catch up. Under his unusual gaze, Ino's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she awkwardly spoke, "Hikari-kun, I can't keep up with your speed." "No worries," Hikari replied with a smile, wrapping an arm around Ino's waist, and with a slight movement of his feet. He carried her swiftly in the direction Naruto had departed. At that moment, Naruto had already shouldered the sealing scroll, and the plot was on the verge of unfolding. Hikari had also noticed several Umbu ninjas stealthily following Naruto, prompting him to slow his pace. With his strength, it would be effortless to attract attention while escorting Ino. It was understandable. The Book of Seals was undoubtedly a treasured possession for Konohagakure, and it could not be so easily taken by Naruto to deliver to Mizuki. The most likely scenario was that this was an elaborate trap set by the third Hokage for Naruto, allowing him to learn the shadow clone technique, while simultaneously reinforcing his will of fire through Irika. Nevertheless, none of this mattered, having resolved to intervene. Hikari was determined to shine in critical moments, leaving no room for the golden-haired prince. Chapter 10. Naruto, I am here to protect you. As Hikari accompanied Ino Yamanaka on one side, Hinata Hyuga was led by the spirited future Yūhi from another direction. The expression on Hinata's face was one of turmoil. Just yesterday, this woman inexplicably appeared beside her, narrating a multitude of matters concerning herself to prove she had been observing her all along. And now, after school today, she had sought Hinata out again, and in a moment of weakness, she had consented to let her lead her to chase after Naruto. But where could Naruto-kun be going at such a late hour? Simultaneously, Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hizashi widened their eyes, each fixating on their respective clan members. Did you say Ino and Hinata left with a mysterious individual? As the sky darkened outside, the two hastily departed from their clan grounds, racing towards the reporting point. Although Hikari and Ino's speed surpassed that of future Yūhi and her companion, the latter had set off earlier and arrived at the destination first, concealing themselves in the nearby foliage, securing the optimal vantage point. Just as Hikari and Ino arrived, Mizuki, exuding confidence with a sinister grin, hurled a massive shuriken towards Naruto, exclaiming, "Die, Naruto!" Hinata, still hidden nearby, gasped in horror, while Irika shouted, "Get down, Naruto!" As Irika rushed towards Naruto, Hikari set Ino aside and swiftly materialized at Naruto's side. Placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, he kicked the shuriken away and followed up with a kick that sent Irika stumbling back. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing through a crystal ball, was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Especially Irika, who had fallen to the ground, took a moment to process what had just transpired. Who are you, and why are you impersonating Hikari Hoshino? Stay away from Naruto. While Sarutobi might not recognize Hikari, Irika, as the homeroom teacher, certainly knew this typically unassuming student. From the moment he appeared to the instant he kicked Iriko away, not even a nin could discern the opponent's movements. This was undoubtedly an intruder from another village impersonating Hikari. Upon hearing Irika's shout, several Umbu could no longer remain passive. Initially, they had been fishing for Mizuki, and a mere nin was of little concern, easily subdued with a wave of their hands. However, Hikari was different. He possessed at least nin level strength, making interactions with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki a significant matter. In the blink of an eye, multiple kunai were launched towards Hikari, their skill ensuring precise hits without endangering Naruto. Yet, Hikari remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting every kunai with a single kunai of his own. Hikari? Who are you really? Naruto, still on the ground, looked up in astonishment. My father was indebted to your father, so I came specifically to protect you. My father? You know my father? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet, clutching Hikari's sleeve, eager to inquire further. Why did they attack Hikari-kun? Hinata instinctively clasped her hands together, prompting a satisfied nod from future Yūhi. While Hinata still harbored thoughts of the golden-haired uncle, her concern for her father was commendable. As for the Umbu attacking Hikari, in future Yūhi's eyes, they were nothing but contemptible. What wretched fools dare to strike at my father, utterly delusional. I wonder how mother fared this afternoon. I must encourage her to seize the moment and ensure she doesn't allow another ant to swoop in. Upon hearing Hikari's declaration, the leading Umbu's eyes narrowed, and he, along with two subordinates, moved closer to Hikari, seeking to entangle him, while another aimed for Naruto. As long as Naruto was not in Hikari's grasp, they could act freely. Hikari, of course, noted their movements but chose to disregard them. Minor figures like Mizuki and Iriko were inconsequential. Defeating them would hardly showcase his prowess. They believed that by seizing Naruto, they could unleash their attacks. But who could have anticipated that this was precisely what Hikari had intended? Let me go? Naruto struggled against the Umbu's grip, exhilarated at the revelation of his father's identity. How could he remain calm? Yet, facing a nin level Umbu, his small frame found resistance nearly impossible. Fire release, great fireball technique. The trio of fire techniques merged before Hikari, forming an enormous fireball, its diameter reaching several meters. Facing the impending fireball, Hikari swiftly formed hand seals, summoning an immense reservoir of chakra from within. Water release, great waterfall technique. This technique once again demonstrated that the effectiveness of ninjutsu was heavily reliant on the volume of chakra. As onlookers gaped in disbelief, the torrent of water, reminiscent of a celestial river overflowing, effortlessly submerged the colossal fireball, continuing onward towards the Umbu ninjas. With the speed of the waterfall, it reached the Umbu ninjas in an instant, leaving them no time to evade. Earth release, earth-style wall. A voice called from behind them as a thick wall erupted between the ninjas and the waterfall, diverting the flow to either side. Adorned with the carvings of four vividly realistic dog heads. Was it the arrival of the illustrious fifth Hokage? Hoshino Hikaru's face broke into a faint smile. Previously, he would have only managed to draw with Kakashi, but now, with his chakra surging and having mastered would release, the notion of a stalemate was no longer applicable against the likes of Guy. Suddenly, a peculiar shout erupted from beside him, accompanied by the sight of a figure clad in a tight green outfit. With powerful thighs creating a whooshing sound, Guy lunged towards Hoshino Hikaru. This was the reaction speed one would expect from Konoha Village. It was baffling that, during the theft of the sealing book in the original story, Irika and Mizuki had taken such a long time to react, with not a single Umbu appearing. How absurd. After a moment of internal lamentation, Hoshino Hikaru crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Guy's kick. He truly began to wonder if he had Senju blood. Otherwise, how could his already extraordinary chakra and physical prowess have increased so dramatically after a mere return to his ancestral lineage? Chapter 11. One Strike Resolution. A daughter's pride upon seeing his kick thwarted by Hoshino Hikaru. Might Guy's face lit up with excitement. In a fluid motion, he placed both hands on the ground and spun his body rapidly, launching a series of strikes towards Hoshino Hikaru's upper body. Leaf, great whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds resonated between the two. Hoshino Hikaru, having diligently trained in taijutsu, began to reveal his prowess, managing to endure Guy's onslaught without injury. In fact, he even managed to counter with a kick, sending Guy tumbling towards Kakashi and the others. After spinning twice in midair, Guy landed lightly on the ground. Exchanging a solemn glance with Kakashi, both recognized the need for caution. The intruder is formidable. We must be wary, Kakashi. Oh, Guy replied nonchalantly, his visible eye betraying no sign of emotion. Despite their lack of communication, both chose to take action simultaneously. Why are you attacking Hikaru? Yamanaka Ino finally realized, exclaiming as she dashed towards Hoshino Hikaru. Ino. Yamanaka Kaiji, who had just arrived on the scene, gasped, and Hinata Hayashi hesitated before rushing towards Hoshino Hikaru as well. Faced with 4 renowned jonin of the ninja world, a spark of exhilaration ignited on Hoshino Hikaru's face. The current lineup exceeded his expectations. But wasn't he that a delightful twist? Would release. Advent of the Divine Trees. As Hoshino Hikaru bent down to slap the ground, the 4 jonin and 3 umbu rushing towards him froze in their tracks. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been spying through a crystal ball, widened his eyes in disbelief, dropping his pipe without realizing it. In pursuit of effectiveness, Hoshino Hikaru's ninjutsu was markedly different from his practice sessions. He expended nearly half of his chakra. The release of a full 10 units of chakra in the advent of the divine trees was nothing short of monumental. In an instant, the onlookers found themselves ensnared by towering trees, their branches seemingly animated, wrapping tightly around their bodies while an immense amount of chakra was siphoned from them. How is this possible? They stared in stunned disbelief at Hoshino Hikaru, who stood smiling. Initially, Guy had contemplated unleashing the 8 gates, but quietly abandoned the thought. This would release, after all. In the entire ninja world, who didn't he know this was the signature jutsu of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Anyone associated with would release must have deep ties to Konoha, which indicated they were not intruders. Hikaru-kun, that's my father. Could you please let him down? Yamanaka Ino hesitated but approached, seeing Yamanaka Kaiji bound by the vines. Rest assured, I mean no harm to your uncle. Hoshino Hikaru gently tousled Ino's golden hair, his tone soothing as he reassured her before forming a few hand seals to release the wood release. As the jutsu dissipated, the few individuals released from the binds did not make any further moves, but instead regarded Hoshino Hikaru with wary expressions. In just a brief moment of confinement, at least a third of their chakra had been drained. No wonder the legendary Senju Hashirama had no fear of being besieged by multiple ninja villages with such jutsu. Who could stand against him? Everyone. I merely overheard Mizuki inciting Naruto today, and I came to protect him this evening. I harbor no ulterior motives. After all, Naruto is. Before Hoshino Hikaru could finish, Guy interjected with a light cough, interrupting him. Although many in Konoha were aware of Naruto's identity, the third Hokage had expressly forbidden discussions on the matter. However, while they had successfully silenced Hoshino Hikaru, the Naruto cradled by the umbu gazed at him with fervent eyes. Even though Hoshino Hikaru's words were cut short, they had left an indelible mark on Naruto's heart. Surely, they couldn't keep him from inquiring about his parents forever. Hikaru-kun is truly remarkable. Hinata Hyuga gazed in astonishment at her father being lowered from the tree by Hoshino Hikaru. This seemed profoundly shocking to her. Of course, Hikaru-kun is someone my father idolizes. Inuzuka Kiba's face was alight with excitement, his small fists pumping in the air. Dad finally stopped hiding his strength. I just didn't expect him to awaken would release so early. He sure knows how to keep secrets. Ding, your daughter feels proud of you. Reward points. 100. Hoshino Hikaru was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification, scanning the surroundings before spotting Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba hidden nearby. Yamanaka-san must be here looking for Ino. While Hyuga Hayashi must be here for Hinata, right? Come out. With that, Hoshino Hikaru waved toward Hinata and Kiba, the 2 girls awkwardly emerging from the bushes. In a sense, they too had been caught by their parents. Originally, Hinata and Hoshino Hikaru shared a simple classmate relationship. But after witnessing Hoshino Hikaru display such overwhelming prowess against so many elders, she found it difficult to maintain a casual demeanor, nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Unsure of what to say, observing the two, Hoshino Hikaru felt a flicker of speculation. This girl, Inuzuka Kiba's cousin, was indeed a charming presence. But they had merely taken a wrong turn to arrive here. Hinata's kind nature shone through. Although she had been brought here by Kiba, she felt compelled to speak up for him, noticing Hoshino Hikaru's gaze upon Kiba. Inuzuka Kiba? If it were anyone else, it might not have mattered. But Hoshino Hikaru is no ordinary individual. With the memories of his past life, he was certain that this storyline had no place for Inuzuka Kiba. Moreover, He had just displayed unusual intimacy with Inuzuka Hana earlier today. Now, here stood Inuzuka Kiba, and the name Kiba was traditionally associated with the Inuzuka clan. In that moment, Hoshino Hikaru felt as if he had unraveled a mystery. The daughter he had long sought was standing right before him. Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought? Kiba-chan, you are simply adorable. Interestingly, when I dreamt the other day, I imagined my daughter growing up would also be named Kiba. Hoshino Hikaru's lips curled into a sly smile as he uttered this unexpected statement, leaving those around him utterly speechless. Hinata stared wide-eyed at Hikari. Hikari, this is rather rude of you. Chapter 12. It's probably around 20 times Kakashi's. Oh, it's nothing. To be valued so highly by you, Hikari, is indeed an honor. Future Hinata maintained her composure, yet a playful glint danced in her eyes, emphasizing the word classmate. Ding. Your daughter feels delighted. Reward points. 100. All right. I never expected that this girl, who appears to be of a similar age to Hinata, is truly my daughter. Hikari's pupils slightly contracted, and his expression shifted as he regarded future Hinata. This little girl is quite adorable. She certainly has her mother-esque features. Yet there are hints of me in her facial structure as well. Indeed, she is the daughter of me and Kurenai. Cough, cough. Hikari, I didn't realize your abilities were so formidable. We had not noticed before. Inuzuka Kiba, observing Hikari's expression, cleared his throat a few times and then wrapped his arm around Hikari's, subtly redirecting his gaze elsewhere. This caused future Hinata's lips to curve upwards involuntarily. She was surprised that Ino seemed to be feeling jealous at such a young age. She wondered how her father managed to handle her, and made a mental note to pay attention. While Ino was merely worried that Hikari might be interested in future Hinata, the expressions of the other J-nin were somewhat peculiar. Kakashi and Guy remained unclear, but Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hizashi, both parents themselves, understood all too well. The expression on Hikari's face mirrored that of their own when they first encountered Ino and Hinata. What on earth? They are perceiving a warm demeanor from a mere teenager? Ino, come here. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yamanaka Inoichi called out to his daughter, seeing her cozily nestled against Hikari's arm. That was his precious daughter. How could she be so easily taken by Hikari at such a young age? Dad, Hikari and I are just here to rescue Naruto. You cannot take your anger out on him. Inuzuka Ino, disregarding her father's admonition, stood protectively in front of Hikari and retorted. In her mind, the elders before her were renowned J-nin in the ninja world, and even if Hikari had controlled them just moments ago, it was merely a matter of underestimating him. Yet her innocent words darkened Inoichi's expression considerably. Do you realize what you're saying? If you hadn't intervened, I would have been drained dry by that little brat. Am I to blame him? I must first be capable of defeating him. Perhaps Kakashi and Guy still had cards to play, but he was genuinely under Hikari's control, with no means of escape. Even if it were to happen again, he could not withstand such a technique as the advent of the tree world. Gentlemen, the Hokage requests your presence. As the group continued their conversation, an umbu appeared nearby, delivering the message in a monotone voice. With the arrival of the umbu, they exchanged glances. Hinata obediently returned to her father's side, while Ino hesitated for a moment before pouting and walking over under Yamanaka Inoichi's fierce gaze. Meanwhile, future Hinata boldly approached Hikari, happily explaining, My aunt is Kurenai Yūhi, a J-nin. She and Hikari have been neighbors for many years, although we have never met. We are aware of each other. Seeing Hikari nod in agreement, the others did not inquire further and followed the umbu toward the Hokage building. As for Mizuki, upon the appearance of the umbu ninjas, he was swiftly subdued. It was only natural for a tool to be discarded once it ceased to serve its purpose. Everyone, thank you for your assistance. You have prevented Mizuki from stealing the Book of Seals. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already seated, greeting them with gratitude. However, this only left the group feeling somewhat awkward, as Mizuki was thwarted by Hikari, and they had no real part in the matter. They had even attempted to attack Hikari, only to be countered, which was rather embarrassing. Had it not been the Hokage speaking, they might have felt mocked. After exchanging pleasantries, Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hizashi took their daughters and departed the Hokage's office. Kakashi and Guy, being perceptive, also excused themselves, leaving only Hikari and future Hinata in the office. Hokage-sama, my aunt and Hikari are neighbors, so I will return home with him shortly. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze upon her, future Hinata promptly explained, and Hikari silently nodded in agreement. As for his daughter, No matter who she spoke to, she must always show her support. Although future Hinata was not present during Hikari's birth, once confirmed as his daughter, Hikari's paternal instincts became overwhelming. My dear Hikari, I never expected you possessed such strength. Why did you not reveal it before? Since she had stated it so plainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dwell on the matter, as he had nothing to hide from the other attendees. There were no situations that necessitated the use of my abilities. And my father had previously advised me that the fourth Hokage had done our family a favor, urging me to protect Naruto. However, as long as there is no threat to Naruto's safety, I will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Naruto faced such hardships daily, and his role as Hokage was not as noble as it seemed. Hikari's words, now spoken aloud, made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. In truth, I act this way to protect Naruto. MHM. Hikari nodded earnestly. You are correct. As long as there is no threat to Naruto's safety, I will not take action. He held no ulterior motives. Mentioning Naruto was simply a strategic move, a means of inserting himself into the narrative. Furthermore, Naruto was the protagonist. While he did not intend to fawn over him, fostering a good relationship could be advantageous. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly did not perceive it this way. For once a heart turns dark, everything appears tainted. In his mind, Hikari's words held a singular implication. As long as there is no threat to Naruto's safety, I will not take action. Therefore, if Naruto's safety were to be threatened, would Hikari directly confront him, the Hokage? Hikari, if it is not too much trouble, could you disclose your current level of strength? Of course, he had no other intentions. He merely wished to understand better. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which was smiling as if it were a blooming chrysanthemum, Hikari suddenly displayed a hint of mischief. You are aware that what release consumes a significant amount of chakra. So my chakra level is approximately 20 times that of Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 13. Confronting the Hokage in front of his daughter Sarutobi, Hiruzen's movements stiffened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. At first glance, this statement seemed reasonable. However, upon reflection, it appeared rather exaggerated. Setting aside whether Hikari truly possessed such an immense chakra reservoir at his age, who measures strength based on another's abilities. What does it mean to say he has 20 times Kakashi's chakra? Could it be that Kakashi's chakra is so meager? How much chakra might I possess? Oh no. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly dismissed the inappropriate thoughts from his mind, realizing he had inadvertently been led astray by Hikari. And where did you learn your wood release? The old man recalls that all the wood release scrolls were sealed away by Konoha. Just now, he was momentarily choked by Hoshino Hikari's words, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to sour. Politely termed an inquiry, it could be more accurately described as an interrogation. Hoshino Hikari, seemingly unaffected, shrugged casually. My mother is a descendant of the Senju clan. When she left the clan, she took the wood release ninjutsu scrolls with her. Thus all my techniques were learned from her. Apologies, Hokage-sama, but those are my mother's relics, personally given to her by Lord Tobarama. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could articulate his thoughts, Hoshino Hikari interrupted him, leaving no room for rebuttal. The former forced a smile, as Hokage. He could not simply resort to coercion if Hoshino Hikari was unwilling to comply. Even if he wished to seize them, he needed a plausible justification. Moreover, Hoshino Hikari's formidable strength suggested that even a Hokage might lack the chakra to confront him directly. Why am I unconsciously measuring this brat against Kakashi? Hokage-sama, regarding Naruto, I am aware that Konoha boasts not only your prowess, but also a shadow in the ninja world. Please convey to him that if any issues arise, they should be directed at me. He must not engage in actions that would be intolerable to everyone. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a smile, Hoshino Hikari showed no intention of granting him any leniency and confronted him directly, leaving Hiruzen wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this young brat threatening Danzo or him? Danzo 1T. Then that is for the best. I merely wish to inform you in advance, so we avoid an unpleasant situation later. Hoshino Hikari waved his hand dismissively. If one must be cautious, then let it be done with diligence. Even if he was at the bottom of the ninja school, he need not concern himself with ridicule. If one must act, let it be with audacity, even in the Hokage's office, facing the Hokage himself. Very well, I shall convey this message, a threat from a mere teenager. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mustache twitched in irritation, yet he retained his composure. Such defiance would likely have been intolerable to the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, or the fifth and a half Hokage. Danzo, and perhaps even to the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. However, perhaps witnessing the strength and charisma of his own teacher and the first Hokage in his youth had instilled a certain humility in him, leaving him less confident even after becoming the 3rd Hokage. In the face of external enemies, he was compliant. Even when the Cloud Village had lost to Jonin in an attempt to capture Hinata, he pressured Hyuga Hayashi into a sacrifice to appease them. Yet towards his subordinates, he wielded a heavy hand. Regardless of whether it was the exceptional Kakashi Hatake or the Uchiha clan, the most powerful clan after the Senju, both were obliterated under his schemes and coercion. At this moment, however, Hoshino Hikaru faced him with unwavering resolve, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen perplexed, prompting him to gesture for them to leave. Wait. Just as they reached the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Hoshino Hikaru. I initially intended to assign you a leading Jonin role. Given your abilities, it would be a disservice to have you as a Chunin. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hoshino Hikaru nodded and walked out with Hinata. This old man was certainly not so benevolent. Elevating him to a special Jonin position was merely a guise to assign him troublesome tasks. With the system in place and his daughter found, what was there to fear? The Senju clan, with its golden touch, was not to be trifled with by Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Sarutobi clan had risen to prominence by draining the village's resources. Had they truly forgotten that this ninja world was governed by bloodlines? Following Hoshino Hikaru out of the office, Hinata gazed in awe at her father's back. Wow, I've only heard my mother say that my dad is a man of authority in Konoha, but now I see it firsthand. My dad, still in ninja school, dares to confront the Hokage. How cool is that? Ding. Your daughter feels immense pride for you, rewarding you with 300 points and 100 million ryo. As he continued forward, Hoshino Hikaru paused involuntarily. Although the system indicated that showering his daughter with affection would yield rewards, he hadn't expected it to be this straightforward. He hadn't even had the chance to dote on her, yet the little girl had already contributed points and wealth, alleviating his immediate concerns. Truly, she is my daughter. At that moment, Hoshino Hikaru glanced back at Hinata, who promptly flashed him a playful expression, internally scolding herself. How is it that my dad is merely in his teens? Not the 30-something version from the future? Despite our age difference being minimal, I cannot help but feel the innate pressure when we lock eyes. Reverting to the dynamic of my future interactions with my father. You are the niece of Red Sensei, right? Come, let us return home together. He waved casually at Hinata, who brightened at his words and quickly fell into step beside him. Ding. Loop task. Daughter's anticipation fulfilled. Reward, 2,000 points. Reward, Uchiha Bloodline. Host, Hoshino Hikaru. Chakra, 21 cards. Bloodlines, Senju, Uchiha. Skills, beginner level would release all techniques. Proficient level Great Fireball Technique. Proficient level Great Waterfall Technique. Proficient level Chakra Control. Master level Body Replacement Technique. Master level Taijutsu. Well then, the mystery is solved. After receiving the Uchiha Bloodline, Hoshino Hikaru's attribute panel displayed the bloodline information. Previously, he had explained the origins of wood release through his maternal lineage, yet unexpectedly, he was indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. Now, with both Senju and Uchiha blood coursing through his veins, his future prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Chapter 14. The embarrassing state of the Hyuga clan. Not far from the Hokage building, Hoshino Hikaru noticed two figures, one large and one small, waiting for him at the intersection. Hyuga Hayashi hurriedly approached with Hinata upon noticing their arrival. Kuraikuen, today's incident should be considered a misunderstanding. I was merely concerned for my daughter's safety. You are too kind. As a father, your feelings are entirely understandable. The sight of the merely teenage Hoshino Hikaru speaking such words to Hyuga Hayashi felt slightly odd, yet he himself found no fault in it. Even stealing a glance at Hinata, who was engrossed in conversation with Hinata, following the massacre of the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan had indeed risen to the pinnacle of Konoha's ninja clans. As the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi would not typically display such a humble demeanor towards Hoshino Hikaru. However, following the incident with the Cloud Village, their protective faade was stripped away entirely. Which prominent ninja clan would send the clan head's brother to his death merely to protect their heiress from another village? Even though this matter was effectively hushed by the 3rd Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by other clan leaders whenever he encountered them. However, today he glimpsed hope in Hoshino Hikaru, a prodigious talent who, before even graduating from the Ninja Academy, could wield would release and effortlessly defeated for elite Jonin. To compare him with Kakashi, who achieved Jonin status at the tender age of 12, or even the illustrious Minato, is to underestimate his formidable prowess. Rather than waiting for an apology from Hoshino Hikaru, he was inclined to invest in such an extraordinary genius, preparing for the eventual rise of the Hyuga clan. Hikaru-kun, what brings you here? As he accompanied Hoshino Hikaru forward, Hyuga Hisashi cast a sidelong glance at the scene of Hinata conversing hand-in-hand with Hinata's cousin, Yūhi Kurenai's daughter. Yūhi Matsuri, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Ah, she is the niece of Jonin Yūhi Kurenai. We happen to be neighbors, so I was simply escorting her home. Hisashi nodded thoughtfully, his gaze suddenly shifting to his daughter. Shouldn't Hinata take the initiative with Hikaru-kun? It was surprising that the last remaining woman of the Yūhi clan possessed such foresight. One must never underestimate any ninja. Interestingly enough, little Hinata had already been assigned to Team 8, with none other than Jonin Yūhi Kurenai as their instructor. He wondered which team Hikaru had been placed in. The Hokage has granted me special Jonin status upon graduation, so I am not assigned to a team. Indeed, given Hikaru's remarkable abilities, even attaining full Jonin status was hardly remarkable. The two elders walked ahead, while Matsuri and Hinata continued their whispered conversation behind them. Hinata-chan, you didn't realize how strong Hikaru-kun was before, did you? How does he compare to that blonde kid, Naruto? Hinata's face flushed slightly, after a moment's hesitation. She found it difficult to utter insincere words. The way Hikaru effortlessly dispatched 4 Jonin was something Naruto could not hope to match. He is definitely stronger than Naruto-kun. Exactly. Matsuri gently patted Hinata's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Look at how strong Hikaru-kun is. He is quite handsome too, and has such a good relationship with your uncle. You two make a great pair. Both Hoshino Hikaru and Hyuga Hisashi froze momentarily. The former felt bewildered. Wasn't she my daughter? Why was she trying to matchmake in front of Hinata? Hisashi, on the other hand, was taken aback by Matsuri's words, having thought she was sent by Kurenai to forge a connection with Hikaru, only to find she was advocating for her own daughter. Did she perhaps look down on Hikaru and wish to drag Hinata down with her? But that was not entirely out of the question. No, that is not it. How could you say that? Hinata's face turned crimson, her hands flailing in front of her. I have no such thoughts. Perhaps it's you who thinks that. To say such things? What? You can't just say that. Matsuri's eyes widened, her voice cracking. I can't just say anything. I have no relationship with Hikaru-kun. If that gets out, I'll be in big trouble. Witnessing Matsuri's flustered demeanor, Hinata was somewhat surprised but patted her shoulder like an adult. I was just joking. I want to say that again. She had not anticipated that the typically lively Matsuri would be so easily frightened by her words, as if the world was ending. Perhaps the rules of her clan were even stricter than those of the Hyuga clan, which explained her lively yet reckless demeanor. As Hisashi and Hikaru continued conversing, passing Leaf Village patrol ninjas glanced back at them, momentarily awestruck. Isn't that the head of the Hyuga clan? Who is that young man beside him? Have you seen him before? Not at all. He is also a ninja from Leaf Village, I suppose. Despite his youth, Hikaru was quite tall, and walking alongside Hisashi appeared quite natural. However, Hisashi's attitude toward him left others perplexed, even astonished. After all, the Hyuga clan was renowned throughout the ninja world, and they struggled to comprehend who, besides the Hokage, warranted such deference from Hisashi. It seemed Hikaru had managed to remain inconspicuous, as none of the ninjas recognized him. After the Hyuga father and daughter departed, Matsuri's eyes twinkled mischievously as she headed in another direction. Hikaru-kun, I want to be staying at my aunt's. I'll be at a hotel in Konoha. See you. Seeing her wave goodbye, Hikaru instinctively asked, do you have any money? According to the creation god's narrative of this world, the 100 million ryo the system awarded him would equate to roughly 50 million yen in purchasing power in his previous life. With ample funds and a calm heart, especially given that it was his own daughter, Hikaru naturally wished to display his generosity as a father. No need, Hikaru-kun. I have some money. Matsuri grinned cheekily at Hikaru, made a playful face, and then turned to leave the street. Though it was their first meeting during his youth, she felt quite satisfied overall. The only disappointment was that her mother had not participated in the narrative her father shared. Otherwise, it would have left an even deeper impression. Chapter 15. Class assignment concludes. The plot progresses the next morning. Hoshino Hikaru, as usual, departed from home, prepared to attend the Ninja Academy. Although he had already revealed his prowess, it was essential to finish what he started. After all, it was the final day. Upon arriving at the academy, he attracted considerable attention, not only due to his changed appearance, but also because of Naruto, Hinata, and Ino, who stared at him with rapt attention. It was unclear whether the third Hokage had spoken to Naruto the previous night, as the boy, who had once been eager to learn about his parents, did not approach Hikaru for answers today. However, the events of the previous day had cemented Naruto's view of Hikaru as his best friend. After all, he was connected to Naruto's parents and had protected him. Most importantly, he was undeniably powerful. If Naruto aspired to become Hokage, learning ninjutsu from Hikaru was certainly a viable path. Hinata, in the meantime, found her father's words from the previous night echoing in her mind. In a world that inherently revered strength, Hikaru, with his extraordinary abilities at such a young age, was undoubtedly the most formidable individual she could encounter. While she remembered Naruto's previous assistance, her emotions were somewhat muddled, especially with Naruto's constant overtures toward Sakura. Ino, the most innocent of the trio, had approached Hikaru the moment he arrived, clasping his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Yamanaka and Oichi felt genuine sympathy for his little girl. Yet Hikaru's strength truly made him a suitable match for Ino, if not more than sufficient. Is that him? Hoshino Hikaru, the boy who can ascend to special Jonin right after graduating from the Ninja Academy? Sarutobi Asuma, son of the third Hokage, was observing the classroom through a crystal ball, where Hikaru's face was prominently displayed. Naturally, he was privy to more information than others, which prompted surprise among the uninformed Jonin present. He has undoubtedly risen to the rank of special Jonin, especially considering that with a single move, the tree realm descends. He managed to astonish both Kakashi and myself. Before I could finish my thought, Kakashi swiftly covered this fellow's mouth with his hand. Such remarks may be acceptable between the two of them, but if he were to mention Yamashiro Aoi and Hyuga Hizashi, it would certainly offend many. This friend of mine is admirable in many aspects, yet he remains utterly oblivious to the nuances of social interactions, displaying a rather low emotional intelligence. Would release? Setting aside everything else, this term alone was enough to leave all present in awe. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze inadvertently swept across Guy, who was still muffled by Kakashi's hand, and he secretly sighed with relief. Thankfully, when he made the decision, he had not intended to keep this matter entirely under wraps. Otherwise, with someone as talkative as Guy, it wouldn't have taken long for the entire Konoha to be in the know. Indeed, although Hoshino Hikaru is relatively young, his strength is formidable. Having awakened the wood release, which is why I have specially appointed him as a special Jonin. In the presence of the other Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to solidify this decision, leaving no room for doubt among the others. Henceforth, you will be divided into groups of 3, forming a class. Irika had already taken to the podium to commence his speech, yet Ino remained firmly attached to Hoshino Hikaru's arm, her eyes fixated on his profile. Hikaru-kun, I wish to be in the same group as you. Hoshino Hikaru remained silent. Ino was well aware that the members of the Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans would undoubtedly be placed in the same class. Her playful antics were merely a means of seeking his attention. Fear not, I am a special Jonin, and when not on a mission, my time is rather free. You may visit my home any time, he said, gently ruffling Ino's golden hair, his tone softening. Yesterday, when Ino and he appeared so close, his daughter had shown no reaction. The only conclusion is that I am destined to have more than one woman in my future. This must be why Hinata is indifferent to Ino's closeness to him, hence her comment to Sakura. Indeed, having traversed into this realm and having kept a low profile for 8 years, now that I have awakened my hidden potential, it would be a disservice to my identity not to pursue a harem. Given this knowledge, I cannot let my fondness for Ino slip away. Confronted with such a charming girl, Hoshino Hikaru was more than willing to exhibit a bit of his tenderness. As expected, after receiving comfort, Ino felt as if stars were sparkling in her eyes, her small face nuzzling against Hoshino Hikaru's arm. The first class, second class, seventh class, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. With Irika's announcement, some rejoiced while others lamented. Sakura, filled with curiosity, glanced back at Yamanaka Ino. After all, she had been competing with her for Uchiha Sasuke for so long. Would it be possible? However, Yamanaka Ino was oblivious to their side, her gaze shimmering with adoration as she leaned against Hoshino Hikaru, who regarded her with a hint of affection, occasionally engaging in intimate gestures. Turning her attention to Uchiha Sasuke, who rested his elbows on the desk, Sakura imagined that if she were to lean against him as Ino did, he would surely turn hostile. With a resigned sigh, a smile still graced her lips. After all, being in the same class as Sasuke was already a delightful occurrence. Yet, the absence of competition diminished her sense of accomplishment, leaving her somewhat unsatisfied. Perhaps sensing Sakura's gaze, Ino nonchalantly turned her head and mouthed, "Congratulations." This left Sakura even more speechless, as if she had won a trinket discarded by someone else. "You all do not comprehend how exceptional Sasuke is. Once we are together, you will regret it," she mumbled under her breath, moving her chair closer to Sasuke's. However, upon noticing his frown, she promptly retreated with a sigh. 8th class, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. 10th class, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. As Irika's words echoed, Ino emitted a frustrated cry, startling those nearby. "I want to be in the same class as Hikaru-kun." Ino appeared as if her spirit had been drained, her entire being turning a shade of gray as she leaned helplessly against Hoshino Hikaru. Chapter 16. How could it be you? Kakashi, disdained by Naruto. "Hey, must you be so disdainful?" Nara Shikamaru bore a few visible lines of annoyance on his face, clearly taken aback by Ino's expression of rejection. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choji remained unfazed, secretly indulging in his snacks. Ino seemed to ignore his words, continuing to cling to Hoshino Hikaru while her eyes darted toward Irika at the front. The end was drawing near, yet she still hadn't heard Hikaru's name, nor did she know which little enchantress he would be paired with. Hinata? Sakura? It seemed they had already been assigned to their respective classes. Who else could it be? All right, the class assignments are finalized. As Irika put away his papers, Naruto abruptly slammed his hand on the desk. "Irika-sensei, what about Hoshino Hikaru? Why hasn't he been assigned a class?" Before Irika could respond, a voice from the corner piped up. "Of course, it's because he doesn't deserve to be a ninja. It's just a loser helping another loser." Laughter erupted among the crowd, except for a few who were in the know. Ino puffed her cheeks, about to retort, but Hoshino Hikaru had already risen, gently patting her shoulder and casting a reassuring glance at Naruto before turning his attention to the laughing group. Some of them hadn't even fully developed their teeth. They were such bothersome little brats. "Do you find this amusing?" Hoshino Hikaru's voice resonated with authority, reminiscent of Orochimaru's deadly aura the first time he encountered Sasuke and Sakura. Yet whereas Orochimaru invoked fear through malice, Hoshino Hikaru wielded his formidable chakra. In the classroom, aside from Naruto, Ino, and Hinata, everyone else was firmly held in place, even Irika at the podium trembling, struggling to maintain his composure. "Hoshino Hikaru, they are merely children. Is such intimidation necessary?" Irika gritted his teeth, leaning against the desk, attempting to explain, but the troublesome little brats had now collapsed in fear on the floor. "This is why I despise you self-righteous types." Hoshino Hikaru cast a disdainful glance at Irika. "You said nothing when they mocked me. Yet now that they must face the consequences, you stand up? In battle, will you tell the enemy that they need not act this way because I am weak?" After rendering the crowd speechless with his words, Hoshino Hikaru turned and exited the classroom. Though this might be part of the narrative, he truly could not identify a role for himself in it. He certainly wouldn't want to be there when Naruto and Sasuke shared a kiss. That would be utterly repugnant, and he couldn't accept any reward for such a task. Moreover, he had no need to participate in the class assignments. He wouldn't return to the ninja school in the afternoon. "Hikaru-kun, wait for me. I wish to return home with you." Even when departing, Ino still clung to Hikari Hoshino's arm. This time, however, Hikari did not let go, for he now felt an inexplicable discomfort in the presence of the Sarutobi family. Not to mention that rascal, Sarutobi Hizashi's son. After all, who dared pursue his fiancée? Even if their relationship was not yet defined, she was still his fiancée. Once the class shuffle concluded, "You could come to my home." With a forlorn gaze, Ino turned back repeatedly as Hikari left the ninja academy. When everyone gathered in the afternoon, Irika keenly noticed Hikari's absence. From the Hokage, he learned that Hikari had already achieved the rank of Special Jonin, even surpassing Irika's own Chunin status. What could he say? It was simply a matter of skill disparity. As each Jonin entered the classroom, escorting their students away, only the 3 members of Team 7 remained. "Why is it that our teacher is always the last to arrive?" Naruto muttered as he rested his chin on his desk, grumbling about their guiding Jonin, yet his mind lingered on Hikari's words. He was there to protect him. Their parents were acquainted. What kind of people were his parents, then? Even though the third Hokage had managed to persuade him, how could a child, who had never seen his parents, refrain from wondering? Suddenly, the door swung open, and a silver-haired ninja clad in a black mask and Jonin armor stepped inside. "Good day, teacher." Sakura immediately stood up to greet him politely. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance, while Naruto's face clearly displayed disdain. "How could it be you?" Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous looks at Naruto, astonished by his audacity to speak so disrespectfully to a Jonin. If you are Team 7, then I shall be your guiding Jonin," Kakashi replied, equally taken aback. He had envisioned several scenarios of meeting his future students, yet none included this disrespectful situation. "Naruto, how can you be so rude to our teacher?" Sakura exclaimed, delivering a punch to Naruto's head and then turning to Kakashi with an awkward smile. "Teacher, this is all Naruto's doing. It doesn't include Sasuke and me." "Of course, it does. Last night, he was defeated by Hikari's jutsu along with several other ninjas. Isn't that just too weak?" Naruto protested, rubbing his head defiantly, casting aside the third Hokage's warning not to speak of the previous night. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise as she looked between Naruto and the now awkward Kakashi by the door. Even Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "The Hikari you mentioned is one of our classmates?" Naruto nodded vigorously and then turned to Kakashi, rather than seeking a defeated opponent. "Wouldn't it be better to have Hikari teach us?" At this moment, Kakashi's expression darkened behind his mask, gazing at Naruto in disbelief. His own teacher had once been known as the little son, treating everyone gently. How could this brat speak so irritatingly, almost as if he were talking about his wife? Never mind. For the sake of his teacher's reputation, he decided to overlook it. Kakashi adjusted his mood and shrugged nonchalantly. There's no denying that Hikari wields the first Hokage's would release, and even the legendary Uchiha Madara was defeated by him. How could I compare? However, over the years, Hikari is the only one who has awakened it. If you wish to become ninjas, you must diligently study. Chapter 17, A Joint Venture. Hinata's advanced engagement. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the expressions of the three varied. Sakura absorbed everything Kakashi said. Naruto pouted but begrudgingly accepted the school's arrangement, while Sasuke narrowed his eyes, contemplating Kakashi's statements. Hikari utilized the first Hokage's would release and could even defeat Uchiha Madara. If Madara was not a match for him, then surely overcoming that man would be feasible. As Kakashi continued to speak, Sasuke's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Given their similar paths, graduating from the Ninja Academy and growing stronger through missions, he pondered how much effort it would take to catch up to him. If he were to learn from Hikari, at the very least, the journey to strength would be considerably easier. In a fleeting moment, Sasuke made his decision. After addressing some matters, most of the lower ninja classes were dismissed. Just as Hinata exited the school, someone clasped her arm, startling her. However, she soon recognized the familiar voice. "Hinata, would you like to join me at my aunt's house? We could also visit my classmate Hikari. They are neighbors." "That sounds wonderful." Initially taken aback by Yūhi Ino's embrace, Hinata's face flushed, but she recalled her father's recent words. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately agreed. The other two boys in their class, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino, exchanged glances. Kiba shrugged and prepared to head home, while Kiba leaned closer to Akamaru as if sharing a secret. "Do you think that woman has a scent of Lady Kurenai?" "Well, they do share some resemblance. Didn't she just mention her aunt's house? Perhaps it is Lady Kurenai." "Stop talking nonsense. Lady Kurenai isn't even married. How could she have a daughter? Come on, let's go home." The boy and his dog playfully raced toward home. Meanwhile, Yūhi Kurenai had returned to her house. As she passed by Hikari's residence, she deliberately cast a glance, but alas, the door was shut, and she could not see that familiar figure. Leaning against her bed, memories of Hikari examining her body resurfaced vividly in her mind. The sensation lingered, as if she were reliving that moment, despite merely lying there. Being a Jinjutsu user, her mental acuity and memory far exceeded that of ordinary people, so as she recalled, her body instinctively relived the experience. These feelings and memories played in her mind like a film, continuously replaying and even awakening a warmth within her. "No, I cannot continue thinking like this." Kurenai vigorously shook her head. Though in her 20s, she was still a young woman. What was she thinking? Could it be, as Anko suggested, that she was experiencing a youthful infatuation? "Auntie, we're here. Hurry and open the door. Look who I brought." The sound of knocking was accompanied by Ino's bright voice. "Auntie." At that moment, Kurenai was nearly certain that Ino was indeed her daughter. She hadn't anticipated that Ino would assign her such a title. Yet, this was for the best. At least, she could use this identity to live openly in Konoha. Upon opening the door, Kurenai momentarily gasped. There stood her niece, Yūhi Ino, along with Hinata Hyuga, whom she had just accepted as a student, and the image of Hikari lingered in her mind. What brings you all here together? Last night, Zairong was absent and therefore unaware of the events that transpired later. Thus, she was somewhat surprised to see the three of them arriving together. It's fine. We've already been separated into different classes, and knowing that you might be quite busy, we came to check on you. As she spoke, Zairaho exchanged a meaningful glance with Xingyue. The latter, keenly perceptive, naturally understood that he should play along with his daughter. Indeed, Teacher Hong, you had that unexpected injury before, so I wanted to see how you are doing now. Xingyue's words held no ulterior motive, yet they caused Zairong, who had been lost in thought, to blush deeply. I am fine. You don't need to worry about me. She hurriedly ushered them inside, feeling somewhat rude for making them stand at the door. She intended to change the subject. If Xingyue continued to discuss health checks, she would surely be overwhelmed. Teacher Hong, are you injured? Hinata asked. Her face filled with concern as she looked earnestly at Zairong, who awkwardly scratched her head. It's just a minor issue, and I'm already well. Is that so? A teasing expression lit up Zoro's face as she quietly mused. I wonder who healed you. Did something strange happen? Be quiet. Zairong, her face reddening, placed her hand on Zairo's head. Although her daughter resembled her, her personality was evidently inherited from her father. With a thoughtful glare at Xingyue, Zairong left him somewhat perplexed. All is well, Hinata murmured softly, watching Zairong affectionately embrace Zoro, a tinge of envy gracing her features. She yearned for such interactions with her own parents. Yet the rigid customs of the Hyuga clan had never allowed her such warmth. She had never experienced this kind of familial affection throughout her life. Do not envy. In truth, your father and family care for you deeply, including that Niji, whom you believe dislikes you. They will change. Xingyue, noticing Hinata's expression, stood beside her and gently ruffled her hair, offering her comforting words. In that moment, Hinata felt a paternal touch and instinctively leaned her head towards Xingyue. In the next instant, she froze, her face flushed crimson, steam seemingly emanating from her pores. What was she doing? She had actually rubbed her head against his hand. Oh dear. With a faint sound of steam, Hinata stumbled backward. Though Xingyue was not Naruto, such contact clearly exceeded her comfort zone. Chapter 18. Craving pot stickers. Persuading Zairong what's the matter? Zairong, who had been tidying up Zoro, noticed Hinata's state and hurried over to support her. It's nothing. Just that I'm not sure what we said to make Hinata shy, she exclaimed. Why don't we check on Hinata as well? No. That won't be necessary. Both Zairong and Xingyue waved their hands simultaneously, the latter absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers, causing Zairong's cheeks to flush once more. This fellow had certainly been deliberate during the health check. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such gestures now. What a mischievous boy. The scene grew somewhat peculiar, with two of the four individuals in the room blushing profusely. Zairahu observed Hinata, Zairong, and Xingyue, her little eyes spinning in thought. Since we're all here, why not stay for dinner at Annie's place, Hinata? Hinata, just recovering from her daze, nodded vacantly, and Xingyue promptly agreed. Zairong glanced around, feeling somewhat speechless as the three of them made plans without her consent in her own home. However, ignoring the now-recovered Hinata, Zairaho and Xingyue, sitting together, exuded an unmistakable familial warmth. A hint of enjoyment sparkled in Zairahu's eyes. After so many years, this was the first time her father was surrounded only by her. Her mother, and Aunt Hinata. Since she had returned to this era, she was determined to help her mother enhance her standing in her father's heart, while also striving to prevent those aunts who were at odds with her mother from infiltrating their family. With an expression of unspoken mission, Zairahu clenched her small fist tightly. Noticing Zairong heading to the kitchen, she quickly added, Mom, I want to eat pot stickers. The three present paused, Zairong and Hinata wearing puzzled expressions. Pot stickers. What are those? Xingyue, however, raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Pot stickers. Ah, now it all makes sense. If I previously had a 90% certainty, now I'm 100% sure that Zairaho is definitely my daughter. The term pot stickers could only have originated from me in Konoha. No one else would know it. This is a recipe I brought from my past life, completely unrelated to the culinary habits of the Naruto world. Future, what are you talking about? Let me handle it. Naturally taking the apron from Zairong's hands, Ryuui stepped into the kitchen. After all, it was his daughter's request, and he had to showcase his culinary skills. Over the years, he had honed his cooking abilities. Otherwise, as a mere background character, he would have starved long ago. Hinata, look how wonderful Yūhi is. He is strong, handsome, an excellent cook, and has a gentle disposition, much better than others, right? As Ryuui entered the kitchen, Zairong leaned closer to Hinata, resting her hand on her shoulder, causing Hinata's face to redden once more. Though Zairong did not specify who she was comparing Yūhi to, both she and Hinata understood. Yet, Hinata's bashful expression only excited Zairong further. The past Hinata had been so amusing, blushing at the slightest thing, unlike the strict demeanor she later adopted when reprimanding them. I must seize this opportunity while she still possesses this character, to reclaim as much as I can, lest I suffer her scoldings in vain later. After teasing Hinata for a while, observing her growing embarrassment, Zairong turned back to Zairong, her face alight with curiosity. Mom, tell me what happened between you and Dad yesterday. Why do I sense something unusual in your expression? Are you feeling a spark? A barrage of questions left Zairong momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of blankness, she suddenly wore an expression of indignation. How dare you say that? You promised me a surprise, yet when I arrived, your mother nearly met her end there. And Ryuui, before she could finish, she noticed her daughter's eager, inquisitive smile, prompting her to halt her words. Zairong clearly hadn't had enough of the gossip. Grinning as she leaned in closer, and what else happened with Dad? Continue speaking. Haven't you been praising how handsome and capable your father is every day? Now you've stopped? Sunset Hong cast a sideways glance at her daughter. Well, it seems there's no pretense anymore. She directly referred to Hikari Hoshino as father. Unexpectedly, this teenage boy turned out to be the father of her child. Was she not an old cow grazing on tender grass? Goodness, wouldn't that let that brat Hongdo laugh her to death? Enough about me. How did you come here? At this moment, changing the subject was the only thing Sunset Hong could do. Sunset Future scratched her head, somewhat frustrated. Actually, I don't know either. A voice just appeared in my head, and then I was brought here. There are many things I can't do and many words I can't say. It's quite troublesome. Moreover, it seems that other sisters will be coming here in the future. Other sisters? Sunset Hong felt a rush of darkness before her eyes. Sunset Future was talking about sisters. This meant that aside from her, she had at least 2 more daughters. That brat Hikari Hoshino was outrageous. She was almost 30 and still expected her to have more children. Even if it were her desire to have children, couldn't she spare a thought for her mother? Treating her like this? Noticing Sunset Hong's expression, Sunset Future quickly waved her hands. Mom, I misspoke. There aren't any other sisters. She didn't want to tell her mother that she had only given birth to her, and that she was merely one of her father's harem. The future daughters of the Hoshino family were numerous, and they all took their mother's surname. By the way, Mom, you must not tell anyone that I came from the future. Otherwise, if history changes too much, it will cause significant trouble in the future. Seeing the serious expression on Sunset Future's face, Sunset Hong nodded earnestly. However, in reality, there was no trouble at all the moment Sunset Future appeared. The entire timeline had already begun to veer in a different direction. She only said that to scare Sunset Hong a bit, allowing her to be freer here. Chapter 19. The Legendary Feeding, 2 Little Ones Bumping Heads. Who is the 5th Hokage? Is Lady Tsunade that powerful? Although she was now an adult, Sunset Hong still had a plethora of questions for her daughter, who had come from the future. After answering a few questions with difficulty, Sunset Future decisively distanced herself from her somewhat chatty mother and ran over to Hinata's side. Young Hinata was delightful, no matter how much she teased her. She wouldn't get angry and would blush easily, making her so much fun to be around. Sunset Hong took a moment to calm down and prepared to check on how Hikari Hoshino was faring with dinner. Now that she understood his identity, it was difficult for her to view Hikari Hoshino with the same attitude and perspective as before. It felt as if she had suddenly acquired an unexpected fiancé. At that moment, Hikari Hoshino was also searching for suitable skills in the system store. Now that he was to cook for his daughter, he had to enhance his culinary skills. For so many years, he had been living alone, and whether the food was delicious or not, as long as it filled his stomach, it sufficed. However, he could not treat his daughter in the same manner. Moreover, even if he spent points to buy cooking skills for her enjoyment, he would eventually receive rewards back in points. Nonetheless, the culinary skills were indeed expensive. The entire system store was filled with various items, skills, currencies, and bloodlines. Fortunately, he could search through his thoughts directly, preventing Hikari Hoshino from being overwhelmed by choices. Unfortunately, those legendary items and high-value goods had prices that made him hesitate, including the Uchiha bloodline he received as a task reward. It started at 5 figures. And that was merely a bloodline. It did not guarantee the activation of the Sharingan. Of course, he could also choose to gamble in a lottery, but at the moment, Hikari Hoshino had nothing particularly necessary, so there was no need to waste points on gambling. He could save them for later. Regrettably, at this point, saving was unlikely since his current points balance was 2,500, while the skill he needed lay right before him. Master-level culinary skill, 2,500 points. Just for a master-level skill, it required 2,500 points. Yet Hikari Hoshino decisively chose to redeem it because he had already checked in the system that his current culinary skills hadn't even reached the beginner stage. The food he produced could only be deemed edible, meaning it wouldn't cause any adverse reactions in the body. However, with the master-level culinary skill, looking at the ingredients he had prepared, Hikari Hoshino suddenly felt an instinctive ease. Whether it was slicing and mixing on the red countertop or preparing the dough and filling on the white countertop, everything flowed effortlessly and smoothly. He even had time to make a soup and a cold dish to ensure the meal's palatability, refreshing and appetizing, as the entire process unfolded seamlessly. Sunset Hong, watching from the side, was astonished. Was this truly the same Hikari Hoshino who had previously summoned the god of the forest with a slap? How could his cooking be so exquisite? The knife flashed, and the ingredients were neatly arranged before her. Was this the ability of a boy who had lived alone since childhood? Moreover, the cultural practices of Konohagakure were remarkably consistent with Hikari Hoshino's previous life. Men who could cook were exceedingly rare. While cooking, Hikari Hoshino keenly sensed the intense gaze directed at his back, turning to glance curiously. "Why are you looking at me? Want to take my place? Afraid I won't cook well?" Faced with Hikari Hoshino's teasing gaze, Sunset Hong instinctively averted her eyes, her ears turning red. Had she not witnessed Hikari Hoshino's culinary skills, she might have had the audacity to tease him back, but now that she had seen his cooking, she felt embarrassed to claim her own culinary prowess. "No, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to live alone and possess such excellent cooking skills." Hikari Hoshino's lips curled into a wry smile. "It's precisely because I live alone that I've developed such excellent cooking skills." His words resonated deeply with Sunset Hong, who was also alone, and the compassion in her dark eyes was palpable. "Don't worry, it will get better from now on." Their gazes locked, and this statement held 2 layers of meaning that both understood, yet each assumed the other comprehended only one. "Ahem, these pot stickers will be ready soon. They're best enjoyed with dipping sauce. Would you like to try the sauce I prepared?" Hikari Hoshino suddenly cleared his throat. The previous gaze had drawn them closer. But there was still a student and a daughter present outside, so they couldn't do anything too excessive. Moreover, their relationship had yet to be clarified. They had to be a bit more subtle. "How do I try it?" Sunset Hong's face showed a hint of discomfort, having been single for so many years. This sudden hint of romance made her somewhat unaccustomed. Greedily glancing at her blushing face, Hikari Hoshino dipped his chopsticks into the sauce and brought them to Sunset Hong's lips. Seeing that she hadn't reacted yet, Hikari Hoshino, as if coaxing a child, prompted her, and she dazedly opened her mouth. The moment the sauce-coated chopsticks entered her luscious red lips, Sunset Hong's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected a simple sauce to taste so exquisite, even after the chopsticks had been taken away by Hikari Hoshino. The few drops of sauce clinging to the corner of her mouth were licked clean by her delicate tongue. Hikari couldn't help but swallow hard at such a display. Truly, she was a mature woman. Even a casual gesture like this left him somewhat flustered. Yūhi Kurenai also realized how ambiguous their previous actions had been and quickly stepped back, attempting to regain her composure before giving Hikari a thumbs up. Hikari-kun's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. The food was simply delightful. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the pot stickers prepared by Hikari were finally ready to be served. After dividing the dipping sauce into 4 small dishes, he carefully picked up a pot sticker, dipped it, and offered it to Yūhi Kurenai. "Here, try it with the sauce. It's a different experience." Knowing that she was the mother of his daughter, he felt it was entirely reasonable to indulge her a bit. Kurenai showed no signs of resistance, leaning in to take a gentle bite. The crispy, fragrant exterior combined with the juicy filling and a rich, savory sauce made her eyes squint with delight. This was simply divine. Oh, so this is what they call feeding someone. Unbeknownst to them, two curious little heads appeared at the door, the inquisitive Yūhi Mirai and the blushing Hinata Hyuga. They watched the two in the kitchen with the same fervor as devoted fans. Ding. Your daughter feels happy. Reward points. 100. Alright, so I'm here flirting with your mother, and you reward me with points, huh? Hikari Hoshino observed Mirai's expression with satisfaction. But Kurenai could no longer withstand the gaze of the two little girls and felt quite embarrassed. She quickly swallowed the pot sticker and hurried out of the kitchen. I was just letting Kurenai-sensei taste it. Where are your thoughts wandering? After a brief explanation, Hikari turned to plate the pot stickers. Mirai, please take the cold dishes and soup out. Sure thing, old classmate. Mirai replied, relieved that she had reacted quickly. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently called him dad out loud. As she carried the cold dishes out of the kitchen, Hinata glanced curiously at her, and then at Hikari. If her memory served her correctly, Hikari-kun had been in the same class as her all along, and Mirai had only recently arrived in Konoha. How could they be old classmates? Moreover, the familiarity between them was truly enviable. Once seated, Hinata quietly ate her meal, as speaking during meals was considered quite rude in the Hyuga clan. However, Hikari and the others had no such reservations, especially with Mirai playfully interjecting jokes, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata turned her gaze toward Hikari. Hikari-kun, did you know Mirai before? You seem quite familiar. Not really, but we hit it off right away. It feels like family. Exactly. Mirai chimed in with a smile, casually resting her hand on Hikari's shoulder. Since Dad became that Hokage, he has been a bit serious, but the current Dad is much better. Kurenai watched the interaction between the father and daughter with a smile, noting that aside from their age difference, they had quite a few similarities. If one were unaware of their relationship, it would not be surprising to mistake them for siblings. As they continued their meal, Mirai suddenly seemed to remember something. Abruptly standing up and pointing a trembling finger at Hikari, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yet, the growing flush on her cheeks indicated that she was genuinely upset. Mirai, what's wrong? Are the pot stickers not good? They're delicious, humph. Both Kurenai and Hinata were momentarily taken aback, not understanding what had transpired, while Mirai merely sulked, taking bites of her pot stickers and occasionally shooting Hikari a glare. At that moment, the little girl had an array of unspoken grievances directed at Hikari. As her favorite food, she had witnessed the evolution of Hikari's culinary skills over the years. Therefore, when she expressed her desire for pot stickers, she regretted it, knowing that her father's skills might not have improved yet. Yet, to her astonishment, these pot stickers were simply exquisite. If his culinary prowess had already reached such heights at this time, what did that make the mediocre pot stickers she had endured in the past? It was a cruel trick to play on his daughter. Biting down on a pot sticker with vigor, she felt as if she were taking a bite out of Hikari himself. The intensity of her glare made him feel a shiver run down his spine, as he wondered what could have possibly offended this little girl. Hikari-kun, were you playing me before? You deceived me into eating so many bland pot stickers while your skills were actually this good. Once she finished her meal, Mirai glared at Hikari with her lips pursed, leaving him momentarily speechless. This situation seemed quite difficult to explain. Was he to confess that his cooking had improved due to purchasing culinary skills from a system? However, the system seemed to prohibit him from revealing such information. For a moment, Hikari felt quite flustered, realizing that his attempts to let his daughter sample his cooking had inadvertently caused her considerable distress. But that was Mirai. What did it have to do with the present him? With a laugh, Mirai could not help but chuckle at Hikari's awkward demeanor. I never knew Dad had such a personality when he was younger. It's quite adorable. Yet, I can also sense the care he has for me. All right, I forgive you. But no more tricks. If your cooking is good, just make it good. Why intentionally make it so awful? Very well. Hikari nodded, somewhat exasperated. But ultimately, it was all him. So taking the blame for his future self was of little concern. Hinata observed their interaction with curiosity, finding it exceedingly harmonious, while Kurenai wore a knowing smile, thinking, so this is my future husband and daughter. They really are quite delightful. After dinner, the group cooperatively washed the dishes. Kurenai reclined on her bed, watching the lively conversation between the three, her eyes filled with contentment. It had been years since the household had been this lively. She had almost forgotten what it felt like to have family around. However, this little girl was perhaps a bit too lively. She would need some guidance in the future. After all, when speaking, She had shown a lack of basic respect towards the third Hokage, and if any Umbu had overheard, it could lead to serious trouble. While Mirai continued her conversation with Hinata, she suddenly felt a chill and turned to see Kurenai frowning. An idea popped into her head. Old classmate, look, my aunt is frowning. It must be because the injury you mentioned hasn't healed yet. Why don't you check on her again? Though she had no idea what her mother was thinking, it was clear that it was not friendly. In that case, Mom, don't blame Mirai for causing some trouble. A hint of panic crossed Kurenai's face as she hurriedly waved her hands. No need. I'm perfectly fine, really. Cough, cough, cough. In an attempt to demonstrate her health, she deliberately patted her chest with vigor, but the effort left her breathless, prompting a few coughs instead. Look, my aunt is truly still unwell. Someone ought to examine her. Yūhi Mirai exclaimed, her excitement palpable as her pitch rose. Hinata Hyuga, blushing, approached, suggesting, Red-sensei, perhaps you should get checked. This perfect assist made Mirai feel inclined to give Hinata a thumbs up, and together they solidified the matter. Hoshino Akira stood by, content, knowing that his daughter was managing everything splendidly without needing his input. What are you still waiting for? Come over and check my aunt, Mirai urged, her gaze catching Akira's amused expression, which made her furious. You old man, while I'm here helping you, you just stand by and watch. Chapter 21. Yūhi read, Is this the power of bloodline? Here it comes. Akira chuckled, swiftly moving to the bedside, gathering his chakra once more. Red was about to speak, but managed to clamp her mouth shut with all her might. It felt precisely the same as before. However, with both Mirai and Hinata present, she had to stifle any sounds, determined not to embarrass herself in front of the children. Unable to contain herself, she inhaled deeply, at least buying herself a few seconds. Hinata showed little reaction, but Mirai was nearly bursting with laughter. The sisters had grown up alongside their father and his aunts, witnessing all sorts of situations. This was merely a minor spectacle. Sensing the familiar chakra coursing through her body, Red gritted her teeth, her body taut like a drawn bow. Finally, after enduring Akira's examination, she collapsed back onto the bed, drenched in sweat, but feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort from within. Although the examination was somewhat disconcerting, Akira was indeed using his chakra to mend her past injuries and ailments. Observing Red lying there, Mirai's eyes sparkled with mischief as she tugged at Akira's sleeve. Akira, if you're not tired, could you check Hinata too? She practices gentle fist every day and might have some hidden injuries. Hinata, who had been watching Akira examine Red, widened her eyes in surprise, her cheeks flushing again. She had just seen how Akira checked Red and thought it inappropriate. Unfortunately, her bashful nature made it challenging to refuse. With Mirai presenting one reason after another, before Hinata could think of a way to decline, she found herself pushed aside. Actually, Hinata wanted to protest. But Akira had already begun. The moment his chakra unfurled, she froze, her face turning crimson as she instinctively covered her mouth with both hands. Any thoughts of protest vanished from her mind. Though somewhat embarrassing, she could feel the changes within her body. It was utterly delightful. However, the similarity to Red's state felt a bit awkward. Hinata gently turned her head, striving to avoid eye contact with Red, which only made Mirai snicker continuously. Ding. Your daughter feels exhilarated, earning you 100 points. As Akira continued to channel his chakra, a few dark lines appeared on his face. What was wrong with this girl? How could she be so excited? It seemed he would have to have a serious discussion with her mother to ensure their daughter didn't develop any peculiarities. Suddenly, Hinata's legs straightened, and she blushed even more. In the next moment, she scrambled off the bed and dashed outside at the fastest pace possible. Red-sensei, Akira, I have something to attend to, so I'll head home. Such a rude display was quite rare for Hinata. However, it was understandable. Given her unique constitution and the fact that it was her first intimate interaction with the opposite sex, her shyness was evidently overwhelming. Like a startled fawn, she vanished around the corner in mere seconds. Watching the bewildered Akira, Red shot him a glare. He was completely unaware of the power his examination wielded. So impressive. Perhaps I should try it too? Mirai stood on tiptoe, glancing at Hinata's retreating figure, eager to give it a go. No, Red exclaimed, abruptly sitting up with utmost seriousness. It's late now. Mirai, you will stay here with me. Akira, let me see you off, she urged, as though hastening an unwelcome guest, pushing Akira toward the door. Once outside, Red turned back to notice Mirai had not followed, then pointed a finger at Akira's chest, saying, Mirai is just a child. You mustn't harbor any strange thoughts. Akira's expression darkened at her words. It said that daughters should avoid their fathers, but he was hardly old, nor did he entertain such lewd ideas. Red-sensei, you're overthinking it. I merely felt an instant connection with Mirai, as if she were family. To be honest, it felt as though she were my daughter. As he spoke, Akira cast a teasing glance at Red, whose expression faltered as she swallowed nervously. Is this the power of bloodline? He sensed their connection without knowing Mirai's true identity. Would he deduce that Mirai was their daughter? Words unspoken, each lost in their thoughts. The distance between them gradually diminished. After all, Red was in her 20s and quite attractive. In their face-to-face encounter, their chests inadvertently pressed together before they both jolted back to reality. Mirai is waiting for me. You should go now. Like a startled rabbit, Red panicked, retreating 2 steps. Then pushed Akira away several times before sprinting back inside, shutting the door behind her. Gazing at the closed wooden door, a sly smile crept onto Akira's face. Red had indeed been momentarily dazed, but he had not been caught off guard. He simply played along with her unconscious actions. To think she still felt shy even with their daughter present. Nevertheless, Akira was satisfied with this significant progress as he turned to head home. Before he reached his doorstep, he noticed someone hiding amid the bushes by the roadside. Initially mistaking it for a member of the Umbu, he thought the concealment technique was rather crude. Come out. I see you, he said, arms crossed. In the next moment, a figure emerged. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 22. A decisive attempt to engage in Sasuke's main storyline. Hikari Hoshino gazed in bewilderment at Uchiha Sasuke before him. It seemed they had little to no interaction during their school days. What brought this individual to his side at such a late hour? I wish to learn from you, Naruto had said, claiming that Sasuke surpassed even Kakashi and the others significantly. As Hikari observed Sasuke, whose posture was rigid and whose eyes sparkled with determination, an unusual thought flickered in his mind. His train of thought began to unfurl, spiraling away from him. Since the system indicated that participation in the storyline was necessary, it appeared that Sasuke's life trajectory was, in terms of significance within the main plot, second only to Naruto's. If he were to alter Sasuke's entire narrative, might this not also count as participating in the storyline, perhaps even to a considerable extent? Once this notion took root, Hikari found it impossible to ignore, continuously assessing the feasibility of such an action. In contrast to Naruto, who, despite being ostracized and humiliated by the villagers from a young age, grew to embody the warmth and righteousness of his father, Sasuke's mindset was far more intricate, and his sense of belonging to Konoha was rather tenuous. Hikari had no interest in aiding someone who might ultimately stand against him, as Sasuke might very well side with the third Hokage in opposition to his own goals. Sasuke, curious about Hikari's sudden lapse into thought following his statement, contemplated approaching to offer a reminder. Yet, fearing that his actions might seem intrusive, he hesitated, remaining awkwardly in place. At last, Hikari resolved to act without further hesitation, regardless of whether this endeavor was sanctioned by the system or relevant to the task at hand. He perceived no loss in pursuing it. He would simply proceed. What is the purpose of your desire to grow stronger? Even if Hikari intended to mentor Sasuke, he would not emulate Kakashi's approach of teaching him combat techniques and jutsu from the outset. Rather, he aimed to cultivate Sasuke's critical thinking first. With an expectant gaze directed at him, Sasuke watched as Hikari casually took a seat and posed a question. I want to kill that man. Sasuke's demeanor shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched as he articulated his intent with deliberate emphasis. That man? You mean Uchiha Itachi? Hikari casually uttered the name, a derisive smile crossing his lips, which caused Sasuke to visibly falter, rising abruptly from his seat, lacking even the courage to face the name with composure. How could he possibly seek vengeance against the Uchiha clan? One of Hikari's subsequent remarks left Sasuke momentarily speechless, his lips pressed together as he stared intently at him. If you wish to learn from me, you must adhere to my directives. I refuse to cultivate a mindless tool. Now, sit still, calm your emotions, and respond to my inquiries. If you cannot manage this, you may as well leave and follow the path laid out for you by the village. Unlike his usual aloof demeanor, Sasuke, chastised by Hikari, exhibited no signs of anger. He obediently returned to his chair, taking deep breaths to steady himself. First question, what was your relationship with Uchiha Itachi before the night of the massacre? As Sasuke attempted to regain his composure, the question elicited a tight clenching of his fists, his body trembling involuntarily. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Hikari had not anticipated that such an inquiry would provoke such a profound emotional response from him. He was very kind to me. Memories of Itachi teaching him shuriken techniques, carrying him home, and encouraging him when he stumbled flooded Sasuke's mind, accompanied by that gentle phrase, "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time." Yet in the next instant, he recalled the coldness with which Itachi had extinguished their family for the sake of power, annihilating their entire clan. If it weren't for the pain of his nails digging into his palms reminding him not to succumb to weakness, he might have been on the verge of tears again. Indeed, as a ninja, particularly one striving for strength, every act is purposeful. What do you think was Itachi's motivation for his years of concern for you? Upon hearing Hikari's question, Sasuke instinctively sought to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, do you believe a genius capable of annihilating the Uchiha clan would advance faster through clan resources, or as a rogue ninja outside of Konoha? This question required no response from Sasuke. Any rational individual could discern that the former would yield swifter growth. If he had access to clan resources that facilitated his development, what compelled Itachi to commit such a massacre? What instigated this transformation in him? I will not impede your quest for revenge, but I urge you to contemplate seriously. Perhaps the true orchestrator behind the Uchiha massacre lies beyond Itachi. Sasuke stared blankly at Hikari, his body trembling. Why had Itachi's demeanor shifted so drastically? What was the reality behind the massacre? These were questions he had never entertained, his thoughts solely fixated on enhancing his strength for the sake of vengeance against Itachi. What should I do? At the moment Sasuke uttered this question, Hikari realized that his earlier inquiries had achieved their purpose. However, he had only sought to engage with the narrative and had no intention of ensnaring Sasuke. Rather, he aimed to help him clarify certain individuals. Was this not a mutually beneficial outcome? History serves as a mirror, revealing the rise and fall of powers. Individuals can illuminate gains and losses. Hikari muttered a phrase that Sasuke could barely grasp before tossing him a volume titled The History of Konoha. This was a cherished item from his collection. Untainted by the revisions of the third Hokage, a certain shameless individual had the audacity to declare himself the strongest Hokage in the post-revision history. Examine these records of history, including those pertaining to your Uchiha clan. It covers merely 60 years, detailing key figures and events. Seek any clues within. As for me, I shall guide you until you acquire the strength to exact vengeance for your clan once you uncover the truth. Tomorrow, attend your lessons with Kakashi as usual. But ensure you do not arouse suspicion. After all, you remain unaware of your adversary. Sasuke nodded, tucking the book into his pocket as he headed for the door. Oh, and one more thing. If you wish to discern the truth behind an event, consider who benefited the most once it concluded. That is also a valuable lead. Sasuke paused mid-stride, then nodded vigorously in agreement. The web had been cast. Whether they could reel in a catch, and its magnitude, would depend on Sasuke's intellect and agility. Chapter 23. Blind Youth. You have discovered a gem. Upon returning home, Sasuke did not indulge in rest, but instead hurried to his father's former study, poring over the records pertaining to Konoha with utmost seriousness. Though he struggled to grasp the meaning of Hikari's earlier remarks, he retained the final one. Uncovering who or what truly benefited from the Uchiha clan's demise would bring him closer to the truth. Yet after several analyses, despair began to creep in. It seemed that with the Uchiha clan's fall, the village's strength only diminished, yielding no apparent beneficiaries. With no choice but to continue his exploration, Sasuke found the history of Konoha provided by Hikari Hoshino to be quite comprehensive, documenting significant events from recent times. From the rise of the Three Sannin during the Second Great Ninja War to the emergence of the Golden Flash in the Third, followed by the death of the White Fang, the chaos of the Nine Tails, the downfall of the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru's defection. Yet, how were these events connected to the Uchiha clan? With such questions in mind, Sasuke spent the entire night poring over that thin volume of Konoha history. But he remained utterly perplexed. It wasn't until dawn that, while rummaging through his limited funds to head to the meeting point designated by Kakashi, an impulsive change of direction struck him. The Uchiha clan was not merely comprised of its members and bloodlines. They had amassed considerable wealth over the years. As the prominent first clan of Konoha, even if he were the last remaining member, the inheritance should not be so meager. Although he currently resided within the village, he still retained some memory of the former Uchiha estate and the general locations of their shops. At this hour, most of the shops had yet to open. So he ambled through the former Uchiha territory and the commercial street with an impassive expression. The signs above those shops were unmistakable, predominantly belonging to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans? With a target in mind. Sasuke recalled all the major events he had read about in Konoha's history, and it became surprisingly easy to connect the dots. During the Second Great Ninja War, the rise of the three Sannin saw their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reach the pinnacle of his fame. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Golden Flash came to prominence. Being a direct disciple of Jiraiya and a descendant of Hiruzen, the White Fang of Konoha, renowned for his achievements, was the most suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage. Ultimately meeting a tragic end, after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan was forced to relocate from the center of Konoha, with the fourth Hokage's demise leading to Hiruzen once again seizing power. Following the Uchiha clan's annihilation, their properties were pillaged, with Sarutobi and Shimura clan emblems displayed on the real estate and shops. After Orochimaru's defection, no one in Konoha was deemed worthy to contend for the position of fifth Hokage. Thus, when laid out chronologically, the most benefited party from this series of significant events was none other than the seemingly affable third Hokage. Both power and wealth were largely appropriated by him. Moreover, after 37 years in office, could Hiruzen be entirely oblivious to the movements of that man, Itachi Uchiha? The slaughter of Konoha's foremost ninja clan was a momentous affair. How could he possibly remain uninformed? Rushing back home at the fastest pace, Sasuke meticulously reviewed the Konoha history book from the Ninja Academy, a sardonic expression creeping onto his face. The accounts of the first and second Hokages were exceedingly scant, with the second Hokage merely noted as the teacher of the third Hokage. The illustrious White Fang, the three Sannin, and the Golden Flash were all glossed over, with much of their narrative intertwined with that of the third Hokage, such as these powerful figures being nurtured by him. The most absurd of all was the disparity between the history book provided by Hikari Hoshino and the records of the Uchiha clan, where the first Hokage's would release dominated the ninja world, while the latest edition of the history book in the Ninja Academy proclaimed the third Hokage as the strongest Hokage. A first Hokage, who overshadowed the ninja world, was somehow eclipsed by the third Hokage, who had not intervened during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Was this not a jest? Contemplating this, Sasuke's mood inevitably darkened. Based on the existing intelligence analysis, Hiruzen Sarutobi likely played a nefarious role in the Uchiha clan's extermination. To think that within Konoha, even the Hokage could not be trusted, who then could he rely upon? Ding. Loop task. Daughter's expectation completed. Reward, 500 points. At the moment Sasuke solidified his inner thoughts, the system prompt materialized in Hikari Hoshino's mind. In the next instant, the smile that had graced Hikari's face abruptly froze. 500 points? Was this reward a jest? A mere side plot between Naruto and Mizuki had awarded 2,000 points and the Uchiha bloodline. Yet this was an entire alteration of Sasuke's main storyline. How could it only yield 500 points? Was the system perhaps engaging in some underhanded dealings? Wait a moment. Hikari re-examined the task requirements, suddenly smacking his forehead. He had indeed misjudged the system. His daughter's dissatisfaction stemmed from his low profile and unassuming demeanor. She yearned for him to showcase his abilities. Thus the task's essence was to shine in front of others. Had it not been for the magnitude of the plot change he instigated and the strong sense of involvement, he might not have even earned 500 points. Nevertheless, this was merely an appetizer. In the future, he could orchestrate something grander, such as slaying the Hokage's advisor in full view of all villagers and compelling the Hokage to abdicate. Wouldn't that be an overwhelming display of presence? Wouldn't the points and rewards soar to unprecedented heights? Meanwhile, upon arriving at the gathering point, unlike the original storyline where Team 7 awaited Kakashi under the blazing sun, an exhausted Sasuke, having not slept all night, succumbed to fatigue and sat down to rest. Sakura promptly joined him, leaning against his back, a hint of shyness on her face as she cautiously supported him. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto began to speak, but was abruptly struck by a wave of murderous intent from Sakura, causing him to stiffen and glance over to find her glaring fiercely at him. After finally managing to get this close to Sasuke, if Naruto's foolishness disrupted it, she would ensure he learned a lesson. All right then. Hesitating momentarily, Naruto leaned against them, drawing his knees to his chest. He had endured far worse coldness than Sakura's in his life, so it hardly fazed him. When Kakashi finally arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Sakura dozing off, while Sasuke and Naruto had fallen into a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. So, this was the class he was responsible for, 3 sleepyheads? Chapter 24. The gradual descent into chaos of the barbecue gathering. Unlike Team 7, Yugao did not share Kakashi's penchant for mischief. Her class adhered to a normal meeting time, especially since one of the trio was Hinata, whom she was particularly fond of. Although she did not grasp how someone as introverted as Hinata could be such good friends with her daughter, the significant age gap had not hindered their camaraderie. Thus, Yugao found herself unconsciously giving Hinata a little extra attention. Hey, don't you think Teacher Yugao seems to favor Hinata a bit more? Inuzuka Kiba whispered to Aburame Shino while digging for sweet potatoes, only to receive a perplexed glance in return. Suddenly, a black-shelled beetle crawled from Shino's sleeve, twirling on his fingertip before he pointed at Akamaru lying at his feet. Kiba furrowed his brow for a long moment before enlightenment struck. You mean it's because of Akamaru? Teacher Yugao doesn't like Akamaru? Shino's eyes widened in surprise, nearly choking on his own saliva. This companion's thought process was indeed peculiar. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it directly, alright? Inuzuka Kiba was indeed a person of quick temperament. He could sense that Yamanaka Shino intended to convey something through her gestures, yet he found it too taxing to ponder over, preferring instead to inquire directly. I mean the family secret techniques. Yamanaka Shino's voice was muffled within her collar, and a hint of exasperation flickered across her face, concealed behind her sunglasses. After all, both the Yamanaka clan and the Inuzuka clan were devoted to honing their respective family techniques. Even Hinata was required to train in the gentle fist and Byakugan. Illusions, like those practiced by Yūhi Kurenai, offered little in terms of practical guidance. At most, they imparted some rudimentary knowledge of the shinobi world and the completion of simple tasks. The heritage they acquired within their clan's territory surpassed even Kurenai's understanding. Thus, rather than training, it could be said that they were merely undergoing the same process that every genin from a ninja academy must experience. Hinata, who was often seen as somewhat eccentric, should not be taken too seriously in her words and actions, nor should one be overly concerned about Hikari Hoshino. Currently, Hinata stood beside Yūhi Kurenai, engaged in a casual conversation. The task of harvesting sweet potatoes did not require the supervising Nin to partake in the labor, so the trio divided the responsibilities. Kiba and Shino would dig, while Hinata would tally the harvest. No, I also have a fondness for Hikari. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained eye contact with Kurenai. Moreover, Hikari's culinary skills are exceptional, producing delectable dishes. The mere thought caused Hinata's lips to curl into a shy smile, her blush deepening. The previous night, while Kurenai was momentarily distracted, both Hikari and Yūhi had generously shared numerous pot stickers with her, a rare indulgence that left her feeling pleasantly satiated. She couldn't fathom how they had discerned her hearty appetite. Thus, the day passed in unremarkable tranquility until the evening, when Yūhi, bubbling with enthusiasm, rushed to Hikari's doorstep, pulling him from his chakra meditation. Hikari, today my aunts and 2 other classes are gathering for dinner, and it's my duty to bring you along. Seeing Yūhi's playful expression, Hikari chuckled and tousled her hair, causing her to squint in delight. Were it anyone else, he would have flatly declined during his focused training, but when it was his own daughter requesting his presence, he felt compelled to oblige. As for the matter of training, whether it was today or tomorrow, it hardly mattered. The two made their way to the barbecue restaurant, where 12 individuals were already seated. Upon Hikari's arrival, the first to react was Ino Yamanaka. Hikari-kun, sit here. In the next moment, she elbowed her companion Choji aside, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. When had she developed such strength? Yūhi found it amusing and exchanged a glance with Ino, having witnessed her infatuation with Hikari on numerous occasions. Hinata, wishing to greet Hikari, found her hand lowered as she noticed Ino had already claimed his attention. However, the mischievous Yūhi quickly seized the opportunity, approaching Choji. Just as he was about to indulge in his meal, he heard a low voice beside him. Hey, it seems someone is already sitting there. Turning awkwardly, he found Yūhi glaring at him. Oh, my apologies. Though they were not well acquainted, Choji felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine as he hastily moved to sit beside Shikamaru, nearly toppling his drink in the process. Shikamaru sighed and shifted aside. Women, truly a handful. Yūhi straightened up, her expression transforming into a radiant smile. "Hinata, come sit here." Amidst the astonished gazes of their peers, she dashed to Hinata's side, grabbing her arm and pulling her next to Hikari. "Eye still," Hinata stammered, her fingers nervously entwined. Given her disposition, merely not fainting under the scrutiny of so many was a significant achievement. "Just sit down," Yūhi insisted, firmly seating Hinata in the chair before returning to her own spot. Patting her hands as if completing a task, Kurenai watched in astonishment as her daughter executed her plan with such fluidity. Her lips parted slightly in disbelief. Was her daughter out of her mind? After all, sitting across from them was her father. Was she not concerned about her father turning his affections elsewhere? Noticing Kurenai's expression, Yūhi gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Little did her mother realize the vastness of the future Yamanaka family. "Today marks your first day as shinobi. You've worked hard. Allow me to treat you to some barbecue," Hikari stated, unceremoniously picking up the tongs and expertly flipping the meat on the grill. With his culinary prowess, even the barbecue was flawlessly executed, the meat cooked to near perfection. Hikari-kun is so impressive at grilling. Ino had initially intended to inquire about Hikari's absence from his home the previous night, yet witnessing his skill at the grill quelled any irritation she felt. As she observed, her chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration, Hikari deftly placed the perfectly grilled meat onto Ino's plate. She squealed in delight, eagerly taking a bite that left her tongue scorched yet unwilling to part with the delicious morsel. On his second attempt, he managed to serve 3 pieces at once onto Hinata's plate, causing her cheeks to bloom with embarrassment. Though Hikari did not utter a word, Hinata understood his intent. He wished for her to indulge. As Hikari continued to distribute the grilled delicacies, one for Ino, one for Hinata, one for Yūhi, and one for Kurenai, Asuma Suratobi, who had been smoking, dropped his cigarette in astonishment. He widened his eyes, feeling as though something had shifted above him, oblivious to the cooling breeze of smoke. Wasn't today meant to be a celebration of their first day as shinobi? What was going on with Kurenai? Did Hikari have ulterior motives? Chapter 25. Are you serious about taking a step back? As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with the girls seemingly forming a circle around Hikari, Asuma cleared his throat. "Red, how did the 3 youngsters from your class perform today?" This was the best he could come up with to engage Kurenai in conversation. Unsure how the spirited girl managed to conjure so many ideas, he lowered his voice, noting their laughter, though unable to discern their words. Kurenai's expression faltered, recalling something her daughter had previously mentioned, and her demeanor shifted slightly, though she forced a smile. Their performance was indeed commendable. They are all quite promising young talents. It is only natural, especially with such a formidable jonin as your mentor. Your skills are bound to flourish rapidly. Upon hearing the response from Kurenai Yūhi, Asuma Saratobi let out a soft sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to engage in conversation, he felt reassured, at least not being rejected. Unfortunately, his words left Kurenai somewhat speechless. Despite her previously good mood, the topic he raised abruptly extinguished her cheerfulness. If it were Kakashi, it would be different. He possessed jutsu and other skills to impart to his 3 students. After all, Naruto and Sakura had never undergone systematic training, and Sasuke had lost all his kin at a tender age. Thus, even if Kakashi seemed a bit weary, he could still provide effective guidance, which his 3 students deeply required from their esteemed Jonin mentor. However, for Kurenai, with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, and the Yamanaka clan's insect control techniques, she remained utterly ignorant of how to teach them. Given this situation, coupled with Asuma's current demeanor, it was impossible for her not to recall the words of her friend, Hisashi Hyuga, when they first met. If the 3rd Hokage truly viewed her as merely a tool to assist his son in governing the Hidden Leaf Village, then she was not a mere puppet. She too would understand the need for resistance. Across the table, Sasuke Uchiha silently raised his head while munching on grilled meat. Since morning, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of whether the 3rd Hokage harbored any ulterior motives, or if he truly was the one orchestrating things from the shadows. Wait a moment. If we consider the outcome, Asuma Saratobi is the heir of the Inuzuka clan, while Kurenai teaches the heirs of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. If Asuma indeed wins Kurenai's affections, then in a few years, the strongest ninja clans in the Hidden Leaf will be gathered around him. Could this be mere coincidence? Just like the discoveries he made earlier that morning, this was merely the result of Hiruzen's cunning maneuvers to consolidate his power ensuring the Sarutobi clan's continued dominance over Konoha. Just as the properties that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan were seized by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, perhaps in a few years, they would also manage to subdue the Hyuga clan as they did with the Uchihas. With such thoughts, Sasuke felt an instinctive wave of revulsion towards Asuma, who was so eager to strike up a conversation with Kurenai. Yet, in his current status as a student, he had neither the right to oppose Asuma nor even the qualification to converse with him. Just then, Hinata Hyuga stood up, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she placed a hand on Kurenai's shoulder. "Aunt, I heard that only a few people your age have achieved the rank of Jonin. Apart from the inherently talented Kakashi-sensei and the exceptionally gifted Gai-sensei, it seems Asuma-sensei is among them." "Oh, not quite. But yes, RDREIT and Jinken are indeed just special Jonin." Listening to Hinata's exaggerated remarks, Asuma placed his hand behind his head and suddenly burst into laughter. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Kurenai's newly appeared niece, yet with Hinata speaking on her behalf, he found her much more agreeable. "Wow, Aunt, you're so impressive. But it seems you only became a Jonin just before Hinata and her classmates were about to graduate, right?" Indeed, had it not been for Kurenai recently attaining Jonin status, she wouldn't have been able to lead this 8th squad. Asuma completely failed to notice the faint smirk at the corner of Hinata's mouth, cheerfully providing an explanation. However, this statement, in conjunction with what Hinata had just said, caused Kurenai's smile to vanish in an instant. After all, she was a seasoned ninja who frequently undertook missions, and analyzing intelligence was one of her fundamental abilities. It was worth noting that she graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 9, became a Chunin at 13, and now 13 years had passed. Without any significant achievements or evident progress in strength, she had suddenly been promoted to Jonin by the 3rd Hokage. Apart from the intent to have her mentor the heirs of these 3 clans, she truly could not fathom what qualifications she possessed to be formally recognized as a Jonin of Konoha. Indeed, if one were to assess her strength, she still fell considerably short of the standard. Teacher Kurenai has only just become a Jonin? The group of young ninjas turned their attention to Kurenai, each having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy to become Jonin, filled with ambition and dreams of rapidly enhancing their abilities to make a name for themselves in the shinobi world. Exactly. So the pressure on me is quite substantial. You are my very first class. Observing her 3 students, Kurenai felt a mixture of unspoken burdens. Yet one thing she could assert with certainty was that she would not allow Asuma to succeed. "You need not feel such immense pressure. I believe in you. You will be just fine." Asuma, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, attempted to comfort Kurenai once more. But she took a step back in disdain. Having discerned his intentions, Kurenai no longer wished to engage with him. Asuma, initially intending to continue their conversation, stood frozen as he witnessed Kurenai's retreat, his mind suddenly filled with an inexplicable melody. "Teacher Kurenai, Hikari-kun has finished grilling the meat. Come and eat." Coming. Ino's voice called from behind, prompting Kurenai to turn and join Hikari, leaving Asuma's lips quivering, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 26. Tsunade misled and Shizen bound. During this gathering, aside from the somewhat disheveled Asuma Sarutobi, everyone else enjoyed the meal quite merrily. After all, they were merely children, more focused on the grilled meat than on the conversations of the adults. Not only was Asuma in a complicated mood, but Sakura, who was fixated on Sasuke, and Naruto, who was equally fixated on Sakura, formed a strange triangle of emotions among them. "We shall take our leave now. You should rest early." Hinata's face bore a hint of reluctance, yet she was pulled back home by her aunt. The latter wore a rather displeased expression, determined to address the erratic behavior of her niece, ensuring she understood the consequences of her indiscretion. Just moments after Hikari entered the house, a figure appeared at the entrance. The Yamanaka household should be right here, Shizen." Shizen. The newcomer wore standard ninja sandals, deep blue capri pants, and a tea-green long coat with black trimmings. Beneath the coat, she donned a loose-fitting sleeveless top, her skin exceptionally fair and her features striking. Tsunade flicked her light blonde hair and scanned her surroundings. But she could not locate Shizen, who had been trailing closely behind her. How strange. Yūhi arrived. Yet where has Shizen gone? After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade decided to disregard Shizen's whereabouts for now and boldly approached the Yamanaka residence, pushing the door open to enter. She had clearly seen Hikari enter moments ago. Yet the house was shrouded in darkness, making her somewhat uncomfortable under the night sky. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past her neck, threatening her with an unseen attack. As Hoshino Hikaru emerged from the bathroom, he sensed the presence of a stranger in the living room. He dismissed the possibility of it being either Yūhi Kurenai or Yūhi Mirai, for there was a plant ornament positioned by the door. In the homes of others, it might merely be a decorative green plant. However, for Hoshino, that pot was conjured through his wood release technique. Although it could not perceive its surroundings like eyes would, it could sense chakra with simplicity. Thus, the moment Tsunade intruded, Hoshino detected her chakra, which was significantly more potent than that of Yūhi Kurenai. There lingered a peculiar familiarity in his heart, prompting him to refrain from unleashing his full strength and instead opt to subdue her first. However, this time, Hoshino miscalculated. Despite her hemophobia, Tsunade's battle instincts had not diminished over the years. As Hoshino's palm strike was about to connect with her neck, she reflexively prepared to block the blow. The collision of their fists produced a muffled thud, and Hoshino soon perceived the sound of air being sliced. Even before the attack landed on him, he could discern the formidable strength of his adversary. Fortunately, his bloodline had undergone ancestral enhancement, coupled with extensive training in physical techniques, which rendered his physical prowess far superior to that of an ordinary ninja. The subsequent clash between them generated an invisible shockwave at the point of contact, sending Hoshino's home decor tumbling to the ground. "Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my home?" he demanded, gripping her arm. The recent encounter had left his arms slightly numb. In terms of physical prowess, he was indeed at a disadvantage against her. Yet, he had formed a tentative judgment regarding the identity of the intruder, though he had yet to confirm it. As if in response to his inquiry, Tsunade ceased her movements. Upon Hoshino switching on the lights, a look of surprise crossed her face. Though he had anticipated her arrival, the sight of the striking blonde beauty standing before him left him momentarily flustered. Shouldn't she be in the short book street at this hour? It was only after Orochimaru's plan to overthrow Konoha succeeded, leading to the demise of the third Hokage, that Jiraiya would bring Naruto to invite her back as the fifth Hokage. Why had she returned to Konoha at this moment, and even more perplexingly, appeared in his home? Tsunade maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze toward Hoshino imbued with complexity as her eyes roamed over him. "Lord Tsunade, what brings you to my home at such a late hour?" Hoshino inhaled deeply. In truth, the pressure Tsunade exerted upon him was not overwhelming. After all, he had attained the rank of an elite Jonin. While he might not be able to defeat her, the disparity between them should not be insurmountable. "You know me?" Tsunade's expression reflected a hint of confusion, to which Hoshino responded with a smile. As one of the legendary three of Konoha, the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunadeheim should be recognizable, even without prior acquaintance. Indeed, upon being recognized by Hoshino, Tsunade's urgency diminished. Her eyes fixed intently upon him, she moved slightly, observing him from various angles. However, Hoshino had just bathed, and the lingering scent of soap on his skin caused even Tsunade, a seasoned woman, to swallow hard. At this moment, Naruto's playful reference to Tsunade as grandma might have been excessive. Yet Tsunade was born in the 13th year of Konoha and now found herself in the 63rd year. Even if she appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, her actual age approached 50. Thus, after scrutinizing Hoshino for a considerable time, Tsunade felt her cheeks flush. At this juncture, she felt somewhat unhinged. Having rushed back from Short Book Street due to a few messages, barging into Hoshino's room, the situation had become exceedingly awkward. A young man had just bathed, and she had intruded. What was to be done next? Simultaneously, in a nearby room within Hoshino's residence, Shizune was gagged, producing muffled sounds as she lay bound in an embarrassing position on the tatami mat. Before her stood a girl on tiptoe, gazing toward Hoshino's room, her eyes alight with excitement. Shizune, striving to free herself, rubbed the fabric of the gag against the bed, and with the aid of her tongue, she eventually dislodged it from her mouth. "Who are you, and why have you tied me up?" Chapter 27. Unable to control her lower half. Unrelated to the system under normal circumstances, Shizune should not have been so composed. Yet, the girl before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Tsunade. Although they differed in physique, the blonde hair, facial features, and attire were nearly indistinguishable. Thus, she did not call for help immediately. Instead, she scrutinized the girl for several seconds before posing her question. The girl, finishing the last of the dumplings in her hand, crossed her legs playfully, exuding an inexplicable charm. "Shizen, dear, there's no need to fret. After all, you and I have a connection. I will release you shortly." With that, a smile graced her face, and her crescent-shaped eyes, filled with mischief, pushed the gag back into Shizen's mouth. Though Shizen did not sense any malice emanating from the girl, being tied up by another girl was undeniably humiliating, especially considering she was AJ Nin of Konoha. However, her chakra points had been sealed by the girl's unknown means, rendering escape impossible. She could only squirm helplessly. Meanwhile, Tsunade's complexion deepened in hue. The recent actions had left Hoshino, freshly bathed, with his bathrobe precariously close to slipping off his waist. Even as a woman of considerable experience, she had never encountered such a scene, prompting her to clear her throat awkwardly and avert her gaze. From Hoshino's perspective, Tsunade's fair skin displayed a faint blush, as if time had no effect on her. Her bashful demeanor made it impossible to perceive her as a woman nearing 50. In light of his own psychological age, which had matured into the 30s, Hoshino felt compelled to show respect in the presence of Tsunade, whose breathing caused her bosom to rise and fall rhythmically. Due to the nature of his bathrobe, Hoshino inclined slightly, redirecting the conversation. "Lord Tsunade, you have yet to explain your presence in my home." Tsunade's face flushed deeper, her awareness of Hoshino's posture evident. As a medical ninja, she possessed a keen understanding of human anatomy, thus grasping why he maintained such a stance while conversing with her. "In truth, I received a message regarding my daughter. It was said that someone had awakened would release, prompting my return to Konoha. The address left was yours. I have never been married. How could I have a daughter? Hence, it was only natural for me to come here to investigate." Facing Hoshino, Tsunade's admission was profoundly embarrassing. As one of the legendary three, being lured to Hoshino's home by a mere rumor felt overly theatrical. Moreover, the notion of her having a daughter seemed fabricated. How could she not know whether she had a daughter or not? The rationale is something Tsunade naturally comprehends, yet inexplicably, the moment she glimpses the information on the note, she instinctively chooses to believe it. Hoshino Hikaru's expression quickly turned peculiar. Without the system, he might have dismissed the matter as a prank of false information. However, with the emergence of the system and the appearance of his future daughter, Tsunade's claims now seemed exceedingly plausible. This newly introduced daughter not only reached out to Tsunade, but also summoned her back to Konoha, to her own home. Could it be that she was born of both Tsunade and himself? Surely not. Although he had fantasized about polygamy, could it be that his future self truly accomplished such a feat? After all, this was Tsunade. What on earth was this system? And how had it conjured a daughter for him? Was he to serve yet another daughter in the future? Ding. The system is a paternal system, solely responsible for bringing the host's daughter back. As for the number of daughters, it's beyond the system's control if one cannot manage their lower half. All right. Previously when I inquired about tasks, there was no response. Now, the moment I make a sarcastic remark, you immediately provide a system notification, right? With all that dinging, it seems this system is indeed intelligent. Or is it? Wait, it just mentioned the number of daughters. Could there be more than just these two in the future? That seems rather exaggerated. Please do not disclose my return to others. My companion, Shizen, has just gone missing, and I need your assistance to locate her." Tsunade, observing Hoshino Hikaru's dazed expression, mistakenly thought he was astonished that she had been so easily deceived back to Konoha, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, Shizen was unaware of the information on the note. Should she not be found, she might wander throughout Konoha. At this moment, Tsunade wished to keep her return a secret from her mentor's little group, so she had to ask Hoshino Hikaru to help search for Shizen. Fine. I'll go take a look shortly." Hoshino Hikaru shrugged helplessly, while Tsunade turned her head away. "First, go put on some clothes." Her delicate and handsome visage, coupled with the exposed contours of her upper body, emanated an oddly familiar warmth. This scenario was simply asking for trouble with Tsunade, the older woman. What was crucial was that she failed to consider that with her allure, which young man could withstand such close proximity. Suddenly, Hoshino Hikaru stepped forward, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen in surprise. What was he up to? Could it be that he intended something peculiar, despite being significantly younger than her? Unconsciously, Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixated on Hoshino Hikaru. Yet, he gently extended his hand, brushing aside the tousled golden locks that had been caught in her clothing. "Your hair is a bit messy. Let me help you." With a casual smile, he turned and walked toward his bedroom, leaving a blushing Tsunade in the hall. In her unobstructed view, the corners of Hoshino Hikaru's lips curved into an irrepressible grin. After all, this was Tsunade. Who could resist the opportunity to tease her so openly? TCH, I thought you had some skill. Turns out you're just an impudent rascal. Watching Hoshino Hikaru dress and prepare to leave, Tsunade turned her head, feigning disdain as she pursed her lips. Chapter 28. A woman who terrifies Hoshino Hikaru. As Hoshino Hikaru and Tsunade engaged in this interaction, Shizun lay quietly on the tatami mat, observing the girl who had bound her as she posed before a mirror, gesturing. Finally, after a few minutes, it seemed she had completed her conception. With swift hand seals, a thin mist enveloped her body, revealing a stranger's appearance in her place. Who is this? A hint of confusion crossed Shizun's face. The individual in front of her, once with golden hair, now sported long blue-white locks, her skin paler than before. Although her face remained delicate, two horns had inexplicably sprouted from her head, and she wore a white garment adorned with black magatama patterns. Such a style, even after years of wandering in the ninja world with Tsunade, was entirely unfamiliar to Shizun. What left her utterly astonished was that the unfamiliar visage bore two Byakugan eyes. Even in her confusion, she could discern that this young girl harbored ill intentions towards Konoha. She had even transformed into a member of the Hyuga clan. What could her motives possibly be? Cough. Aunt Kagaya's face is truly enchanting. No wonder Dad adores it. The girl's voice had matured significantly as she admired her reflection in the mirror, then raised an eyebrow at the still-lying Shizun. I'll go deal with the bad guys. Aunt Shizun, I'll return to find you soon. Like a child soothing a parent, she approached and patted Shizun's shoulder, tousling her hair before turning to exit the room. Remaining on the tatama mat, Shizun held her breath, listening to the retreating footsteps, ensuring no one else was around. Before attempting to rub the cloth binding her mouth against the tatami to free herself, she wished to employ the same trick again, attempting to dislodge the fabric from her mouth and push the cloth ball out. Although Tsunade had mentioned that this was a secret return to Konoha, given the circumstances, Shizun decided to prioritize her escape before anything else. However, after having previously managed to push out the cloth ball, this time the binding was far too secure, rendering her efforts futile. Even as her cheeks reddened from the rough tatami, her endeavors were in vain. She could only sigh helplessly within. So you're going to deal with the bad guys? In Konoha, I see you as the worst of them. While Shizun silently berated, not far away on the rooftops, several ninjas clad in umbu attire were leaping from building to building, advancing toward Hoshino Hikaru's residence. Lord Danzo has given orders. The target is utilizing wood release, and we must not take any lives. Therefore, we must resolve this swiftly and quietly, ensuring the third Hokage remains unaware of our operation and that no suspicions arise. Yes. The ninjas trailing behind responded in hushed tones before hastening their movements. The Root organization, previously disbanded under the third Hokage's orders following the Uchiha massacre, consisted of ninjas brainwashed by Danzo. Even though the organization was ostensibly dissolved, they merely scattered, taking on different roles throughout Konoha. Yet, the moment Lord Danzo issued a command, these loyal ninjas would immediately spring into action. They had long since extinguished their own will, and their very existence revolved around fulfilling the tasks assigned by Danzo. For them, the mission took precedence even above their own lives. As Hoshino Hikaru's house came into view, a figure leapt down from the branches above. Boom! Before anyone could react, the leading ninja was struck by a rapid descent from above, a fist crashing into his back. Within that seemingly delicate frame erupted an extraordinarily terrifying power. The leading ninja crashed to the ground, creating a tremor that reverberated through the surrounding structures. There was no doubt. The unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoed loudly in the stillness. It was evident that, with blood pouring from his mouth, he was not long for this world. The remaining few were momentarily stunned, yet they made no inquiries. Having already turned against their comrade, they tacitly accepted him as an enemy. In the next instant, they simultaneously drew their kunai and charged towards the shadow ahead. If only I possessed the prowess of Kagaya, how splendid that would be. The woman, who had landed beside the fallen ninja's corpse, curled her lip in disdain and then, belatedly, stuck out her tongue. After all, she bore the appearance of the most powerful of all ants. If Kagaya were to discover that she had made such a face while using her visage, it would surely earn her a well-deserved reprimand. However, though she lacked Kagaya's formidable strength, she was more than capable of overpowering these mid-tier root ninjas. Perhaps after Danzo had fragmented the root organization, it had significantly impacted the intelligence gathering within Konoha, leaving him oblivious to the true prowess of Hoshino Hikaru. In Danzo's mind, Hoshino Hikaru was merely a remnant of his initial cell transplant experiments, akin to Yamato. Thus, the ninjas dispatched to confront him, while compatible in attributes and exhibiting a remarkable synergy, were, in terms of strength, nothing more than Chunin level. It is possible that Danzo had been misled by the special Jonin title granted to Hoshino Hikaru by the third Hokage, naively believing that a few Chunin could eliminate him through coordinated ambush. Unfortunately for them, they never even laid eyes on Hoshino Hikaru before being systematically dispatched. Oh dear. Just as Hoshino Hikaru had donned his clothing and opened the door to step outside, he instantly noticed the commotion unfolding. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell agape. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he involuntarily let slip a colloquial exclamation from his past life. Yet, he paid little heed to the unfolding chaos. His gaze was fixated solely on the distant figure with blue-white hair. At that moment, he wished fervently that he were blind. Who is that? Has the system merely pulled my daughter from the future? But who is that woman standing in the street? That is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 29. This Naruto world is utterly insane. Even though Hoshino Hikaru was confident in his abilities and emboldened by newfound powers, he would never be reckless enough to believe he could contend with her. After all, that is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Shouldn't she be peacefully sealed away on the moon? How could she suddenly materialize in Konoha? The thought that this figure might merely be an illusion of Kagaya never crossed Hoshino Hikaru's mind. At this point in time, within the entire Naruto universe, aside from Kagaya's long-lost son, Black Zetsu, only Hoshino Hikaru, having read the original work, was aware of Kagaya's true appearance. Others were entirely ignorant of her existence. So how could anyone transform into her likeness? Surely, Black Zetsu, that schemer, would not be so nostalgic as to disguise himself as her just to make an appearance in Konoha. What is going on? Tsunade, still in the hall, had just sighed in relief when she noticed Hoshino Hikaru retreating at an alarming speed from the doorway, his face etched with panic. This starkly contrasted with the composed demeanor he had displayed moments earlier. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was not intentionally seeking her attention. After all, since entering the room, Hoshino Hikaru had been peering through the door crack, surreptitiously observing the outside. If this were a deliberate act, it would be rather careless of him. The little rascal outside had dispatched all the ninjas in mere moments, and while transforming, had only thought of her aunt Kagaya. Fully aware that Kagaya had yet to return to the ninja world. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her father was also familiar with her aunt's appearance. She had no inkling of the shock this visage was causing her father. To speak plainly, Hoshino Hikaru's chakra was now fully mobilized, and he was prepared to flee. Tsunade. The moment he uttered her name, she turned to him, noticing that his eyes were intently fixed on the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya strolling down the street. Beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Prepare yourself. The moment I speak, sprint outside with utmost speed, expending chakra for the body flicker technique. Should anything go awry over there, I will unleash the divine tree to create a barrier and then flee with all my might. If even Pain, that second-rate ninja, could utilize Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan to obliterate Konoha, what chance do I stand against the ultimate Otsutsuki Kagaya? Even if I unleash would release. Whether it will have any effect remains uncertain. Who is it out there? Could it be that old coot, the third Hokage, has come to pay a visit? Tsunade tilted her head, somewhat unconcerned, rolling her eyes at Hoshino Hikaru. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, she held considerable confidence in her abilities and would not be easily intimidated. Just moments ago, she had found this cheeky boy rather amusing. But his sudden display of fear was disappointing. If Hoshino Hikaru possessed such a meager spirit, she saw no reason to waste her time with him and would rather seek out Shizune to return to the hospital. Being as straightforward as she was, Tsunade acted on her thoughts without hesitation. Thus, she disregarded Hoshino Hikaru's warning and moved to push open the wooden door. Are you out of your mind? Step back. In his agitation, Hoshino Hikaru's chakra flickered away, and he grasped Tsunade's arm with great urgency, pulling her into his embrace while covering her mouth with one hand. His entire being tensed, his eyes fixed outside, fearful of being detected by Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, she possessed Byakugan. If she chose to look, she could easily perceive his hidden form behind the door. Initially, he had believed he had been reborn in a novice village, intending to follow the storyline and, with the assistance of his golden finger, rise to prominence. Yet, before he could even leave the novice village, the ultimate challenge appeared before him. What use are the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, even if honed to perfection? Can they compare to the original Otsutsuki bloodline? I fear that even combined, they would not stand a chance against Kaguya. At this moment, Hoshino Hikaru had yet to notice that Tsunade, held in his embrace, had flushed red, her fists clenched. However, looking up at Hoshino Hikaru, Tsunade understood that he was not merely playing a prank. The chakra emanating from him instilled a sense of caution, yet also an inexplicable warmth. It was precisely for this reason that she refrained from delivering a punch to Hoshino Hikaru's face. Had it been anyone else, such as that lecherous old man with white hair, he might have already suffered a multitude of broken bones. In the bustling streets, Otsutsuki Kaguya had just dealt with several root ninjas before slowly vanishing around the corner. Hoshino Hikaru let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. A gentle breeze that slipped through the door sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. What truly weighed heavily on his mind was the realization that he was currently embracing the formidable Tsunade. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and the rapid thumping of her heart resonated against his chest. Although Tsunade's cheeks were flushed and her eyes glistened with emotion, Hikaru had no doubt that she could erupt in fury at any moment, ready to unleash her wrath upon him. However, he could not afford to let his guard down, for Kaguya might only have temporarily departed. Hesitant to make any sudden movements, Hikaru maintained his position, finally exhaling deeply after several minutes. Regardless of how she had escaped the moon seal, he was grateful to have preserved his own life. It was imperative that he quickly locate his second daughter and earnestly complete their mission, swiftly reaping the rewards. The current state of the Naruto world was bewildering to Hikaru. It was utterly chaotic. Just 2 days after Naruto and Sasuke's graduation, Kaguya had emerged. How could he possibly navigate such a tumultuous situation? It felt as though Iron Man had just been created, only for Thanos to appear before him, casually toying with the 6 Infinity Stones. It was nothing short of absurd. Chapter 30. Ryuui. My name is Senju Ryuui. With the threat of Kaguya dissipated, Hikaru finally glanced down at Tsunade, only to realize that they had a daughter together. Could it be that he harbored a hidden preference for mature women? At 26, Yūhi Kurenai was one thing, but even the 50-year-old Tsunade had not escaped his attention. Despite her youthful appearance and remarkable elasticity, there remained a significant disparity in their ages. Reflecting on his previous intimate encounters with Kurenai and the current situation with Tsunade cradled in his arms, Hikaru couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Tsunade, still nestled against him, quickly noticed his change in demeanor. Gritting her teeth, she glared up at him, her tone sharp. Hey, you little lecher. It's time you knew your limits. The murderous intent in her voice suggested she was ready to strike him at any moment. All right. Hikaru chuckled awkwardly as he gently helped her to her feet, smoothing her hair and clothes in the process. Now tell me, who was out there just now that caused such a reaction? The frost on Tsunade's face had yet to dissipate. If Hikaru did not elucidate the matter, she would not let it slide. Although the chakra within him evoked a sense of familiarity, Tsunade was not one to tolerate disrespectful antics. I encountered an extraordinarily powerful adversary, one that has existed since ancient times. Hikaru's expression was grave. The pressure exerted by Kaguya had been immense, a true brush with life and death. Oh, an ancient being, you say? Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, her silence leaving Hikaru feeling perplexed. He had considered confiding in her about the Otsutsuki clan, but her reaction was entirely unexpected. Oh, means I understand. As a descendant of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Tsunade possessed an acute intuition, further sharpened by her status as the strongest medical ninja in the shinobi world. Her understanding of the human body made it clear that Hikaru had spoken truthfully. That was sufficient for her. As for why such a figure would appear in Konoha, that was beyond her concern. She would not seek out the third Hokage over such matters. Tsunade was straightforward, unlike her grandfather, who was often foolish. Although she lacked concrete evidence, she had her suspicions regarding the third Hokage's actions, which explained his prolonged absence. Having refrained from directly confronting him, Tsunade had shown him a remarkable degree of tolerance. Just around the corner, where they could not see, Kaguya, who had appeared cold and aloof moments ago, transformed back into the girl who had bound Shizune after a puff of white smoke. That future version of Sunset must have arrived before me. but she's likely too preoccupied with her own amusement. Unlike me, as she muttered to herself, pride radiated from her features. It's me, Senju Ryuui, who is truly dependable. I helped Dad deal with several root ninjas as soon as I arrived. Dad, you better reward Ryuui handsomely, she sang cheerfully, skipping towards the house where Shizune was restrained. Clearly, her spirits were high, yet one could only wonder how she would feel if Hikari discovered that Kaguya was merely a manifestation of her powers. Don't be upset, Aunt Shizune. Our relationship is quite good. Ryuui squinted playfully as she sat beside the bound Shizune, who stared intently back at her, eyes filled with unspoken implications. What kind of relationship is this? What sort of bond exists when one is tied up in such a bizarre manner? Don't worry, my aunt will be here to rescue you soon. Can you guess who she is based on my appearance? As she spoke, Ryuui stood and slowly spun before Shizune. In the fluttering of her garments, Shizune abruptly ceased her struggles, captivated by Ryui's resemblance to Tsunade. Having spent years by Tsunade's side, she could not fail to notice the striking similarities between them. If it were not for this resemblance, Ryuui would have had a far more challenging time subduing her. Suddenly, Shizune began to vocalize, shaking her head as if to signal Ryuui to remove the cloth gag, stifling her speech. Something was amiss. Meanwhile, after reassuring Tsunade, Hikari began to sense something was off. Given Kaguya's temperament, she would undoubtedly eliminate all ninjas upon escaping the moon. It was inconceivable that she would only deal with a handful of patrolling guards and then depart. Moreover, her exit had been far too nonchalant. Upon regaining his composure after the initial shock of her presence, Hikari's intellect surged back, uncovering the discrepancies in the earlier events. Noticing Hikari's furrowed brow, Tsunade, standing beside him, mirrored his concern. Initially, she had not worried too much about Shizune, considering they were in Konoha, the place where they had grown up. Even if temporarily separated, she felt assured that Shizune would not encounter any danger. However, Hikari's demeanor indicated the presence of an exceptionally formidable foe within Konoha, which left Tsunade anxious for Shizune's well-being. In matters concerning the safety of Shizune, even if she had no desire to meet the third Hokage, she would still opt to venture out in search of her. Noticing Tsunade's expression at that moment, Hoshino Hikaru recalled the request for assistance that had been made to him. Rest assured, I shall depart immediately to find Shizune. There is no need for you to worry. With that, Hoshino Hikaru opened the door and stepped outside, heading to the location where Otsutsuki Kaguya had recently appeared to ascertain the situation. If it were truly her, then her previous behavior would indicate that her strength was still largely depleted, allowing for greater maneuverability on Hoshino's part. Conversely, if she were an imposter causing chaos in Konoha, Hoshino would take it upon himself to deal with her. At that moment, Senju Ryuui, who sat beside Shizune, smiled as she gently removed the cloth from Shizune's mouth. Who are you? What is your name? Shizune inquired softly, rather than demanding answers. Ryuui, I am Senju Ryuui, came the reply. Chapter 31. Rescuing Shizune. The escape of Senju Ryuui. Even though Shizune had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but widen her eyes upon hearing Ryui's name. Senju Ryuui, could she possibly be a relative of Lady Tsunade? If so, that meant Lady Tsunade was not alone anymore. Having been with Tsunade for so many years, Shizune understood the profound impact that the deaths of Senju Ryuui and her uncle had on Tsunade. If this Senju Ryuui was indeed Tsunade's niece, it would mean that Tsunade had gained a family member once more. Such a blood bond was something Shizune, as a mere apprentice, could never provide. So, the aunt you refer to as Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked, her gaze intense as she looked at Senju Ryuui, who nodded in response, causing Shizune to smile. Please untie me. I am Lady Tsunade's apprentice, and we are meant to return together. Now that both their identities were clear, Shizune felt a sense of relief, fearing she might have encountered an enemy sent from God knows where within Konoha. All right, I will untie you now, but you mustn't be angry, nor tell my aunt. Senju Ryuui chuckled awkwardly, realizing how embarrassing it was to have tied up Shizune in the first place. You need not worry. Shizune nodded with a smile. Though her thoughts remained concealed, her fists still tightly clenched. Just then, as Ryuui leaned against the window, she noticed Hoshino Hikaru stepping out of his house, his gaze fixed intently in her direction, followed closely by Tsunade. Earlier in the house, Hoshino had pinpointed Shizune's possible location at the small building diagonally across the street. He had lived on this street for 8 years, knowing nearly every household well. The owner of that small building had vanished years ago, leaving it in a state of disuse. He had even passed by during the day. How was it that lights were now illuminated inside at night? Clearly, someone who did not belong there had moved in after dusk. Coupled with Shizun's disappearance, Hoshino concluded that there was a high likelihood she was inside that building. Oh no, they're coming. I must retreat. Without time to untie Shizun, Senju Ryuui swiftly leaped from the window on the other side of the house and fled into the distance. Do you think Shizun is here? Tsunade glanced at the building before Hoshino, somewhat helplessly reiterating, possibly. I mean, she might be here. Okay. After acknowledging his words, Tsunade forcefully pushed the door open, and Hoshino could distinctly hear the sound of the door latch shattering. True to her reputation, Tsunade was efficient, disregarding whether or not anyone was actually inside. Once inside, she casually scanned the room before heading straight for the second floor. With her keen hearing, she could faintly detect familiar breathing sounds from above. Indeed, as they rushed upstairs, they found Shizun bound and placed on the tatami mat. However, the knots binding her did not appear to be those typical of a kidnapping. Hoshino, following closely behind Tsunade, gulped involuntarily at the sight. The straightforward binding, though elementary, rendered Shizun in a rather alluring manner. Hey, turn your head away. You mustn't look. Noticing Shizun's condition, Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she glared at Hoshino. His expression shifted suddenly, and he met her gaze sternly, his voice laced with urgency. What are you looking at? The priority now is to free Shizun. What are you thinking? Taken aback, Tsunade hurried to Shizun's side, diligently working to untie her. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, while she focused on the knot, Hoshino, though maintaining a serious facade, could not help but observe Shizun closely. After all, he had never been in this house before, and it was entirely normal for a ninja to assess their surroundings in unfamiliar settings. It must be said, these female ninjas often concealed their figures beneath traditional garments. But when forced into such tight clothing, their true forms were revealed. Shizun, how did you end up tied up here? Tsunade casually inquired while untying the ropes, to which Shizun's face reflected a sense of grievance. Is it not because of your niece? You really ought to discipline her. She is far too mischievous, Shizun replied. Her gentle demeanor and respect for Tsunade notwithstanding, having been bound in such an awkward position for so long induced a hint of dissatisfaction within her. My niece. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, while Hoshino sighed in resignation behind her. He was quite familiar with this false identity of niece. After all, a certain girl resided in Yūhi Kurenai's household as well. It seemed this one was indeed Tsunade's daughter. Yes, her name is Senju Ryuui. Senju Ryuui? I haven't heard that name before. And isn't the Senju clan? Hoshino interrupted himself with a deliberate cough, successfully drawing the attention of the two women, who were staring at each other in confusion. Never mind her identity for now. Shizun, did you notice which direction she went? In contrast to the trivial words exchanged between the two women, Hoshino was far more concerned about his daughter's whereabouts. As for the incident of binding Shizun, children can be mischievous. It was only natural, and it had not caused Shizun any harm. If it had been a boy, Hoshino would have certainly reprimanded him thoroughly, but with a daughter, a little spirited behavior was acceptable. She would grow up strong and resilient. She ran that way out the window. Tsunade had just finished untying Shizun, and both of them leaned toward the window to look out. A small head peeked around the corner in the distance, locking eyes with Hoshino. Ryui's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, had I known, I wouldn't have looked back. I didn't expect to be caught by my parents. Without a second thought, she turned and dashed away. Chapter 32. A retrospective strike at weakness, mutual harm. Who is that person? Tsunade's brows furrowed as she had merely caught a glimpse of a turning silhouette. Yet, this figure bore a striking resemblance to her. After a moment of contemplation regarding her niece, Tsunade suddenly found herself frozen in place. Could this girl truly be the one who claimed to be her daughter and had conveyed a message to her? From that fleeting glance, they did indeed share certain features. Was it possible that she had unknowingly given birth to a daughter over a decade ago? The thought sent Tsunade reeling. It felt absurd. In stark contrast, Hoshino Hikaru was absolutely certain that the one who had just fled was indeed his daughter. Ding. Your daughter feels fortunate because of you. Reward, 100 points. While other things might be fabricated, the system notification in his mind could not be false. The points had increased, so who else could it possibly be? However, judging by the current trend, it seemed that he would not be limited to just these two daughters. He couldn't help but wonder who else, aside from Yugao and Tsunade, had borne him children. Some people might vocally express disdain, Yet in their hearts, they were already reveling in joy as vibrant faces flitted through his mind. It must be said that the beauties in the Naruto universe were indeed numerous. What a stroke of luck for me. Tsunade-sama, did you see her? Ino chimed in, leaning forward to peer out the window, but was unable to spot anything. No, she was gone by the time I arrived. Tsunade's heart raced, leaving little room for her to ponder Ino's question, and she merely waved her hand dismissively. Although it had only been a brief moment, the shock Tsunade experienced was significant. First, Ino had gone missing. Then, she had been teased by that lecherous Hoshino Hikaru. Next, there was the emergence of a terrifying adversary from ancient times. And now, out of nowhere, a niece, no, a daughter, had appeared. Within just a few hours, this seasoned ninja was left feeling utterly disoriented. So, where shall we go now, Tsunade-sama? Back to the Senju clan's residence? Ino looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression, to which Tsunade responded with a cold smirk. What is left of the Senju estate? Just a few dilapidated houses. Returning there would only subject us to being watched like criminals. Unlike Sasuke, who was only 12 years old. Tsunade had lived in the ninja world for many years. She was well aware of the implications. The moment the Senju clan's legacy was adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, she fully comprehended the nature of her teacher. Hey, kid, do you have any spare rooms at home? Hoshino Hikaru, who had been deep in thought, was taken aback by Tsunade's implication that she intended to stay at his house with Ino. I do, but... No buts, we are going to your house. Before he could finish, Tsunade had already grasped Ino's arm and was heading out. She knew where Hoshino's home was, so they could go directly. Hey, are you two just going to move into my house without my consent? Hoshino exclaimed, trying to catch up with them. Upon entering the house, Tsunade had no intention of consulting Hoshino. She immediately directed Ino to tidy up the room. Are you really moving into my house? Aren't you worried about, he began, feigning a lecherous expression as he scrutinized Tsunade. You could certainly try it. After all, I must admit you are quite decent looking, so I wouldn't be at a loss. Having lived in the short-sleeve district for quite some time, Tsunade had encountered countless people and situations. There was no way Hoshino's little ploys could provoke her. Instead, she playfully hooked her finger under Hoshino's chin, gently caressing it. Hoshino rolled his eyes, casually swatting her hand away. Don't worry, as a boy, I'll protect myself. I won't let any old aunties take advantage of me. Old auntie. This lecherous brat dared to call her that? Those 3 words struck a nerve with Tsunade. At that moment, it felt as if her forehead was about to explode, her veins throbbing. Do you little lecher, not have eyes? Can't you see my unparalleled beauty? This was not mere self-praise. During her time in the short-sleeve district, had it not been for her formidable strength that kept those ruffians at bay, she shuddered to think how many would have sought to exploit her. Even amidst such circumstances, she could still sense the heated gazes upon her every time she visited the gambling den. Yet this little brat had the audacity to call her an old auntie. Typically, even if someone dared to call her aunt, Tsunade would frown. How much more infuriating was it that Hoshino had added the word old? With her temper flaring, Tsunade could no longer hold back and swung a punch at him. Hoshino knew he had struck a nerve and kept his body tense. Noticing Tsunade's movement, he swiftly grasped her wrist. Before she activated her sealing technique, his strength was still comparable to hers. Such trivial matters would not provoke Tsunade to unleash her full power. After several futile attempts to break free, Tsunade glared at Hoshino's smug face, her anger boiling over. Upon glancing down, she realized her wrist was still clasped in his grip. Fueled by rage, she opened her mouth and bit into Hoshino's arm. His eyes widened in shock. After all, she was Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Resorting to biting when she couldn't strike him. Wasn't that the behavior of a petulant child? Hey, are you a dog? Why are you biting me? If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Hoshino grumbled, feeling the pain radiating from his arm, glaring at Tsunade, who met his gaze without hesitation. All right. Hoshino was not without his temper. Tsunade was currently gnawing on his arm, and 2 significant weaknesses were right in front of him. Without hesitation, he reached out with his free hand and pinched her sensitive spot. How dare this little rascal do such a thing? Tsunade, still biting down, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him. This time, Hoshino wore a triumphant expression, maintaining eye contact with Tsunade while slightly lifting his chin. Will you not release me? At that moment, Hoshino had seized the upper hand, while Tsunade continued to bite down, intensifying her grip, causing Hoshino to furrow his brow. Tsunade was not one to easily relent, especially after Hoshino had just touched a sensitive spot. They found themselves locked in a stalemate, with Tsunade biting his arm and Hoshino gripping her weak point. While Tsunade was indeed furious, she was still mindful, otherwise. With her strength, a single bite would surely have cost him a chunk of flesh. Yet, whether due to the familiar feeling Hoshino elicited or the bizarre events of the day affecting her mood, Tsunade's current state was undoubtedly different from usual. At least her slightly reddened eyes were not typical of her demeanor. I was wrong. I may have overstepped, Hoshino finally admitted after a moment of hesitation. Realizing that Tsunade was, after all, his wife and the mother of his child, taking a step back wouldn't hurt. Though they had yet to officially confirm their relationship, the bond between them was tenuous, held together by the familiarity embedded in the Senju bloodline. In Hikari Hoshino's heart, however, he had already come to regard Tsunade as his own. With a child now in the picture, could she truly be allowed to slip away? Lady Tsunade. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Shizune emerged from the tidied room. The two instinctively released their grips, stepping back and feigning nonchalance. At that moment, Tsunade's gaze towards Hikari was imbued with an inexplicable sentiment. She had certainly overheard his intent to apologize. Since he had extended such a courtesy, as an elder, she felt it was only right not to hold a grudge. Internally, she found herself a way to gracefully descend from the situation, allowing a hint of warmth to grace her expression. Have you tidied up? Then I shall take a look inside. With a flick of her braid, she pivoted and entered the room. It was only after the bedroom door had closed that Tsunade felt her cheeks flush, gently rubbing the sensitive area he had dared to touch. Goodness, after all these years, it was the first time an opposite sex had ventured here. And to apply such force. What an impudent rascal. Humph. Setting aside the fact that she had forgiven him, the way he called her old aunt was something she would certainly not forget. To claim disinterest while gripping so tightly was nothing short of hypocrisy. It must be said, women are indeed peculiar creatures. Forgiveness may be granted, but grudges remain etched in memory. After exchanging a few casual words with Shizune, Hikari retreated to his modest quarters. Although classified as 2 rooms, the space was merely 2 wooden partitions, leaving the area tragically cramped. Typically, he would linger in the common area, but with Tsunade now residing there, needing to bathe and rest, he felt it inappropriate to remain outside. Furthermore, he needed to contemplate the whereabouts of his newly revealed daughter. Senju Ryuui. Unlike the straightforward approach of Yūhi Kurenai, who sought out her daughter upon arriving in Konoha, Ryuui seemed to lack such intentions. Although she had managed to persuade Tsunade to return, it appeared she had no desire to reside with her. Nevertheless, the priority remained to locate her. Who could predict if other daughters might be dispatched by this system in the future? Preparation was essential. Meanwhile, Kurenai had just returned home, preparing to cook, while her daughter, Future, had already dashed off to play with Hinata. She made no effort to curtail her daughter's exuberance. After all, Hinata's disposition hardly suited that of a ninja, causing her some concern upon assuming the class. Yet, it seemed that since playing with Future, Hinata's demeanor had brightened considerably, which was indeed a positive development. Despite the underlying machinations involving the 3rd Hokage in her handling of the class, the 3 children bore no fault. And Kurenai would not project her dissatisfaction with that old man onto her students. However, she had grown accustomed to Future's boisterous presence, and suddenly being alone in the house felt somewhat unsettling, even evoking a sense of loneliness, a sentiment she had never encountered in her 20-plus years of life. After a moment's hesitation, Kurenai found her gaze drifting toward Hikari's home through the window's gap. It was evident that someone was inside, as lights were still aglow. She couldn't help but pout. Why, after graduating, had he become a special J-nin, yet remained so busy that he couldn't even spare a moment to visit? After all, he was Future's father. Deep down, Kurenai recognized the irrationality of her thoughts. After all, Hikari had yet to define their relationship, yet she could not suppress her fanciful musings. Leaning back in her chair, she stared at the lit window, and before long, drifted off into slumber. Some time later, a knock on the door roused Kurenai from her slumber, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. After all, Future would never knock. She had a key to their home. Who could it be? As she opened the door, her radiant smile faltered slightly. Oh, what brings you here? Hinata and Ino stood at the forefront, while Future lingered behind, clutching a skewer of dango. Since they were visiting Kurenai-sensei's home, Future could have easily entered. But out of courtesy, the other 2 had decided to knock first. Is it possible that Kurenai-sensei has other guests? We wouldn't want to intrude. Hinata was the first to recover, bowing apologetically. No, I was just napping and must have been a bit disoriented. Come in, please. As she spoke, Kurenai stepped aside, welcoming the trio into her home. Hikari-kun isn't here. Ino glanced around, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. Just moments ago, Future had been so certain that Hikari was at Kurenai-sensei's, prompting her excited rush, only to find him absent. What's the rush? Future cheerfully popped the last 2 dango into her mouth, savoring them before contentedly clapping her hands. If Hikari isn't here, we can simply head to his house. Look, the lights are still on. He must be home. With that, Future strode toward the door, Ino hastily following, while Hinata hesitated for a moment, feeling a gentle push from behind. Turning, she found Kurenai nodding encouragingly at her, which prompted her to follow suit and exit. Watching the 3 girls' retreating figures, Kurenai nodded with satisfaction. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to send them after Hikari, encouraging them to bring him along was perfectly acceptable. Chapter 34. The precipitating scene at the Hikari residence. Hikari-kun, we're here to find you. Even before reaching Hikari's door, Future had already begun to call out. Who is it? Tsunade, having just finished her bath, opened the door clad in her robe. Instantly, the expressions of Ino and Kurenai, who had been observing from within, fell. No wonder they hadn't gone to Kurenai's house. It appeared there was another woman inside, especially with Tsunade's robe slightly ajar. It delivered a visual shock to the recently graduated girls. Aunt Tsunade, we didn't expect you to return, let alone be here with Hikari-kun. Although Tsunade did not recognize Future at that moment, the girl approached her with an air of familiarity. It had been quite some time since Tsunade had returned to Konoha, and she hadn't anticipated being recognized not only by Hikari, but also by this young girl. Could it be that she had misjudged the 3rd Hokage, who had allowed her deeds to be so widely known that even children were aware? However, as she studied Future's face, she furrowed her brow. Although they had never met, there was something strikingly familiar about her features. Lady Tsunade, I am Yūhi Kurenai's niece, Yūhi Future. My aunt often speaks of you. Noticing Tsunade's expression, Hinata Mirai discerned her thoughts as well. Although they were somewhat familiar with each other, Tsunade still did not know her, and her demeanor seemed rather overly familiar. So she is the junior of Akane, who has unexpectedly grown into a senior now. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, she and Hinata Akane should be of the same generation and had maintained a decent relationship, having encountered the younger Hinata Akane numerous times. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity with Hinata Mirai's face. It resembled that of the young Akane quite closely. Lady Tsunade, so you are one of the legendary 3. You look so youthful. At that moment, Hinata and Ino also realized it. In their history textbooks at the Ninja Academy, the legendary 3 were merely mentioned in passing, but as exemplary students and heirs of prominent clans. They certainly had a deeper understanding of Konoha's legendary 3 than the average civilian ninjas. Who are you? Tsunade inquired curiously, glancing at them. Hinata was easily recognizable, her unique Byakugan setting her apart, while Ino lacked such distinctive features. I am Hinata from the Hyuga clan. I am Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. Very well. Tsunade nodded resignedly. She had indeed overestimated the students. Knowing the children of Hizashi and the Inuzuka clan, it was hardly surprising that they were acquainted with her. Is there something you need? Upon learning their identities, Tsunade found little to converse about with these juniors and casually inquired. We came to find Hikari-kun, to ask if he would like to join us for dinner. Oh, only then did Tsunade remember what she had been forgetting. Since returning to Konoha, she had been flustered with various matters and had even forgotten to eat dinner. Hikari, Shizun, would you like to join us at the Hinata household for dinner? Lady Tsunade will be coming too. It will be livelier. Tsunade called out to the house, and before she could await a response, Hinata Akane had already arrived, smilingly extending an invitation. All right, I'll change my clothes and come over. Go fetch Hikari-kun. We will wait for you at home. Watching Tsunade dash into the house, Hinata Akane narrowed her eyes and patted her daughter on the shoulder. The latter shivered inexplicably, feeling a sudden chill as if her mother had become somewhat intimidating. Within mere minutes, Hikari had brought Tsunade and Shizun to Hinata Akane's home. Although it was not particularly large, Hinata Akane's previous status was not low, making it considerably better than Hikari's residence. Lady Tsunade, it has been many years since we last met. I never expected you to still look so young. Hinata Akane welcomed Tsunade inside and greeted her warmly, to to which Tsunade dismissively waved her hand. I merely returned to Konoha occasionally to rest after arduous training. While she bore no ill will towards the ninjas of Konoha, she also held no particular fondness for them, except for Hikari, of course, for some unknown reason. Her fondness for this cheeky boy had rapidly escalated upon their first meeting, perhaps due to his formidable prowess and the familiarity he exuded. How is it that you reside at Hikari's home? Finally, Hinata Akane's eyes narrowed inquisitively, directly posing the question that intrigued her the most. The three young girls, who had been whispering to each other, instinctively quieted down, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Hinata Mirai even took a few steps back. Well acquainted with such a tense scene, it often unfolded in her future home, where conflicts would arise out of the blue, even among the closest of relatives. Oh, I have nowhere else to go, so I'm just making do over there. Tsunade shrugged with a hint of exasperation, but Hinata Akane seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes suddenly brightening. Lady Tsunade, being one of the legendary three, it must be rather inconvenient to share a space with a young man like Hikari. Why not move in with me? I have spare rooms available. Her words drew the attention of Tsunade and everyone else in the room. Though Hinata Akane felt a blush creeping up her face, she managed to maintain her resolve, staring steadfastly at Tsunade. Very well. Tsunade's expression morphed into a half-smile, and she nodded in agreement. Shizune, standing beside her, exhaled in relief. Living with Hikari hadn't bothered Tsunade, but she truly felt it would be much more convenient to move to Hinata Akane's home. Upon hearing Tsunade acquiesce to her proposal, Hinata Akane's lips curled into a satisfied smile, casting a triumphant glance at Hikari. However, his expression remained unchanged, while her daughter stood behind Hikari, continuously raising her eyebrows and making faces at her. Chapter 35. The daughter's affection is truly an irreversible condition. This daughter was far too unruly. It was time to discipline her. Just as Hinata Akane prepared to grab her, Hinata Mirai, still making silly faces, was abruptly caught by Hikari, who turned around. In that instant, the young girl experienced the essence of social embarrassment, yet Hikari said nothing, merely tugging her over and ruffling her hair. Stop fooling around. If you continue, your aunt will scold you. All right, fine. Just don't mess up my hair. Hinata Mirai nodded, pouting slightly. Ding. Your daughter feels happiness because of you. Reward, 100 points. Another one of those children who complain but are genuinely fond. In truth, Hinata Mirai felt immensely happy that Hikari was showing her affection in front of so many people. The pout was not due to unhappiness, but rather a fear that if she didn't her smile would be uncontrollable. I envy the relationship between Mirai and Hikari-kun. Ino murmured, while Hinata cautiously nodded beside her, though her expression was somewhat peculiar. For some reason, whenever she observed the interaction between Hikari and Hinata Mirai, a phrase would inevitably surface in her mind: a loving father and dutiful child. Yet, they were all of similar age. All right, what is there to envy? You all sit tight. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare something for you. Hikari, from behind, ruffled Ino's hair, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Since they were staying for dinner, Hikari decided he might as well cook himself. Perhaps he could earn more points with Hinata Mirai. Moreover, since it was Hinata Mirai who had come to visit, he could likely find out where Ryuui had gone from her. When it came to spoiling daughters, he could double the affection and double the happiness. Hinata, is Hikari-kun really going to cook dinner for me? Did you hear that? I didn't know he could cook. His grilled meat is so delicious. Ino, sitting beside Hinata, was practically bubbling with excitement as she chatted away. As Hikari made his way toward the kitchen, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This girl was truly notorious for being love-struck and appearance-obsessed. It was remarkable how something so mundane could thrill her so much. Meanwhile, Hinata Mirai turned to glance at Ino, who was still chattering away, shaking her head helplessly. This Ino was really oblivious. Didn't she notice that the entire atmosphere in the room was centered around her mother and Aunt Tsunade? Even her father had retreated to the kitchen. However, it is precisely because of her character that her father adores her so much. Truly remarkable. In this regard, future Hinata is indeed correct. Which man could possibly refuse a girl who gazes at him with such admiration, treating everything he does with reverence? To quote Hikari from his past life, it is a value of emotional worth that skyrockets. Meanwhile, Hinata also sensed that Ino's behavior had become somewhat outrageous. In the past few years, Ino had been infatuated with Sasuke alongside Sakura, but her obsession had never reached such exaggerated heights until now. It was almost comical. Ino, do you have feelings for Hikari-kun? Had it been the former Hinata, she would never have dared to voice such thoughts to Ino, but now, after her long journey with future Hinata, she had become a tad more extroverted. Ino let out a sigh, pouting as she gazed at the silhouette of Hikari, who was busily working in the kitchen. I don't want it either. We're supposed to go on a mission with the Suma-sensei tomorrow, and I don't know how many days it will take before we return. I will be unable to see Hikari-kun for several days. Can you understand that feeling, Hinata? The expression on her face, initially composed, had shifted to one of despair, tears welling in her eyes, her trembling hands clutching Hinata's sleeve, her lips quivering. All right. No more dramatics in front of Hinata. Come help me in the kitchen with the chores that don't require Hikari's assistance. Future Hinata now regretted her insistence on concealing her identity. Faced with these familiar faces, even if they appeared younger, it was all too easy to say the wrong thing. It was exceedingly difficult. Hikari-kun, Ino is going on a mission outside the village tomorrow. Won't you prepare some delicious food for her? Future Hinata found herself somewhat vexed by the way she addressed others, yet she had effortlessly adopted calling her father Hikari-kun, and she took great delight in it. Hikari turned to look at his daughter, who was tilting her head and staring at him. So Ino is going on a mission outside the village. You take her, and I'll prepare the food. You can handle the arrangements. Yes, what is wrong with that? Future Hinata retorted, puffing out her neck defiantly. All right, my daughter. You truly are a daughter's bane. There's no remedy for that. Hikari mused internally, then smiled at Ino. So, Ino, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Hikari-kun can decide. In front of Hikari, Ino had discarded her earlier exaggerated demeanor, presenting herself in a graceful, demure manner. Well then, I shall make the decision. Hikari tousled Ino's hair and draped an arm over her shoulder, gently guiding her toward the kitchen. Since I'm the one cooking, there is no reason for the guest to lift a finger, but you must return to me. As he spoke, Hikari seized future Hinata by the collar as she attempted to sneak away, pulling her back into the kitchen as if she were a chick. Ding. Daughter feels happiness because of you. Reward, 300 points. Hikari cast a curious glance at his daughter, who was obediently being pulled along. What was happening? Unbeknownst to him, in the future, all these daughters were born within a similar time frame. This meant he would soon have many offspring, inevitably dividing his attention. By the time future Hinata and her sisters matured, Hikari would have entered middle age. As a father, he was not particularly adept at expressing his love, especially towards his daughters, often burying his affections deep within. This led to a sense of deliberate aloofness, despite their love for him. However, the situation was different now. Only future Hinata stood before him, making the intimacy he showed her a feeling she had never experienced so easily before. Chapter 36. She is anxious. The radical thoughts of future Hinata. In the living room, Ino turned her gaze towards Hinata, who was sitting nearby. Hinata, weren't you fond of Naruto before? Has your perspective changed? Previously, it was merely Ino's belief that she was discreetly admiring Naruto. Anyone attending classes with them could see through it. No, not at all. At that moment, Hinata indeed had feelings for Naruto, but she had yet to contemplate their future together. The emergence of the more exceptional Hikari, coupled with her family's admiration for him and the dynamic he shared with future Hinata, made Hinata envious, leading to her change of heart. What do you mean, no? Hinata, Hikari-kun is so outstanding. It's perfectly understandable if you like him. No need to hide it. Ino bore a playful smile, nudging Hinata with her elbow and even raising an eyebrow mischievously. Unlike her previous rivalry with Sakura over Sasuke, Ino's approach towards the typically shy Hinata was more gentle. In fact, seeing Hinata's bashful expression filled her with a unique thrill. You're just talking nonsense. I have nothing with Naruto. Hinata's face flushed as she shot a glance at Ino, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, but she managed to retort weakly, her eyes scanning the room as if fearing others might overhear. Really? I noticed you stealing glances at Naruto during class quite often. Well, after graduation, we won't be in touch with Naruto anymore. So, after graduation, you began to like Hikari-kun? Ino supported her chin with her hand, gently stroking it, resembling a detective who had just solved a case. No way. Hinata instinctively raised her voice, drawing everyone's attention. Observing Hinata's genuine anxiety, Ino decided to cease her teasing, gently ruffling her small head. Ever since witnessing Hikari's affectionate gestures, Ino had taken a liking to them, particularly enjoying ruffling Hinata's hair. Although Ino fell silent, a sense of unease began to stir within Hinata. It seemed Ino had a particular fondness for Hikari-kun. and her courage to express her feelings so openly left Hinata feeling conflicted. If Ino wished to compete, should she concede? Interestingly, throughout the history of Sakura country, during the feudal period, lords, nobles, and samurai practiced polygamy, while only commoners adhered to monogamy. However, the world of Naruto remained steadfast in its commitment to monogamy, even among the great ninja clans. As the two young ladies outside harbored countless thoughts, in the kitchen, Hikari and future Hinata were methodically preparing dinner. He paid no mind to the thoughts of others. This was a rare opportunity to share a space with his daughter, working together in the kitchen, maximizing their interaction. Both were aware of each other's identities, allowing for a seamless exchange without any trace of awkwardness. Hikari engaged in light conversation with future Hinata while preparing breakfast, discussing everyday trivialities. Though many matters were inconvenient for her to disclose, he could still glean insights into her preferences from what she shared. After their conversation progressed, Hoshino Hikaru suddenly revealed a hidden intention, seemingly unintentionally uttering. Recently, there have been quite a few young ladies visiting, and Lady Tsunade's niece has returned to Konoha. If I recall correctly, her name is Senju Ryuui. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of Yūhi Matsuri, who was washing vegetables, froze abruptly, her movements momentarily stilled. Ryuui? I didn't expect you to have met her, Hikaru-kun. You actually know her? A look of surprise crossed Hoshino Hikaru's face. After all, the relationship between Yūhi Kurenai and Tsunade was not particularly close at this time, and they had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Well, we met before. Though I can't say we are familiar, we know each other, I suppose. Matsuri offered a perfunctory explanation, but her expression visibly tightened. No wonder Tsunade had returned to Konoha from Short Street so soon. It was because that rascal Ryuui had come. She arrived too quickly. I haven't even had the chance to bring my parents together, and now this troublemaker has shown up. This won't do. I must accelerate the matchmaking process, or else I'll be overshadowed by Tsunade, and there won't even be time to cry. Hikaru-kun, what do you think of my aunt? Huh, your aunt? Hoshino Hikaru was taken aback, not expecting Matsuri to steer the conversation towards Yūhi Kurenai. Yes, I can sense it. Look at the way my aunt looks at you. It's different. Don't worry, I can help you out, she exclaimed with excitement. She and Tsunade both love to drink. I'll prepare some drinks for them soon. I'll persuade her. And once she's tipsy, you can take your chance. I'll handle everyone else for you. How does that sound? Matsuri's enthusiasm made her cheeks flush, her whole being animated with excitement. Hikaru was wide-eyed at this exuberant girl before him. Could she truly be his daughter? No. Such a fortuitous idea could only come from his own daughter. But is she truly Kurenai's child? Hikaru could guess her intentions. Undoubtedly, she wished to unite her parents. But this approach seemed overly audacious. Without fostering a relationship, she intended to leap straight to the end? What wild thoughts? Are you not afraid of me telling your aunt? Seeing Matsuri grow more animated, Hikaru reached out and lightly tapped her head, thinking he needed to stop her before she blurted out something even more outrageous. However, Matsuri seemed unfazed and blinked at Hikaru with wide eyes. Don't be shy. It's natural for things to progress like that. Besides, my aunt really likes you. She won't mind. Matsuri was genuinely anxious. Ryuui had already arrived, and she thought her intentions mirrored her own. They must get their parents together first. Who knows who would seize the opportunity first? Chapter 37. Those who dare to challenge must be reckoned with. Moreover, the relationship between Matsuri and Ryuui was far from harmonious. With their father's attention limited, the sisters had long engaged in a subtle competition for his affection. Their relationship was complex, marked by both rivalry and understanding. Matsuri was certain that Tsunade's early return to Konoha was orchestrated by Ryuui, as in a few years, Hikaru would end up with Kurenai. Although the timing of Kurenai's and Tsunade's pregnancies was close, they were born on the same day. Yet the Hoshi family had come to accept Matsuri as the elder sister to Ryuui. Now that they had returned to the past, Ryuui undoubtedly aimed to hasten her mother's relationship with their father so she could assume the role of an elder sister. This was utterly intolerable for Matsuri. That insufferable little sister was destined to remain a sister. There was no way she would accept being relegated to a younger position. At this moment, Matsuri had cranked her brain into overdrive. On one hand, she must thwart Ryui's schemes. On the other, she needed to expedite the union of her parents. Hikaru-kun, continue cooking. I'll dash out to buy more drinks. There might not be enough for both of them. As she spoke, Matsuri turned to rush outside but was snagged back by Hikaru, who grasped her collar. What are you thinking? There's a limit to such antics. This requires mutual consent for things to unfold naturally. I appreciate your good intentions, but please refrain from discussing such matters again. Hikaru was exasperated by his daughter's relentless schemes, dark lines forming on his forehead. You're certainly all about mutual consent. I'm merely accelerating the process. Waiting for things to happen naturally is a waste of time. Matsuri, undeterred by Hikaru's serious demeanor, puffed her cheeks like a little hamster, arguing her case. Hikaru-kun, can you really handle it? I've resolved everything else. Can you manage the final part? This girl would undoubtedly have a close relationship with him. Unlike her mother, how could she utter such words? If it were anyone else, Hikaru would dismiss them without hesitation, but this was his daughter, and he couldn't casually dismiss her words. As he struggled to find a response, Hikaru finally said, "All right, while I do have feelings for her, let us not discuss this any further. Go out and play with Hinata and the others." What to do when clarity eludes? Simply wield the authority of a father to intimidate her into submission. If he allowed her to continue, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be swayed. Kurenai's beauty was already captivating, and Matsuri's proposal had its merits. After all, she was destined to be his wife, and she had already given him a daughter. What difference did it make whether he acted sooner or later? If it were anyone else, Hikaru would firmly refuse. But Kurenai had already become a cherished part of his life, and he felt no particular resistance. Observing her father's serious expression, Matsuri realized her attempts at persuasion had failed today. Pouting, she turned to leave the kitchen. However, it mattered not. With enough persistence, her father would eventually be convinced. After all, he adored her mother. "Mom, Aunt, you startled me." As Matsuri exited the kitchen, lost in thoughts of alternative plans, she suddenly found herself face to face with someone. Kurenai had intended to join them in the kitchen for a warm family moment, but had overheard Matsuri's audacious words. "Aunt, when did you arrive?" Matsuri's face exhibited a mix of embarrassment, panic, and a hint of mischief as she looked at Kurenai, whose lips curled slightly, her eyes glinting with intensity. "Was it when I suggested you persuade her to drink until she was tipsy, and then you could seize your chance?" The fleeting moment of mischief vanished, leaving Matsuri engulfed in dread. Had her mother been eavesdropping the entire time? She had conspired to get her mother drunk and send her to her father's bed, right in front of her mother. Matsuri's expression stiffened as she managed a weak smile before darting past Kurenai. With the utmost speed, he dashed behind Hinata, burying his small head against her back, murmuring, "Hinata, you must shield me. Your teacher has gone mad and is intent on murder." Hinata was taken aback, glancing up at Kurenai, who was stifling laughter at her daughter's antics. However, with Tsunade and other esteemed guests like Ino present in the hall, she found herself at a loss for words. What could she say? If she were to confront her daughter about her intentions, would she even be able to articulate the reasons behind it? After all, this little rascal was trying to get her mother intoxicated and deliver her to her father's bed. Once the evening's festivities concluded, she would certainly need to have a serious discussion with her daughter to enlighten her on the realities of life. Since she couldn't manage her daughter at the moment, Kurenai decided to step into the kitchen, standing beside Hikari Hoshino, lost in thought as she observed him. He, however, appeared blissfully unaware, busily organizing the ingredients. After a few minutes, Kurenai, arms crossed, realized that Hikari was pretending not to see her. "Hey, I heard everything." "Oh," was Hikari's nonchalant reply, leaving Kurenai momentarily stunned. She had expected some form of explanation or a feigned ignorance from him. What did that single O signify? What kind of reaction was that? Gazing at his impassive expression, Kurenai felt a surge of irritation. After all, she was a notable figure in Konoha, capable of captivating even a Suma with just a word. Yet he could only manage a mere O? With that thought, a smirk crept onto her lips as she leaned against the countertop, her body slightly tilting. Her gaze at Hikari now laced with a hint of provocation. "Did I mishear? Someone mentioned they liked me. Who might that be?" Before she could finish her sentence, a triumphant expression blossomed on her face. "Weren't you just pretending to be calm in front of me? Who was it that just told my daughter they liked me?" The dynamics of affection were such that the first to confess lost some degree of power. "Oh," Kurenai's triumphant smile abruptly froze, although Hikari had uttered just a single syllable. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. It was as if that word concealed some impolite notion. "Hey, did you genuinely feel nothing from what Future just said?" Kurenai's eyes darted, and she playfully nudged Hikari's leg with her foot. His movements halted abruptly as he turned to face her. Before she could utter another word, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. In the next instant, Without a hint of hesitation, he leaned in and captured her lips. Chapter 38. Individuals with their own thoughts, endless patterns. At that moment, Kurenai's eyes widened in shock. How dare this brat act so boldly? Wasn't he his touch a bit too forward? Unbeknownst to her, after his earlier clash with Tsunade, Hikari's desire had been awakened, prompting him to respond to her provocation with such audacity. It seemed the fruits of past labor were now being enjoyed. Surrounded by temptation, filled with the intoxicating scent of osmanthus, Hikari appeared to be drifting into a state of bliss. Yet, in an instant, Kurenai snapped back to reality. Future and Hinata were still outside. How could she allow this to happen? If discovered, her reputation would be utterly ruined. But the current state of affairs stirred feelings within her that she had not experienced in years. Feelings of exhilaration and intoxication that made her reluctant to awaken from this reverie. No, I can't let this continue. Kurenai's hand rested on Hikari's solid chest, ready to assert herself, only to find that he had already released her. His teasing expression left her momentarily flustered, her breath quickening in response. Why you? The once assertive Kurenai found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Hikari, however, pressed his hand against the wall, cornering her in front of him, marking what might be the first wall push in the Naruto universe. Kurenai, you spoke the truth earlier. I do like you. Hence, I need not resort to underhanded tactics. I prefer to directly invade your life and your heart. As he whispered the last 4 words into her ear, Kurenai's eyes widened, as if meeting Hikari for the first time. With over 40 years combined from both lives, Hikari possessed experiences and thoughts that Kurenai could scarcely fathom. Faced with the unfamiliar and assertive Hikari, Kurenai resembled a harmless little rabbit, hands protectively over her chest, her back pressed firmly against the wall. Noticing Hikari leaning closer, she abruptly bent down and darted beneath his arm, scrambling across the living room and retreating into her bedroom, leaving behind only the sound of Hikari's laughter. Hey, something's definitely happening. From her hiding place behind Hinata, Future's eyes lit up, stroking her chin as she observed the door to her mother's bedroom. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together. Dad is so mischievous. Why didn't you tell me about your intentions? I could have helped you. A smile crept onto her lips as she dashed out of the room. Ding. Your daughter feels excited. Reward points. 500. 500 points? Hikari was taken aback by the system's notification. What on earth had transpired in the hall to earn him such a substantial reward? Though alone in the kitchen now, Hikari's culinary skills allowed him to prepare a feast for 7 with relative ease. In no time, he had everything ready, while Future, Ino, and Hinata took on the task of serving the dishes. Hey, where's my aunt? Future inquired after glancing around. Following the gazes of others, she rushed into Kurenai's bedroom, dragging her out. Still reeling from the earlier events in the kitchen, Kurenai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, struggling to meet Hikari's gaze. Yet, her discomfort was swiftly shattered upon seeing several bottles of alcohol on the table and a large wine jar against the wall. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from the seasoned shinobi, her eyes glinting ominously as she fixed her gaze on Future. Kurenai completely trusted what Hikari had said. So this scene was undoubtedly orchestrated by Future. Had this little rascal decided to act without her consent? She was scheming right in front of her. Did she intend to push her mother out today? Was this truly how her daughter perceived her? At this point, Kurenai felt genuinely angry. Regardless of the fact that this girl was her daughter, such behavior was utterly disrespectful. Noticing her mother's change in expression, Future quickly clung to Tsunade's arm. Auntie, I meant no offense. Tsunade-sama, it's been years since you and my mom have seen each other. Surely, a few drinks and conversation are in order. Tsunade cast a glance at Hinata's Future from the side. She was unaware of the riddle being exchanged between the aunt and niece. However, the mention of alcohol resonated with her inner thoughts. During her time at Short Book Street, she indulged in drink daily. Now back in Konoha, she was pleasantly surprised to find such a considerate young girl had arranged everything for her. She reached out and patted Hinata's shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, this girl is so thoughtful. After all these years away, I suppose a drink is in order. Then let us drink. Cheers. Before Hinata could utter a word, a tipsy voice called out from the side. Ino's cheeks were flushed as she slammed her glass on the table, quickly refilling it and drinking it down in one go. Leaning against Hikari's arm, her head swayed unconsciously. Hikari-kun, why do you have to use Shadow Clone during dinner? In her dazed state, the young girl slumped into Hikari's embrace, her lips flapping. Well now, We haven't even begun the meal, and someone is already drunk? Hikari shot a helpless glare at Hinata's future. His daughter certainly knew how to stir things up. Ino, still so young, had taken to drinking and was already tipsy after just 2 cups. Go ahead and eat. I'll take Ino to Red Sensei's room for her to rest. Hikari sighed, lifting Ino effortlessly, bemused by the situation. He would have to return Ino to the Yamanaka household later. What a predicament. Here was a girl coming over for dinner, only to end up intoxicated by him. All right, let us eat. To those gathered at the table, Hikari was not seen as an outsider. Though Hinata was typically reserved at home due to strict teachings, this was Red's home. As the host made no objections, she felt obliged to follow suit. As Hikari laid Ino on the bed, he furrowed his brow. The girl was still gripping his arm tightly. If she were truly inebriated, she should be unconscious aside from her drunken antics. Yet, her grasp on his arm was rather forceful, almost as if she was intentionally tightening her hold with his movements. Chapter 39. The Daughter Who Thrives on Chaos. Your face only just turned red. If you aren't drunk, then open your eyes. Hikari pushed Ino's shoulder lightly, and she instinctively opened her eyes, internally scolding herself for blushing from a simple princess carry. Now, Hikari-kun had caught her, but upon opening her eyes, she noticed a hint of surprise on Hikari's face. He was unsure if Ino was genuinely intoxicated and had merely tested her. To his astonishment, she was indeed pretending. What do you mean by that? Ino felt a wave of embarrassment and promptly closed her eyes again. Ugh, my head is spinning. Did I drink too much? Hikari, hearing her mumble, smacked her thigh lightly. With a sharp clap, a red handprint appeared on Ino's fair skin, causing her to sit up immediately, eyes wide as she glared at Hikari, who remained unfazed and met her gaze. Why pretend to be drunk when there is such delicious food? You are about to leave the village for a mission, and there are too many people outside. Can't we spend some time alone? Hikari shook his head in exasperation at Ino's baffling thoughts. If you want to spend more time with me, I can take you home after dinner. Why waste all this delicious food? Do you not want to taste my cooking? Oh no, how could I forget? We agreed you would take me home later. Ino exclaimed, as if waking from a dream, jumping off the bed and rushing outside. Ino, weren't you drunk? I have a strong constitution. I've sobered up. I want to eat something delicious. Then try this dish. It's exquisite. Hikari hadn't even left the bedroom when he heard Ino and Hinata's cheerful chatter outside. Although his daughter and Hinata had a strong bond, their personalities seemed to mesh well with Ino too. That's good. That's good. Otherwise, if they didn't get along, I'd have a lot of troubles ahead. Hikari thought, unable to stop himself from chastising his own thoughts. What a scoundrel he was. Flirting with Tsunade and Red while still thinking about Ino and Hinata. However, in their original story, the future might not be kind to them. Perhaps it was better for them to stay with him. After all, he possessed abilities that could alter their fates. This was not scoundrel behavior. It was using his powers to help others attain a happier future. While a few children chatted nearby, Red and Tsunade had embarked on a drinking spree. Despite Red's earlier reluctance, once the wine was poured, she and Tsunade began to drink heartily, showing no signs of restraint. They didn't even need Hinata's earlier encouragement. Red was downing cup after cup on her own. Red, it's hard to believe how much you've grown after all these years. Are you planning to become an old maid like me? Tsunade, with flushed cheeks, playfully slapped Red's shoulder, her tipsy state evident. Compared to Tsunade's current condition, Ino's earlier act of drunkenness was childishly naive. Tsunade, I'm not like you. I have many suitors. Red chuckled, her eyes inadvertently glancing towards Hikari. She too had imbibed a bit too much. Otherwise, her personality would never have allowed her to retort Tsunade so casually. Is that so? When I was young, many admired me. Tsunade laughed drunkenly, while Red squinted her eyes, the two appearing to be in a rather altered state. Since we have finished eating, Ino, let me take you home. We have a mission tomorrow. Hikari interjected as he noticed the two women becoming increasingly boisterous. Hinata, you take care of the others while I escort Ino home. How does that sound? Seeing the two women getting out of hand, Hikari swiftly suggested concluding the dinner. He led Ino away, with Hinata accompanying them, to prevent the two drunken ladies from saying anything inappropriate. Unfortunately, he had celebrated prematurely. During their time at Shortbook Street, Tsunade had always drunk alone, while Shizune had merely been there to assist her. Red, however, was different. She too had often drunk alone, and now that Tsunade was present, they were a perfect match. Their drinking became increasingly lively, and both women began to let loose under the influence of alcohol. As Hikari stepped back into the room, he was immediately embraced by a swaying Tsunade. "Hey, you little rascal, tell me, if you had to choose, which one of us would you pick?" Hikari was taken aback, seeking a pleading look from Shizune, who could only shrug her shoulders in a helpless manner. Clearly, this was a question she had been grilled about before, and there was no way out of it. "Right, Hikari-kun, who do you think has more charm between us?" Red, too, wrapped her arms around Hikari's as if to assert her presence. After their previous encounter in the kitchen, the distance between her and Hikari had unconsciously diminished, and she now felt entirely at ease with such contact. Such inquiries, regardless of the man in question, may indeed be deemed fatal conundrums, particularly for Hikari Hoshino, who is acutely aware that both women before him are destined to bear him a daughter. The decision becomes even more arduous. When he cast a pleading glance toward his daughter, Asahi Mirai, she was perched at the dining table with her legs crossed, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Perhaps owing to the fact that Hikari Hoshino adeptly navigated the complex dynamics among these women in the future, Mirai, who had kept a record of events since her early memories, had never truly witnessed such a turbulent scene. Although one party involved was her mother, it did little to suppress her innate curiosity for the unfolding spectacle. Upon noticing Hikari's gaze, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, Hikari-kun, everyone is asking who possesses greater charm. Why remain silent? What a delightful spectator she is." Hikari shot her an exasperated glare, but suddenly an idea struck him. Chapter 40. For the sake of his daughter. What constitutes a bottom line? The matter of charm must be assessed holistically. It cannot merely hinge on outward appearances. Upon hearing Hikari's words, the two inebriated women clinging to his arms paused, their dazed expressions turning toward him. What did he mean by that? Tsunade instinctively glanced at her fists. If it was not solely about appearances, did he suggest a duel with Kurenai? While contesting charm might be acceptable, engaging in such trivial disputes was best avoided. Kurenai's expression soured as she, like Tsunade, contemplated the implications of strength, only to be taken aback when Hikari pointed toward the engrossed Asahi Mirai. "My holistic assessment refers specifically to her. Look at her. Youthful, vibrant, full of life. Unlike the two of you, who not only are older but also indulge in excessive drinking. Notification, your daughter feels joy because of you. Reward of 200 points granted." Indeed, a flicker of excitement coursed through Hikari's mind. What was there to discuss? Praising his daughter was a simple matter. She derived emotional value, and he received system rewards, leading to mutual happiness. Mirai beamed at her father's unexpected praise, but her smile faltered the very next moment. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Hikari, transforming Tsunade and Kurenai into figures resembling darkened shadows, their spirits undeterred by alcohol as they contemplated vengeance. "Hikari-kun, is this truly how you perceive things?" Tsunade's tone shifted from maturity to a seething, gritted response, akin to words spat through clenched teeth. Mirai, intending to defend her father, swallowed her words upon noticing the fierce gazes of her mother and Tsunade. Given the circumstances, it was not her place to interject. She could only silently wish her father the fortitude to weather this storm. Kurenai was equally incensed. Her earlier demeanor in the kitchen had starkly contrasted with the current situation, where she had openly expressed affection and engaged intimately with him. How could he now utter such words? Even if Tsunade was present, was it necessary to avoid suspicion so thoroughly? Nevertheless, she did not misconstrue Hikari's feelings toward Mirai, for the bond between father and daughter was unmistakable, a man devoid of appreciation. After a moment's hesitation, Kurenai opted to extend Hikari an olive branch, recognizing that this was her home and sensing that Hikari harbored genuine feelings for her, particularly in a society reminiscent of the land of cherry blossoms. Kurenai believed that since they had already welcomed Mirai into the world, they ought not to embarrass the head of their household in front of outsiders. Tsunade cast a complex glance at Kurenai and then snorted derisively, pouring a generous glass of alcohol and presenting it to Hikari. "Damn, Lecher, if your words are so intolerable, down this drink and I shall pretend I have not heard you." Hikari accepted without refusal. After all, his intention had been to uplift his daughter's spirits, and he recognized that his comments had been excessive. Downing the drink readily brought a spark of surprise to both Tsunade and Kurenai, who exchanged glances before Kurenai promptly refilled Hikari's glass. "To express our gratitude for Hikari-kun's splendid dinner, let us toast." "Indeed," Kurenai chimed in, raising her glass. The two women, in seamless harmony, encircled Hikari, Though they had earlier claimed to forgive him after his drink, the venomous words he had uttered were not so easily forgotten. Unable to resort to physical confrontation, they resolved to seek retribution at the table. Such was the tacit understanding forged between two inebriates. Besides, should Hikari become inebriated, they would have their opportunity to deal with him as they pleased. Despite their intoxication, their minds remained sharp. Meanwhile, Hikari reveled in the moment. His left arm draped around Kurenai and his right around Tsunade. Such an opportunity for dual embrace was rare indeed. The warmth and softness enveloping him. Both women coaxed him to drink, and any man would find it hard to resist. When Shizune emerged from the kitchen, she was taken aback by the romantic tableau before her. Although Tsunade had long resided in the bustling streets, her interactions there had rarely led to intimate encounters. Those who sought closeness with Tsunade were either long gone or left with indelible scars. Over the years, she had never witnessed Tsunade exhibit such allure, especially alongside Kurenai while entertaining a man. A dual embrace, no less. Could it be that during Tsunade's inebriation, he had unlocked some unique inclination? Even Mirai stared, wide-eyed, at the scene. Despite having many aunts in the future, she had never seen her father so audaciously embrace two women. How astonishing that her father, in his youth, seemed so much more formidable than decades later. Could it be that age diminished one's allure? Notification: your daughter feels astonishment. Reward of 100 points granted. After receiving the points contributed by his daughter, Hikari drained his glass. He was well aware of what had astonished her. He surmised that in the future she envisioned. He possessed no extraordinary abilities. Thus, upon witnessing his wood release and savoring his culinary skills, it was only natural for her to be taken aback. This implied that as long as he adhered to his current trajectory, the future would undoubtedly surpass the one already etched in time. At this juncture, his points had accumulated to 2,000, equivalent to the rewards from engaging in the central narrative. Presently, he had no immediate need for particular skills, so he could reserve these points until he required items or abilities from the marketplace. If Ino and the others needed to embark on a mission outside the village, Naruto and his companions would likely be ready as well. The second act of the main storyline involved the bond between Zabuza and Konan. Hikari had yet to devise a plan for addressing these two, but he knew he must partake in the unfolding narrative, given the high-quality rewards, such as the Uchiha bloodline offered for participation in the initial task. It was well worth his while to engage in all subsequent storylines. Chapter 41. Dancing on the edge of a knife, reveling at the precipice. Ian, with a resigned sigh, observed the three individuals who were almost intertwined. On the other side, the radiant Hinata Mirai sat with gleaming eyes, making it nearly impossible for her to separate them. Lady Tsunade, you've had quite enough to drink today. Shall we call it a night? Tsunade, flushed and clinging to Hoshino Hikaru's arm, exclaimed, You little rascal, how are you so incredible? You possess strength, can cook, yet arrived so late. Lady Tsunade, please, no more. Despite having spent several years with Tsunade, Ian thought she had become immune to the embarrassment stemming from Tsunade's drunken antics. Yet, she realized she was mistaken. Tsunade still had room for improvement on the path of embarrassing drunkenness. On the other side, Hinata Akane was also snugly wrapping her arms around Hoshino Hikaru. Take care of those two. Let us call it a night. No one is allowed to drink anymore. After advising Ian and Hinata Mirai, Hoshino Hikaru forcibly extricated his arms. Continuing to drink could lead to unforeseen consequences. If it were just the three of them, he wouldn't mind. Although he wouldn't take advantage of the situation, a little banter wouldn't hurt. But with his daughter present, he had to maintain decorum. After entrusting the two women to their respective apprentices and daughter, Hoshino Hikaru departed from the Hinata residence. However, upon arriving at his own doorstep, he sensed something amiss. The individuals he had just been with were among the most familiar to him in all of Konoha, yet within his home, there was an unfamiliar breath. Tensing his body, the scent of alcohol dissipated as he opened the door and stepped inside. He was no longer the invisible man, even if it were the third Hokage hiding within. Ambushing him would not be a simple task. Of course, it couldn't be the Otsutsuki Kagaya he had encountered before, as his current strength would not allow him to sense her presence, nor did she require a stealthy approach. The lights in the room were still on, and as he entered, Hoshino Hikaru's gaze immediately fell upon the golden-haired girl seated in the living room. It was the very person who had kidnapped Ian earlier that evening. Weren't you supposed to be out drinking? How come you returned alone? Did you fail to intoxicate all those women? The girl, reclining with her legs crossed, raised an eyebrow at Hoshino Hikaru, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Tsunade, laced with a hint of mockery. She appeared entirely at ease, as if the house belonged to her and Hoshino Hikaru were merely a guest. Hoshino Hikaru, rather than feeling anger, walked over to sit opposite her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he appraised her. This was another daughter of his. He had intended to glean information from Hinata Mirai, yet here she was, directly in his home. In truth, Senju Ryuui had regretted fleeing after realizing that, apart from Hinata Mirai, no one in this era recognized her. What was there to escape from? In fact, compared to the people of this time, she held an advantage in foresight regarding information and should have occupied the initiative. Having come to this conclusion, the girl had dashed to Hoshino Hikaru's room, ready to deliver a shocking revelation. For instance, her father belonged to the Senju clan, yet he should remain unaware of this at this point in time. Feeling Hoshino Hikaru's scrutiny, Senju Ryuui remained unfazed, even meeting his gaze with confidence, almost as if she were in command of the situation. For our first encounter, I am Senju Ryuui. Do you know why I sought you out? Why? Hoshino Hikaru leaned back in his chair, intrigued, as he observed his daughter, eager to discover her intentions. Because you share a bloodline with the Senju clan, Senju Ryuui declared confidently, her eyes fixed on Hoshino Hikaru as if anticipating his astonishment. Yet, Hoshino Hikaru merely nodded lightly, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he continued to meet her gaze. This reaction left the girl somewhat flustered, despite Hoshino Hikaru appearing youthful. His impassive demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. Well, aren't you curious? I know I possess the blood of the Senju clan, and then what? You know? Senju Ryui's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, didn't Aunt May say you discovered your Senju bloodline while attempting to awaken would release? Aunt May? Hoshino Hikaru seized upon this term. Previously, Hinata Mirai had referred to Tsunade as Auntie, and now he learned that Tsunade had a daughter. If Aunt May was indeed his own, was it possible that his future was so lackluster? What is so remarkable about that? He raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as he countered her. In truth, he was curious whether this daughter would directly confront him. If a daughter were to appear at this moment, would it not alter the course of his life? Moreover, he could openly dote on his daughter for points. Under Hoshino Hikaru's expectant gaze, Senju Ryuui cleared her throat. Actually, within our Senju clan lineage, I share a blood relation with your mother. However, my seniority is greater. You may refer to me as your auntie. Staring at Senju Ryuui, Hoshino Hikaru froze, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, and his gaze turned dangerous. I didn't catch that. What did you say I should call you? Just auntie. Senju Ryuui instinctively sensed something was off. Yet now that the words had escaped her lips, she was compelled to press on and manage the situation. Hoshino Hikaru laughed, albeit with a hint of fury. All right. Compared to Hinata Mirai's attempt to ensnare her mother, you truly are a devoted daughter. Not only did she refuse to acknowledge her identity, but she also sought to climb over her father's head. Oh, auntie, is it? Yes. Let me explain that our lineage moved away from Konoha when my father was young. Just as Senju Ryuui intended to elaborate, she noticed Hoshino Hikaru's movements and swallowed hard, struggling to continue her fabricated tale. The reason was simple. Hoshino Hikaru was bent over rummaging through a cabinet. She recognized that action all too well, for every time she misbehaved and received a spanking, she would hide Hoshino Hikaru's bamboo stick in the cabinet, and when she aired again, Hoshino Hikaru would search for it there. But she had just arrived in this era. What could her father possibly be looking for? Need any help, auntie? Some individuals simply enjoy dancing on the edge of a knife and reveling at the precipice. They are truly beyond salvation. Chapter 42. A bountiful return from the second daughter. No need. I've already found it. Hoshino Hikaru emerged from the cabinet holding a slender wooden plank, a remnant from his previous crafting endeavors, unexpectedly put to use. Senju Ryui's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the familiar wooden stick, her mouth agape. No way. You already have that wooden stick? As Hoshino Hikaru turned to face her, Senju Ryuui, gritting her teeth, stood up from her chair and suddenly knelt, clasping her ears with both hands, and flashed Hoshino Hikaru a contrite smile. Ha ha ha. I just came to play a prank on you. I didn't expect you to be so clever, uncovering it so quickly. Impressive. As she spoke, Senju Ryuui gave Hoshino Hikaru a thumbs up, only to immediately retract her statement. Actually, I should refer to your mother as auntie, as we are distant cousins who have never been in contact before. Dear brother. With a swift motion, she struck the nearby chair's cushion with a thin wooden rod, the sound causing Ryui to involuntarily shiver. I'll give you another chance. What exactly is our relationship? Hoshino Hikaru's face remained expressionless, his tone exceedingly flat, which made Ryui tremble once more. Although he possessed a system that favored his daughter, affection did not equate to indulgence. This girl had become rather unruly. How could she think of deceiving him to gain an advantage over his parents? As for how others might perceive this ethical dilemma, Hikaru was indifferent. He certainly could not accept such behavior. Should she continue with her antics, he would not hesitate to serve her a dish of wooden board stir-fry, allowing her to experience a father's love a decade or so earlier than anticipated. But your mother is actually my great-aunt, making me your junior. I came to Konoha to seek refuge with relatives. The only living relatives I have are you and Lady Tsunade, both residing in Konoha. Thus, I am left with no choice. Ryui lacked mind-reading abilities and was oblivious to Hikaru's thoughts, but instinctively felt a sense of crisis, as if some misfortune would befall her should she continue to lie. Therefore, she decisively altered her narrative. While her words were a mix of truth and falsehood, Hikaru understood that, given Ryui came from the future, some necessary concealment was to be expected. Very well, I shall take you to see Tsunade. She resides right next door? No, the smell of alcohol over there is unbearable. You have a guest room, so let me stay here, dear cousin. And thus, she embraced her cousin status once more. However, it mattered little. At least the generational hierarchy was sorted out, and the remaining details were not of great significance. Glancing down at his daughter, who was clinging to his leg and blinking adorably, Hikaru found his paternal instincts overwhelming, nodding helplessly. Conveniently, the soundproof room had just been prepared, and they proceeded to settle there. You're fortunate. You may occupy the guest room. Great. Thank you, dear cousin. Ryui responded promptly, releasing his leg and darting into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Ding. Your daughter feels joy because of you, rewarding you with 300 points. Starting today, Hikaru had yet another daughter contributing to his points, yet he sighed lightly. Ryui was quite different from Hinata's future self. While Hinata was spirited, yet generally obedient, Ryui had an air of lawlessness about her. Whether it was kidnapping Shizune or attempting to take advantage of him as her father, it was evident she lacked the most basic respect, leaving Hikaru pondering how he and Tsunade had raised her. Clearly, future challenges awaited him. In another bedroom, Ryui lay on the bed, staring blankly at the door. When Hikaru had exposed her, she nearly revealed her identity as his daughter from the future. However, an unseen force had halted her actions, making her acutely aware that such conceptual barriers were beyond her capability to confront. After a few moments of contemplation, the young girl shook her head in exasperation, lying back and emptying her mind. Since it was a matter she could not presently resolve, why burden herself with anxiety? Tomorrow, she would seek out the future Hinata next door, exchanging information to discover potential solutions. After all, Hinata had been there longer. Perhaps she held greater insights. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ryui drifted into a deep slumber. At her tender age, returning from a future world to the past, albeit both being Konoha, was an overwhelming experience, akin to stepping into a foreign realm. Now that she had found her father and settled into his home, her previously taut nerves began to relax. The following morning, Ryui awoke to an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Wow, uncle, you possess such culinary skills. Exiting her room, she noticed the table adorned with oil-soaked buns, fried dough sticks, and kanji, eagerly grabbing chopsticks to indulge. The moment a bun touched her lips, her eyes widened, and she cast a reproachful glance at Hikaru. Her mind racing with a singular thought. Dad, all these years, you deceived me. As she and Hinata were of similar ages, Ryui had undoubtedly tasted Hikaru's cooking before. If he possessed such culinary prowess at a young age, what did that imply about the dishes she had previously sampled? It should be noted that in his quest to create delicacies for Tsunade, Hikaru had spent considerable time in the kitchen, and many of his failed attempts had ended up in Ryui's stomach. Was she merely a cog in the wheel of her parents' lives? Nonetheless, her father's exceptional cooking was a blessing. She never expected to return to the past with such privileges. Delightedly savoring her food, Ryui's eyes narrowed with pleasure, her little feet swinging joyfully in the air. Ding! Your daughter feels happiness because of you, rewarding you with 300 points. Indeed, the advantages of having two daughters were immense. Combined with the previous evening's points, he had effortlessly accrued 600 points. The points spent on culinary skills had already been replenished in such a short time. Most importantly, his culinary talent would endure, allowing him to pamper not only Hinata and Ryui, but also any future daughters who might arrive, generating even more points through his skills. This ability was akin to a sustainable point-generating mechanism. Chapter 43. Mom, I am your daughter from over a decade in the future. Meanwhile, Hoshino Hikaru, along with Tsunade and Yūhi Kurenai next door, had also risen early. Kurenai, as the leading jonin, had no choice but to awaken to lead her 3 students on their mission, while Tsunade had been jolted awake from an intense dream. At this moment, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, desperately trying to fall back asleep, yet to no avail. Every time she closed her eyes, visions of her recent dream flooded her mind. Who would have thought that at her age, she would still be stirred by a lecherous young man? Particularly the events from the previous night, which she kept recalling, left her blushing even in the privacy of her room, mortified by her own actions. How could she have behaved so shamelessly, especially in front of that young man, seemingly vying for Kurenai's affection? How could she ever face him again without feeling utterly humiliated? With her long legs wrapped around a pillow, Tsunade rolled back and forth on the bed, unaware that Shizune, facing the wall, was also wide awake. She believed her movements were subtle, but having been by Tsunade's side for so long, Shizune had been responsible for tidying up after her drunken escapades. The commotion Tsunade caused had long since awakened her. However, she feigned sleep to spare her the embarrassment. Time passed, and Tsunade finally extricated herself from her cocoon of blankets. After all, they would have to meet eventually. She might as well seek out Hikaru herself. They could discuss the matters left unfinished the previous night. As she stepped out of her bedroom, her eyes widened in surprise. "Good morning, Mom." A girl bearing a striking resemblance to her is seated in the hall, greeting her amiably. In truth, Senju Ryuui finds herself somewhat at a loss. She had been sent here by her father ages ago. Yet who could have foreseen her mother's procrastination? Despite hearing sounds emanating from the bedroom, her mother still takes an eternity to emerge. Were it not for her desire to witness the astonishment on her mother's face upon seeing her, she would not have patiently waited for so long. "Good morning." Tsunade waved casually and proceeded towards the kitchen, only to suddenly freeze in place. "Huh, what did you just call me?" Tsunade rubbed her head in disbelief, convinced she had not yet fully awakened. How could a single night's rest result in the appearance of an additional daughter? This is absurd. "Mother, do you not recall that I was the one who relayed the message for you to return to Konoha? I am your daughter from over a decade hence, Senju Ryuui. Since the Senju clan is down to just the 2 of us, my father insisted I take your surname." Ryuui grinned, relishing her mother's astonished expression, and feigned nonchalance as she explained further. "Oh, is that so?" Tsunade pondered, nodding thoughtfully as she regarded Senju Ryuui. "Do you believe me?" "Believe you? Nonsense. Who are you? And why have you taken on such an appearance with a transformation technique?" Tsunade, unlike others, was well aware. She had looked precisely like this when she was a teenager. If not for a transformation technique, could there truly be someone who resembles her so closely? "Why don't you check for yourself? See if there is any chakra flowing within me, and determine if it is merely a transformation." Senju Ryuui gazed confidently at Tsunade, fully anticipating this reaction. After a thorough examination lasting several seconds, Tsunade sighed. "It seems there genuinely exists someone in this world who looks so much like me." Ryuui was taken aback. So her mother would rather believe in the existence of someone who resembles her rather than accept her as her daughter? "All right, since that is your stance, don't blame me." Noticing Tsunade still in shock, Ryuui allowed a mischievous smile to creep onto her lips. "Perhaps I was mistaken. We merely share a resemblance. After all, my mother lacks the greatness and righteousness you possess. She is not only referred to as the big fat sheep throughout the ninja world, but is also known for her gambling losses, fondness for alcohol, and her age." After utilizing the 100 healings technique, before Ryuui could finish her sentence, Tsunade swiftly appeared before her, covering her mouth. Big fat sheep, alcohol, and whatnot. Tsunade dismissed those remarks. Anyone familiar with her could easily confirm them. However, the 100 healings technique and its subsequent side effects were something even Tsunade had yet to fully comprehend. How could this girl be so aware? This was a fact unknown even to Shizune, who had been at Tsunade's side for years. "I also know that your left side, Ryuui." He finally managed to wriggle free from Tsunade's grasp, but the fierce gaze of her mother rendered her speechless. "I believe you are my daughter now, but should you utter another word, I would not hesitate to renounce my motherhood." "Hey, don't take it to heart, mother. I only know this because I come from the future, and aside from father, No one else is privy to this. Ryūi scratched her head awkwardly, a hint of servility gracing her features as she cautiously sought to soothe her mother's emotions. I was a bit hasty earlier, which led to my indiscreet words. I nearly got sent back. Your father? Who is your father? Tsunade inquired, curiosity flickering in her eyes, her lips twitching. Isn't it obvious? You met him yesterday. I even saw you both drinking together. Well, did you fall head over heels at first sight? Are you eager to leap into his embrace now? At this, Tsunade could no longer contain herself, her finger trembling as it pointed at Senju Ryuui. Are you saying your father is that little brat Hikari Hoshino? Tsunade's thoughts raced. Setting aside the fact that she was classmates with Jiraiya and that he was the teacher of the fourth Hokage, and the fourth Hokage was Kakashi's mentor, which meant Hikari Hoshino was essentially her great-grandstudent. No, this simply cannot be. Exhausted, Tsunade slumped into a chair, waving her hands at Ryuui, who cast her an impatient glance. Are you still saying it can't be? I've already been born. This means you two are destined to be together. Besides, your father is still so young, possesses immense strength, and even knows how to cook. Mother, you hit the jackpot. I refuse to believe that under my arrangements yesterday, there was no spark between you. Perhaps you even dreamed of him last night. As Ryuui spoke, Tsunade was suddenly reminded of the dream she had the previous night, and her demeanor shifted. Your arrangements, you say? A smile crept onto Tsunade's face as she beckoned Ryuui closer. Well arranged indeed. Come here, mother has some rewards for you. Seeing her mother's expression, which was both amused and threatening, Ryuui quickly darted away. Mother, I'm merely helping you. Otherwise, with your personality, how long would it take for you to get together with father? You're getting older. You can't wait too long. Oh no. Oh no. Mother, I was wrong. If Tsunade had merely intended to tease Senju Ryuui earlier, the moment Ryuui uttered her last words, there would be no escaping the ensuing reprimand. Tsunade swiftly seized Ryuui, placing her on her lap, one hand gripping her waist while the other playfully swatted her behind. With Tsunade's physical prowess, even controlled, the swats elicited a string of yelps from Ryuui. The girl had become too bold. After her failed attempts at matchmaking her father, she dared to provoke her mother. Who else would bear the brunt of her mischief, if not herself? Meanwhile, while the mother-daughter duo engaged in their playful banter, Hikari Hoshino had quietly arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building, hiding in the shadows of a nearby structure. If his observations were correct, the next chapter of Naruto and Sasuke's storyline was about to unfold. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Team 7 emerged from the building, accompanied by a disheveled man clutching a bottle of alcohol. Dazuna had finally made his appearance. Hiding in the shadows, Hikari let out a soft sigh. Although his training speed was considered prodigious within Konoha, it paled in comparison to the rapid advancements brought about by the system, creating a jarring contrast even for someone of Hikari's temperament. Therefore, in his recent days of training, he focused more on familiarizing himself with his current abilities and enhancing his bodily control, leaving the matter of improvement to the system. Hey, Sasuke, what are you thinking about? In stark contrast to the atmosphere within the original narrative, Sasuke was now filled with conviction that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was intricately linked to the third Hokage. As for Naruto and Sakura, they were less concerning. Having grown up together as children of commoners, they could hardly be implicated. However, he remained vigilant towards Kakashi, the Jonin instructor dispatched from Konoha. Alas, even though Sasuke adeptly conceals his emotions and thoughts, he remains but a child, and how could he possibly deceive Kakashi? One is the child of his own mentor, yet cannot disclose the truth. The other is an orphan whose entire clan has been annihilated and harbors considerable animosity towards him. Kakashi feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue, for compared to these two youngsters, he, along with Obito and Rin during their time, was a source of ease for their teacher. As he follows them, Hoshino Hikari takes note of the classic ambush by the brothers Meitu and Yado from the hidden mist village. However, such trivial plot participation does not capture Hikari's interest. To truly showcase one's strength, a comparative context is essential. Just as Wusong's prowess in slaying a tiger reveals his might, substituting the tiger for a mere dog would render it a farce. To enhance participation and prominence, one must naturally deal with Zabuza. Besides, Hikari merely borrows the guise of protecting Naruto. He is not his caretaker and thus does not engage in every trivial matter. Seated upon a tree branch, he observes the reenactment of scenes from the original story below, finding it quite amusing. However, unlike the original narrative, He has provided Sasuke with methods for chakra cultivation and shared insights into his martial arts experience. Though the time spent was brief, it suffices to enable Sasuke to achieve notable improvements in his abilities. Even Kakashi, having dispatched one of the brothers with a single hand, stands aside to watch the duel between Sasuke and Meitu. Unfortunately, Naruto remains paralyzed with fear, akin to his original portrayal, though this time he sustains no injuries. Thanks to Sasuke's timely reaction. How could you react so swiftly? Naruto gazes in astonishment at Sasuke, who has bound the two rogue ninjas with Kakashi's assistance. I have always remained vigilant. We are outside the village, and it is only natural to expect an ambush, isn't it? Sasuke replies, his expression placid. The primary distinction between him and Naruto lies in the fact that, although the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, he has not lost all. The clan's estate and several commercial properties were forfeited, yet many scrolls containing knowledge beyond ninjutsu remain in his father's study, untouched. With Hikari's counsel, he has diligently reviewed all existing materials related to the Uchiha clan. One could assert that aside from lacking practical combat experience, his theoretical knowledge is formidable. Countless outsiders covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. As the last of his lineage, ensuring his safety is a burden he bears. Meanwhile, the two rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist are beginning to question their life choices. They had not anticipated being led by a Jonin, let alone the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Having been outmaneuvered by a mere substitution technique is a significant blunder, and their mission's failure is justly deserved. Yet, has Konoha truly developed to such an extent? Even a lowly genin possesses such strength? Speak. Who sent you? Sasuke inquires, casting a sidelong glance at the two men, who simultaneously scoff. Such interrogations hold little weight for ninjas emerging from the Hidden Mist. They rarely take them seriously unless subjected to professional scrutiny or memory extraction. Kakashi is well aware of this and stands with arms crossed, awaiting Sasuke's efforts to glean information. However, Sasuke directs his gaze towards him, challenging, "You go ahead." Huh. Kakashi, caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden address, waves his hand dismissively. "I'm not adept at interrogation. We could simply leave them here. We are still within the land of fire. And patrolling ninjas will arrive shortly. I can leave a message. You possess the Sharingan. With a mere Jinjutsu, they will divulge everything. Have you truly been using the Sharingan for so many years without mastering even a simple illusion?" The Sharingan on Kakashi's person is indeed documented in Fugaku Uchiha's records. Such a blatant dissemination of the Sharingan is a rarity in the Uchiha clan's history, and it is only natural for Sasuke to notice. Yet, Kakashi feels a twinge of humiliation. What has become of his students? Chapter 45, Zabuza Momochi. Is this plotline off? Kakashi finds himself in an awkward predicament, unsure how to continue interacting with Sasuke, feeling somewhat embarrassed in the face of his demeanor, especially when Sasuke calmly utters the word Sharingan in his presence. Had he been prepared for such a revelation, Kakashi might not have minded showcasing his Sharingan to Sasuke, given it is a parting gift from an old friend. Nothing to conceal. Yet, having it pointed out by Sasuke feels akin to a theft of sorts. Moreover, during their first encounter, Naruto had brought up how he was effortlessly defeated by Hikari, prompting Kakashi to keenly realize that his three students regard him with none of the reverence they once held for their teacher, Minato. In fact, it could be said they harbor no sense of awe whatsoever. With a glare from the Sharingan directed at the two men before him, Kakashi, despite his shortcomings in Jinjutsu, finds it trivial to handle these minor adversaries. Before Meitu can brace himself for resistance, Kakashi swiftly takes control, extracting the names of their orchestrator, Kato, and the infamous Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza Momochi, you say? Kakashi's expression shifts dramatically. What was initially perceived as a task unlikely to encounter Jonin-level adversaries has now evolved into a confrontation with rogue ninjas of the Hidden Mist. And even the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen? This is no jest. If Zabuza is indeed their foe, Kakashi must contemplate abandoning this mission. Do not underestimate Sasuke's current prowess. However, engaging against rogue ninjas is beyond the capabilities of mere genin. Especially with the lunatics from the Hidden Mist, a single misstep could cost these 3 youngsters their lives. Kakashi-sensei, is that Zabuza really strong? Sasuke inquires with curiosity, while Kakashi's lips twitch. The implication of Sasuke's question is painfully clear. Rest assured, if I were to face him, it would be a 50-50 chance. Kakashi states this with unwavering confidence, an assertion that carries an inexplicable weight of conviction. Aside from Zabuza, are there any other ninjas? Sasuke queries the two captured Jonin, to which Meitu ponders before responding. There is also a lower-ranking ninja from the mist, who usually wears a mask. Then it's settled. Kakashi-sensei, we shall proceed. You handle the Jonin, and we will take care of the genin. Before Sasuke can voice his intentions, Naruto has already grown enthusiastic. Having just been startled into immobility, he is eager to redeem himself from that embarrassment. Very well, should the situation become dire, I will signal for you to retreat at the swiftest pace. Remember, obedience to orders is paramount for ninjas in the field. Should you disregard commands and lose your lives, I shall bear no responsibility. Understood. Sasuke nods affirmatively, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto, who seems intent on arguing. This fellow is remarkably naive, believing that the field of battle operates like the training sessions at the academy, where everyone plays nice. In a team, such a self-centered individual could easily jeopardize his companions. In that moment, Sasuke contemplates whether he should request a different teammate after this fool encounters trouble. As for Tazuna, the act of misreporting intelligence led to the emergence of the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, marking a significant blunder on his part. Should the situation escalate beyond his control, Kakashi would promptly use Dazna as bait to ensure the safety of his team. Upon reaching a consensus, the 4 members of Team 7 pressed onward, while Hoshino Hikaru lagged behind, casually munching on a bag of sunflower seeds. After years of remaining within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, this was his first venture outside, and he maintained a tranquil mindset, treating it as a leisurely trip. Once they arrived in the land of waves and had barely penetrated the jungle, the group halted abruptly. Kakashi bellowed, "Everyone, get down." Sasuke reacted instantly, launching a shuriken at the incoming decapitating blade. Unfortunately, given his current strength, the shuriken had little effect, merely deflecting the blade slightly off its intended path. It sliced through a tree trunk before veering into the thicket behind. This unexpected turn left Zabuza, concealed nearby and poised to leap at the blade, momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had his decapitating blade landed in the underbrush? What should he do now? To simply emerge and retrieve it would be too embarrassing. After all, he was the infamous Zabuza Momochi. Taking advantage of Kakashi and the 3 young ninjas forming their strategy, Zabuza cautiously slid down from his perch and, keeping his head low, retrieved the blade from where it had fallen, switching direction to hurl it again. This time, he did not aim at Kakashi and his team, but targeted a large tree before them. With a resounding thud, the decapitating blade struck the trunk, and Zabuza swiftly ascended the blade's length, narrowing his eyes as he looked down with disdain at the group below. "You all possess commendable skill. You managed to evade my blade. But was it you who sent someone to attack us, an old man Dazna?" Ignoring the brash young ninja, he could tell this one was clearly a product of the sheltered environment of the Leaf Village, unable to discern the vast gap in strength between them. Zabuza's gaze remained fixed on the white-haired figure obscuring one eye, the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, renowned for having replicated thousands of jutsu. Unlike them, who had constantly engaged in missions outside, he would never underestimate anyone who had gained renown in the ninja world, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. Hidden mist jutsu. At some point, Zabuza appeared on the water's surface, raising one hand while the other formed seals. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, prompting Kakashi and his team to contract their formation. Unlike in the original narrative, where he had patiently explained Zabuza's silent killing techniques to the younger ninjas, this time, silence reigned among them. Zabuza excelled in silent assassination. Any attempt at communication would not only distract his adversaries, but also obscure his own assessment of their positions. In reality, Zabuza would not wait for a lengthy explanation before making his move. Chapter 46. A subtle shock from Hoshino Hyui's chakra. The vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital spot should he choose? Hoshino Hyui crouched on a branch not far behind Zabuza, observing as Zabuza deliberately lowered his voice to intimidate the group below, suppressing a laugh. Such techniques, when shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, could indeed be terrifying. However, once unraveled, they could become rather awkward, as Hoshino Hyui perceived now. Moreover, while the series of water clones appeared impressive, in the absence of the Naruto universe's embellishments, the storyline felt somewhat dry. Without Hoshino Hyui's intervention, Kakashi was still ensnared in Zabuza's water prison, leaving Hoshino somewhat at a loss for words. According to age, Kakashi should be in his prime, How had he fallen victim to Zabuza so easily? Might Guy, with his 8 gates, regarded Kakashi as his lifelong rival. Yet here they were. Uncertain if Zabuza had intentionally orchestrated this, Hoshino decided it was time to reveal himself. Water Clone Jutsu. Zabuza controlled the water sphere to suppress Kakashi while simultaneously forming seals with one hand, producing another clone that appeared before Naruto and his companions. Do you think wearing a forehead protector makes you a ninja? True ninjas are those who navigate the delicate line between life and death. Those whose strength earns them a place in my manual, worthy of the title ninja. A hint of malice flickered in Zabuza's eyes as he regarded the 3 youngsters. Their youthful innocence starkly contrasting with the harsh realities of the hidden mist village, stirring a mix of envy and resentment within him. Since he had never known such a life, he thought, why not obliterate theirs? As Zabuza stepped forward to act, he suddenly halted, a figure materializing between him and the trio. Hoshino Hikaru yawned, not out of bravado but from genuine boredom at their incessant banter. After a night of drinking with 2 women and reuniting with his second daughter, he had risen early to follow Naruto. He felt quite fatigued. Are those who linger between life and death merely weaklings? Otherwise, how do Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara remain in such a precarious state? Are they not ninjas? Hoshino questioned Zabuza earnestly, yet his words seemed to fluster the other. Was this fool mixing concepts? Who could possibly compare to those 2? Who are you? Although Hoshino had yet to strike, Zabuza's instincts honed through countless battles warned him that this individual would not be easily dealt with. However, the situation was what it was, and Zabuza hesitated no longer. His clone stood on the lake's surface, hands rapidly forming seals. Hoshino observed intently, his eyes lighting up. This jutsu was impressive. It was one he could execute as well. He began forming seals with equal speed, even surpassing Zabuza, the 2 completing their seals almost simultaneously. Water style, great waterfall technique. Water style, great waterfall technique. The same jutsu employed by both, yet the results were drastically different. Behind Zabuza, a swirling torrent of water formed, expanding rapidly, reaching several meters in height as it bore down on Hoshino. In contrast, Hoshino's stream was considerably thicker, transforming into a waterfall that towered dozens of meters high, overshadowing Zabuza's technique, which appeared as a mere ripple in comparison, swiftly engulfing Zabuza and consuming him whole. All present stood frozen in astonishment at the scale of the jutsu, enveloping both Zabuza's true form and the captured Kakashi within its bounds. As the flood receded, the 3 little ones standing behind Hikari Hoshino widened their eyes in astonishment. After the ninjutsu, the vast expanse of jungle facing Hoshino lay in ruins, not a single tree remaining unscathed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, both shivering in unison. The destructive power of this technique surpassed their comprehension of ninjutsu. As the waters gradually withdrew, Zabuza's condition appeared rather pitiful. His left arm and right leg contorted into irregular shapes, clearly broken by the force of the water. Such a torrent possessed a lethality comparable to that of heavy weaponry. Damn it, for a mere protection mission, how could Konoha deploy a powerhouse like you? Being a seasoned ninja, Zabuza understood the vast disparity in strength between them. He knew that even if he expended all his chakra to unleash ninjutsu, he could not match the scale of Hoshino's earlier display. Hoshino's effortless technique equaled his entire might. This gap was beyond what combat skills could bridge. I am not sent by Konoha. Hikari, are you here to protect me? Hoshino casually waved his hand and glanced back at Naruto, who greeted him with a beaming smile. Stay over there and don't come forward. At that moment, the excitement bubbling within Naruto was nearly overwhelming, his whiskers twitching incessantly. After all these years, Hikari was the first to regard him with such importance. Even though, due to the 3rd Hokage's words, he would no longer investigate his parents' identities, it would not diminish his gratitude towards Hoshino. Kakashi, a bit disheveled, climbed up from the other side. Upon seeing Hoshino, he had already formed a judgment in his mind but chose to remain silent. Regardless, Hoshino had just rescued him from Zabuza's grasp, and with Hoshino suppressing the situation, he felt no concern that Zabuza could stir up further trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Hoshino was also waiting. In the original story, this was when Haku should have appeared. Why had he not yet shown himself? Could it be that Hoshino's overwhelming performance had instilled fear in Haku, preventing him from making an appearance? Hoshino was indifferent to Zabuza's fate, but he still wished for the plot to advance, as it was closely tied to his rewards. Finally, with a hint of surprise in Hoshino's gaze. Two silver needles flew through the air, piercing Zabuza's neck, and he promptly collapsed. Chapter 47. Kakashi, I am here for you. Phew, this guy finally arrived. Hoshino sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have to fabricate reasons to continue the plot. Kakashi took a moment to regain his composure before swiftly appearing beside Zabuza and probing his neck. He is dead. Although he was the leader of Team 7, Zabuza had been dealt with by Hoshino, and thus he was obliged to heed Hoshino's wishes. The main reason was that he knew he could not contend with Hoshino. I sincerely appreciate everyone's help. I have long awaited the opportunity to eliminate Zabuza. A figure leaped down from a branch, wearing a mask. Hey, he can't be one of Zabuza's subordinates, can he? Sasuke was the first to voice his doubts, but was promptly silenced by Naruto's firm pat on the shoulder. What are you thinking? This person just killed Zabuza. While the two engaged in their spirited debate, Kakashi focused on the individual who had struck Zabuza. Given your mask, you must be a pursuing ninja from the Mist Village. Indeed, you are correct, Copy Ninja Kakashi. I seek your permission to take Zabuza's corpse. This was directed towards Hoshino. If it were Kakashi, he might have had more to say, but in front of Hoshino, he truly dared not act independently. Feel free, Hoshino waved dismissively. He was concerned that if Haku's speed lagged, Zabuza might perish en route, thwarting his goal of increasing his involvement. Hey! Naruto attempted to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Hoshino's hand on his head. Hoshino found this scene somewhat absurd. Even if Zabuza were easily slain by someone of comparable age, it was still a testament to that person's skill. Who gave him the right to question a stronger individual due to his own inadequacies? If the other party chose to engage them due to his thoughtless words, would it not be Kakashi who bore the brunt of it all? The incessant yapping of the incapable was truly the most unattractive sight. Naruto, if you truly feel discontent, then diligently train and refrain from displaying such petulance. Remember, once you leave Konoha, no one will indulge you. Listening to Hoshino's reprimand, Sasuke and Sakura instinctively nodded. This was the most fundamental respect owed to a strong individual. Although Naruto still harbored a hint of defiance, Hoshino had previously treated him well, and given the connection to his parents, he could only huff in acknowledgement. Thank you all for saving me. Let us head to my home to recuperate. Tazuna finally dared to speak up from behind. Previously, he had thought that ninjas were merely capable of using some ninjutsu. However, Hoshino's earlier waterfall technique truly opened his eyes, reducing the vast jungle to mere flatland, leaving the old man's legs feeling somewhat weak. Did Hikari come to protect Naruto? That evening, Kakashi proactively approached Hoshino's room. His expression grave as he inquired, "Is it partly for me?" "For me?" Kakashi's expression froze in surprise as he pointed to himself, and Hoshino nodded affirmatively. If one were to stir up trouble, merely participating in the plot would lack meaning. It was essential to escalate matters as much as possible. "I wish to discuss your father, the White Fang of Konoha." Hoshino's words struck Kakashi like lightning. In his mind, he had prepared for discussions about Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan. However, he never anticipated that Hoshino would bring up his father, Tsukumo Hatake. What is there to say? He was merely a pitiful figure who chose to end his life after a failed mission. A trace of indifference crossed Kakashi's face. Yet Hoshino keenly noticed a slight tremor in his hand. "Let us sit and converse." Hoshino offered no opportunity for Kakashi to refuse. The latter obediently took a seat beside him, perhaps curious about what Hoshino wished to discuss. After all, Hoshino had not even been born when his father took his own life. "I recall that the White Fang of Konoha, during a mission, chose to abandon it in order to save his comrades, which led to his being deemed a liability by the higher-ups, resulting in his tragic decision to end his life under public scrutiny. Am I correct?" In response to Hoshino's inquiry, Kakashi nodded expressionlessly. "This matter is known throughout the ninja world. What are you trying to convey?" For Kakashi, Tsukumo was a taboo subject he preferred to avoid. If Hoshino could not provide any valuable insight, he would demand an explanation, regardless of their power disparity. "What am I trying to convey? First, let me ask you, in which year did the White Fang of Konoha undertake that mission?" "In the 44th year of Konoha." Although Kakashi was merely 7 years old at that time, the scenes from that year and that day lingered in his heart, never to be forgotten. The Second Great Ninja War had concluded 7 years prior, while the Third Great Ninja War awaited 3 more years to begin. Now, having attained the rank of Jonin, What significant missions could have necessitated the involvement of one who was regarded as Konoha's mightiest during this decade-long era of peace? Following a mission failure, how had Konoha transformed in light of the substantial losses incurred due to his father's actions? These two inquiries furrowed Kakashi's brow. As Hoshino Akira mentioned, he was now privy to numerous matters concerning the village's higher echelons. Yet he struggled to conceive of any critical missions that would require travel to other ninja villages in such peaceful times. Moreover, he had specific recollections from the age of 7. It seemed that when his father returned from his failed mission, aside from a wave of public outcry, little had truly changed within the village. Kakashi, have you never attempted to investigate the nature of the mission that Konoha's White Fang undertook back then? Perhaps that mission never existed at all? The final statement struck Kakashi's core, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and the Sharingan in his left eye began to whirl rapidly. What evidence do you have for these claims? Doubts swirled within Kakashi's heart. He harbored a flicker of hope that Hoshino Akira might produce relevant evidence to exonerate his father. Yet he also feared the possibility of such evidence revealing a harrowing truth. If the mission itself was a conspiracy, then the death of his father would be rendered utterly meaningless. You must understand, this concerns your father. If an investigation is to be conducted, it should be undertaken by you alone. I merely offer a perspective. Hoshino Akira cast an exasperated glance at Kakashi, who seemed excessively demanding. Was he expected to assist in verifying such matters? Providing you with a recipe is one thing, but must I also serve it to you on a platter? Let us suppose that this matter is indeed your design. Under your scheme, Konoha has lost a formidable warrior like White Fang. What is your course of action? Kakashi forced himself to calm down, pondering deeply, until a sudden realization glimmered before him. I must eradicate all evidence pertaining to this affair. Indeed. Then you should investigate the details of that mission and those who undertook it alongside Konoha's White Fang. In due time, the truth of whether it was an error or a conspiracy will be laid bare. Nodding thoughtfully, Kakashi suddenly fixed his gaze upon Hoshino Akira. Why are you so keen to assist me? What is your ulterior motive? What motive could I possibly have? Hoshino Akira feigned a sigh and extended his palm, revealing a small sapling sprouting from his hand. My mother hails from the Senju clan. Look around. Is there even a trace of the Senju clan remaining in Konoha? Not only have the clan members vanished, but their ancestral lands have also been claimed. And the Uchiha clan? As a member of the upper echelons, are you truly oblivious to their plight? Kakashi, you are no fool. You should grasp the implications of my words. Kakashi, seated opposite, felt a jolt of realization. His mind racing. If his father had indeed fallen victim to a conspiracy, the most likely orchestrators would be the Elder Council within the Hokage's office. Perhaps Hoshino Akira recognized this alignment of interests, confident that Kakashi would not betray him. Contemplating this, a faint smirk crossed Kakashi's face. Akira, are you not afraid that I might report our conversation in its entirety to the third Hokage? Upon uttering those words, Kakashi scrutinized Hoshino Akira's expression, seeking any sign of alteration, yet found none. If you wish to report it, then by all means. Hoshino Akira casually raised his arm in a gesture of dismissal, yet his tone bore an icy edge. Given my age and prowess, how long do you think it would take for me to reach the caliber of the first Hokage? Senju Hashirama? Should the village founded by my predecessors devolve into a mere tool for power-hungry individuals, I would not hesitate to destroy it. Although Hoshino Akira was Kakashi's junior, the latter felt a chill run down his spine, harboring no doubt about the sincerity of his words. You need not go to such lengths. I shall investigate further. If the truth aligns with your claims, I will stand with you. Having made a solemn promise, Kakashi turned and departed from Hoshino Akira's chamber. As he rounded the corner, he gently wiped his forehead. The youth of today is truly formidable. Both in strength and the latent aura within, they resemble monsters. The conversation with Hoshino Akira had been so staggering that Kakashi's thoughts were consumed by memories of his father, and he failed to quickly recall the methods by which Zabuza had been saved, as depicted in the original narrative. However, this was of little consequence. Given that Hoshino Akira was present, even if Zabuza resurfaced, he would pose no threat. Yet, Hoshino Akira was not inclined to wait for them to leisurely complete their tasks. He had no desire to engage in the antics of Naruto's verbal battles. After cautioning his comrades to remain indoors until his return, Hoshino Akira set off towards a nearby town. Within the realms of the ninja world, a number of underground black markets existed across various nations. Within these markets, one might encounter rogue ninjas from different villages, although combat was prohibited within the confines of the market. A throng of individuals seeking bounties and wealth often lingered at the exits. After all, the underground black market was a lawless domain, and those rogue ninjas were inherently reckless. As for safety, Hoshino Akira had little to concern himself with, unless he encountered one of the notorious rogue ninjas. For the rest, their presence merely served to provide him with opportunities. Following Kakashi's instructions, Hoshino Akira donned a mask and entered the fabled exchange point, which, although spacious, was largely deserted. Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you new here? How may we assist you? We offer a range of services, including bounty postings, information sales, and ninjutsu purchases. As long as you can afford it, we can accommodate your needs. A staff member approached Hoshino Akira with immediate enthusiasm. He nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to survey the surroundings. A figure clad in a black and red cloud-patterned cloak flashed before him. It was Kakuzu, diligently collecting a bounty. It appeared that he had squandered a lifetime of savings in a single explosive incident orchestrated by Conan. As Hoshino Akira observed Kakuzu, the latter noticed him as well, instantly furrowing his brow. What kind of look is that? Do you pity the old man? Kakuzu, keenly aware of the sentiment behind Hoshino Akira's gaze, dismissed it with an irritated glare. After all, as a bounty hunter, his instincts provided no warning, confirming that Hoshino Akira was not on the wanted list at the exchange point. A gentleman such as yourself is a regular here, engaged in bounty tasks. Do you have any requests? Noticing the interaction between Hoshino Akira and Kakuzu, the staff member feigned ignorance. As long as customers refrained from causing trouble within the exchange point, they were treated as royalty. Two gods exchanged a glance. What transpired? Allow me to observe the art of ninjutsu. Hoshino Hikaru nodded faintly. Currently, the ninjutsu he mastered was still insufficient, and acquiring more knowledge would certainly be beneficial. Moreover, he had noticed an item in the points shop called Experience Potion, specifically designed to enhance skill proficiency. As long as Hoshino Hikaru could grasp ninjutsu and add it to his skill repertoire, he could continually improve his proficiency with the Experience Potion, thus adapting himself further. Chapter 49. You bastard, you truly deserve to die. To speak candidly, the list provided by the underground black market regarding ninjutsu left Hoshino Hikaru somewhat disillusioned. Selling such commonplace ninjutsu here? Though Hoshino Hikaru was merely an ordinary ninja at present, being born in the Hidden Leaf Village granted him an advantage over more than 50% of ninjas in the entire ninja world, particularly those from smaller villages and wandering ninjas. In his view, what seemed trivial was, in reality, sought after by many ninjas. However, given Hoshino Hikaru's current strength and condition, learning these basic, mediocre ninjutsu would be a sheer waste of time. Nonetheless, he remained determined to seek out ninjutsu of other attributes. Recognizing that chakra is categorized into various types, each with its own interplay of strengths and weaknesses. While he trained, he firmly believed that the formidable prowess of Senju Hashirama endowed would release with a unique status in the ninja world rather than the other way around. Just as with the Great Fireball technique, the power unleashed by Uchiha Madara far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner. Bloodline limits may exceed basic ninjutsu in potency, yet what release is by no means singular in its strength. Therefore, after acquiring the complete set of basic would-release techniques through the system, Hoshino Hikaru was inclined to explore ninjutsu of different attributes, delving into the variations of their interactions. Regrettably, the underground black market proved to be a profound disappointment. Not to mention such ninjutsu, even if he sought something of a higher caliber, he could simply request it from Tsunade or Yūhi Kurenai. After all, they were destined to be the mothers of his future children, and he felt no burden in asking for their assistance. It seemed the customer was dissatisfied with the ninjutsu we offered. Perhaps you might share your specific needs so we can determine if we have something that meets your criteria. Noticing the disdain reflected in Hoshino Hikaru's gaze, the attendant smiled, sensing that this customer had substantial requests. Those in their line of work feared not the demands of clients, but rather the inability of clients to afford their fees. Operating numerous branches throughout the ninja world, their establishment undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary foundation, though certain valuable items could only be presented based on client requests. There is such a possibility. Hoshino Hikaru's eyes brightened, likening the situation to an antique shop in his previous life, where treasures were rarely displayed openly. I desire 2 ninjutsu from the Hidden Cloud Village. One is the Lightning Release Chakra mode, and the other is the Lightning Release Armor. How much do they cost? Mentioning these two techniques elicited a hint of excitement in Hoshino Hikaru's expression. With his current physical condition, mastering these two techniques could yield power rivaling that of Guy's 8 gates. Imagine if he activated the 8 gates while harnessing the lightning release chakra mode. His innate regenerative abilities instilled confidence in Hoshino Hikaru that he could withstand such exertion. At that point, his offensive capabilities would soar. Layering lightning release armor with the 8 gates, he could demonstrate such prowess even to Uchiha Madara. Very well, you wish to. The attendant, who had been beside Hoshino Hikaru, intended to consult his records but fell silent upon flipping the page, gazing at Hoshino Hikaru with disbelief. Customer, do you mean to say you seek the lightning release chakra mode and the lightning release armor? After confirming, Hoshino Hikaru nodded earnestly. Excellent. Beneath the attendant's mask, his face contorted in frustration. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? You seek to acquire the secret techniques of the fourth Reikage, the lightning release chakra mode, and the lightning release armor? If we truly possess these techniques, would the brutes from the hidden cloud village not hunt us down across the ninja world? Realizing he had perhaps overreached, Hoshino Hikaru acknowledged the impossibility of obtaining such exclusive techniques. My apologies, but do you have the Sharingan? Even a single tomo would suffice. The previous reward had already bestowed upon Hoshino Hikaru the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, yet the requirements for awakening their eyes were exceedingly high. He had no desire to endure the emotional turmoil that could arise, nor could he accept such a price. If he could directly implant a pair of Sharingan, even if they were but a single tomo, he could cultivate their potential over time. At this moment, the attendant responsible for Hoshino Hikaru's reception had slumped in his chair, his mind racing to ascertain the origins of this peculiar individual. Which audacious soul had introduced him to this branch? He had boldly requested the Reikage's unshared secrets, and upon being told no, immediately inquired about the Sharingan. What kind of character possesses such audacity? They were merely a currency exchange, not a wishing well. How could he expect to acquire everything here? If they truly had such capabilities, they would not be operating in the underground black market. Actually, this could be feasible. I have ample funds, and I will not disclose that I procured it from you. Hoshino Hikaru probed once more. For such black markets were akin to the dark web of his former life, where many matters were inconvenient to articulate. This, I assure you, does not exist. The attendant was on the verge of tears, his voice trembling with desperation. He regretted greeting Hoshino Hikaru upon his entry. Such a peculiar client should have been referred to a supervisor. Indeed, sensing the attendant's plight, Hoshino Hikaru could only shake his head in disappointment. In his previous life, he had harbored a keen interest in the dark web, yet as an ordinary individual born in a peaceful nation, he had never had the opportunity. He had originally hoped to satisfy his curiosity within this underground currency exchange, only to find nothing of interest, leaving him bewildered by its mystique. Truly, he had arrived with high hopes, only to depart in disillusionment. Hey, kid. Upon exiting the currency exchange, Hoshino Hikaru heard a deep voice call from behind. Turning around, he found a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds standing beside him. What were you saying in the currency exchange? If you have sufficient funds, you may assign the task to me, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. You? Casting a sidelong glance at Kakuzu, Hoshino Hikaru smirked. Recalling a quip from his previous life, the tasks I issue are of extreme difficulty and peril. Can you truly accomplish them? Of course. As long as your funds are adequate. Even the first Hokage has clashed with me. How much is your task worth? Indeed, provoked by Hoshino Hikaru's jest, Kakuzu immediately began to recount his own illustrious exploits. Oh, is that so? Then I shall put you to the test. How will you test me? In response to Kakuzu's indifferent demeanor, Hoshino Hikaru raised an eyebrow and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball towering several stories erupted from Hoshino Hikaru's mouth, causing Kakuzu to widen his eyes in shock. What the hell, is this a jest? The heat radiating from the attack was nearly enough to ignite his garments, prompting him to leap sideways to evade its wrath. Just as Kakuzu distanced himself from the great fireball technique and exhaled a sigh of relief, a figure appeared at his side, and a mischievous smile graced Hoshino Hikaru's lips. In the next moment, a swift sidekick struck Kakuzu's waist, propelling him toward the soaring fireball. Damn it, you're going to pay for this. In Chapter 50, the Akatsuki organization sees the emergence of yet another daughter. Just as Kakuzu was about to be engulfed by flames, he flung a metal box away, which landed on the ground at a distance. This action narrowed Hoshino's eyes in surprise. What a guy, valuing wealth above all else. Even when facing the flames, he still remembers to protect his money. However, he had no intention of seizing Kakuzu's box of money, opting instead to observe with his arms crossed. As the chakra sustaining the fireball technique began to wane, a figure shot forth from the inferno. Kakuzu, now stripped of his earlier bravado, found his black and red cloud-patterned cloak completely scorched, leaving his upper body bare and marred with dark patches resembling stitched skin. You want to fight? The moment he emerged from the fire, Kakuzu glanced toward the direction of the money box. Upon seeing it still intact, relief washed over him, and the murderous intent in his gaze toward Hoshino diminished significantly. Fight! I have no time for that. I seek the training methods for lightning release chakra mode and lightning armor, and I can offer 200 million ryo for it. Initially inclined to refuse, Kakuzu's eyes lit up at the mention of the staggering sum. All right, I'll give it a try. How can I contact you? Palace Jade Liquid, 181 ryo a cup. Just leave this code at the currency exchange, and I'll send someone to collect it based on the code. Understood. Kakuzu wasted no time with further conversation and turned to leave. Though he didn't grasp the meaning of the code, he recognized its purpose was to ensure confidentiality. So memorizing it sufficed. It's not a difficult task, is it? Why is everything so chaotic? Upon returning to the Akatsuki, Kakuzu encountered Konan, the white tiger angel of the organization, standing alongside a girl with similarly blue-purple hair who bore a resemblance to her, almost like sisters. Konan scrutinized Kakuzu with furrowed brows, recognizing that as one of the immortal duo, his strength was formidable, and his disheveled state suggested he had endured an extraordinary battle. It's not a mission-related issue. I encountered a peculiar individual at the currency exchange who sought the Lightning Shadow's secrets. The price was quite appealing, so I engaged in a brief test of strength. That was merely a brief engagement. In his haste to return with the money, Kakuzu had neglected to procure a new outfit, his charred torso still exposed. It's nothing. By the way, that guy also provided a code. Palace Jade Liquid, 181 ryo a cup. You'll need it for task assignments, so remember it well. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu noticed the girl beside Konan suddenly brighten, a smile gracing her lips, though he dismissed it as mere excitement over a lucrative task. I need to freshen up. That damned individual. Next time I see him, I'll make him regret it. He nearly burned my money box. After casually greeting Konan, Kakuzu prepared to leave but was abruptly halted by a cold voice from behind, accompanied by a surge of chakra. Paper jutsu, death butterfly spiral. Countless delicate paper fragments fluttered like butterflies, rapidly enveloping Kakuzu at an almost imperceptible speed. The seemingly flimsy sheets acted like countless butterfly knives, swiftly slicing into his flesh. Damn it, what do you want? Kakuzu felt the acute sensation of being cut, losing sensation in his lower body as if his nerves had been severed. Wind release, pressure damage. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu formed hand seals and activated his earth grudge fear, unleashing a high-pressure wind ball from his mask, scattering the paper fragments. The resulting vortex sucked in the surrounding papers. Yet before he could catch his breath, the girl beside Konan launched another attack. Paper jutsu, divine paper spear. A chakra spear formed of white paper shot forth from her, piercing Kakuzu's body in an instant, causing his expression to change drastically as he realized his lightning release heart had been destroyed. Is this the leader's intent? Kakuzu, with a paper spear still embedded in him, glared furiously at Konan. He had diligently earned for the organization, only to be betrayed. Wait, stop. Konan swiftly placed her hand over the girl's, halting her actions, and turned to Kakuzu. You should leave for now. She's a newcomer in the organization and may have misunderstood. I'll handle this. Kakuzu wanted to protest, but he noticed the girl had raised her hand. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to depart. After all, a paper spear was still lodged in him, and the terrifying speed at which it had been fired left him feeling vulnerable. If she could unleash more of those spears, he might not survive the day. Why? What does this mean? Once Kakuzu had left, Konan fixed a serious gaze upon the girl beside her. The previous day, this girl, who introduced herself as Hoshino Hikaru, claiming to be her daughter, had revealed numerous details only she would know, affirming her identity. The inexplicable connection and sense of kinship led Konan to keep her close. But today, she had attacked a member of the organization using her specialized paper jutsu. To say that Hoshino Hikaru's paper jutsu surpassed Konan's would not be an exaggeration. At the very least, her technique lacked such destructive power. The latter merely shrugged in response. Who told him to speak without thinking? Not everyone can be spoken to like that. So the one assigning the task to Kakazu was your father? The mention of this topic left Conan struggling for words. If he truly was wise father, then it implied a deeper connection. Chapter 51. The Unreliable Zabuza. Upon returning from the currency exchange, although Hoshino Hikaru had not acquired what he desired, he felt secure in trusting the task to Kakazu, a self-proclaimed task fanatic. Perhaps in due time, a delightful surprise awaited him. Moreover, it had been a considerable duration, and he believed Zabuza had sufficiently recuperated. Hikaru was eager to conclude this narrative and hastened back to Konoha. While a wood clone was present to avoid suspicion, he felt an overwhelming urge to reunite with his two newfound daughters. This feeling was independent of any reward points from the system. It stemmed purely from a first-time father's sentiment, having lived two lives. You finally returned. Are we heading out for a mission? Upon noticing Hikaru's arrival, the four individuals waiting in the room displayed varied expressions. Naruto was naturally elated, while Sasuke, though maintaining a neutral demeanor, exhibited a slight smile. Thus far, Hikaru was the one he trusted the most in all of Konoha. Kakashi bore a complex gaze. During Hikaru's absence, he had found himself with nothing to do, his mind consumed by their previous conversations. If the demise of his father is indeed linked to the higher-ups in the village, how shall he conduct himself? Should he seek vengeance against them for his father's death? Or should he feign ignorance and continue to embody the copy ninja, Kakashi? Thus, when Hoshino Hikaru met his gaze, he was startled to observe the bloodshot condition of Kakashi's right eye, a clear indication that he had not rested adequately over a prolonged period. Kakashi, would you like to take another day to recuperate? With Hikaru's inquiry, the other members turned their attention to Kakashi, who resolutely shook his head. Curiously, prior to Hikaru's return, Kakashi had been in turmoil, but upon Hikaru's arrival, he felt an overwhelming urge to complete the mission and return to Konoha to gather evidence. It must be said, despite his youth, Hikaru exuded an immense sense of security, a testament to the confidence that strength brings. The group swiftly arrived at the edge of the broken bridge, a sight familiar from the original narrative, shrouded in a thick mist that enveloped them instantly. This time, Zabuza refrained from any lengthy discourse. A series of low-pressure gusts rushed towards them, and his executioner's blade sliced through the fog, aimed directly at the side of Dazna. Having learned from past encounters, he recognized that the objective was to eliminate Dazna, and saw no reason to engage with Kakashi or that extraordinarily formidable boy. In a flash, Dazna only managed a shriek before toppling backward. In the next instant, the blade halted mere inches from his face, its edge almost touching his nose. On the opposite side of the blade, Hoshino Hikaru had a firm grip on the weapon's hilt. Is this the legendary executioner's blade? It's hardly impressive. With that, Hikaru casually discarded the blade onto the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, if one's reputation is solely founded on such a weapon, their prowess is likely limited. Zabuza, concealed within the mist, glared at the discarded executioner's blade, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. To him, the weapon was akin to a treasure, requiring meticulous care and even companionship during slumber. Yet, that insufferable boy had the audacity to toss it aside, showing such disdain. With that thought, he gestured to Haku, signaling that they could proceed with their coordinated attack. Prior to their arrival, they had discussed that if the ambush failed to eliminate Dazna, Zabuza would engage him directly, while Haku would use his bloodline limit to send Dazna on his way. Damn it, surely you don't believe I will engage in a ninjutsu duel with you? A sinister grin emerged on Zabuza's face as he stealthily maneuvered through the mist towards Hikaru. Observing that his opponent was unprepared, Zabuza carefully drew a shuriken from his waist, seizing the opportunity as Hikaru glanced in the opposite direction and lunged for Hikaru's neck. Kid, it's time to die? Ugh, I've been waiting for you. Hikaru narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he grasped Zabuza's neck, rendering him suspended in the air like a rag doll, his feet dangling helplessly. Had Zabuza been more observant, he would have noticed the patches of grass that had mysteriously sprouted on the bridge surface, though their senses were significantly impaired within the mist. The tiny blades of grass conjured by Hikaru's would release served as his eyes, allowing him to accurately track Zabuza's movements. Zabuza attempted to utter something but was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain in his abdomen. Instantly, he was propelled backward by a tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt, blood pouring from his mouth. The dense mist that had enveloped the area began to dissipate. The onlookers fixed their astonished gazes on Hikari, who had just retracted his fist. The sheer power he displayed was staggering. Even the seasoned Kakashi was taken aback. The chakra emanating from Hikari was monstrous, coupled with the first Hokage's would release and an impressive mastery of taijutsu, and he had only just graduated from the ninja academy. One could only ponder the extent of his potential at the peak of his abilities. He might rival the likes of Hashirama Senju. Yet, from their prior conversation, Kakashi sensed that Hikari did not possess a profound sense of allegiance to Konoha. Forget it. I have yet to untangle my own affairs, so I have no grounds to consider the higher-ups of Konoha. I only hope they do not overestimate their capabilities in confronting Hikari. This boy is not as easily managed as his father. Secret ice technique, crystal mirror. Just as Hikari began to advance, multiple ice mirrors emerged around him, encircling the group. Haku's figure darted from various mirrors, unleashing a barrage of Senbon. Kakashi and Sasuke swiftly drew their shuriken, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Naruto and Sakura hurriedly retrieved their weapons, positioning themselves protectively around Dasna. At that moment, they found themselves significantly outmatched compared to Sasuke, let alone Kakashi. Hikari seemed entirely unfazed by Haku's presence, making his way towards Zabuza, effortlessly evading every Senbon aimed at him. Left with no alternative, Haku appeared in front of Hikari within the ice mirror. But before he could launch his Senbon, Hikari had seized his arm. In a single punch, both men found themselves sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. This outcome left Hikari somewhat disheartened. Despite his overwhelming strength surpassing Zabuza, the latter had not sought assistance from other ninjas, leaving Hikari feeling rather unfulfilled. Chapter 52. This is undoubtedly an exchange of chrysanthemums. To think that you hold no value whatsoever and have wasted so much of my time. Hikari's expression darkened. Had he known this would be the outcome after such a lengthy wait, he would have dispatched them right away. Had he done so, he would now be by his daughter's side. Fueled by frustration over the delay in reuniting with his family, Hikari contemplated ending Zabuza's life right then and there. You little brat, crack. Zabuza, trembling as he propped himself up, glared at Hikari, attempting to speak, but Hikari swiftly pressed his foot down on Zabuza's left leg. The sound of breaking bones echoing through the air. Zabuza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. A ninja emerging from the blood mist would never succumb to pain. If you still cannot utter a word, I'd be more than willing to teach you again. Grasping Zabuza's head, Hikari lifted him, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. No. Haku, still on the ground, struggled to rise, clutching Hikari's pant leg. His face etched with desperation. Haku, do not plead for me. If you have the ability, just kill me. Zabuza's voice, strained and weary, revealed more than just physical pain. It was a deep psychological disarray. He was the demon Zabuza. To be so decisively vanquished by a mere child, stripped of any ability to retaliate, had shattered his spirit. What hope did he have of returning to the hidden mist village or achieving his so-called ideals? At this moment, Zabuza was not inciting Hikari. He was genuinely contemplating surrendering to death. Master Zabuza, you still have unfulfilled dreams. Leave this to me. Haku exclaimed, gazing up at Zabuza with fervor. Tugging once more at Hikari's pant leg. I possess a bloodline limit that may still prove useful to you. Spare Zabuza, and I shall leave my fate in your hands. Hoshino Hikaru, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced down at the bloodied and pitiful figure of Haku. The situation made it seem as if he were the villain, when in fact they were the ones being attacked. Kakashi hesitated nearby, wishing to voice his thoughts. Although Haku's abilities were not formidable, the bloodline limit was indeed a rare treasure. If possible, it would be wise not to resort to such a wasteful method of execution. However, bringing Haku back to Konoha was unrealistic. At that moment, Hoshino Hikaru lacked the authority to return a rogue ninja from another village without the Hokage's consent. Even if he managed to bring Haku back, the latter would not be allowed to stay by his side, but would instead be monitored by the village. What significance would that hold? Under the indoctrination of the people in Konoha, would he merely be delivering Haku to Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo to be added to their ranks? Haku, be silent. If worse comes to worst, let him kill me. Zabuza, held by the throat, glared fiercely at Hoshino Hikaru as if waiting for him to end his life. Wait, we have money, Zabuza? Over the years, we've saved quite a bit from our missions. I can give it all to you. As Hoshino Hikaru showed no interest in the price Haku proposed, Haku's mind raced, suddenly recalling the money they had stored in the bank. At present, the only things they could offer were their 2 lives, the decapitating sword, and their wealth. The sword had been discarded like rubbish, and their lives seemed of little interest to Hoshino Hikaru. If he did not want their money, they would have to resign themselves to fate. How much do you have? At that moment, Hoshino Hikaru's question resonated like celestial music in Haku's ears, and hope flickered across his face. We have 25 million ryo. Zabuza, grasped tightly by Hoshino Hikaru, narrowed his eyes. That was the capital he intended to use to retaliate against the Mist Village. It was money saved from mission after mission. Yet now, to preserve their lives, they had to offer it all, for money could always be earned again. Hoshino Hikaru casually tossed Zabuza aside, stroking his chin as he began to calculate their worth. Look, our Konoha's useless J-nin, Asuma Sarutobi, leveraging his father's title as the 3rd Hokage, commands a bounty of 35 million ryo. Zabuza, you've at least earned the title of demon, so your bounty should not be less than his. And you, Haku, as a bearer of a bloodline limit, your potential is limitless. 20 million ryo should be acceptable. Furthermore, that decapitating sword, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are defined by their 7 swords. It's quite the treasure, so let us say it's worth 10 million ryo. In total, that is 65 million ryo. Kakashi, standing aside, couldn't he help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy was no longer even pretending to mask his disdain for the Hokage, even dragging Asuma into the fray. And that so-called treasure, the decapitating sword, was still lying on the ground, caked in dirt from someone's footprint. Now it was suddenly a great treasure, regardless of how others perceived it. Hoshino Hikaru had set a price and made it clear that there would be no room for negotiation. Zabuza, slumped on the ground, wore an expression devoid of emotion, staring blankly at him. Just kill me. We cannot produce that much money. The 25 million ryo represented all his hard work over the years. Now, to hand it all over and still owe for million ryo? Who could bear that? TSK, TSK, TSK. You rogue ninjas. Without a ninja village taking a cut from your missions, how could you only save so little? Hoshino Hikaru's expression of disdain, coupled with his biting words, nearly made Zabuza spit blood. You can take me to the exchange. A ninja with a bloodline limit is worth something. Combined with our 25 million ryo, it should cover Zabuza's price and that of the sword. Haku suddenly felt a surge of strength, standing upright. His eyes locked onto Hoshino Hikaru without a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Naruto, standing behind them, was on the verge of insanity. If not for Sakura and Sasuke restraining him and covering his mouth, he might have charged in. Even so, the way he looked at Hoshino Hikaru now lacked the previous familiarity. This was precisely why Hoshino Hikaru had been reluctant to involve himself with the golden-haired saint. Had it not been for the task related to the main storyline, he would not have wanted to associate with someone claiming to know the 4th Hokage. Silence. Zabuza coldly reprimanded Haku, and then struggled to prop himself up with one hand on the ground. So what if it's 40 million ryo? I'll earn it through missions. Either we redeem ourselves together, or we die together. Zabuza. Haku's expression shifted, and the two locked eyes. Hoshino Hikaru, observing this exchange, mused on how these two were supposedly partners. It appeared more like a twisted relationship. Chapter 53, Mission Accomplished. Ninjutsu techniques without seals. Seeing the two act as if they were performing, Hoshino Hikaru felt a sense of helplessness. He was clearly the victim of their attack. Yet it seemed as though he were a tyrant coercing a couple, as if he were filming a movie. Prepare your 25 million ryo at the exchange. The code is odd changes, even remains the same, and the symbols are based on the quadrants. Gather the remaining 1 million ryo and bring it to me. Do not even think about fleeing. The ninja world is vast, but finding someone is not that difficult. Hoshino Hikaru waved his hand dismissively, signaling the two to leave. His primary objective was to complete the mission and claim the rewards from the system. The ransom they offered was merely an unexpected gain. After all, confronting the Hokage in person had only netted him a reward of 100 million ryo. Now, capturing two minor rogues could yield 65 million ryo. Hoshino Hikaru was quite satisfied. We'll take our leave then. Upon hearing Hoshino Hikaru finally relent, Haku endured his pain and awkwardly helped Zabuza to his feet. At that moment, Zabuza's breathing was growing weaker. If he did not receive treatment soon, he might not even need to owe Hoshino Hikaru anything. Gazing at Zabuza and Haku, who were supporting each other as they departed, Kakashi directed his gaze toward Hoshino Hikaru. The mission should be completed. Do you wish to accompany us? Initially, Hoshino Hikaru intended to speak with Kato and acquire the money, But since that fellow had not appeared as in the original story, he was too lazy to make another trip and simply waved his hand, preparing to return to Konoha. After being away for so long, he had played enough and nearly completed his task. It was time to check on his family. Beep. Looping task. Resolve daughter's discontent completed. Reward. 1, 500 points. Reward. Ninjutsu techniques without seals. Just as Hoshino Teru departed and Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha, the system's notification sounded. Perhaps it was registering his departure from the storyline, prompting this timely settlement. Finding a secluded spot, Hoshino Teru chose to accept his reward. But the anticipated sensation did not materialize. He seamlessly received it. In truth, the ninjutsu techniques without seals were not particularly grandiose abilities. At their core, they represented a form of chakra control. The purpose of hand seals is to assist in regulating the flow of chakra within the body. But if one can directly control the flow of chakra and alter it at will, whether in direction or quantity, then hand seals become entirely unnecessary. Just like now, Hikari Hoshino merely controlled the chakra within his body, and a familiar ninjutsu was unleashed from his mouth. The massive fireball scorched the surrounding plants, turning them yellow and black, even emitting gray smoke. Is this the formless ninjutsu? Hikari Hoshino, intrigued, dissipated the fireball before him. Although it was not a direct offensive skill, the enhancement it brought to his own strength was substantial. After all, no matter how swiftly one could form seals, could they match the speed of conscious manipulation? In battle, even a second's advantage could significantly alter the course of the conflict. However, this formless ninjutsu was not cataloged as a ninjutsu skill within the system. Rather, it elevated Hikari's chakra control to a master level, marking his first mastery-level skill. Even more astonishing was the fact that despite his negligence in practicing chakra refinement during his leisure time, his chakra growth rate remained unimpeded, increasing by 2 cards in a mere short span of time. Host, Hikari Hoshino, Chakra, 23 cards. Bloodline, Senju, Uchiha. Skills, beginner level would release ninjutsu. Proficient level, Great Fireball Technique. Proficient level, Grand Waterfall Technique. Master level, Chakra Control. Expert level, Body Flicker Technique. Expert level, Taijutsu. Expert level, Culinary Skills. The sensation of chakra perpetually increasing was utterly exhilarating. Had Senju Hashirama experienced such delight? No wonder that so-called true Senju could utilize their techniques with seemingly limitless chakra, without such an immense reservoir. Even a single ninjutsu could drain dozens of Kakashis. Filled with excitement, Hikari Hoshino swiftly returned to Konoha. Upon reaching his street, he encountered Hinata, who was pouting and fiddling with her fingers. Hikaru-kun, you're back? Back. How did you know I was out? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hikari's eyes. He had left a wood clone at home, pretending to train. How could Hinata use the term back? Unlike ordinary shadow clones, wood clones were denser and more lifelike in appearance. Even Uchiha Madara had struggled to discern them when used by Senju Hashirama, although his strength paled in comparison to Hashirama's. Surely Hinata wouldn't be able to see through him, even with her Byakugan. I didn't know you were out. But I could feel that it wasn't you in the room. Hinata's cheeks flushed, yet her words stirred something within Hikari, warming his heart inexplicably. Oh, I just went out to take care of some matters. You'll keep it a secret from me, won't you? Feeling the warmth of her hand resting on his head, Hinata nodded shyly, then tucked her hands behind her back, walking alongside Hikari. Observing her demeanor, he felt quite pleased. Was what you were doing dangerous, Hikaru-kun? Did you get hurt? After a few steps, Hinata curiously scrutinized Hikari from head to toe. Earlier, she had run into Ino, who had returned from a routine escort mission within the Land of Fire, which typically posed little threat. Not particularly dangerous. I just dealt with a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Oh, just a rogue ninja? Hinata's eyes widened in alarm, and she inched closer, her expression tense. Although Hikari spoke nonchalantly, that was still a rogue ninja. She even activated her Byakugan to scrutinize his body carefully. Don't worry. A mere rogue ninja could never be my match. Seeing Hinata's concerned expression, Hikari patted his chest confidently, causing her to gaze at him in awe. This aura of confidence was something she greatly envied. She wished she could attain such poise one day. Little Hikari, you went outside? From behind them came a voice. And Yūhi Kurenai approached with a look of surprise, accompanied by a figure clad in a green vest. It's Hikari and Hinata. I didn't expect to run into you two while accompanying Kurenai home. Before Hikari could respond, Asuma Saratobi quickly joined Kurenai's side, a smile on his face. Since that dinner gathering, he had felt an odd sensation, as if Hikari would significantly impact his future, and that influence felt decidedly negative. Thus, upon seeing Hikari, he instinctively felt resistance, a sense of urgency compelling him to stand close to Kurenai to assert his claim. What are you talking about? Kurenai's face showed a hint of annoyance and panic as she quickly stepped away from Asuma, glaring at him. Weren't we just coincidentally meeting? You insisted on following me home. When did it turn into me asking you to accompany me? Asuma, we are friends. Please refrain from making statements that could be easily misinterpreted, all right? Asuma's smile instantly faltered, and he didn't even notice the cigarette but falling from his mouth. His face turned as red as a monkey's backside, with veins visibly throbbing in his neck. He had clearly seen Kurenai glance at Hikari after making that statement. What did such a gesture imply? Was she concerned about that kid misunderstanding something? If Asuma previously sensed a threat from Hikari, he now had confirmed suspicions that this kid was vying for Kurenai's attention, and it seemed he was making progress. All right, Kurenai. Asuma didn't say anything inappropriate. Don't overreact. I trust you. Hikari gently patted Kurenai's shoulder, prompting her to nod in agreement. Asuma stared incredulously at Hikari. Did that kid just call her Kurenai? That was a name only he used. Moreover, Kurenai had just told him not to say anything that could mislead others, but then turned around and addressed this kid as if it were nothing. Are you two putting on a show for me? Furthermore, Kurenai, what else with that blush on your face? Why are you nodding at him? You should have scolded him for being so presumptuous and told him to maintain some distance. That damned kid still had his hand on your shoulder. Make him take it off. At that moment, Asuma sensed a peculiar atmosphere enveloping Hikari and Kurenai, which made him profoundly uncomfortable. By his understanding of Kurenai, her demeanor was decidedly off. It was very off. Hey, Hikari, I remember you just graduated from the Ninja Academy, right? Kurenai is at least a J-Nin team leader. Don't you think? Asuma, this is a personal matter of mine. It's none of your concern, all right? Though Asuma had never experienced the dynamic between Hikari and Kurenai, it did not prevent him from interrupting their interaction. Yet, to his surprise, it was Kurenai who glared at him. How can it not be my concern? Kurenai, after all these years, you know that I. Asuma struggled to articulate his feelings, but under Kurenai's disapproving gaze, he found his voice failing him. For so many years, we've been good classmates. I don't want anything else to tarnish that bond. Do you understand? As the sun began to set, Yūhi Red let out a soft sigh, revealing her true feelings. After all, they were classmates who had graduated together, and Asuma was the son of the third Hokage. She did not wish to create an awkward situation. Yet, her affection for her daughter, Yūhi Mirai, was genuine. Although Mirai's temperament was quite different from her own, the bond of blood was undeniable. The thought that her attitude might affect Mirai's existence filled her with regret, even though she had not yet given birth. Nor had she formally established a relationship with Hikari Hoshino. Her heart was already overflowing with maternal instincts. Hoshino, eager to speak, suddenly saw that little rascal who was already holding Hinata's hand, and he took Yūhi Red's hand as well. Red, Asuma-sensei is right. I still have some questions regarding my training. Shall we go? Hikari, holding one girl in each hand, made his way toward his home, leaving Asuma behind in solitude. What on earth was happening? A gentle squeeze on her hand brought Yūhi Red back to reality, turning to find Hikari's face devoid of expression. Was this little man feeling jealous? A subtle smile graced her lips as she reciprocated with a gentle squeeze of his hand. I have intentionally kept my distance from him. It was he who insisted on returning with me. After all, we've been classmates for many years, and it would be inappropriate to refuse. Rest assured, it will be easier to decline in the future. Before Yūhi Red could fully comprehend his words, she felt a hand resting on her waist, causing her to stiffen momentarily. Don't move. If he sees this, he will naturally retreat. Strangely compelled, Yūhi Red followed Hikari's advice, failing to notice Asuma behind them, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Just as he prepared to confront them, Hikari turned to glance at him, a shadow crossing his face under the sunlight, accompanied by a teasing smile. Damn it. He was doing this on purpose. Red must have been enchanted by this guy, or else she wouldn't be so compliant. I must rescue her from his grasp. In the next moment, Asuma was completely incensed by Hikari's expression, swiftly drawing a kunai, ready to pursue. However, after a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his weapon once more. He recalled his father's warning that Hikari, though young, possessed immense strength, surpassing most elite jonin, and was proficient in wood release. If he acted recklessly, He might not be able to subdue him quickly, and the embarrassment would fall on him. Red, don't worry, I will rescue you from this guy. Standing on the street. Watching the trio depart in the distance, Asuma clenched his teeth, resolutely turning to dash toward the Hokage building. Hinata, I recall your previous mission was quite challenging. Why didn't you return home to rest, instead encountering Hikari? I was just taking a stroll and happened to run into Hikari-kun. Hinata, basking in the warmth of her small hands being held, felt flustered as Yūhi Red brought her back to reality. Chapter 55, Senju Ryuui, creating one's own domain. Oh, are you certain you weren't intentionally looking for him? Observing Hinata's demeanor, Yūhi Red felt a mischievous urge rising within her. No, Red-sensei, how could you say that? I was merely passing by. As expected, Hinata's lovely face flushed crimson at Yūhi Red's teasing, sneaking glances at Hikari's reaction. Seeing such an adorable child, who was also her student, Yūhi Red felt no trace of jealousy, even though Hikari and Hinata's closeness was abundantly evident. However, when the three of them, hand in hand, entered the house, the blonde girl casually sitting at the dining table, munching on snacks, suddenly froze, her mouth full of food. Ding! Your daughter is astonished by you. Awarding 300 points. Senju Ryuui gawked, her eyes darting between the three. Since her memory began, although Aunt Red and Aunt Hinata belonged to Konoha, their relationship always felt somewhat distant, even after many years. To her surprise, her father, in his youth, managed to bring them together harmoniously. What could have caused such complications later on? Yūhi Red remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Ryui's mind. Seeing Ryuui adopt the demeanor of the household's master ignited a fire within both her and Hinata. Their gazes toward Hikari were laced with coldness. It was clear that Hikari was not alone, as Tsunade's attitude was well known to them, and there was also Ino, who had rushed over immediately after completing her mission. Unbeknownst to them, Ryuui exclaimed, Aunt Hinata, you are so adorable. Before Hinata could react, Ryuui had already leaped onto her. Aside from being strict with her own daughter, Ryuui was exceptionally fond of gentle Hinata, making her the most beloved aunt among the next generation of the Hoshino family. Oh dear, please let go of me. Hinata, overwhelmed by Ryui's enthusiasm, was baffled by the sudden intimacy. Hikari, don't you think you owe us an explanation? Yūhi Red's expression grew serious, revealing her earnest concern. If being with Hikari meant having another woman in his household every few days, she would struggle to face her daughter. Her name is Senju Ryuui, Tsunade's niece. What explanation do you require? You have a niece as well. That is entirely different, Yūhi Red began, but a thought struck her, and she abruptly turned to Ryuui. Ryuui, do you know Mirai? Yūhi Mirai, of course, we are sisters. I am her older sister. Ryuui replied, raising her little head from Hinata's embrace without a second thought. Yūhi Red did not notice, but Hikari observed keenly. The mischievous glint in Ryui's eyes revealed that she was concealing something. Hinata, you are so adorable. Just one hug, and you turn red. How about I buy you some lovely clothes? We can dress up together. Don't worry, I have money, as long as you call me sister. Smack. Ryui's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of clapping. Hikari was smiling at her, causing her to swallow her remaining words. Hikari had realized that this girl was indeed far more mischievous than Yūhi Mirai, daring to pull all sorts of pranks. However, in terms of lineage, she was not to be underestimated. After all, Hyuga Hizashi belonged to the same generation as the fourth Hokage. In terms of family ties, she was indeed at a disadvantage due to her father's influence. Watching the interaction between the two, Yūhi Red could not help but connect the dots regarding Ryuui and Hikari's relationship. That rascal, even after establishing a future with her, had not spared even Lady Tsunade. Alright, since Hikari has returned, I shall formally inform you that I am moving out. Noticing her father's somewhat awkward demeanor, Ryuui stifled a laugh, stepping in to diffuse the situation. Where are you going? Hikari's brow furrowed immediately. This girl was too unpredictable, and he could not rest easy with her around, even if it meant following Kakashi and the others into the narrative. Hoshino Hikari assigned one of the tasks to the wood clone, to keep a close watch on Senju Ryuui. Otherwise, upon his return, the girl might have vanished without a trace. Naturally, she would be off to find her aunt. After all, she had returned to the village. Would she really stay with you? Senju Ryuui playfully stuck out her tongue. Although her mother would undoubtedly keep an eye on her, it was nothing compared to the strictness of her father. Hoshino Hikari naturally wished to indulge his daughter and reap rewards, but given Senju Ryui's temperament, Continued spoiling could lead to trouble in this turbulent shinobi world. Yet now that his daughter had expressed her intent to seek out her aunt, he had no grounds to intervene. By the way, Aunt Yūhi, my aunt and I will be moving out today. We've troubled you these past few days. As she spoke, Senju Ryuui bowed respectfully to Yūhi Kurenai, suddenly displaying manners. Actually, having you both stay at my home is quite nice. Mirai is around your age. And you could play together. No need. We'll be moving out shortly. Upon hearing Yūhi Kurenai's words, Senju Ryuui's movements became even more hurried. The clever girl knew that if they continued residing in Aunt Kurenai's home, she and her mother would be at a disadvantage, akin to guests in enemy territory. Moreover, Yūhi Mirai would undoubtedly exploit this advantage, possibly mocking her. It was better to create a space of their own, a home court for them as mother and daughter, and it would also grant her parents some breathing room. This was no longer a battle between her mother and Aunt Kurenai, but one against Yūhi Mirai. Next door, Tsunade lay idly on the bed, and Senju Ryuui leapt onto her. Mother, pack your things. I'm taking you and Shizun to another place to live. Tsunade frowned at her bustling daughter. Where are we moving to? And why do you keep calling Shizun aunt when she is my disciple? Senju Ryuui hesitated for a moment, chuckling nervously, before dragging the two of them out the door with her small bundle of belongings. Chapter 56, Asuma the Jonin. Why don't you come and teach me a lesson? So we are moving here? Tsunade surveyed the house before her, her lips twitching involuntarily. While she had no issues with it, she turned to Shizun, who was clearly biting her lip and clenching her fists. The reason was simple. Shizun was all too familiar with this house, having been tied up in that position and thrown to the second floor for the first time in her life right here. Aunt, rest assured, I have already purchased this house. Where did you get the money? Senju Ryuui confidently patted her chest, assuring Tsunade. But the latter's expression clearly conveyed disbelief. After all, having spent time with her daughter, she was well aware that this girl was anything but conventional. She simply didn't follow the rules. Both of us have the gold bars given by Dad. It's convenient for spending outside. The housing prices in Konoha are not high at this time. Moreover, this house will be ours, when you and the others argued. Aunt Tintin directly bought it to give to you, so you wouldn't run away in anger. Aunt Tintin, Tsunade curiously glanced at her daughter, wondering how her relationship with the new generation of female ninjas had become so amicable that she could casually refer to them as aunt. All right, no need to overthink it. The house is mine, and if you don't stay here, where else would you go? Back to the Senju clan? Senju Ryuui pushed Tsunade's shoulder, nudging her into the house. Although Tsunade's expression was somewhat unpleasant from being caught off guard by her daughter's remark, she complied and stepped inside. If she were to return to the Senju clan, not only would she have to explain to that old man why she was back, but she would also be under constant surveillance by numerous umbu. It was rather ironic that Tsunade, a princess of Konoha and the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, would be treated this way in her own village. Looks like that guy is doing well for himself, providing you with gold bars. Though Tsunade had little romantic experience, she was no fool. She could deduce from her daughter's identity and attitude that Hoshino Hikaru would not be a man of integrity in the future. Of course, he will be the words Senju Ryuui intended to say were swallowed as she pat her mother's shoulder like an adult. You need to keep working hard. You used to be too proud. Now that I'm here to help you, use your charms to captivate him, and then I can benefit from being your daughter. Stop talking nonsense. Tsunade swatted her daughter's tiny hand away, exasperated by the inappropriate words coming from the young girl. By the way, what rank of ninja are you now? Chunin or Jonin? Curious about her daughter's status, Tsunade posed her question, only to see Senju Ryuui stiffen at the inquiry. Given my connections in Konoha, does it really matter what title I hold? Is that so? So you're a genin then? Tsunade smirked at her daughter, who was stubbornly puffing out her neck. Ryui's face flushed as she suddenly pointed at Shizun, who had just finished tidying up the room. Aunt Shizun is a jonin. Didn't I just kidnap her before? Shizun, emerging from the bedroom, froze, revealing a look of embarrassment and anger. Initially, she hadn't comprehended the conversation between Tsunade and Ryuui and had opted to tidy up inside. However, she was taken aback by Senju Ryui's proclamation. I'm truly sorry for being kidnapped by you. It seems I was too weak. Under Shizun's fiery gaze, Senju Ryuui felt somewhat guilty, realizing she had gone too far. However, that was just her nature. Having traveled back from the future, her initial thought was to fight alongside her father against their enemies. Despite her bravado, one truth remained. Since the dawn of their memories, she had been Hoshino Hikari's daughter, and in the entire shinobi world, not even those who spoke harshly to them could be found. Aside from her father and aunts, they were among the most unruly few in the shinobi realm. Naturally, Hoshino Hikari would never allow his daughter to encounter or engage with the rats hiding underground. Thus, even though they trained, they were always unaware of their true strength. Now that they had returned to the past, her greatest wish was to follow her father and experience the grand battles he once fought. Just as history books described, trampling all enemies beneath their feet was the ultimate thrill. Who would be like Yūhi Mirai, preoccupied with thoughts of their parents while their own happiness was paramount? At that moment, Yūhi Mirai stood outside the door of Yūhi Kurenai's home, puffing her cheeks and glaring fiercely at the person before her. "Little girl, I'm a friend of Kurenai's. I have business with her. Could you step aside?" Asuma Sarutobi, cigarette in mouth and a smile on his face, was met with a scowl from Yūhi Mirai. "I've never heard of you. I'm not interested in who you are, and neither is my aunt. Please keep your distance. Looking so scruffy and smoking, you resemble a thug." Asuma Sarutobi felt a surge of anger. Yet the words his father had spoken to him in the Hokage's office flashed through his mind, compelling him to suppress his fiery emotions. "Asuma, do you truly believe that Kurenai's attitude towards you stems from Hikari Hoshino? Hikari is merely a freshly graduated child. Her ire is directed at your demeanor. You ought to apologize sincerely and soothe her." Having witnessed his parents' enduring love over the years, Asuma had unwavering faith in his father's counsel. Thus, prior to this encounter, he had purchased a bouquet of flowers, only to be intercepted by a young girl before he could even see Kurenai. "What is it with you? At your age, don't you possess any self-awareness? Running over here to disturb others while holding flowers. How utterly uncouth." The disdain etched on Hinata Mirai's face ignited Asuma's fury. "Little one, even if you are Kurenai's niece, I shall teach you a lesson today, so you can learn the essence of politeness." With that, Asuma reached for Mirai's collar, only to suddenly feel a numbness in his arm. Unbeknownst to him, a hand had grasped his elbow, immobilizing his entire arm, while a low voice resonated beside him. "Asuma, do you wish to bully someone younger? I believe her assessment of you was quite accurate. Why not confront me instead?" Chapter 57. The Son of the Third Hokage. A mediocre and slimy Uncle Ding. Your daughter is pleasantly surprised. Reward points. 300. Huh. Asuma recognized the familiar voice and turned, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the person holding his elbow was none other than Hikari Hoshino, the same individual who had caused him trouble earlier. How could he possibly keep running into this person? He had intended to escort Kurenai home, only to be thwarted by her once again at her doorstep. It was as if she was a haunting specter. "Hikari, what business is this of yours? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds?" Taking a deep breath and finishing his cigarette, Asuma cast a sidelong glance at Hikari. As the son of the third Hokage, he had once been a delinquent in the village, openly clashing with his father, and even left Konoha in a fit of rage. Thus, Asuma's temper was far from mild. Earlier, he had maintained his composure due to his father's admonitions, but after being thwarted by Hikari again, coupled with Kurenai's recent change in demeanor, Asuma's control began to slip. His voice, laced with barely concealed fury, was clear enough for Mirai to hear. Yet, she dismissed him entirely, darting past Asuma to hide behind Hikari. The girls of the Hoshino family were becoming quite the formidable presence in Konoha, and she found Asuma, a mere figure in the annals of Konoha's history, quite intriguing. And so what? What you said mirrors my thoughts precisely. At your age, harassing others and bullying children is hardly appropriate, don't you think? Hikari's expression darkened. Had he not arrived in time, his daughter might have genuinely been caught by Asuma. He had heard Mirai's taunts, but so what? It was completely normal for Asuma to be reprimanded by his daughter for disturbing his wife's home. In fact, Hikari felt that Mirai's insults could have been even sharper. After all, the phrase "the son of the third Hokage," a mediocre and slimy uncle, had not even been uttered. How could that be considered impolite? From her position behind Hikari, Mirai grinned at her father's words. Aware he was defending her, and playfully made a face at Asuma, taunting him. "Hey!" The irritated Asuma pointed a finger at Mirai, only to have Hikari swiftly swat his wrist. Not only was he unable to extend his finger towards Mirai, but if he were to glance at his wrist, he would find it swollen. "Asuma Sarutobi, should you attempt to lay a hand on this junior again, I shall become your opponent, and we will settle this right here." After pushing Asuma's hand away, Hikari remained unfazed by Asuma's grimace. He could not allow his daughter to be bullied in front of him. Although Hikari had only recently graduated from the ninja academy, he bore an aura that made Asuma feel as though he were facing a peer. And the pressure he exuded was even more formidable than that of the elite Kakashi. As he felt the numbness in his wrist and the weight of frustration from the day's events, Asuma finally snapped, unearthing a shuriken from his pocket and hurling it towards Hikari. Despite his anger, he still retained enough sense to refrain from unleashing a powerful jutsu within Konoha. However, in terms of taijutsu, Hikari was indeed several times stronger than him. Naturally, when it came to ninjutsu, the disparity would be even greater. Before the shuriken could reach him, Hikari delivered a powerful punch to Asuma's abdomen. In an instant, Asuma was propelled off the ground, his body contorted like a bent shrimp. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though Hikari's blow had shattered his internal organs. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Gasp! Despite having undertaken numerous missions over the years and being a battle-hardened ninja, he had never encountered a blow of this magnitude. Even after crashing back to the ground, Asuma found himself unable to rise, relying on Hikari's shoulder to keep himself upright. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Asuma, release Hikari at once. What on earth are you doing? Kurenai, having just returned from accompanying Hinata a short distance, immediately spotted Asuma's hand resting on Hikari's shoulder. His expression fierce. Instinctively, she assumed Asuma was attacking Hikari. Before Asuma could respond, Mirai, noticing her mother's return, rubbed her eyes vigorously, causing the skin around her eyes to redden. In a state of panic, she rushed toward Kurenai. Auntie, that uncle tried to bully me. If Hikari hadn't appeared, he would have struck me. Listening to Mirai's dramatic words, both Asuma and Hikari were taken aback. Mirai's flair for the theatrical was rather excessive. However, Kurenai was too flustered to notice her daughter's antics, her gaze towards Asuma growing increasingly frigid. Asuma, if you have grievances against me, you may approach me directly. There is no need to bully a young girl like Mirai. Do not make me lose respect for you. While speaking, Kurenai maneuvered Hikari aside to confront Asuma directly. This left Asuma utterly bewildered. Even as he observed Kurenai's fury, he felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, even if he were oblivious to other matters, he completely understood Kurenai's feelings towards him. She simply did not like him. Father, it seems I have once again botched things up. Kurenai, you truly misunderstand. Farewell. Asuma wished to say something further, but was met with the cold rejection of the setting sun, who did not even accept the flowers he had brought, insisting that he take them back. You should head home. I am fine here. After sending Hikari Sayer away, the sunset finally closed the door, pulling her daughter close. Chapter 58. This member of the Umbu, you have already chosen your path to demise. Lady Tsunade, have you come seeking something? Early the next morning, a knock echoed at Hikari Sayer's door. Upon opening it, he found Tsunade, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, standing before him. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, momentarily leaving Hikari in a daze. A hint of embarrassment crossed Tsunade's face, as it had been years since she had risen this early. Had it not been for her daughter's incessant urging, even pushing her to Hikari's doorstep, she would not have been so proactive in coming over. I brought you breakfast that I made this morning. Tsunade's expression appeared calm, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Hikari's gaze fell upon a bamboo basket she clutched, the handle creaking under the pressure of her grip, seemingly on the verge of breaking. After all, she was the esteemed princess of Konoha. When had she ever needed to pander to anyone? Just a casual inquiry from her daughter, and she was flustered, thinking it some form of seduction. Tsunade was undoubtedly confident in her appearance, yet had never considered how to wield it to her advantage. Hiding a smile, Hikari slightly shifted to provide her passage. Please, come in. He was curious about the scheme concocted by the mother and daughter duo, and given Tsunade's bashfulness, it was evident that her whimsical daughter had a hand in this. Tsunade, as if granted a reprieve, hurried to enter, but tripped at the threshold. Hikari swiftly reached out to steady her by the arm, feeling the softness of her skin, which brought a smile to his face. Lady Tsunade, do be careful. Mind your own business. Tsunade, flustered, shook off his hand, but ended up bumping into the doorframe. What a clumsy morning it was for her. There was something endearingly charming about it. Oblivious to Hikari's expression, Tsunade strode to the dining table and dropped the bamboo basket heavily, causing the dishes within to clatter. Did you prepare this breakfast yourself? Hikari raised an eyebrow and lifted the basket's lid, revealing a neatly arranged assortment of simple dishes. While the presentation was modest, It was evident that effort had been invested. However, it hardly seemed like something Tsunade would concoct. After tasting a piece of fried fish, Hikari peered at her questioningly. Surely, this wasn't made by Shizen? How could that be? I made it myself, with Shizen only assisting a little. Tsunade exclaimed, her indignation palpable. If you don't want to eat it, then fine. With that, she snatched the chopsticks from Hikari's hand and slammed them onto the table. Observing her pout, Hikari feigned a dramatic cough, clutching his chest. Ahem, I received a minor injury while on a mission, battling a rogue ninja for 300 rounds. Although victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. You were injured? I was right next door. Why didn't you call for me? Where are you hurt? Let me see. Tsunade's hands enveloped in green medical chakra, her expression turning serious. Just teasing, Hikari grinned, seizing the moment to pull her into an embrace as she momentarily froze in surprise. Let go of me, Tsunade exclaimed, both startled and furious, struggling to break free. Yet Hikari's arms held her like a vice, their bodies pressed together, their heartbeats palpable. Not a chance. Hikari relished the challenge of making her blush, refusing to release her. Even as he playfully pinched her cheek. Lady Tsunade, you are exceedingly adorable today. Who is adorable? Tsunade's voice became muffled as he clutched her face. Her feigned anger evident as she lightly smacked his arm, controlling her strength. Hikari released her face, but his arm remained around her waist. So, why the sudden breakfast delivery? I simply made too much. Tsunade's gaze darted, her voice dwindling to a whisper, as if she were struggling to maintain her facade. This was the very essence of saying one thing and meaning another. Hikari chose not to expose her clumsy act, and they quietly enjoyed their breakfast, the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. He occasionally offered her food, while she ate quietly, stealing glances at him. You're such a coward, she murmured unexpectedly. Before she could finish her thought, Hikari had turned to her. In the next moment, he set down his chopsticks and, with a sudden pull, drew Tsunade onto his lap. She gasped, not having time to react before her lips were sealed in a fervent kiss. Time seemed to freeze as Tsunade's starry eyes widened, her hands suspended in the air, devoid of any inclination to resist. Previously, the aunts mentioned that dad only responds to gentleness. Now that mom has brought breakfast, could she be serving herself as well? Konoha's Ryuui leaned against her second-floor window, chin resting on her hand as she watched Hikari's house, her little legs swinging freely. After a moment, her delicate brows furrowed as she spotted a ninja from the Umbu appearing at Hikari's door. How vexing. Yet this ninja was unlike the previous root members, who would only act under the cover of night. She dared to approach in broad daylight. If she were to attack an Umbu within the village, it would be a significant incident, unless Tsunade herself intervened to protect her, but she did not wish for others to know her return. She could not jeopardize her mother's affairs. At that moment, Tsunade's heart bore the weight of decades of unexperienced pressure, beating so fiercely she felt it might leap from her throat. When their eyes met, she felt momentarily lost. Yet, her heart harbored shyness, surprise, and anxiety, but no anger. Moreover, the memories of her drinking contest with Asuma before Hikari left kept replaying in her mind, leading Tsunade to deduce certain things. In the days when her troublesome companion was absent, she had genuinely contemplated their relationship. Even though Ryuui had mentioned they would eventually become spouses, that was a future prospect, not a reality. However, when Ryuui urged her to prepare breakfast that morning, she had half-heartedly complied, never truly considering the option of refusal. So, was she truly going to fall for this young man? Perhaps that would not be so bad after all. Tsunade gently closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Yet just as they stood up from the bench, a loud knock reverberated from outside. Is Hikari-seiya home? The Hokage requests your presence. With that, they instinctively separated. Tsunade quickly wiping her lips, acutely aware of Hikari's clenched teeth. She could even sense the ominous aura emanating from her counterpart. And being disturbed at such a moment would undoubtedly provoke even the most tranquil of beings. You should head to the old man first. I'll retreat indoors for a while. Once you leave, I'll return home. You can come find me there. Yūhi will be with me too. The smile on Tsunade's face was barely containable as she turned and entered the bedroom. Chapter 59. The Chunin exams are approaching. The Sand Village trio approaches Shinyu-sensei. Is there something you need? As they made their way to the Hokage's office, the Umbu operative walking ahead felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine, as if something malevolent were watching him. The tension was palpable. It's nothing, a distant voice replied, causing him to hesitate. wanting to glance back, but feeling an inexplicable trepidation. He hastened his pace, guiding Senju Hikaru towards the Hokage building. After all, he was merely a needn't, and Senju Hikaru could easily keep pace with him. The thought of having this esteemed figure trailing him for any longer was overwhelming. Senju-sensei, the joint needn't exams are about to begin, and we have decided to appoint you as the chief examiner for the second phase. What are your thoughts? The third Hokage interlocked his fingers, elbows resting on the desk, obscuring his facial expression from the individual standing opposite him. Sure, I have no objections, Senju Hikaru casually shrugged. In fact, the third Hokage's arrangement aligned perfectly with his own desires. Even within the main storyline, the needn't exams represented an especially pivotal chapter. Even if the third Hokage had not assigned him this task, Senju Hikaru would have actively sought reasons to involve himself. Now, with the Hokage's endorsement, his endeavors would be far more manageable. Moreover, the vast expanse of the Forest of Death ensured that any commotion he caused would not attract widespread attention. Hinata, are you heading out? Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's entrance, Hinata was intercepted by her father just as she was about to leave. Her current disposition was a far cry from the version depicted in the original narrative, after being enlightened by the future of the sunset, which revealed her unique appetite. She now prepared ample meals, thereby rapidly warming their relationship. At times, they shared a secret that was too embarrassing to voice, drawing them closer. Are you going to see Senju Hikaru? Why, yes. A faint blush graced Hinata's cheeks as she hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although she intended to visit the future of the sunset and Kurenai-sensei, the proximity of Kurenai's home to Senju Hikaru's could easily be construed as a visit to him as well. Then go ahead. Hyuga Hayashi observed his daughter, who appeared considerably more relaxed as she swiftly departed, letting out a deep sigh. The Hyuga clan, having endured for generations, had significantly weakened by his time, lacking any formidable figures within the ninja world. Most troubling was Hinata's excessively timid and introverted nature. Given her current state, her future achievements might not surpass his own. Now, with Hanabi as a new addition to their lineage, her potential remained an enigma. If Hinata could truly harness the abilities of this prodigious would-release talent who had just graduated, Hyuga Hayashi would wholeheartedly support her. Once freed from her father's scrutinizing gaze, Hinata hastened towards her destination. Suddenly, at a street corner, she collided with an unexpected figure. Both parties staggered back a few steps, and Hinata then discerned the peculiar attire of the two individuals before her. The woman with long, golden-brown hair styled into 4 skyward braids was somewhat manageable. However, the person beside her, adorned with facial markings and carrying a bizarre backpack, appeared far from benign. Hey, you bumped into me. The individual cast a disdainful glance at Hinata, irritation evident in their tone. My sincerest apologies. Despite being the esteemed heiress of a prominent clan in Konoha, Hinata had been rigorously trained by her father in etiquette. Upon recognizing her collision with another, her immediate instinct was to bow deeply in apology. The Hyuga clan, huh? I didn't expect to encounter someone like you upon arriving in Konoha. The other party's face bore a smirk, and though merely a genin from Sunagakure, they were acutely aware of their purpose in Konoha, harboring a hint of malicious intent as they gazed at Hinata. Let us have a fight. Huh, sure, wait a moment. Hinata, momentarily taken aback by Kankuro's proclamation, nodded in confusion. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Kankuro's hands were already in motion, conjuring invisible chakra threads that enveloped the ground before Hinata. With deft control, the chakra threads surged upwards, descending upon her. Over the past few days, Hinata had diligently trained under Kurenai's tutelage, and with the favor of the future of the sunset, she enjoyed hearty meals daily, significantly enhancing her abilities. Upon activating her Byakugan, Hinata easily tracked the trajectory of the chakra threads surrounding her and swiftly severed them with her hand. Now this is getting interesting. Kankuro observed Hinata's swift actions, reaching behind him instinctively. As a puppet master from Sunagakure, summoning his puppets in response to a worthy adversary was an innate reaction. However, just as his puppet lunged towards Hinata, a figure descended from above. The once intricate puppet shattered beneath Senju Hikaru's foot, disintegrating into a multitude of pieces. Senju Hikaru. Hinata's eyes sparkled with surprise. Although she had claimed to visit the future of the sunset for a meal, she was acutely aware of the underlying reason for her visit. Damn it, how dare you treat my puppet like that? Kankuro's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed a menacing glare upon the suddenly appeared Senju Hikaru. To a puppet master, each puppet represented a labor of love akin to their progeny. Now, with one of his frequently utilized puppets reduced to ruin, he could hardly contain his rage. As he reached for another puppet strapped to his back, Temari's expression shifted, realizing that Kankuro was about to get serious. Hey, is it really wise to unleash that crow now? Isn't it a bit reckless? Temari cautioned Kankuro, her gaze fixated on Shinju Hikari. Stop, Kankuro. A cold voice emerged from a nearby tree branch, and this time, Gaara did not appear suspended like a bat, but stood firmly. So, you are the Jinchuriki of Shikaku? Unbeknownst to him, Shinju Hikari had already approached Gaara. His interest piqued as he playfully patted Gaara's shoulder, eliciting a mix of surprise and fear from Temari and Kankuro. Chapter 60. The unwelcome third Hokage of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Gaara's narrowed eyes, shrouded by dark circles, rendered his gaze nearly imperceptible. I advise against harboring any peculiar intentions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire, right, Shikaku? Just as Naruto could sense the external world through the nine tails within him, the sealing technique was far less stringent than Tsunagekyu's control over Shikaku. Momentarily stunned, Gaara halted his advance. Was this individual conversing with Shikaku inside him? In the next moment, the previously menacing Gaara suddenly paused, his expression becoming complex as he fixed his gaze on Hoshino Hikaru for several seconds. His entire body transformed into sand and fell to the ground, then reconstituted itself. We have tasks at hand. I shall let you go this time. But do not give me the chance, or I will surely end your life. After uttering this threat with a calm demeanor, Gaara turned and walked away, with Kankuro promptly following behind him. This lovely young lady, do keep an eye on your brother. This is Konoha, not Tsunagekyou, so it would be wise to remain discreet. Just as Temari was about to leave, she heard Hikaru's words, causing her heart to race. That handsome young man just called me beautiful. Oh, my apologies. We will be cautious, she replied, turning to follow him, concerned about inadvertently tarnishing Tsunagekyou's reputation. Hikaru-kun, are they ninjas from Tsunagekyou? Is it wise to let them go? Hinata gently tugged at Hikaru's sleeve, intentionally reminding him. Fear not, they possess permits to participate in the Chunin exams. There is no danger. Since we have crossed paths, let us find Ino. The exam is imminent, and I intend to give you all a crash course. Ruffling Hinata's hair affectionately, Hikaru led her towards the Yamanaka clan's direction. See, I told you, our father is certainly not as naive as he seems. He knows how to handle the ants. Temari remarked. Isn't it only natural for Aunt Temari to be drawn to our father, just like Aunt Ino? Nearby, two figures lay side by side on a branch, intently observing Hikaru's direction. Speaking of which, I wonder when Yamashiro and Shinsui will show up. If I am not mistaken, our appearances are determined by age, which is why I arrived first. Yūhi's face bore a smug smile, even displaying a hint of provocation towards Senju Ryuui, regardless of how the other reacted. She was determined to be the elder sister. According to your reasoning, should not Hoshino you also return? After all, we are of similar ages. The mention of you caused the expressions of both young ladies to grow complicated. Though they were half-sisters, you carried their father's surname, which led outsiders to believe she was closer to him than they were. The Hoshino family understood the situation, yet the incessant gossip from outsiders had somewhat strained the private relationships among the girls. Regardless, we are currently the only two in Konoha, so we should unite. Senju Ryuui suddenly clenched her small fist, her face displaying a resolute expression. If any other sisters come, we can prevent them from causing trouble. However, just as she began to speak, she halted, while Yūhi instantly grasped her intention, and their fair hands met in agreement. Among all the sisters, though they were somewhat mischievous, they maintained a relatively normal demeanor. If the other sister were to arrive, seeking to be born first, she might very well confine their father and her mother together. At that moment, as they strategized their alliance, an unexpected interruption occurred. A boy wearing goggles dashed around the corner and collided with Hinata. Ouch, you're that Byakugan woman. The fallen Konohamaru looked up at Hinata, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Ah, it's Hinata. My apologies, we were just having too much fun. Naruto and Sakura, trailing behind, hurried over to apologize upon witnessing the incident. It's nothing, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. She was not particularly familiar with Sakura and the others, and Naruto was merely someone she observed from a distance, without much opportunity for interaction. Hikaru and I, where are you going? Naruto asked excitedly, having momentarily forgotten his earlier disapproval of Hikaru's methods. We're off to find Ino. The Chunin exams are upon us, and I plan to provide her with some special training. There was no need to keep this from others, as the news would inevitably spread. Oh, can we join? Naruto's interest peaked instantly, and even Sasuke, who had been lagging behind, quickened his pace at the prospect. If they had previously been unaware of Hikaru's strength, having graduated as a special jonin at such a young age, their experiences in the Land of Waves had completely altered Naruto and Sasuke's perceptions of him. Especially for Sasuke. Isn't that guy just a rogue ninja? If I could train alongside Hikaru, defeating him would surely not be an insurmountable task. At this juncture, it could only be said that Naruto and Sasuke's understanding of the ninja world was still quite limited. As fellow genin, some struggled even to catch a cat, while others could capture tailed beasts with ease. Even among rogue ninjas, their combat prowess could vary greatly. Much like Zabuza, even if he were given 2 execution swords, he would lack the courage to confront Uchiha Itachi. Isn't that guy someone who graduated alongside you? Why do you want to train with him? Konohamaru, rising from the ground, cast a disdainful glance at Hikaru. Though young, he had heard tales of the tall, underperforming boy who had graduated at the age of 12, and he was astonished that Naruto held him in such high regard. Do not be rude to Hikaru-kun, Sakura admonished, delivering a playful punch to Konohamaru's head. Naruto then briefed him on Hikaru's strength, causing the young boy's eyes to brighten with intrigue. Hey, if you're that strong, teach me too. Chapter 61. After the Hokage, referred to as young master, Naruto exclaimed, "Get lost." Hikaru coldly uttered those 3 words, leaving everyone present taken aback. In truth, while Hikaru was undeniably powerful, he had been quite amiable and relatable with his peers throughout their interactions. This marked the first time they had witnessed him exhibit such an attitude towards someone from Konoha. Only Sasuke remained unaffected, as his distaste for the 3rd Hokage's faction had solidified since his investigation began. If Konohamaru had approached him, his demeanor would likely have been no more favorable than Hikaru's. If possible, would it be alright to bring him along? Konohamaru is quite eager to become stronger. Naruto glanced at the disheartened Konohamaru, a hint of reluctance on his face as he regarded Hikaru. Having called him big brother for so long, he wished to do something for Konohamaru. Eager to grow stronger? Hikaru chuckled, then beckoned to Sasuke, who approached with a blank expression. When you were his age, who did you train with? His gaze swept over Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, causing all 3 to pause, their expressions turning complex. At their age, Naruto and Sakura had no concept of training. Sakura had merely practiced at home, while Naruto faced rejection from the entire village. As for Sasuke, he had been exposed to training, but the one who taught him now occupied the top position on his list of foes. Now look at this one. As the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, he has a special jonin as a home tutor at such a young age. I am merely a special jonin. I am hardly qualified to instruct him. Some matters are not unknown to everyone. Rather, they have simply gone unnoticed until Hikari Hoshino brought them to light, causing several expressions to grow complex. Sasuke glanced thoughtfully at Konohamaru, who had directly adopted the name of Konoha. Does this mean he will succeed Asuma Sarutobi in the future? What an impressive 3rd Hokage, arranging for both the 5th and 6th Hokage before stepping down. If this continues, the entire village will merely become the property of the Sarutobi clan. Hey, Hoshino-sensei, your words are rather biased. A figure suddenly appeared, Ebisu adjusting his sunglasses with a stern expression, positioning himself between Hikari and Konohamaru. Young Master Konohamaru? A hint of disdain crossed Hikari's face. This individual harbored the belief that a ninja's talent was determined by bloodline, which previously led him to underestimate Naruto. Such notions are sheer nonsense. Is the bloodline of the 3rd Hokage's grandson superior, while that of the 4th Hokage's son inferior? Having grown alongside Guy and Kakashi during the Nine Tails incident, Ebisu and his companions were well aware of Naruto's true identity. Thus, this individual was merely a loyal dog of the 3rd Hokage. If the Hokage's descendants are to be referred to as young master, then what about Naruto? Hold your tongue. Cold sweat beaded on Ebisu's forehead as he interrupted Hikari, who was about to continue. How dare he speak such words in front of so many people, particularly with Naruto present? What? What did I do? Naruto looked curiously at Ebisu, who was too preoccupied to respond. Hikari was clearly deranged, and he needed to take Konohamaru far away from him. Hoshino-sensei, some things are better left unsaid, lest you provoke the 3rd Hokage's wrath. You should be aware of this. Hikari paid him no heed, and Ebisu did not pursue the matter further. Ignoring Konohamaru's struggles, he swiftly tucked him under his arm and departed. Despite their lack of prior interaction, Ebisu had already determined that Hikari was undoubtedly a dangerous individual, lacking even the most basic respect for the Hokage. As the grandson of the third Hokage, Konohamaru must stay far away from such a person. Why is it like this? Naruto sighed in exasperation, having nearly grown accustomed to everyone's hushed demeanor whenever he was mentioned. He was almost beginning to accept in his heart that he had become the despised Nine Tails. All right, that was merely an interlude. Naruto, Sasuke, you two come with me. I am prepared to teach you some useful skills. As he spoke, Hikari strode toward the Inuzuka household, and Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before following him. Only Sakura remained behind, watching Hikari's retreating figure, then glancing at Sasuke, and finally gritting her teeth to follow suit. Hikari noticed her actions, but, as he had previously stated, he neither disliked nor favored her. She was simply an ordinary person. Since she wished to follow, he made no effort to send her away. Hikari and what impressive ninjutsu do you plan to teach me? Not far into their journey, Naruto could no longer contain his excitement and quickened his pace to catch up with Hikari. The elegance with which he had dispatched Zabuza remained etched in Naruto's heart. If he could possess such strength, perhaps becoming Hokage would be easier. This was merely a child's innocent thought. The ninjutsu I intend to teach you is extraordinary. It is highly esteemed by both the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Observing Naruto's enthusiasm, Hikari couldn't help but smile. This was also a test of the degree to which he had fulfilled the tasks assigned by the system. If he could elevate the strength of these characters involved in the story far beyond their original capabilities, would that altered narrative count towards his involvement? If so, Hikari's future trajectory in Konoha would require significant alteration. No individual's contribution, no matter how great, could rival the strength of a faction. Even if he utilized all his shadow clones, the extent of change would still be limited. Sasuke, what you truly need now is not a powerful ninjutsu, but to earnestly study your eyes. Noticing the envy in Sasuke's gaze, Hikari patted his shoulder. Their paths diverged significantly. The greatest asset of the Uchiha clan lay in the Sharingan, and he must not forsake his roots. Eyes. Sasuke looked at Hikari in confusion. The Uchiha clan's literature had been largely removed, leaving only inconsequential remnants behind, even lacking information on the Sharingan. Consequently, he, as the last remaining Uchiha, was unaware of his most significant asset. In the annals of ninja history, the Uchiha clan was capable of contending with the Senju clan. And even Madara Uchiha could face the sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju. What do you believe your ancestors relied upon? Was it that indestructible fire release? Reflect upon and sense the circumstances under which your Sharingan manifests fluctuations. Hikari did not consider Sasuke's talent to be particularly high. Even Obito awakened his double tomo at a young age, and after witnessing the slaughter of his clan, he could only awaken a single tomo. Although his age played a role, as the secondary protagonist in Naruto, his talent was indeed somewhat lacking. Thus, in comparison to his original training sequence, Hikari advised him to focus primarily on his Sharingan. After all, as the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke undoubtedly possessed immense potential, and his development of the Sharingan would surely receive a significant boost. Will we be able to pass the Chunin exams? I feel our strength is still insufficient. We couldn't even defeat Zabuza before, Naruto lamented, resting his hands behind his head as he walked ahead, which elicited exasperated glances from the others. Naruto, do you even know what rank Zabuza is? He is a rogue ninja of the S rank. If Hikari hadn't shown up, even Kakashi-sensei might not have been his match. Sakura instinctively raised her hand to smack Naruto, but, noticing Hikari's presence, merely waved her fist in vain. Such matters should primarily be handled by their team leader, Kakashi. But since returning from the Land of Waves, Kakashi had been preoccupied with investigating that incident, leaving him with little energy to manage them. Do you want to train? Of course, that's possible. Inuzuka Kiba grinned as he called his daughter forward. Regardless of whether they were the extraordinarily powerful Hikari, the fourth Hokage's son Naruto, the Uchiha orphan Sasuke, or the Hyuga clan's heiress Hinata, even having just one or two of them get along with Ino would be a significant advantage for his daughter. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans held a notable reputation in Konoha, they simply could not compare to these clans endowed with Kekkei Genkai. Listen, Ino, you must train diligently to ensure you do not falter in this upcoming Chunin exam. Oh, I know, you've told me many times already. As he was about to leave, Yamashiro Kaichi was still advising Ino, who could only helplessly wave her hand in response. Rest assured, Senior Yamashiro, I will participate in this Chunin exam and lend them a hand when necessary. The moment Hikari Hoshino finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent, and the tool in Yamashiro's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. The group of young ones widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Hikari. With such prowess, why would he even participate in the Chunin exam? Wouldn't anyone who crossed paths with him be unfortunate? Aren't you already a special jonin? An unmistakable expression broke through Sasuke's icy facade, revealing the extent of his shock at Hikari's revelation. Indeed, your participation in the exam feels quite unfair, Naruto exclaimed, worried that if he encountered Hikari, he would be delayed on his path to becoming Hokage. Wait, special jonin? Yamashiro Kaichi's expression shifted to one of realization. Yet he remained in awe. Hikari truly was extraordinary. It was astounding that a student who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy could serve as an examiner for the Chunin exam. This was no mere flattery from Yamashiro. In the decades since the founding of Konoha, this was indeed a unique occurrence. I truly appreciate your efforts, Hikari-kun. Upon learning of his role as an examiner, Yamashiro Kaichi humbled himself further. Although as the head of the Yamashiro clan he did not need to bow excessively, he at least regarded Hikari as an equal. You are too humble, Senior Yamashiro. At this point, Hikari's small team had taken shape, albeit with varying degrees of closeness among the members. Sakura was naturally on the periphery, merely offering casual guidance, while Naruto and Sasuke were more invested, given their connection to Hikari's assessment of the system tasks. Hinata and Ino, being the girls Hikari had taken a particular interest in, were also in a favorable position. Once he had set his sights on them, failure was not an option. Now, you're taking my little Hinata away. Kurenai Yūhi feigned anger, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her heart. Despite being a Genjutsu specialist, none of her assigned students used Genjutsu, and not even a hint of talent showed in that area. Each student was engrossed in practicing their clan's secret techniques, leaving her feeling quite insignificant as a teacher. The third Hokage continued to assign her tasks to complete alongside Asuma, and the old man's intentions were becoming increasingly transparent. Hinata, your training will focus on 3 aspects: enhancing the precision and speed of your gentle fist. I will mark the chakra points on my wood clone within 3 seconds. You must accurately hit 16 points. This is a simplified version of the Hyuga clan's 64 palms. Once you master this, you can gradually increase the number of points and reduce the required time. Additionally, I will ask Lady Tsunade to guide you in enhancing your chakra control. If you can learn to wield super strength, it will greatly augment your gentle fist. Lastly, the principle of the Byakugan involves releasing a large amount of chakra from the chakra points in your body and performing a circular spinning motion like a top. You may start by practicing a one-arm chakra rotation before gradually expanding to half your body, ultimately covering yourself entirely. Yes, excitement radiated from Hinata's face. During her training at home under her father's guidance, she had only followed the basics of the gentle fist. Never had she received such detailed analysis before. By the way, you should also try to refine your chakra. After all, now that you're training with that girl from the future, you should be well fed, right? Chapter 63, Punishment from Hikari Hoshino. Feeling as though her secret had been exposed, Hinata's face turned crimson, nearly causing her to faint. But Ino quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders, casting a helpless glance at Hikari. Isn't it a bit too direct to speak about a girl like that? Why don't you tell me how I should train? Having spent some time with Hikari, Ino no longer felt the initial nervousness and flattery in his presence. But her thoughts still revolved around him. As for you, Hikari mused, stroking his chin while scrutinizing Ino, who, despite knowing that he was considering how to help her enhance her abilities, shyly lowered her gaze. The only method available for you to elevate your strength at present is the mind-body switch technique, which we will optimize from 3 angles. First, you must ensure that your casting speed allows you to accurately hit your opponent within 2 seconds. Secondly, regarding the number of targets you can control in the Ino Shikacho trio, you are responsible for control, which means you are in a supportive role. Thus, practice dividing your chakra into 23 strands, enabling you to influence multiple targets simultaneously. Even if you can only distract them for 1 second, it presents an opportunity. Lastly, focus on your sensory abilities. When the time comes, blindfold yourself and rely on your senses to locate those around you. This will allow you to pinpoint your allies and enemies with the utmost speed. Yes, Ino nodded enthusiastically, her thoughts pure. As long as she could train alongside Hikari, that was enough for her. Listening to the faint sounds of training emanating from the backyard of the Hoshino residence, Kurenai Yūhi gazed expressionlessly out of her window. That guy seemed to be enjoying himself, surrounded by so many young girls. Downing her cup of sake, she traced the curves of her body with her hand. What a fine figure. Lying nearby, her daughter Mirai chuckled at the sight of her mother. After all these years, she was already exhibiting signs of this state when her father had been absent for several days. However, it was this anxious demeanor that satisfied her, as it meant that she could facilitate a connection between the two without any resistance from her mother. Red Sensei, why are you still drinking at home? At some point, the noise from the neighboring yard had vanished, and Hinata entered, catching Kurenai in the act of drinking one cup after another. Oh, it's nothing. Just some matters on my mind, Mirai cheerfully explained, earning a scornful glance from Kurenai, who then made a zipping motion across her mouth. Oh, I see. Hinata nodded thoughtfully, well aware that it was basic etiquette not to pry into others' thoughts. We will be training in Hikari-kun's backyard for the foreseeable future. If you're willing, Red Sensei, you're welcome to join us anytime. As Kurenai was her supervising jonin, Hinata needed to inform her of her training schedule. All right, I understand. Now go train. Kurenai waved her hand, but as she watched Hinata leave, her eyes suddenly brightened. After all, Hinata was her student. It was entirely reasonable for a teacher to be concerned about any issues that might arise during her training. Therefore, it was also reasonable for a teacher to go observe and guide her. Yes, that's right. Since the Chunin exam is approaching, we jonin must remain in the village. I'll go over tomorrow. The following morning, as Kurenai opened her front door, she nearly collided with Hikari, who had just opened his door as well. Their eyes met instantaneously. Are you heading out? Kurenai casually tossed her hair, causing Hikari to swallow hard. It must be said, this woman had something about her. Her maturity was enough to overshadow Hinata and Ino combined. I was assigned to be an examiner, so I thought I'd check on the Forest of Death and ensure everything is in order. All right, Hikari-kun, go ahead. I have no plans today. I just want to observe Hinata's training. I won't be a bother. Do not worry. Feel free to act as you wish. Hinata will arrive shortly. Hoshino Hikaru waved his hand casually. The training schedule for the little ones had already been arranged yesterday, and even in his absence, they could proceed with their training without any disruption. Hikaru, speak honestly. What prompted Lady Tsunade's return? Akatsuki Yūhi stepped forward, whispering her inquiry into Hoshino Hikaru's ear. Previously, he had subtly conveyed that he regarded Yūhi as akin to a daughter. And what of Senju Ryuui? If I am correct in my assumption, her relationship with Tsunade mirrors that of my bond with Yūhi. What role does Hoshino Hikaru play in this dynamic? Does he share the same sentiments with Ryuri as he does with Yūhi? Alone together, she could not resist probing further. Rest assured, she has her own matters to attend to. It will not affect us. Hoshino Hikaru chuckled softly, observing Yūhi's flushed cheeks as a result of his words. What do you mean it won't affect us? We have nothing going on. Despite having indulged in drinks the previous night with Hoshino, Yūhi remained stubbornly defensive, unwilling to concede. Is there truly nothing happening? Hoshino Hikaru was relentless, determined to soften her resolve. Suddenly, Yūhi felt a large hand at her waist, and before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace. Stop it. The handsome face before her loomed larger, and she found herself in a daze, allowing the man to take liberties. Moments later, regaining her senses, she began to struggle fiercely. While she did not resist intimacy with Hoshino, such encounters were not meant for public view. Yet, against his strength, her efforts were futile. He held her wrist firmly, and with a playful smack, she quieted down. Finally, as their breaths intertwined, they slowly parted, Yūhi standing there like a startled creature, bewildered by the mischievous grin on Hoshino's face. Should you dare utter such words again, regardless of the setting, I shall ensure you amend your tone, he remarked with a smile, turning toward the Forest of Death, leaving Yūhi momentarily rooted in place. You little brat, what do you take me for? She muttered, wiping her lips and glancing around, relieved to find no one else in sight, a smile breaking forth unexpectedly. Chapter 64. Do not attempt to reason with women who dislike you. Time passed swiftly, and merely a few days later, the Chunin exams for the genin commenced as scheduled. The first phase remained a written examination presided over by Marino Ibiki. While Hoshino Hikaru waited outside the examination hall to announce the commencement of the second phase once the exam concluded. Such tedious psychological tests held no allure for him. He found little interest in participating, as the opportunity to make a mark was minimal. It was far more prudent to concentrate on the second phase, especially with Orochimaru's presence looming. I hear this year's examiner is that Marino Ibiki. They say he is quite the sadist. Kakashi exclaimed from the office. A sadist? Yūhi inquired, curiosity piqued as she glanced at Kakashi. Before he could respond, Asuma Sarutobi interjected, as a new J-nin, it's natural that you wouldn't know. Is this disdain from a senior, or merely contempt for a novice like me? Yūhi shot back, leaving Asuma at a loss for words. He turned to Kakashi for help, but the latter remained silent. I mean to say he is a professional torturer and interrogator. It's understandable that you, as a newly appointed J-nin, wouldn't recognize him, Kakashi clarified. Yes, I am merely a novice J-nin. Lacking the experience of a seasoned J-nin or the son of the Hokage, who surely knows better. Yūhi's tone dripped with sarcasm, making even Asuma speechless, while a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. Are women truly this terrifying? They wondered, oblivious to the truth that when a woman harbors resentment, even her very breath may seem offensive. Hoshino Hikaru, seated in the corridor, suddenly spotted an irate woman striding toward him. Hey, you are Hoshino Hikaru, right? This exam was supposed to be mine. I can't believe you've taken it from me. Noticing the tremor of the dango in her hand as she spoke, Hoshino awkwardly stepped back, not out of guilt but a fear of getting splattered with crumbs. This was arranged by the Hokage. Shall we go speak to him about transferring the examiner's role to you? He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, amused by the furious Mitarashi Anko before him. While he was uncertain about the third Hokage's intentions, the prospect of ruffling her feathers was entertaining, especially given how striking she looked in her form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure, even if not as exaggerated as Tsunade's. With mere millimeters separating them, it stirred something within Hoshino, who had just been aroused by his earlier encounter with Yūhi. He swallowed hard and cleared his throat. That won't be necessary. Anko's embarrassment was evident as she realized Hoshino had invoked the third Hokage's name. I'll remember you. With a toss of her hair, she spun around and left the corridor, fuming. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, having planned an impressive entrance complete with props, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Hearing the voices from within the room, Hoshino confirmed that the first phase of the exam had concluded and entered the classroom. Greetings, I am Hoshino Hikaru, your examiner for tomorrow's trial in the Forest of Death. Ninja from outside the village may inquire with those from Konoha. Be warned, latecomers will be eliminated. After delivering his message, he turned and exited the classroom, feeling he had little to advise this group. Those who had trained under him were assuredly ready for advancement. Hey, Hikaru, is the exam difficult? After the classroom disbanded, Hinata and Ino hurried to Hoshino's residence. While Hinata hesitated to speak, Ino quickly asked, is it challenging? Whether it is difficult or not matters little to me, as your task tomorrow is simply to seize the scrolls from other teams and assemble a pair. However, be cautious, for among the ninjas are some formidable opponents, including the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, rogue ninjas, and even spies. It will be quite the spectacle. At this moment, a hint of intrigue flickered across Hoshino Hikaru's face. One could not help but wonder who was more formidable now, he or Orochimaru. Host, Hoshino Hikaru, Chakra, 34 cards, Bloodline, Senju, Uchiha, skills, proficient in all would-release techniques. Proficient in Fireball Jutsu, proficient in Grand Waterfall Jutsu, Master-level Chakra Control, Expert-level Body Flicker Technique, Expert-level Taijutsu, Expert-level Culinary Skills. Currently, his chakra had surged to 34 cards. And with his masterful chakra control enhancing his proficiency in wood release, his combat prowess had increased significantly. He even sensed that it would not be long before his other jutsu would ascend to a higher level due to the improvements in chakra control. Hey Hikaru, if you're the examiner tomorrow, do you need an assistant? After everyone else had left, Yūhi Kyuka stealthily approached Hoshino Hikaru's room, a sly grin on her face. Both she and Senju Ryuui certainly wished to accompany their father. However, Ryuui bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade, making it easier for her to slip out using transformation techniques. But in the Death Forest, where all eyes in the village converged, it would be quite simple to reveal their identities. Thus, after deliberating for an entire afternoon, Yūhi Kyuka managed to secure the opportunity to accompany her father, much to the chagrin of Senju Ryuui. Chapter 65. The Chunin Exams. Orochimaru appears. Early the next morning, the participants gathered at the training ground of the Death Forest. Hoshino Hikaru was there waiting with Yūhi Kyuka. Upon seeing everyone arrive, he feigned a sigh of regret, eliciting slight twitches of the lips from the genin who were observing him. Surely, he lamented the absence of any latecomers to eliminate. The next moment, Kyuka's words further corroborated their suspicions. The young girl, bored, kicked at stones on the ground, pouting, "Why is everyone so punctual? It's so dull." Her carefree nature, combined with the thrill of accompanying her father on a mission, had rendered her even more liberated. "Don't be ridiculous." Hoshino Hikaru lightly tapped his daughter's head. While some thoughts could be entertained, they ought not to be vocalized so blatantly. The Hokage might be unreliable, but one must maintain decorum in Konoha. Oh, by the way, all participating ninjas, please come over to sign the consent forms. Suddenly, Hoshino Hikaru slapped his forehead, realizing what he had forgotten, the consent forms. This phase of the exam was perilously dangerous, so all participants were required to sign the forms, absolving him of any responsibility should anyone perish. A serene smile remained on his face, yet it sent chills down the spines of the genin present. It was crucial to note that this was a legitimate Chunin exam. While previous examiners like Marino Ibiki might set traps, they would never resort to deliberate malice. This meant the exam could indeed be fatal. Come on, just sign this consent form, disregarding your life, and you can collect your scrolls. Gather 2 scrolls and bring them to the high tower in the center of the training ground to pass. Yūhi Kyuka gleefully distributed the scrolls, chattering away to explain the rules to the participants. Soon, everyone completed the preliminary steps and entered the Death Forest in groups of 3. Just as Team 7 stepped inside, Hoshino Hikaru keenly sensed a gaze lingering on Sasuke. It was a short woman, unmistakably resembling the earlier Orochimaru. The infamous snake ant had finally made her appearance. To be frank, upon seeing her, Hoshino Hikaru felt a twinge of apprehension. This incarnation of Orochimaru was indeed a woman. Fortunately, the system provided no alerts, and Yūhi Kyuka displayed no change in expression, indicating that their family's relationship with Orochimaru was merely average. Thankfully, Snake Ant seems preoccupied with the allure of young Uchiha Sasuke. "Hikaru, I sense a strange chakra." As the daughter of Yūhi Kurenai and Hoshino Hikaru, Kyuka possessed a formidable sensory ability, accurately pinpointing Orochimaru's concealed presence among the numerous Chunin exam participants. "Rest assured, I am here," Hoshino Hikaru chuckled inwardly, casually flicking his fingers. A rolled-up note swiftly flew out, landing squarely in Uchiha Sasuke's palm. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then pursed his lips in silence, only discreetly unfolding the note after entering the forest. It simply read, "Someone's targeting you, once slain by Itachi." Although Sasuke had spent considerable time investigating the past events, becoming somewhat immune to them, the stark mention of that name before him shattered his composure. The emotional upheaval triggered the spontaneous activation of his Sharingan, which elicited a hint of envy from Hoshino Hikaru. He wondered when he might activate his own Sharingan, a reward from the system for possessing Uchiha blood. The awakening of the eyes was surely feasible, but what event could provoke such a profound emotional response in him? "Stay close to me once we enter the forest, understood?" Hoshino Hikaru turned to Yūhi Kyuka, his expression earnest. Both Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail, and Orochimaru were perilous figures, and it was entirely reasonable for a father to worry about his daughter. "Don't worry. My body flicker technique is exceptional. I'll keep safe. Just be cautious." With that, Hoshino Hikaru surveyed the now deserted area and stepped boldly into the Death Forest, with Yūhi Kyuka promptly following. Upon entering, the duo heard a chilling scream not far away. Some unfortunate soul must have encountered an insurmountable squad. Such Chunin exams occurred annually. While the rules were similar, the outcomes were rarely as brutal. After all, the genin participating in this exam would, in a few years, become the backbone of the ninja world, truly a golden generation. The unfortunate extras they encountered would suffer dire consequences, facing well-known ninjas and potentially losing their lives. The Inuzuka trio and Hinata's group quickly gathered together, as Hoshino Hikaru had instructed his 2 future daughters-in-law the night before. In the original story, Orochimaru had directly approached Sasuke, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't take the opportunity to strike at Hinata and her companions along the way? In the real world, Believing entirely in the original plot would undoubtedly lead to harsh lessons. Hey, is this really necessary? Our two teams are rivals. Inuzuka Kiba looked at Hinata with some discontent. While the Inuzuka trio showed no dissent, Sand Village has sent the one-tailed Jinchuriki. If we do not unite, we could be in serious trouble. Hinata blushed and remained silent, while Ino stepped in front of her to explain to Kiba. Shikamaru and Chuji wore solemn expressions, and even Shino of the Aburame clan stiffened, fully aware of the implications of the Jinchuriki. What exactly is the purpose of that Jinchuriki? In a moment of awkwardness, Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head, realizing he had missed the lesson and lacked the foresight that Ino and Hinata had in acquiring information from Hoshino Hikaru. He found himself in utter ignorance. Let us proceed towards the center and resolve the scroll issue along the way, he suggested, but no one responded. Instead, the usually taciturn oil woman Shino pointed him in a direction, tacitly agreeing to the plan. Just a mere Jinchuriki. I'll inquire about it later. What is so formidable about an old lady? Kiba scoffed, even as he followed Shino's lead, maintaining his bravado. Above them, Hoshino Hikaru finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With their two classes united, even if they encountered Gaara, there would still be an opportunity to escape unharmed. Meanwhile, not far away, Team 7 found themselves facing the ninjas from the Land of Rain, mirroring the original tale. As Naruto was relieving himself, a figure snuck up behind him. But in this world, the assailant's attempt to incapacitate Naruto was thwarted. At the very moment he struck, a swirling chakra sphere materialized in Naruto's hand. As he lunged forward, the sphere collided directly with the attacking rain ninja. This extensive training had not been in vain. After witnessing Hoshino Hikaru's prowess in dispatching Zabuza, Naruto and Sasuke embarked on a completely different path of training. They even persuaded Kakashi to assist them with the Mist Village's assassination techniques. So a mere Genin's ambush was no real threat. Are there enemies? I've already dealt with them, Sasuke declared, arriving at the scene just as Naruto was adjusting his pants. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto instinctively touched his nose, a proud expression crossing his face. This was his first time effortlessly defeating a ninja enemy, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Suddenly, two hidden rain ninjas leapt from the shadows. Before they could act, Sasuke was upon them, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Sasuke disarmed both ninjas, sending their kunai clattering to the ground. With swift precision, he began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. This was his signature move, a massive fireball expelled towards the two mist ninjas, who, startled, turned to flee. Stop! Don't run! Naruto attempted to leap after them, but was pulled back by Sasuke. There are too many opponents in this forest. If they've escaped, let them be. We must avoid giving others an opportunity. Next time I encounter them, I will teach them a lesson. Naruto grumbled, trailing behind Sasuke, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Damn, how are the kids from Konoha so powerful? Did they really just graduate from the academy? The fleeing mist ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Had they been even slightly slower, their fate would have mirrored that of their companion who had been struck by Naruto's Rasengan. Thankfully, the scroll was not in the hands of that fool. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated. Truly remarkable. The last of the Uchiha clan demonstrates impressive strength at such a young age. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, unfamiliar with Hoshino Hikaru's appearance. Orochimaru opted for a direct confrontation rather than playful banter, stepping forth. Although his face bore a semblance of warmth, an aura of menace surrounded him. Even with their enhanced abilities, Naruto and Sasuke felt a twinge of rigidity in the presence of Orochimaru. So this is the Tsutomu Sharingan. While it pales in comparison to that individual, it certainly holds considerable research value. A glimmer of excitement appeared on Orochimaru's face. Though Sasuke was not as capable as Itachi at this age, he surpassed many of his clan. The higher the potential and talent, the more thrilled Orochimaru became. What an excellent vessel he could become. That guy? You mean Uchiha Itachi? I heard you were defeated by him in a single move? Quite pathetic, isn't it? The name slipped from Sasuke's lips, and despite his attempts to remain composed, his fists clenched tightly, and he bit his lip, though he did not hesitate to retort with scornful words. Oh, you know of this. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed in on Sasuke, puzzled as to how he had learned such information. Sasuke-kun, there's no need to resist so fiercely. If you cooperate with me, there will be a place for you in eternal life, won't there? Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out to lick his lips, provoking a look of disgust from Naruto. He had encountered formidable adversaries before, eccentric opponents, and those who disregarded gender, but never someone so repugnant. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Nevertheless, Naruto's disdain did not deter Orochimaru, who remained fixated on Sasuke. What a magnificent body. Come now, Uchiha Sasuke. If you satisfy me, the scroll is yours. Orochimaru's tongue continued to lick his lips as he observed Sasuke's confident demeanor. No way. Stop dreaming. Even if we defeat you, the scroll will still belong to us. A commanding voice echoed from above, as 10 Narutos descended from the trees, some grabbing Orochimaru's arms and legs. While the original Naruto charged forward, clutching a swirling sphere of chakra. Rasengan. How nostalgic. A hint of reminiscence flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, yet he did not evade, choosing to absorb Naruto's new technique head-on. In an instant, the skin of his body began to tear as Naruto unleashed a powerful Rasengan, fueled by his anger. This guy is tougher than expected. He is just a bit foolish, relying solely on brute force. Naruto panted, a triumphant smile plastered on his face. The technique Hoshino Hikaru had taught him truly proved effective. Not only did it require no hand seals, but its power was also remarkable. Most importantly, he felt an unparalleled affinity with the Rasengan, leading to such impressive results. However, just as the trio prepared to depart, Sakura's expression shifted to one of horror. A figure was emerging from the body of the fallen ninja. Chapter 66. The common affliction of the Uchiha clan. Haha. You 3 little brats have coordinated quite well. Orochimaru slowly rose, his form dripping with viscous fluids, his elongated tongue making him appear exceedingly grotesque. Our cooperation is to be expected. Who exactly are you? Are you allied with those 2 from earlier? Why did you attack Sasuke? Hey, Naruto, this is the Chunin Exam arena. Isn't it normal for other teams to attack us? Sakura's eyes reflected a grave seriousness, unable to divert her gaze from Orochimaru. Step back. This individual is no ordinary foe. He is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, now the village's most notorious rogue. Had it been the previous Sasuke, he might not have recognized him. However, after thoroughly investigating all the documents left by the Uchiha clan, he distinctly remembered the appearances of the legendary Sannin. So, the man who was swiftly defeated by Itachi is actually one of the Sannin? Has he grown so powerful? Oh, after such a long absence. The young ones in the village still remember me. Truly, Sasuke-kun is remarkable. Orochimaru extended his tongue to caress his enticing chin, his serpentine eyes narrowing slightly. In that case, let us see how I differ from him. Although Sasuke did not comprehend why Orochimaru had fixated on him, he had already activated his Sharingan, glaring menacingly at Orochimaru. Is Sasuke-kun intending to engage me? Merely relying on your Sharingan, which has yet to awaken its true power, may not suffice. Orochimaru stroked his chin, observing the poised Uchiha Sasuke with keen interest. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura stood ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Swish, swish, swish. Several kunai were launched by Naruto and Sakura toward Orochimaru's vital points. To entertain any notion of holding back against such a formidable opponent would be tantamount to courting death. However, to Orochimaru, these attacks seemed as trivial as a child's play, easily dispelled with a flick of his hand, summoning several colossal serpents that lunged at Naruto and Sakura. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wore a smile as he regarded Sasuke. His intentions clear. He desired a one-on-one confrontation to gauge Sasuke's talent. Have you sensed my thoughts? Truly, Sasuke-kun is impressive, igniting my excitement. The fervor in Orochimaru's gaze and his almost perverse expression sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. Damn it, do not look at me with those eyes. Fire style, great fireball technique. In a fit of anger, Sasuke formed seals and unleashed his most proficient ninjutsu, the Great Fireball, which had grown significantly larger due to his recent training. If the ninja opposing him were an ordinary nin, they would certainly have to evade such a potent fire technique. But he was Orochimaru. After casually forming seals, a 20-meter-long serpent was summoned once more. In terms of size, it dwarfed the foes faced by Naruto and Sakura. As the massive fireball struck the newly summoned serpent, it screeched in agony, yet the pain only awakened its ferocity. Turning to attack Sasuke, attempting to test my strength with a summoning technique, are we? As expected of one of the Sannin, how cautious. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Finding the colossal creature somewhat troublesome, Yet it was not without its weaknesses. Such a large target was ideal for a living target practice. Sasuke-kun, do your best. Orochimaru, arms crossed, observed from the sidelines, deeming it unnecessary to intervene just yet. Instead, he seized this opportunity to carefully assess Sasuke, keen to ascertain the quality of this vessel. TCH, is this the caliber of summoning you dare present? Sasuke crossed his arms, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Has Sasuke-kun truly become this formidable? In the branches above, Hinata, curious, gazed at her father. In her recollections, Uncle Snake's prowess had never been displayed, as he spent most of his time cloistered in his laboratory, rarely emerging. What prowess? Merely a common trait of the Uchiha clan, scoffed Hoshino Hikaru. Indeed, Sasuke had rapidly improved, yet to contend with Orochimaru was still a far-fetched dream. However, the Uchiha clan's inexplicable confidence was vividly manifested in him. And what about you? Can you defeat that strange opponent? Me? Winning against him would be a walk in the park. In response to his daughter's inquiry, Hoshino Hikaru donned a countenance strikingly similar to Sasuke's, perhaps even more brazen. Very well, a complex expression crossed Hinata's face, reminiscent of when she and her sister had once posed a similar question to their father, inquiring who was stronger between him and Uncle Naruto. At this moment, the battle below had escalated to a fervent intensity as the large serpent repelled several of Sasuke's probing kunai with its tough scales. Conversely, the serpent's explosive assaults forced Sasuke to continuously evade, leaving him somewhat beleaguered. At last, Sasuke stumbled, and the serpent seized the opportunity, opening its jaws wide to swallow him whole. Amidst the gasps of Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke was instantly engulfed by the serpent's maw. In the next moment, a cloud of smoke erupted from within, revealing that the original Sasuke had transformed into a wooden stump, adorned with several explosive tags that crackled with flames. Before the serpent could react, a violent explosion erupted within its mouth. In the aftermath of the sanguine rain, the serpent's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, while Sasuke leapt down, drawing his ninja blade and aiming it at Orochimaru. If you wish to fight, then reveal your true capabilities. A mere substitution technique combined with explosive tags sufficed to dispose of that serpent. Sasuke-kun, you truly pique my interest more and more. Orochimaru tilted his head, observing Sasuke, who tightened his grip on his ninja blade as arcs of lightning chakra began to envelop him. The Sharingan had endowed him with heightened reflexes and dynamic vision, prompting him to heed Hoshino Hikaru's advice and seek out the Konoha White Fang's swordsmanship from Kakashi. By integrating lightning chakra with his sword technique and leveraging his Sharingan, he was certain to surpass the potential of Hatake Tsukumo. As for when the true power of his lineage would manifest, the specifics of his current studies would soon become inconsequential. Chapter 67. Orochimaru, the Chasm of Power. What is this? Konoha White Fang's swordsmanship? Kakashi has entrusted you with it? Orochimaru was genuinely astonished. He had witnessed the might of Konoha White Fang firsthand. Before the incident unfolded, he and Hatake Tsukumo had been contenders for the position of the fourth Hokage. Whoosh! Sasuke unleashed his chakra, appearing behind Orochimaru in an instant. The condescending tone of his adversary infuriated the young man, who had only recently graduated. Given their adversarial positions, Sasuke harbored no thoughts of mercy, plunging his ninja blade directly into Orochimaru's back, piercing his heart. Heh, is this the legendary Sannin? Sasuke slowly withdrew his blade, pondering whether anyone could survive a pierced heart. Yet, just as he turned in triumph, a voice echoed from behind. Sasuke-kun, are you so certain I will perish at your hands? In astonishment, Sasuke turned to see Orochimaru performing the miraculous feat of regurgitating himself, hands emerging from his mouth, followed by the rest of his body, as he crawled out from within. Quite decisive, but alas, I am not so easily slain. Rasen Shuriken. At that moment, Naruto surged forward, collaborating with Sakura to obliterate the remaining serpents. Panting as they stood beside Sasuke. You have some commendable teammates, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Naruto and Sakura, sending chills down their spines. What exactly are you? Are you even human? The recent spectacle involving Orochimaru was so terrifying that even the fearless Naruto found himself stuttering, struggling to swallow his saliva before he could voice a question. What else could I be if not human? He reassured, his face adorned with a wicked grin, revealing that he had merely utilized a vessel. At this moment, he faced the three youngsters with such ease that he need not exert any of his true prowess to dispatch them. However, His response caused Sasuke's expression to shift dramatically. Orochimaru's earlier remark about coveting his body, coupled with the mention of a vessel, led Sasuke to dread the possibility of becoming something akin to that, emerging from Orochimaru's mouth. The thought sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to grip his ninja blade tightly. "You bastard! You truly deserve to die." The humiliation he felt was palpable, an affront to his very being. With a surge of lightning chakra, Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air as he lunged at Orochimaru. Yet, this time, Orochimaru chose not to withstand the attack physically. He possessed numerous backup vessels, but such resources were not to be squandered unnecessarily. A mere intimidation tactic would suffice. There was no reason to waste his preparations here. The lightning-infused blade slashed through where Orochimaru had been, only for him to vanish with a resounding clap, leaving behind a discarded snake skin. Was that a substitution technique? When did he employ it? Orochimaru reappeared a short distance away, wearing an expression tinged with regret. At his level, ninjas seldom resorted to explosive tags unless a significant transformation was triggered by sheer numbers. Thus, he lamented the absence of explosive tags, as replicating Sasuke's earlier tactics would have been far more entertaining. In the next moment, a barrage of shuriken was flung toward Orochimaru, but his seasoned judgment told him that they would not strike his form. Sasuke's movements resulted in countless fine wires connecting from his hands to the shuriken. Such thin wires could inflict wounds even with the slightest contact. This tactic, indeed, was rather intriguing. Sasuke's complexion shifted dramatically when he realized that the sound did not emanate from the wire formation he controlled, but rather from behind him. He leapt high into the air, instinctively launching his shuriken backward. Simultaneously, he completed the hand seals for a fire technique, sending a fire dragon hurtling toward Orochimaru. This time, the speed of the fire technique far surpassed the previous one. Even Orochimaru barely registered it before being engulfed in flames. However, the attack's potency was somewhat lacking, leaving merely charred markings on Orochimaru's body without inflicting any significant wounds. Sasuke-kun, at your age, your strength is commendable, yet if you wish to confront that man, you still fall short, Orochimaru remarked casually, provoking a furious whirl of Sasuke's Sharingan. He knew precisely how to provoke. Silence. Do not mention him. Suddenly, a surge of lightning chakra erupted around Sasuke, yet it failed to affect Orochimaru, who effortlessly reached through the lightning to grasp Sasuke's neck. Lightning release, Chidori. In such close proximity, Sasuke unleashed the technique without hesitation, thrusting his palm into Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed like a deflated balloon, transforming once again into a large white snake's skin. In the ninja world, many possessed formidable offensive capabilities, making it difficult to discern who was the strongest. Similarly, many excelled in ninjutsu, with some even developing their techniques, yet determining superiority remained elusive. However, when it came to survival, Orochimaru was unparalleled. Even if one were to render him into pieces before their eyes, one could never be certain of his return. Abruptly, a massive snake shot forth from behind Sasuke, ensnaring him, as Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, leisurely approaching. Sasuke-kun, I am exceedingly pleased with your body. Allow me to bestow upon you a curse mark. We shall discuss matters further later. This mark will grant you immense power. Do your best. As he spoke, Orochimaru began preparing to inscribe the curse mark upon Sasuke, only to suddenly feel a large hand clasp around his neck. Orochimaru-sama, it is rather unbecoming to target a group of children, is it not? The presence of Hoshino Hikaru, standing there, caught Orochimaru off guard. You are that Hikari Hoshino. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed in surprise. How had this individual managed to approach him undetected? Unknown to him, Hikari had manipulated his wood-release chakra and honed his chakra control to mimic the very essence of the trees, making him nearly invisible in the forest. This technique was one that even the first Hokage would have employed, though it seemed that no one in the ninja world warranted such concealment. Regardless of who stood before him, he could simply unleash his thousand hands technique. As the proctor for the Chunin exams, your presence here as a rogue ninja attacking candidates is quite troubling. With a faint smile, Hikari tightened his grip on Orochimaru's hand, the sound of cracking bones eliciting a glance from Orochimaru. This power was nostalgic. Strangely, Orochimaru felt an unmistakable familiarity emanating from Hikari, reminiscent of the gambling companion from his youth, especially with a strength that seemed almost exclusive to Tsunade. Nostalgic? You refer to this monstrous strength? This is merely the beginning. Hikari grinned mischievously. If nostalgia was what Orochimaru desired, then he would relish it thoroughly. In the next instant, Hikari's chakra-infused fist collided with Orochimaru, sending him hurtling away. His body bending into an arc as he crashed through trees, obliterating a path through the death forest. Has Tsunade gone mad? How could she impart such strength to another? Orochimaru emerged from the wreckage, blood staining his lips. Such a degree of attack was beyond his capacity to withstand unscathed. These kids are remarkably strong. How come I never encountered you before? With a flick of his tongue, Orochimaru licked the blood from his mouth and curiously regarded Hikari. Given his teacher and Danzo's intentions, was there truly a chance for Konoha to cultivate a new powerhouse? I just graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago, and I am of the same year as Sasuke, so naturally, you wouldn't have seen me. This revelation left Orochimaru stunned, nearly causing his eyes to bulge from their sockets. You and Sasuke are of the same year? You appear taller than I. That punch had nearly sent him to meet his own students. Only for Hikari to claim he had just graduated. Fixating on Hikari for several moments, Orochimaru shifted his gaze back to Sasuke, suddenly feeling less enamored with the Sharingan. The potential of Hoshino Akira before me appears to be extraordinary. If he could be considered as an alternative to my own body, perhaps Uchiha Sasuke would no longer be the optimal solution. Hoshino Akira furrowed his brow, sensing Orochimaru's gaze, and instinctively felt a twinge of revulsion. It seems that this member of the legendary Sannin has not only set his sights on Sasuke, but has now turned his attention to me as well. However, merely relying on the strength exhibited by Orochimaru thus far may not suffice to compel compliance. Serpent's World. Suddenly, Orochimaru, still prostrate on the ground, formed hand seals. Opening his mouth wide as countless serpents surged forth, slithering from his maw and converging upon Hoshino Akira from all directions. Since Hoshino's appearance, Orochimaru had entirely disregarded Sasuke and the others. Even though he had a relatively low resistance to the Sharingan, a mere double Tomo Sharingan posed little threat to him. Amused at the writhing serpents before him, Hoshino Akira's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he extended one hand towards Orochimaru in a dismissive gesture. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, towering several meters high, materialized before him, sweeping through the serpent horde with an overwhelming force, incinerating numerous venomous snakes and filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. An unmarked technique? Orochimaru's pupils constricted. To wield a basic technique like the Great Fireball with such potency, Hoshino Akira was the first he had encountered. Yet, this revelation paled in comparison to the shock that unmarked techniques inspired in him. At that moment, not only were the serpents affected, but even the surrounding trees began to wither under the might of Hoshino Akira's jutsu. What an intriguing little brat. Do you possess any other tricks up your sleeve? Hoshino Akira observed the obstinate Orochimaru, a significant expression crossing his face. It is worth noting that Orochimaru and Danzo had conducted countless inhumane experiments for the sake of Hashirama's cells, capturing numerous villagers, yet only one successful subject, Yamato, had emerged from their endeavors. Moreover, Yamato's wood release was at best suitable for civil engineering. Should he rely solely on that to contend with formidable foes, it would surely elicit laughter. Prepare yourself for what comes next. As he spoke, Hoshino Akira fervently summoned the chakra within his body. Wait. Could this be the wood release? Wood dragon technique? Damn it. Serpent's World. In Orochimaru's terrified gaze, the trees surrounding Hoshino Akira surged with growth, coalescing into a colossal wooden dragon that lunged toward him. This was indeed wood release. Any ninja who hailed from Konoha understood the profound intricacies of wood release techniques. Particularly, the wood dragon technique had once subdued the Nine Tails. Even Orochimaru, for all his confidence, could not believe he possessed strength surpassing that of the Nine Tails. As the serpents he summoned barely had a chance to emerge, they were ensnared by the wood dragon technique, rendered incapable of resistance. Sweat began to bead upon Orochimaru's forehead. He had not anticipated that this young lad possessed wood release. Could he be the trump card left behind by the teacher? Truly, the teacher was remarkable. Had he not had the sudden inspiration to seek out Uchiha Sasuke, who would have guessed that Konoha concealed another wood release user? Orochimaru, you scoundrel. The voice of the serpents grew increasingly feeble as Orochimaru swiftly slammed his hands to the ground. Triple Rashomon. As Hoshino Akira and the others were obscured by the towering Rashomon gates, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to flee. He certainly had other trump cards yet to be played, but those were reserved for his master. Revealing them now would be premature. Moments later, the triple Rashomon began to dissipate, and a multitude of ninjas approached. Leading them were the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, accompanied by a host of elite Chunin and Umbu operatives. What transpired here? Why such a commotion? As they landed, Danzo cast a dubious glance at Hoshino Akira. An external threat emerged. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was repelled by me. You said Orochimaru? Orochimaru has returned. Hoshino Akira spoke in a remarkably calm tone, causing the third Hokage's eyes to widen in disbelief. Clearly, you saw it, did you not? At the sound of the inquiry, Hoshino Akira shrugged. The ground bore the corpses of several slain snakes, and given the earlier display of Orochimaru's serpentine army, he found it hard to believe the old man had missed it. You managed to repel Orochimaru? Danzo narrowed his remaining eye, scrutinizing Hoshino Akira from head to toe. Previously, only a handful of Chunin and Umbu had witnessed Hoshino Akira's actions, and the third Hokage had imposed a gag order, leaving Danzo unaware that Hoshino Akira was also a wood release user. Would you care to test my claim? Hoshino Akira returned Danzo's scrutiny without a hint of deference. How dare you? I have witnessed Hoshino Akira repel Orochimaru with my own eyes. What gives you the right to question that? Before Hoshino could respond, Hinata Mirai, perched upon a branch, leaped down and pointed an accusing finger at Danzo. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before. Are you also a ninja of Konoha? Danzo's expression darkened as he fixed his glare upon her. Yūhi Kurenai is my aunt. It is only natural you have not seen me before. I could just as easily say I have never seen you. Mirai's retort carried a hint of insecurity, yet she stood resolute against Danzo, who merely sneered. I have records of all the Chunin's relatives within Konoha. I have never encountered a relative of Yūhi Kurenai. Just who are you, you wild child? Perhaps I should detain you for questioning. With that, Danzo moved to seize Mirai by the shoulder, but Hoshino Akira swiftly intervened. The little girl, sensing danger, darted behind Hoshino Akira, glaring fiercely at Danzo. How can you, a grown man, lay hands on a young girl? Truly shameless. Mirai is indeed Yūhi Kurenai's niece. I can confirm this as a family friend of the Yūhi clan. It would be wise for you to exercise caution, Lord Danzo. Before Danzo could respond, Hoshino Akira interjected, deftly brushing aside Danzo's wrist that had aimed to grab him. Although he exerted little force, Danzo was nonetheless thrown off balance, stumbling as a result. How audacious! To publicly assault the Hokage's aide. What punishment do you deserve? Umbu, what are you waiting for? Seize this scoundrel. Danzo, true to form, was adept at shifting blame. Being the Hokage's aide was a profession he excelled in, as was the art of scapegoating others. Without further ado, Hoshino Akira swiftly retreated with Hinata Mirai, his hands already poised to form seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around, bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the situation had escalated to the brink of conflict. Hiruzen, observe how this individual treats me with such insolence in the presence of an elder. It is evident he harbors malicious intent, concealing himself for some unknown plot. While Hiruzen chose not to comment on Danzo's earlier remarks, after all, Hoshino Akira's attitude towards him had also been far from amicable. He could not dismiss the latter statement lightly. Just as Danzo had pointed out, all elite Chunin's records were meticulously maintained within the Hokage's office. Naturally, Yūhi Kurenai's connections had been thoroughly investigated, and it was unlikely her familial relations were unknown. The records have never indicated the existence of such a niece. Now, unexpectedly, a girl has emerged, fiercely protected by Hikari Hoshino. What secrets lie behind this revelation? As the Hokage, he is eager to uncover the truth. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, a dozen Umbu ninjas, under Danzo's urging, formed a semicircle, subtly encircling Hikari Hoshino. Young man, I advise you to surrender and hand over that unidentified girl. Once I have interrogated her, all will become clear, Danzo declared with a hint of satisfaction, raising his cane to point at Hikari. Why all the talk? If you wish to fight, then let us. Hikari retorted, extending a hand behind him to comfort his daughter, Hinata, as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You think you can take my daughter and conduct a thorough interrogation? Old man, you might not live to witness the spectacle of my kunai piercing your Susanoo, but feel free to test your might against my wood release technique. Its effects should be quite comparable. Who says Hinata is unidentified? Did I not say she is my niece? Came the voice of Yujito, as she moved to stand beside Hikari, together shielding Hinata. Ding. Your daughter feels happiness, earning you 800 points. Hinata glanced around, feeling a sense of warmth being protected by both her parents for the first time. Since her birth, Hikari had already established a notable status in Konoha and the shinobi world, so despite her mischievous antics, no one dared to confront her. This was her first experience of such protection, which yielded significant points for Hikari. Hokage-sama, is there a misunderstanding? I have previously met this girl at the home of Yūhi Kurenai, and I believe there are no ulterior motives. Kakashi appeared next to Sarutobi, his gaze complex, yet quickly returning to normal as he defended Hinata. This was also a way of providing the third Hokage an exit, should they insist on capturing Hinata. Kakashi would refrain from intervening. He was likely the most aware of Hikari's prowess among those present, avoiding the humiliation of intervening. Hey, you ugly old man with blind eyes. Did you lose your brain along with your sight? Haven't you heard that everyone knows I'm the niece of Yujito? Hinata exclaimed, Kakashi, as a jonin of Konoha. Don't you understand orders? Just step aside and allow me to handle this. Danzo's face darkened at Hinata's words, raising his cane once more, pointing it at Hikari and Yujito. I care not whether you are under a genjutsu or deliberately concealing the truth. Today, I will capture that little brat. Chapter 70. Regretful Shadow, arriving late, yet certain. The atmosphere in the forest of death plummeted, Hikari and Yujito's expressions darkening instantaneously. You old bastard, I have truly given you face. Hikari's words left everyone present in shock. While others may have been unaware, he himself felt little sense of belonging to Konoha. If his daughter, Hinata, held a significant position in Konoha, it would be because he had molded the village to his desires rather than adapting to its rules. Now, with Danzo's words directed at his daughter, Hikari felt as if he had already been condemned. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. And the only reason he could do so was that the forthcoming technique would require a substantial amount of chakra, making it somewhat cumbersome to rely solely on non-hand seal ninjutsu. Noticing Hikari's movements, Kakashi immediately used body flicker technique to escape. In the next moment, Hikari had completed his seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Wood release, wood golem technique. A vast amount of wood release chakra surged from Hikari, infusing the trees, which rapidly grew into a colossal wooden figure within the forest of death. The towering golem, entwined with a wooden dragon, left all onlookers speechless. Is this guy truly your prodigy? Danzo asked, gritting his teeth, the bitterness of resentment causing Hiruzen to shudder involuntarily. How could Danzo not harbor hatred? He and Orochimaru had sacrificed so much in their research of Hashirama's cells and would release, only to achieve marginal success. Now, unbeknownst to him, a ninja skilled in wood release had emerged in the village, while he remained entirely in the dark. Only the third Hokage could accomplish such a feat. Could he not feel resentment? They had all been good friends, capable of negotiating shared benefits. Yet now, this individual had thoroughly mastered the study of Hashirama's cells without divulging any information, threatening to shatter their decades-long camaraderie. Hoshino is inherently of the Senju bloodline, and my demise has no connection to him. Hiruzen's face was filled with bitterness. Had he known Hikari could awaken wood release and possessed such strength, he would not have neglected him for so many years. He should have instilled a sense of belonging in him towards Konoha. Hiruzen, Danzo was interrupted by the sound of air being sliced as the wooden golem swung its fist down with tremendous force. Everyone scattered, none doubting the sheer power of the golem. Following a missed strike, the wooden dragon entwined around the golem roared and lunged at them. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen immediately countered, unleashing a torrent of flames that split into three, taking on a dragon form to clash with the wooden dragon. The surrounding Umbu joined forces, collectively forming seals, fire release, fire dragon bullet. A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, coalesced and surged towards the golem. However, despite its considerable size, it was insignificant compared to the golem's stature. The golem summoned by Hashirama could easily toss around tailed beast balls, while Hikari's version would undoubtedly be less potent. It was hardly something that could be dismissed by mere fireballs. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo rapidly formed seals, inhaling deeply before expelling a torrent of high-pressure wind spheres. As he attacked the golem, the wind intensified the flames, augmenting the power of the two fire techniques. Boom! The combined ninjutsu struck true, the massive wooden dragon slowly succumbing to the flames, yet the golem merely staggered, resolutely remaining on its feet. Hiruzen, have the Umbu bind the golem while we deal with that brat. In Danzo's eyes, there was no longer any trace of anger, only a greedy desire for Hikari. In his mind, he attributed the failures of Orochimaru's experiments to the fact that they had utilized cells extracted from Hashirama's corpse, which, while still possessing vitality, were not drawn from a living source. Now, a living wielder of would release stood before him. Capturing him would mean an inexhaustible source of live cells. Hokage-sama. Kakashi suddenly appeared beside the Hokage, completely disregarding Danzo's almost murderous expression. Hoshino Hikari is not our enemy. There is no need for our village to suffer such great losses over an argument between individuals. Damn it, who is that brat from the Hitaki clan referring to? Is he speaking of me? Danzo longed to unleash his jutsu upon Kakashi's face, but he knew deep down that it was merely a fantasy. He had some justification for taking action against Hoshino Hikari, but if it came to Kakashi, even that old fool, Hiruzen, would not consent. Of course, Danzo was aware that his Sharingan was sufficient for the time being. Otherwise, he would have sought an opportunity to claim Kakashi's eyes for himself. Noticing the hesitation on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Danzo's heart sank. Given his understanding of the old man, Kakashi had undoubtedly swayed him. Hiruzen, this is merely a misunderstanding. Your words were harsh, so let us leave it at that. But that brat used would release. It was would release. Danzo's hand trembled as he pointed at Hoshino Hikari. Given the latter's power, if Hiruzen did not intervene, his chances of capturing him alive, along with his root, were virtually non-existent. I know that his would release. Hoshino Hikari possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan, which I am aware of. Is there any further issue? Damn it, Hiruzen, you underestimate that brat far too much. You will surely regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Chapter 71. You still have a dozen chances. What is there to fear? As Danzo, filled with rage, turned to leave, Hoshino Hikari immediately formed hand seals, channeling his would-release chakra. You spoke disrespectfully about my daughter. Do you think you can simply run away now? Would release, cutting technique. Accompanied by the body flicker technique, Hoshino Hikari appeared beside Danzo, and from his arm, wooden spikes erupted, piercing directly into Danzo's body. As those wooden spikes entered, they began to bifurcate, penetrating his organs, and a copious amount of blood erupted from Danzo's mouth. Damn brat. Danzo felt his life swiftly ebbing away, with no time to ponder. He immediately activated a legendary forbidden technique. His figure flickered for a second before returning to reality. Astonishingly, Danzo appeared unscathed, as if Hoshino Hikari's attack had merely been an ordinary illusion. Yet beneath the bandages on his arm, a single eye, which had still been turning, slowly closed. The loss he had suffered was beyond what Danzo could accept. With eyes wide open in fury, he gazed at Hoshino Hikari, his expression revealing madness. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and thus each Sharingan lost was one less. He never imagined that merely accompanying Hiruzen to the Forest of Death would cost him a precious Sharingan. How could he emerge from this unscathed? Back in place, Hoshino Hikari felt a gentle tug at his sleeve from the future descendant of the Yūhi clan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, his loss was certainly not insignificant. Should he dare to speak arrogantly or persistently, I shall deliver a harsher blow. Hearing his father say this, the future Yūhi nodded, her gaze shifting to the now reddened Danzo. Hiruzen, that brat dared to ambush the Hokage's advisor, nearly taking my life. Will you truly turn a blind eye? Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized his old comrade, noting that he appeared perfectly fine, even shouting with vigor. Where was the near death he spoke of? Danzo, let this matter rest. You bear no wounds, and it is your own words that brought this upon you. Do you wish to continue this ruckus? Danzo felt utterly speechless. Was he to confess before so many that he had narrowly escaped death, using Izanagi and sacrificing a Sharingan to survive? That would be a calamity. The Uchiha clan's downfall due to betrayal and the coveted Sharingan was a matter entirely distinct from the village's other clans. Enough, leave now. I shall handle this matter. As Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly impatient, Danzo could only cast a resentful glance at Hoshino Hikari before preparing to depart. What are you looking at? Or shall you speak arrogantly once more? After all, you should still have a dozen chances. What is there to fear? Hoshino Hikari's words instantly changed Danzo's expression, and he looked at him in astonishment. Then, disregarding Hiruzen's curious inquiry, he hastily exited the scene. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Hoshino Hikari's mention of a dozen chances. Could that brat see through his bandages? No, even if he could see the Sharingan beneath. There was no way he could know about Izanagi, as this forbidden technique was not widely understood even within the Uchiha clan. Senior Hoshino, this incident was merely an accident. Now that Danzo has departed safely, shall we let it go? With Danzo now safely gone, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief and suggested to Hoshino Hikaru. It was rather humiliating for him as Hokage, unable to subdue a strong figure within his own village directly and having to resort to persuasion. Yet he still had the audacity to claim in the history books that he was the strongest Hokage. Since the Hokage had spoken, what could Hoshino Hikaru say? However, the chakra consumed by his earlier technique was considerable, and he needed to rest. He requested Hiruzen to appoint someone else to oversee the examination. With Orochimaru dealt with, Hoshino Hikaru's participation in this affair had already been sufficient. He had no desire to linger further with the younger generation's antics. Very well, that is appropriate. I shall send Akamichi to take over your duties. You should return home and rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully gestured for the Umbu beside him to make arrangements, while he led the others back toward the village. This situation had been utterly embarrassing. In truth, if the jutsu they had unleashed earlier had failed to subdue Hoshino Hikaru's wooden man technique, even he, using his strongest composite attack jutsu, might not have succeeded. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he understood well that Hoshino Hikaru's strength was no longer something he could easily control. How could a mere brat, recently graduated, possess such formidable power? What had been his previous intent in concealing his abilities? A person who relished in schemes, upon encountering someone he could not discern, would easily resort to conspiracy theories. Once again, it was you. While Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered what others did not know, Mitarashi Anko's thoughts were evident to all present. After all, the fury on her face was nearly spilling over, her eyes fixed intently on Hoshino Hikaru. I had prepared to be the examiner, but because you interfered, I lost that opportunity. Now that I have returned my customized items home, you have returned the examiner position to me. Are you deliberately trying to vex me? It was clear that Mitarashi Anko was genuinely incensed, her body heaving as she breathed heavily. Shall I say it was a misunderstanding? Would you believe me? Hoshino Hikaru felt somewhat awkward. Who could have anticipated that Mitarashi Anko would so perfectly align with his actions? Facing her murderous gaze, he could only sheepishly smile and, accompanied by his wife and daughter, made his way out of the forest of death. The remaining situation can be entrusted to Mitarashi Anko, for Orochimaru would certainly not dare to reappear. Apart from the Jinchuriki of One Tail, who is currently unable to be released, none of these minor threats pose any danger to her. It is true that Danzo's meddling has been excessive, but do not let it anger you too much. Yūhi Kurenai cast a worried glance at Hoshino Akira, who merely shrugged nonchalantly. I have nothing to be angry about. He won't survive a month anyway. Why should I bother with a corpse? Chapter 72. Hoshino Akira and Kurenai's niece are the ones causing trouble. Ding. Cyclic task. Resolve your daughter's dissatisfaction completed. Reward, 3,000 points. Reward, a pair of 2 Magatama Sharingan. As Hoshino Akira was escorting Yūhi Kurenai and Yūhi Mirai home, he inexplicably felt a warmth in his eyes. His head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and the blood vessels in his eyes swelled instantly. In that moment, the world before Akira seemed to warp, and a searing power surged wildly within his eye sockets, gradually revealing an enchanting crimson hue within his previously pitch-black pupils. The crimson began to swirl and distort, forming bizarre patterns, as 2 small Magatama slowly emerged in his gaze. What is wrong? Kurenai inquired. Nothing, Akira replied casually, concealing his Sharingan before she could notice. The ominous aura that had emanated from him made Kurenai furrow her brow, yet she chose not to press further. Ever since their previous encounter, Kurenai had deliberately avoided Akira, not wishing to appear before him. Were it not for the targeting of Mirai by Danzo, she would likely not have shown up at all. Mom, you need to seize the opportunity. Yūhi Mirai observed Akira and Kurenai walking side by side down the street, intentionally maintaining a small distance between them, and hurriedly approached to tug at her mother's arm. Seize what opportunity? Kurenai asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at her daughter, who appeared almost frantic. Now that Hinata and Ino are away, it is the perfect moment for you to make a move. What are you waiting for? Mirai was nearly exasperated, feeling the weight of her mission to help her mother take the initiative in this romantic endeavor. Akira, you look quite dashing today. Standing protectively in front of me, I feel completely safe. But why does it seem like there is a rift between you and my aunt? If that is the case, why not share with me? I could help you resolve it. With Kurenai's encouragement yielding no results, Mirai decisively shifted her focus to Akira, believing that if her mother was unyielding, she could at least make some progress with her father. It's nothing, Akira replied, fully aware of why Kurenai kept her distance. However, such matters were not ones he could discuss with his daughter. Surely, he could not reveal that just a few days prior, he had impulsively kissed her mother. Adult matters are not for children to inquire about. Though they appeared to be of similar ages, Akira inexplicably exuded a paternal aura, which Mirai readily accepted. What is so off-limits? Given how you two seem, it's likely just a kiss, Mirai remarked, rolling her eyes and casually dismissing the tension. Inadvertently striking a nerve with both adults, causing them to pause momentarily. Is there really anything wrong? It's just a kiss. We've witnessed countless instances of it. She continued, causing Kurenai to glare daggers at Akira. How outrageous was her daughter to suggest such a thing? Not only does he have more than one wife, but he also appears so disheveled. Mirai remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil her words had caused her father, as she continued to playfully pat Akira's shoulder. Let me tell you, sometimes you must be bold. Look at my aunt. She seems a bit older now. A sharp glare shot from Kurenai towards Mirai, who remained oblivious and continued her monologue. I'll tell you, she is still quite sought after. How many times has Asuma Saratobi come by? I've turned him away every single time. But a good woman fears a persistent man. If my aunt is swayed one day, you want to find a place to weep. You see her now, so reserved. You are far stronger than her, so just use would release to bind her. And take the initiative. Once everything is settled, she won't dare to treat you poorly. At this point, even Akira, though not a sensory ninja, could feel the chill emanating from Kurenai beside him. Why has it suddenly become so cold? Mirai remarked, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, shivering. Akira gently tapped her shoulder, gesturing for her to glance sideways. Kurenai was glaring at Mirai with an icy expression. The chill radiating from her was enough to make even Akira shudder slightly. I'm getting older, am I? Taking the initiative, am I? Asuma Saratobi, am I? Let me tell you, I would rather remain single for life than associate with that disheveled man who relies on his father. Oh dear, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. At the street corner, Asuma Saratobi, who had just learned of Kurenai's return from the forest of death, holding a bouquet of flowers, was instantly petrified. Although Kurenai's voice had not been loud, it had reached his ears. Watching the trio laugh and chatter as they walked home, resembling a family. Asuma's grip on the bouquet tightened to the point of turning his knuckles white. After a few moments of inner turmoil, he slowly relaxed his grip, smoothing out the slightly deformed flowers. It must be that Hoshino Akira and Kurenai's niece are the ones causing trouble. I have known Kurenai since childhood. Our bond is profound. She is merely misled. After repeating this thought several times, Asuma exhaled deeply, as if convincing himself, and lightly adjusted the drooping flowers, nodding in satisfaction. With Yūhi Mirai mediating, the awkward atmosphere that had lingered between him and Kurenai dissipated entirely, and the three returned to Hoshino Akira's home. As they opened the door, two figures in the living room simultaneously looked up at them. Tsunade and Senju Ryuui were engaged in a hushed conversation, startled by the sound of their entrance. Their 5 pairs of wide eyes locking together. Senju Ryuui tilted her head, glancing at Mirai, who still clung to Akira's arm, letting out a disdainful huff. Why could she accompany her father while she was left to endure her mother's sundry remarks, completely disregarding her suggestions? Chapter 73. The daughter, like a bull, is getting involved. What are you doing here? Isn't this Hoshino Akira's home? Mirai was the first to confront, glaring and pointing at Senju Ryuui. The latter stood her ground without retreating. Our relationship with Akira is quite close, so of course, we can be here. Humph, I was the first to arrive here. You should be calling me sister. Why should I? Just because you came first doesn't mean you accomplished anything. Who knows who will end up as the sister? With a cold smirk, Senju Ryuui shot a glance at Mirai, before swiftly moving to the other side of Akira, wrapping her arms around him as well. Classmate Hui, come sit down. My aunt has been waiting for you for quite some time. Tsunade's charming face flushed as she watched her daughter pull Hoshino Hui over, wanting to say something but immediately silenced by a fierce glare from Senju Ryuui. This girl was utterly obsessed with becoming an older sister and was intent on ensuring Tsunade seized the opportunity. All right. I have no idea what you two are squabbling about. Hoshino Hui patted the heads of the two girls. They were both his daughters, so it was inappropriate to take sides. leaving him to mediate. Although both girls respected their father's authority, they still exchanged cold huffs, their eyes wide open in defiance. Do not listen to their foolish prattle. It is not their place to dictate matters that do not concern them. Regardless, Tsunade and Yūhi Kurenai were merely their future mothers. Currently, still unmarried women. To be teased by these two was clearly inappropriate. Furthermore, if Hoshino Hikaru desired something, he would take matters into his own hands and did not require his daughters to forcefully intervene, making it seem as though he was being coerced. Casting a glance at Tsunade and Kurenai, Hoshino Hikaru suddenly produced 2 scrolls from his waist and handed them to the 2 women. You've been wearing the same outfit for too long. It's rather monotonous. Here, each contains 5 million ryo. Go buy some appropriate clothing. This indeed reflected Hoshino Hikaru's fixation. Throughout the years in the world of ninjas, these individuals seemed to never change their attire. While ninjas had certain expectations regarding their daily wear, as their partner, Hoshino Hikaru placed great importance on visual aesthetics. Even if one had beauty and a commendable figure, wearing the same outfit day in and day out was intolerable. Upon receiving the scrolls, both girls simultaneously let out a wail, their eyes nearly overflowing with envy. Senju Ryuui clung to Hoshino Hikaru's arm, shaking it fervently. I want a card too. No need for 5 million. 1 million will suffice. Look at my aunt. I have almost convinced her. Just give me a chance, and I can surely win her over. Why should it be only you? I want a card too. I can help you secure my aunt as well. Moans of pain echoed as both Yūhi Kurenai and Senju Ryuui clutched their heads and fell back. Beside them, Kurenai and Tsunade exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say, merely giving the 2 girls a gentle tap on the head as a final maternal gesture. You are quite ruthless. Senju Ryuui quivered, rubbing her head, then pointed at Tsunade before turning her gaze back to Hoshino Hikaru. I actually don't need 1 million. I could manage with 900,000. I can do with 800,000. I'll take 700. I'll settle for 600. Sitting aside, Hoshino Hikaru stroked his chin, suddenly struck by the absurdity reminiscent of his past life. Before he even revealed his money, the 2 girls clamoring for funds had begun to bicker amongst themselves. Enough. I can provide you with pocket money, but it is not for any ulterior motive. They are not tools for you to profit from. Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and Kurenai looked towards Hoshino Hikaru. Though he could be rather unrefined at times, his words were undeniably satisfying. Noticing the situation, Yūhi Kurenai and Senju Ryuui exchanged glances, wearing pleased smiles before huffing once more and turning their gaze away. Of course, the daughters of the Hoshino family would never lack for pocket money. They still had plenty of gold bars prepared by their parents. Although their father was somewhat clueless and unaware of how to cooperate with them, the outcome seemed rather favorable for now. Nonetheless, since it was their father providing the funds, the 2 young girls willingly accepted the 2 scrolls from Hoshino Hikaru. Ding. Your daughter feels happy, awarding you 200 points. Ding. Your daughter feels happy, awarding you 200 points. A mere 2 million ryo could exchange for 400 points. Hoshino Hikaru had certainly profited from this transaction. Were it not for the lack of further reasons to provide them with money, Hoshino Hikaru would have gladly emptied his pockets for them. However, his daughters did not appear to be in dire need of funds, and he had no intention of resorting to bribery, so after a moment of hesitation, he relinquished that thought. Classmate Hikaru, rest assured, I am not one to take money without providing a service. I will make sure to handle the matter with my aunt impeccably. Senju Ryuui immediately pounded her chest in assurance, while Yūhi Kurenai chimed in hastily. I too will ensure it. As the 2 young girls seemed eager to continue their chatter, Tsunade and Kurenai each grabbed one and headed towards the door. Hikaru, rest well. We shall visit again soon. Take care. If those 2 little devils continued, who knew what outrageous words would emerge? Wait, Mom, why are you being so timid? Now that Ryuui and Aunt Tsunade have left, we should hurry back and you should just go for it. After all, you 2 have already shared a kiss. Yūhi Kurenai's daughter blurted out, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could cover her mouth. Why? You could simply ask him for money, and he wouldn't refuse. Doesn't that mean you 2 have already acknowledged each other? To stifle her daughter's indiscretions, Yūhi Kurenai hastily changed the subject. We haven't really acknowledged each other, but isn't it normal for him to give me money? Yūhi Kurenai was taken aback, her mind racing. She first waved her hands in denial, then quietly uttered a heart-stirring remark. Well, since you are here, and if you spend money, can't you just have him repay you in kind? Yūhi Kurenai tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. If she were to eliminate this girl now, Would her next daughter turn out to be more normal? Mom, are you thinking something impolite? Yūhi Kurenai's daughter suddenly shot her a sideways glance, her delicate brows furrowing, and even raised an eyebrow at her. You wouldn't want to change your relationship with Dad, would you? Just look at me, your adorable daughter. Could you bear to never see me again? Earlier, Yūhi Kurenai had merely been lost in thought. The innate maternal instincts stemming from their shared bloodline made her naturally fond of her daughter. How could she ever truly consider making her disappear? Rest assured, you are my daughter. How could I ever harm you? While she was set in her convictions, it still felt somewhat awkward to refer to such a grown woman as her daughter. On the contrary, Yūhi Kurenai's daughter grinned widely and leapt to embrace her mother's arm. I knew you were the best, Mom. Why not make an effort to unite with Dad sooner, so I can be born before my sisters? Yūhi Kurenai's face flushed crimson. What effort? What uniting? What are you even saying? Even though her daughter was standing right before her, she still felt like an innocent young maiden. How could she calmly accept such explicit discourse? Yūhi Kurenai's daughter rolled her eyes at her mother, a strange smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I mean, Mom, I'm right here in front of you. Do you have any other thoughts? You aren't still thinking about Asuma Sarutobi, are you? He's messy, weak, and smokes inappropriately. He's simply the worst. Plus, I don't want to be named Sarutobi Mirai. How unpleasant that would be. Moreover, it is evident that the Sarutobi clan is destined for extinction. It seems that since my birth, I have not encountered anyone bearing that surname. Do not let your thoughts wander astray. Simply follow your father. What? Kurenai Yūhi was momentarily struck dumb by her daughter's words. The Sarutobi clan is to be extinguished? That is the maternal lineage of the third Hokage. Who could have foreseen this? As she pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The downfall of a prominent power is often accompanied by the ascent of another. If the Hoshino clan were indeed to become the formidable force depicted in the future, it would not be long before someone arose to challenge the Sarutobi clan. Could it be that this little man would engage in such audacious actions in the future? Unbeknownst to her, as she endeavored to win over her mother, Hoshino Hikaru, after they had just departed, Senju Ryuui had returned to the Hoshino household with Tsunade, thrusting her directly into the room before dashing out. This left Tsunade internally cursing her daughter's filial piety. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds. But it was Hoshino Hikaru who first broke into a smile. After all, he was a man and could not allow his future fiancée to remain in an awkward silence. At that moment, Tsunade was far from her usual boisterous self. Sitting quietly beside Hoshino Hikaru with an unusual serenity, her cheeks not flushed, and her peripheral gaze continuously assessing him. It must be said that with Tsunade's beauty and figure, in this tranquil state, she exuded a serene elegance, revealing a hint of gentility, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. If Tsunade were to be placed alongside Kurenai Yūhi, she would indeed surpass her. Alas, she would not likely maintain this state for long. Surely, upon hearing Hoshino Hikaru's laughter, Tsunade turned her profile towards him. Glaring, what are you laughing at? Is there something amusing? What a fine woman. Yet why does she possess such a sharp tongue? Hoshino Hikaru, undeterred by her tone, reached out to embrace her shoulder. Tsunade-chan, today I encountered Orochimaru and even fought with him. Orochimaru? What is he doing here? Tsunade's brow furrowed instantly. Although they had grown up together, she certainly harbored no fondness for Orochimaru. Whether due to past grievances or his experiments on villagers, or his betrayal of Konoha, her feelings were far from warm. He must have some scheme against the Hokage. I didn't have the chance to inquire before he fled. Hoshino Hikaru shrugged, feigning helplessness. After all, Orochimaru has a knack for escaping, as you well know. Tsunade nodded without hesitation. Among the ninjas she knew, in terms of offensive and defensive techniques, Orochimaru did not even rank, yet when it came to evasion, none could rival him. Rest assured, if that man intends to commit any egregious acts, I will intervene. As they conversed, Hoshino Hikaru's hand, which had been resting on Tsunade's shoulder, inadvertently slipped down to encircle her delicate waist. For your sake, I shall ensure that Konoha suffers no significant harm. It should not be unreasonable for a disciple to contend with their master, especially since it was an internal conflict within their own faction, which he could not obstruct. Protecting Konoha from harm was even simpler. He could simply send Gaara to the Sarutobi clan's territory. Given the vast area of Konoha compared to the Sarutobi's domain, even its destruction would not pose a significant loss to the village. As for why he targeted the Sarutobi clan, it was straightforward. if Hoshino Hikari aspired to rise. The power-hungry Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo were his greatest obstacles. Moreover, that old man had the audacity to suggest that his future fiancée serve as his daughter-in-law. Who else but him should perish? Hoshino Hikari was no mere 11-year-old child who would recklessly engage in combat. Such an impulse would be foolish. Once the battle commenced, it was prudent for him to determine the outcome, thus maximizing his involvement. What could be more advantageous? You must prioritize your safety. I do not concern myself too deeply with Konoha, and I will secretly visit in a few days. If circumstances necessitate, I shall take action. Tsunade, initially inclined to shake off Hoshino Hikari's hand, fell silent upon hearing his words and made her own promise. Despite her lingering fear of blood, she was willing to risk it for his safety. Unbeknownst to them, they had embraced each other. Hikari-kun, may I pose a question? You mentioned Kurenai. I am aware of her, but what of Hinata and Ino? What are your intentions? Chapter 75. Women are indeed the most enigmatic beings in the world. What? Hoshino Hikari froze, his arm around Tsunade's suddenly stiffening. Who knew she would pose such a piercing question in this context? They're nothing, just ordinary classmates. Is that so? Tsunade, who had been nestled in his embrace, immediately became incensed, straightening her posture and tracing her fingers along his lips. It appears not to be that simple. Tsunade's assertive demeanor left Hoshino Hikari somewhat overwhelmed, prompting him to swallow nervously as he tightened his grip on her. Sensing his tension, Tsunade's lips curled into a fleeting smile, as she continued to observe him with an enigmatic expression. This woman, once liberated, rendered Hoshino Hikari somewhat speechless, forcing him to awkwardly chuckle. They are merely fellow graduates. Do not heed the rumors. Indeed, ordinary classmates. Yet you went out of your way to invite Hinata, asking me to teach her about strength? I heard you were particularly attentive to Ino during your special training. Tsunade had almost mentioned that she had heard her daughter refer to Hinata as Aunt Hinata, but decided against explaining it to Hoshino Hikari and remained silent. And what? Nothing. Please explain the earlier matters. Be honest. Oh, Tsunade, I don't believe you have tried my cooking yet. Come, let me treat you today? Hoshino Hikari, unable to withstand her relentless inquiries, released her and stood up, heading toward the kitchen. Humph. Tsunade watched as he awkwardly fled, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. There is such a beautiful woman right by your side. Glancing down at her own alluring figure, her cheeks flushed slightly. With this physique, how could he possibly be interested in those undeveloped little girls? Does he have such peculiar tastes? Contemplating this, a hint of worry crossed Tsunade's face. If it were a matter of youth or figure, she could strive to improve. But now, with age and a voluptuous form, how could she remedy this? With such thoughts, even if Hoshino Hikari's cooking was exquisite, Tsunade found it somewhat tasteless. After hastily dining with him, she returned home. This left Hoshino Hikari in a state of bewilderment. Was he the one left flustered by her questions? How could he prepare a meal and return to find her transformed? Early the next morning, Hoshino Hikari rose from his bed and headed to his backyard. Now, in terms of ninjutsu, he no longer requires excessive practice, as his chakra control has reached a master level. The powerful ninjutsu that still needs practice is not convenient to use in the village. However, last night, Hikari Hoshino selected a remarkably precious skill in the shop, which he can practice in the courtyard, and this skill nearly depleted his points. Master-level taijutsu, valued at 5,000 points. If Hikari were not already proficient in taijutsu, he would have needed even more points. Nevertheless, the enhancement brought by master-level taijutsu is substantial. First and foremost, Hikari's physical condition is exceptional. With the Senju bloodline and the skills augmentation, he is confident that his physique surpasses even the pinnacle of Might Guy. Yet, he wonders what level of improvement is necessary to open the 8 gates without peril. As long as he survives, with Hikari's recovery abilities, he can return to normal levels given sufficient time. He might even train to master the 8 gates as effortlessly as Kakarote's tenfold Kaioken, ready to unleash it at will. Casually shedding his shirt, Hikari donned the weighted gear he purchased from the shop for 500 points, clad in a black tank top and shorts. Who would have imagined that such simple attire would weigh 4 tons? This burden left Hikari, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, somewhat astounded. He suddenly felt as though he had transformed into an incredible superhero. Yet, with his physical prowess, this weight posed little pressure. Rather, he needed to maintain such weight for an extended period to acclimate to the sensation and train his control over strength. Sudden changes in physical condition could easily harm those around him. The exercise methods were essentially a few: push-ups, sit-ups, long-distance running, and handstand walking, basic training. Fortunately, his appearance remained appealing, and his physique was remarkably balanced, sparing him the need to dress as youthful as Guy or Lee, even beneath the 4 tons of weight. Hikari performed various exercises with remarkable grace, adeptly controlling his form, making the weight feel light as a feather, landing softly without impact. Otherwise, with such a weight, jumping and landing would surely crack the ground, had he not gently supported his body with chakra. Not only could he strengthen his physique, but he could also enhance his balance and chakra control, achieving 3 benefits in one endeavor. Initially, Hikari contemplated whether he could procure training methods akin to those in Dragon Ball from the shop. Alas, it only offered products from the Naruto universe, leading him to abandon that thought. It made sense. If the shop provided Dragon Ball's training methods or bloodlines, it would be excessively unbalanced. While they were still entangled in discussions about the Rinnegan or Sage mode, a transformation into Super Saiyan could obliterate the ninja world with a single Kamehameha. Wiping the sweat that had accumulated from his rigorous training, Hikari suddenly felt a presence. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a pair of beautiful eyes observing him from the courtyard not far away. "Hi, Hinata, good morning." A bit awkwardly, Hikari retracted his hand, which he had just raised, but before he could finish his greeting, she turned and hurried back into the house. He couldn't fathom what was happening lately. Yesterday Tsunade acted similarly, and today Hinata did too. Women truly are the most enigmatic beings in the world. Meanwhile, inside her room, Hinata blushed as she dashed back, gulping down a large glass of water to calm herself. Her chest rose and fell with each deep breath, gradually settling after a while. "Mom, what were you doing? Did you see something you shouldn't have?" Her daughter, Himawari, peeked from her bedroom door, teasingly regarding her. "Honestly, Dad's just next door. If you need something, why not go to him instead of looking at those strange things? Go. What do you know, little one?" "Mom, where are you going?" "To take a bath." Chapter 76. Reconfirming. Underestimating the future self. Why take a bath so early in the morning? It's quite peculiar. Himawari glanced at her mother's retreating figure entering the bathroom, revealing a hint of confusion. However, based on her mother's earlier demeanor, it seemed she had some thoughts on her mind. This could be advantageous. At least when her mother had such thoughts, she could create opportunities for her father. Today marks the final phase of the Chunin exams. Let us get ready, and I'll take you to see the grand spectacle. After completing his workout, Hikari promptly rushed to the home of Hinata and Tsunade, inviting the mother-daughter duo outside. Naturally, Tsunade needed to perform a transformation jutsu before she could leave. The 5 of them proceeded towards the venue for the 3rd exam. "Hikari, ordinarily the 2nd exam should still be ongoing at this time. Why is the 3rd already starting?" Hinata inquired curiously. Despite being a jonin, she seemed less informed than Hikari, a mere freshly graduated ninja. Tsunade also turned her gaze towards him. She hadn't returned to Konoha in many years and held little interest in the Chunin exams. Had it not been for Hikari's insistence about a significant event, she would not have bothered to join the fray. Wasn't it more pleasant to lounge at home, drinking and snacking? Years of experience had nearly transformed Tsunade into a typical homebody, only venturing out when absolutely necessary. The emergence of Orochimaru and that crazed child from Sunagakure had caused considerable damage, prompting the leaders of both villages to decide to advance the 3rd exam. This information, of course, had been conveyed to Hikari by the Umbu, as he was the chief examiner for the 2nd phase and needed to attend this final exam. The Kazekage of Sunagakure? Tsunade scoffed, recalling her past confrontations with those from Sunagakure. Enmities had been forged in the fires of battle. Senju Tobarama and Kato Dan had perished in the war against Sunagakure, leading to her developing a phobia of blood. Furthermore, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law from Sunagakure had been slain by Konoha's White Fang on the battlefield. Who would have imagined that the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure had become so cordial that the Kazekage would dare venture into Konoha's heart? Are you implying that the significant event involves the Kazekage from Sunagakure? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, inching closer to Hikari. Upon hearing the name Sunagakure and recalling Kato Dan, she felt an inexplicable closeness to Hikari. While their initial connection was based on mutual respect and lacked emotional ties, their interactions felt more like camaraderie and friendship. Unlike Hikari, whose demeanor was overtly aggressive and disregarded her status, this straightforward view of her as merely a woman stirred unfamiliar feelings within Tsunade. Deep down, she couldn't help but think that this was what true romance entailed. The exam is so dangerous. I hope Hinata and Ino will be alright. During this period of crossing over, whether due to love for her family or her inherent nature, Himawari had developed a good rapport with her two younger aunts and was genuinely concerned for them. Rest assured, before entering, I already informed them of the dangers associated with this exam. With their two classes combined, they should be safe. At the very least, Hinata and Ino can escape even if they can't win. What about the others? What do I care about the others? Hoshino Hikaru cast a curious glance at the one who posed the question. Yūhi read. Were it not for his obligation to partake in the narrative, he would have scarcely felt inclined to engage in that confrontation with Orochimaru. The rest of the individuals were even less of his concern. Although he held a degree of care for Ino and Hinata, he had repeatedly cautioned them and would not feel compelled to protect them continuously. Each must forge their own path. If they chose to disregard his advice, they alone would bear the consequences. Will Auntie Tintin be in danger today? Senju Ryuui suddenly inquired, her face betraying a flicker of anxiety. As the wealthiest member of the Hoshino clan, Tintin commanded considerable popularity among the children. After all, at least 60% of their little stash came from the pocket money Tintin stealthily provided, undeniably paving the way with financial support. Rest assured, the other two members of Tintin's team are no pushovers. They will be just fine. Auntie Tintin? Hoshino Hikaru keenly perceived the unfinished sentence from his daughter. Narrowing his eyes slightly, it seemed he had underestimated the depth of his future harem. Judging by her tone and address, Tintin had not escaped his grasp after all. The thought was rather exhilarating. However, there was a slight downside. Hoshino Hikaru found himself unable to view the eligible female ninjas of Konoha without a hint of discomfort. Who could predict the monumental surprises his future self might encounter with women? One could only hope they remained single. After all, while the legacy of Wei Wu was commendable, it was better left unspoken, as Hoshino Hikaru was, after all, a man of dignity. Are you foolish? Why bring up any Tintin for no reason? Yūhi Mirai, seizing the opportunity while the three elders had moved ahead, hurried to Senju Ryui's side, playfully poking her waist. I'm just worried about Auntie Tintin's safety. Are you daft? In a few years, we will see Auntie Tintin again. Will you still have concerns then? Mirai retorted, rolling her eyes at Ryuui, who merely pouted, left speechless by the incisive remark. In truth, Mirai was just as concerned. It was merely that Ryuui had a quicker tongue. As the elder sister, it was customary to find ways to tease her younger sibling. How tedious. What on earth did Dad summon you for? You're not closer to Auntie Hinata and Auntie Ino than I am. You'd hardly manage to exchange a few words with them. Ryuui could only seethe in frustration, unable to voice her discontent, for Mirai had arrived early. By the time she came, bonds had already been established, and she was left with no chance to intervene, naturally falling behind. All right, stop bickering. Let us head inside. Hoshino Hikaru called out, ushering his two daughters along. If any situation arose, it would yield double the points. How could he let such an easy opportunity to capitalize on slip away? As they entered the venue, a figure lurking above suddenly froze, scrutinizing Hoshino Hikaru and his entourage with a perplexed glimmer in his eyes. How could there be individuals who bore such striking resemblance? Yet if it were that woman, she appeared rather youthful. Could it be a transformation jutsu she was employing purposefully? It was unexpected that the old man held Orochimaru in such high regard, summoning her back to Konoha with such urgency. What on earth had the old man promised to persuade her? Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage requests your presence below. A member of the Umbu materialized behind him, casting a complex expression upon witnessing Jiraiya's peculiar position. No need, I'll remain here. If that scoundrel Orochimaru truly appears, I shall intervene. Although Jiraiya was brash, he was no fool. Sitting beside the third Hokage would only lead to moral entrapment, making it difficult for him to leave Konoha with ease. Moreover, he remained skeptical about Orochimaru's actual presence in Konoha. Once the Umbu departed, Jiraiya's gaze returned to the scene below, wide-eyed as he witnessed a woman strikingly similar to a young Tsunade, clinging to a man's arm, shaking it with fervor. In the next moment, both of them slapped her on the head. Hey, even if she is hiding her identity like I am, she wouldn't sacrifice so much. She is Tsunade, after all. When has she ever displayed such intimacy with a man? If only that man were me. At that moment, Jiraiya resolved that if Orochimaru failed to show up, he would definitely teach that rascal a lesson before departing. He had never seen such a playful and clingy Tsunade. It was disheartening to see her acting so affectionately towards another. Hoshino-kun, you've arrived. Noticing them, Hinata and Ino rushed over. Hinata appearing somewhat bashful, while Ino directly clung to Hoshino Hikaru's arm, nearly leaping onto him. Their position had transformed into a unique spectacle within the audience. Featuring Yūhi Red, the unknown female ninja, Tsunade, two younger female ninjas, alongside Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, with Hoshino Hikaru amidst them like a verdant blade of grass among blooming flowers. How enviable! The hearts of countless male ninjas present echoed this sentiment. Glancing at their own sweaty companions beside them, their lips pursed in discontent. The most affected were Jiraiya, still sprawled above, and Asuma Sarutobi, not far away. The latter was nearly crushing the cigarette in his grip, glaring daggers at Hoshino Hikaru's back, wishing to rush over and twist his head off. Not only had he instigated misunderstandings between him and Red, but now he was also being so flirtatious, attracting so many female ninjas, truly a scoundrel. Down below, Sarutobi Hizashi began addressing the audience, incessantly emphasizing the will of fire and other indoctrinating rhetoric, causing those in the viewing seats above to drift into slumber. Even Hoshino Hikaru would have dozed off were it not for Yūhi Mirai and Senju Ryuui, who were enlivening the atmosphere. Ahem, before the official match, we will have a preliminary round, which will allow us to select the participants for the final competition. Moonlight Kazakage, pale-faced, weakly articulated the rules, his intense coughing causing his words to stutter. Seriously? Can someone so ill really serve as a judge? Isn't he afraid of being accidentally harmed? Indeed, it would be better to have Hoshino-kun as the judge. He would undoubtedly perform far better. On this point, Mirai and Ryuui surprisingly found common ground, united in their dissatisfaction. Let us skip it. Being a judge is hardly a favorable task, so troublesome. Isn't it much more enjoyable to watch the spectacle? Hoshino Hikaru cast a sidelong glance at the proceedings below, wearing an expression of exasperation. While he vaguely remembered the significant events from Naruto, the finer details eluded him. Who could have known there would be a preliminary round before the official competition? Had he known, he would have refrained from attending. Wait, if there's a preliminary round, doesn't that mean Hinata and Ino also have to participate? Then, perhaps it's worth watching after all. In a moment of exasperation, Hikari Hoshino noticed Hinata casting furtive glances in his direction. He reached out, playfully ruffling her hair. If you wish to gaze, do so with confidence. There is no need for embarrassment. After all, you are undeniably adorable, and I could gaze at you at any moment. Hinata, whose demeanor had recently brightened under the influence of the future Yūhi, was utterly unprepared for such directness. A faint blush enveloped her, and she felt as though she might faint, only to be caught by Hikari, who gently cradled her in his arms. Across from them, Niji Hyuga coldly observed the interaction, and his eyes narrowed dangerously when he saw Hikari holding Hinata, his fists clenched tightly. Though he disapproved of many things within the Hyuga clan, Hinata was, after all, the heiress of the main family. The Hyuga name was not to be tarnished. The battle between Sasuke and Shino was of little consequence, overshadowed by the intensity of Hikari's clash with Orochimaru, which had amplified Gaara's volatile emotions. The number of shinobi remaining was similar to before, but their quality had diminished significantly. Suddenly, Hikari's attention was drawn to a woman with red hair and glasses standing nearby. In the world of shinobi, such hair color was quite distinctive, especially when combined with her appearance, which closely resembled that of the original storyline. Could it be that, like in the tale, she had also been rescued by Sasuke? However, her gaze was not on the ongoing battle involving Sasuke, but rather frequently flickering towards Hikari. What could this mean? Are you seeing that girl with the red hair? Hikari gently poked Tsunade, causing her cheeks to flush. His initial intention had been to poke her at the waist, but he inadvertently miscalculated due to the ample space occupied by certain areas. What's wrong? She must be a ninja from the grass village, Tsunade replied. Isn't that red hair familiar? She is of the Uzumaki clan. Aside from Naruto, Nagato, and Karen, the only others in the entire shinobi world connected to the Uzumaki clan are Tsunade and Hikari, who possess the Senju bloodline. Chapter 78, Sakura and Ino. The flaws of the third Hokage. All right, I understand. After a brief silence, Tsunade nodded. Regardless of the historical ties between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, she felt compelled to speak with the girl. Should the girl be experiencing difficulties in the grass village, Tsunade would not mind offering her protection. The previous battles concluded one after another, and the next match piqued the interest of Hikari and his companions. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Hikari, feeling somewhat displeased, let out a disdainful sound through clenched teeth, casting a sidelong glance at the third Hokage. What's the matter? Both Kurenai and Tsunade turned to him, while Hinata cautiously lifted her gaze to Hikari. This seems to be one of the Third's favorite tactics, pairing bonds. Now it's Ino facing off against Sakura. It wouldn't be surprising if the next match pits Hinata against Niji. The group fell silent, taken aback. Surely not. Isn't this supposed to be a random selection of opponents? Kurenai looked uncertainly at Hikari, as if awaiting his jest. Although Yūhi's earlier predictions had proven accurate, they had been raised under the third Hokage's reign, instilling a higher degree of trust in him than in others. To believe in such manipulated outcomes as mere coincidence is quite the feat. Let us wait and see, Hikari remarked. Are both sides ready? Observing the frail demeanor of the proctor, Hikari felt exasperated. While Konoha may currently lack top-tier strength, it was hardly at a point of being devoid of capable shinobi. Yet, they had chosen someone who appeared on the verge of collapse to oversee the proceedings. Was this a show of weakness? After all, Sunagakure was not an enemy village. It would be prudent to demonstrate Konoha's strength and reassure their allies. From Hikari's perspective, many of the third Hokage's decisions seemed absurd, lacking the discernment expected of a leader. In truth, he believed the old man had simply grown senile. Of course, this could also stem from Hikari's biases formed by his prior encounters with the Naruto storyline. Yet, what of it? His experiences had consistently reinforced his belief that the elderly figure puffing on a pipe was far from virtuous. Ino, I shall defeat you, Sakura declared. Her fists clenched as she charged at Ino. However, Ino swiftly evaded her initial attacks. The two friends exchanged blows for several rounds before stepping back simultaneously. Despite their close friendship and shared experiences in the brutal world of shinobi, neither could bring themselves to strike with full force. In terms of physical prowess, Sakura was indeed slightly inferior to Ino, who had undergone rigorous training under Hikari's guidance. What had once been a slight advantage had snowballed into a significant gap. Have we really created such a disparity? Sakura instinctively glanced at Sasuke, who remained engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to the battle. Since Hikari had previously advised him, Sasuke had developed a newfound appreciation for reading, meticulously analyzing text to uncover truths hidden from ordinary eyes. To date, he was nearing completion of his investigation into the massacre of the Uchiha clan. His lack of interest in the battle did not stem from disinterest. Rather, he feared that in confronting the third Hokage, he might lose control of his gaze and murderous intent. Ino, you focus on control and perception, while Sakura emphasizes chakra manipulation. Neither of you are combat-oriented shinobi, so why not settle this quickly? Hikari interjected from the observation platform, jolting the two girls from their standoff. As for the third Hokage's gaze, Hikari chose to ignore it. Why must two logistical ninjas, who need not be combatants, engage in a contest of wills? Was it not preferable for them to enjoy life? When calamity strikes, there are always strong individuals ready to shoulder the burden. All right, I understand, Ino exclaimed, suddenly accelerating towards Sakura. As Sakura swung her fist, Ino wrapped a chakra-infused rope around her arm. With a swift movement, she slid to the side, the rope weaving around Sakura, effectively binding her in place. Wait, what are you doing, Ino? Hikari exclaimed, his eyes widening as he observed Ino's actions. Unable to contain himself, he cast his coat onto Sakura just as Ino was about to secure her bindings. What had Ino been watching to come up with such methods? Surely, she could have simply tied her up with the rope. Realizing Hikari's intervention, Ino snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of the multitude of watching shinobi. Had she completed the binding, Sakura would have lost all face in front of the spectators. After all, the vivid images that flashed through her mind just now made Ino involuntarily shiver. She quickly shook her wrist and retracted the rope. Sakura sat on the ground, feeling somewhat dejected. Although she did not comprehend the conversation between Hikari Hoshino and Ino, she instinctively understood that she was no match for Ino. Even though neither of them were direct combat-type ninjas, losing to her childhood friend was undeniably disheartening. Hikari-kun, I won, Ino exclaimed, eagerly grabbing Hikari's jacket and bouncing towards him, unreservedly leaping into his embrace in front of everyone. This caused the surrounding male ninjas to gasp in astonishment. Wishing to learn the secret of how to win over such women, Sakura slowly stood up, retreating from the scene. As she departed, she cast a glance at Sasuke, who, as if sensing her gaze, shifted his attention from his book to meet her eyes for a fleeting moment before returning to his reading. Chapter 79, Defeated by Tamari. Aunt Tenten has also fallen. With a quiet sigh, Sakura envied Ino. Although they were close friends, Ino now surpassed her not only in strength, but also in matters of the heart. The next match was Tenten versus Tamari. Since Tamari was not from Konoha, Tenten held nothing back, unleashing a flurry of ninja tools towards her opponent. However, the disparity in strength was too great for mere ninja tools to bridge. Even after exhausting all her weaponry, Tenten's efforts were futile against Tamari's fan, which effortlessly deflected her attacks. In the midst of wielding her fan, Tamari vanished from Tenten's sight. Ninja art, Kamaitachi. A chilling voice echoed from behind Tenten as a sudden gust of wind, infused with chakra, formed a small tornado, ensnaring Tenten and lifting her into the air, rendering her unable to escape. Moments later, the battered Tenten fell unconscious, plummeting from the sky. Suddenly, the jonin present sharpened their gazes. If Tenten were to fall unimpeded, she would land directly upon the hard bones of Tamari's massive fan. Tenten! Senju Ryuui cried out, preparing to intervene, but a large hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. In the next instant, Hikari Hoshino appeared above Tamari, catching Tenten in a princess carry. Hikari-senpai, cough cough. This is the second time you've interrupted the match. Moonlight Breeze coughed lightly, his face betraying a hint of hesitation as he offered a reminder. Silence. Hikari glared at him, his eyes brimming with a palpable threat. Even though Moonlight Breeze was also a special jonin from Konoha, he instinctively took a step back. Are you blind? She has lost the ability to move. As the proctor, you should know to save a life instead of clinging to those damned rules. If you utter another word, I shall deal with you myself to spare us both your incessant coughing. Hikari's lengthy admonition left Moonlight Breeze speechless, unsure how to counter. After all, in the face of Tenten's incapacitation, he had indeed failed to uphold his duty to protect the participants. Let this matter rest. Hikari-senpai, please take Tenten for treatment. However, the examination must adhere to its rules, so please refrain from recklessly disrupting it. The third Hokage, seated centrally, tapped his pipe and decisively concluded the situation. Hikari Hoshino, uninterested in further discussion, carried Tenten back to his place, where Senju Ryuui immediately summoned a soft green glow in her palms, employing healing ninjutsu. Shielded by Hikari's form, Sarutobi Hizashi failed to see Ryui's actions, but he vaguely sensed the green light emanating. Healing ninjutsu? Since when did Hikari form an alliance with a medical ninja? This revelation elevated the third Hokage's perception of Hikari's threat. After all, a strong individual who also understood the art of alliances was an entirely different concept. Ding. Your daughter feels grateful for you. Reward, for 100 points. Ding. Your daughter feels grateful for you. Reward, for 100 points. Observing his two daughters intently focused on Tenten, Hikari smiled, noting the promising bond between them. Merely saving her had earned him a substantial reward of 400 points for each. Aunt Tenten, how are you feeling? Does it hurt? Still in the midst of Ryui's healing, Tenten looked bewilderedly at the tearful Hinata and then at the equally anxious Ryui, her mind racing. In her memory, she had no recollection of ever meeting these two beautiful girls, so why were they so concerned for her? And what of Hikari-senpai? Half reclining, Tenten gazed at Hikari, whose act of saving her lingered in her thoughts, causing her pale complexion to flush with color. This prompted a shared look of exasperation between Hinata and Ryui. They had not anticipated Aunt Tenten's swift infatuation, especially when their own mothers had yet to make significant progress in their romantic endeavors, leaving them in a quandary. Life was not easy, and the daughters sighed. However, Tamari's assault was rather ruthless, despite not knowing her yet. How could she not show mercy against such a lovely opponent as Aunt Tenten? As juniors, they could not retaliate against Tamari. However, when Shikamaru arrived, as the elder sister, they would surely need to teach her a small lesson. Even considering the gold bars contained within the scrolls they carried, they felt they must uphold Aunt Tenten's honor. Thank you so much. If you hadn't caught Tenten in time, she might have sustained even greater injuries. This is a failure on my part as her teacher. While they were still exchanging glances to devise a plan, a father and son duo appeared. Although they shared no blood relation, anyone who saw Guy and Lee would assume they were father and son. Hearing Hikari's reprimand of Moonlight Breeze filled Might Guy with regret. Tenten had already lost her combat capability. As her teacher, he should have been the first to save her, Yet he had completely overlooked this responsibility, relying on others to remind him. It's all right. Tintin is too adorable for me to bear seeing her so grievously injured. Rest assured, she only has superficial wounds and will heal swiftly. Hikari, who had graduated a year later than Tintin, spoke with the tone of an elder. Given his current height and status, no one, including Guy, found it amiss. Only Tintin's blush deepened, though it remained uncertain if it was due to her recovering injuries. I am most grateful. Might Guy bowed deeply to Hikari, viewing these 3 students as his own children. How could he express sufficient gratitude for saving his child? Meanwhile, Tamari stood beside Gaara, feeling frustrated as she watched Hikari and the others. How could she forget that he was also from Konoha? She had aimed to showcase her strength, but ended up offending him instead. Do not dwell too much on it. After all, you have already won. There is no merit in injuring the opponent too severely. Silence, you know nothing. Kanjuro observed Shumaru's sighs and assumed he was lamenting the missed opportunity to strike Tenten. He attempted to offer words of comfort, only to be met with 2 exaggerated eye rolls from Shumaru. Chapter 80, Naruto's Identity. A prophetic encounter with Hikari Hoshino. Next to step forward was Naruto, facing his old classmate from the Ninja Academy, Inuzuka Kiba. Hikari Hoshino hesitated for a moment before calling out to Naruto, advising him, just spar, don't use the Rasengan. Oh, I understand. Naruto waved dismissively. Kiba had been one of the few who never ostracized him during their school days, so he was mindful of the situation. In previous battles, he had already gauged the Rasengan's power, and if it landed on Kiba, it could result in severe injury or worse. Are you underestimating me? Naruto, do you believe I could finish you off with a single punch? The 2 exchanged banter, while in the stands. Yūhi Kurenai glanced disapprovingly at Hikari. Kiba was her student, and she felt embarrassed by Hikari's disparaging remarks about him. Even Hinata chimed in softly, Hikari-kun, actually, Kiba is quite strong. At that moment, a figure stealthily approached Hikari and the others, but was abruptly interrupted by Mirai Sarutobi. With a look of distaste, she waved her hand. Hey, you scruffy old man. Could you not come over here and be annoying? Don't you know that Yūhi Kurenai-sensei dislikes you? Asuma Sarutobi stood frozen, his beard-covered face turning crimson. Although not everyone from Konoha was present, this was an examination venue with many jonin observing, including guests from Sunagakure. His reputation was being trampled right before his eyes. Mirai, puffing her cheeks in defiance, caught Asuma's attention, who felt a heavy hand rest on his shoulder. If you wish to engage, I could entertain you. Hikari's words left Asuma momentarily paralyzed. He was all too aware of Hikari's combat prowess, having heard about his capabilities from Hirazuna Sarutobi several times. No matter how arrogant he felt, he understood that Hikari was not a foe to be trifled with. Ding. Your daughter feels happiness because of you. Reward points, 200. Mirai's reward arrived just in time, prompting Hikari to affectionately ruffle her hair. Below, Hirazuna Sarutobi was anxiously watching the unfolding events. He was aware of his younger son's feelings towards Kurenai, having previously supported them by arranging for Kurenai to have 3 heirs as students. Who could have anticipated Hikari's sudden rise to prominence, gaining the admiration of so many kunoichi at such a young age? If they had not been able to ascertain that Kurenai's chakra was functioning normally, they might have suspected Hikari had cast some illusion on her. Despite the presence of numerous young and beautiful kunoichi around him, Kurenai still threw herself at Hikari, even willing to sever ties with Asuma, whom she had known for years. Why was that so? Not only Hirazuna, but also any single male ninja in Konoha would envy Hikari's skills. It was indeed a peculiar situation. As the spectators at the Chunin exams echoed the sentiment of drought and flood, Asuma's expression shifted through various emotions before settling into an awkward smile. Retracting his hand from his waist pouch. Now is the Chunin exam. We are merely here to observe. No need for any fighting. Hikari, you certainly have a sense of humor. As he felt Hikari's grip on his shoulder loosen, Asuma quickly distanced himself, exhaling in relief. Nearby, Nara Shikamaru sighed softly. Despite his teacher's impressive background, his strength, temperament, and presence left much to be desired. If the 3rd Hokage intended to elevate him as the 5th Hokage, Konoha's future seemed bleak. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba remained oblivious to the drama unfolding above them, engrossed in their own battle. Ultimately, despite Kiba's full effort and his use of Fong over Fong, he was defeated by Naruto. Although Kiba had caused some inconvenience, that was the extent of it. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto. With the announcement echoing in the moonlit air, A triumphant smile graced Naruto's face. He had resorted to using the Rasengan. Given that he could not fathom any other technique capable of countering Kiba's assault, he had merely reduced the chakra input, employing a smaller Rasengan to clash with Kiba. Fortunately, even that smaller version was sufficient to prevail. Kiba, my apologies, but you need more practice. Kiba, glancing at Naruto's overly pleased demeanor, huffed and stormed off. You only ever help Naruto. During training, you don't even consider my student. Had Kiba been equally trained, perhaps he could have bested him. Kurenai gently pinched Hikari, who could only manage a rueful smile. She did not overestimate her student. After all, who was Naruto? Even without special training, he was the destined child. The reincarnation of Ashura, the host of the Nine Tails, and the son of the fourth Hokage. How could Kiba possibly compare? Do you think that dog would dare challenge the Nine Tails? Hikari remarked. Forget Kiba. Even if every ninja in Konoha, aside from Sasuke, banded together, they would not surpass Naruto's future accomplishments. You only see Naruto as the underdog, forgetting whose son he is and what resides within him. Hikari's words momentarily stunned Kurenai. Over the years, the village's attitude towards Naruto had obscured his true identity, and many had forgotten he was the descendant of the red hot-blooded habanero and the golden flash. With the Uzumaki clan's blood coursing through him. As the one-on-one matches concluded, the next names Hikari had previously mentioned appeared on the large screen. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. The moment their names were displayed, a smirk danced across Hikari's lips, prompting Kurenai and Tsunade to turn their gaze towards him. Could it be that he had indeed spoken a prophetic truth? Chapter 81. Hinata versus Neji. Only the victorious hold power, Neji and II. Hinata raised her head, locking eyes with Neji across the arena, only to lower it once more. Had she not overheard Hikari's discussion, she might have resigned herself to this outcome. Yet, aware of the potential manipulation behind the matchups, even Hinata felt a flicker of dissatisfaction towards the expressionless elder seated below. On the opposite side, Neji leaped down to the ground, gazing up at Hinata. As she hesitated, Hikari stood beside her, gently stroking her hair. At times, the thoughts of others cannot be resolved through mere dialogue. Only through the force of one's fists can one compel them to listen patiently. Moreover, Hinata Hyuga's heart resonates with the grievances of the Hyuga branch family, prompting her to hold nothing back. You must also give it your all, do you understand? Although I harbor no ill feelings towards Neji Hyuga from the original narrative, Kira Hoshino is acutely aware of Neji's true sentiments. He will undoubtedly spare no effort against Hinata. Rather than risk Hinata's injury, it is preferable for Neji to bear the burden. Hinata, persevere. Strike down that cold-faced adversary. Yūhi Kurenai and Senju Ryuui stand beside Hinata, resembling cheerleaders who bolster her resolve, bringing a firmer expression to Hinata's countenance. Just as Tenten, who had recently recovered, intended to speak, she, as Neji's teammate, understood his thoughts and could only let out a sigh. The third Hokage is truly excessive. This treatment towards Hinata is rather cruel. Kurenai pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of coldness as she cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe below. Hinata's gentle demeanor has endeared her to the women around her, even inciting a protective instinct in younger peers like Yūhi Kurenai and Senju Ryuui. Not only Kurenai, but Tsunade also glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen below. Her earlier agreement to teach Hinata the art of strength stemmed from both Kira Hoshino's request and her genuine fondness for the girl, seeing her as a student and junior. Now, being arranged by the third Hokage to battle her own clan, Tsunade's fists clenched involuntarily. This old man is truly becoming increasingly outrageous. Hinata leaped from the stands, facing Neji, who wore a mocking expression. Hinata, I never imagined I would be fighting you. Surrender. You are unfit to be a ninja. Your excessive kindness, yearning for peace, and aversion to conflict render this place unsuitable for your presence. Neji's words, though imbued with a semblance of concern for Hinata, were laced with the sharpness of his proud and obstinate nature. In truth, among the Hyuga clan, Neji's genius is unparalleled, akin to Itachi Uchiha within the Uchiha clan. Despite his obsession, he lacks the brutish mentality of Itachi. Even with his prowess, he only aspires to alter the current state of the Hyuga branch, not to annihilate the entire clan. Brother Neji, you need not say more. I shall give my all. If you defeat me, I will seriously consider your words. However, should I triumph, I hope you will also reflect on what I have to say. Let us see if you can defeat me first. Neji's tone was impatient. Yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, reminiscent of an older brother witnessing his sister's growth. Thus, Niji assumed a combat stance. Then come, defeat me. If you can. I shall certainly listen to your words. As he looked at Hinata, who stood ready before him, a flicker of hope arose in Niji's heart. If Hinata were to lead the Hyuga branch, perhaps changing its circumstances would be easier, given her inherent kindness. He was acutely aware that, by his original plan, even if he attracted attention within the village, the likelihood of success was minuscule. Let the match begin. Moonlight Gale announced the commencement of the battle only after the siblings had finished speaking. This is the treatment afforded to the members of Konoha's leading clan. Unlike the previous lower-ranking ninjas, who were afforded time to express their thoughts, the match commenced immediately upon entering the arena. The two charged at one another, their battle eclipsing the earlier skirmish between Sakura and Ino, which seemed almost playful in comparison. Each clash of their arms and legs, charged with brilliant blue chakra, resonated with a deep sound. Due to their similar techniques and nearly indistinguishable attire, onlookers were left in a daze as the two exchanged blows with astonishing speed. Even the Jonin regarded them with newfound respect. Once overshadowed by Niji's brilliance, Hinata, after being rejuvenated by Kira Hoshino, exhibited remarkable growth in both physical prowess and chakra reserves, advancing at an unimaginable rate. Though still slightly at a disadvantage in her confrontation with Niji, her progress was sufficient to astonish the spectators. Wasn't Niji hailed as the rare genius of the Hyuga clan? When did that girl reach such heights? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and inquired of an umbu beside him. Had he known of Hinata's latent talent, he would have swiftly assigned Asuma to mentor her and Kurenai to lead Ino and Sakura. After all, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had long-standing ties with the Sarutobi clan. Even without a master-disciple bond, he need not fear their allegiance shifting. I never expected you to have grown to this extent, Niji exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment after their latest collision, genuinely surprised by Hinata's strength. At that moment, he felt a slight ache in his arms, a testament to the force Hinata was wielding. It is worth noting that, at this stage, Hinata was still relying solely on her innate strength to contend with Niji. The monstrous strength she learned from Tsunade had yet to be unleashed. As they momentarily retreated, both activated their Byakugan, their eyes capturing the chakra coursing through each other's tenketsu. Both have opened their eyes. How old is Hinata? Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened as he observed the unfolding match. Chapter 82. Defeating him with the Hyuga clan's techniques. Initially, he merely intended to assess the condition of the Hyuga clan's prodigy, Niji. If feasible, he might intervene, much like he did with Itachi Uchiha, bringing Niji under his wing, thus ensuring the Hyuga clan would not pose a threat to the Sarutobi clan. However, he did not anticipate that before he could fully assess Niji's state, he would uncover the true genius of the Hyuga clan. It should be noted that Hinata is even younger than Niji and has consistently displayed average performance. He never imagined she would achieve such significant advancement after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Compared to Niji, who could exploit his established rapport with the Hyuga main family, Hinata's connection with the main family is inherently more amicable due to her ties with Kira Hoshino. Unbeknownst to him, the boar from the Inuzuka clan, the Hyuga clan heir, and the likes of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki have all fostered excellent relationships with Kira Hoshino, not to mention that girl, Tenten, from the tool-rich Fu household. This is not the outcome Sarutobi Hiruzen desired. Given more time, it seems the new generation of Konoha will coalesce around him, raising concerns about how Konohamaru, Asuma's successor, will manage this growing faction. Indeed, even whether Asuma could command Kira Hoshino remains uncertain in his eyes. The Byakugan meets the Byakugan, gentle fist against gentle fist. Their combat styles mirror each other almost perfectly, accelerating their movements to a degree where most lower-ranking ninjas could no longer discern the battle. The expressions of the remaining lower-ranking ninjas from other small villages darkened. Is this what Konoha's lower-ranking ninjas are like? How can they seem stronger than their leading Chunin? I fear that only the 3 from the Sand Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, can maintain such indifference, given their formidable strength. Hinata Niji grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. He initially believed he held a slight advantage over Hinata. However, once both of them activated their Byakugan and employed the gentle fist technique, that minuscule edge vanished instantaneously. Hinata's proficiency and speed in executing the gentle fist were astonishingly on par with his own. How could this be possible? Had this young lady been secretly training diligently in ways he could not perceive? 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The two unleashed the same technique. Yet while Hinata had only just learned it under the guidance of Hoshino Hikaru, Niji had been self-taught without the aid of a Nin, resulting in their powers being nearly indistinguishable. Standing within the two massive 8 trigrams formations, their palms became a flurry of afterimages, the relentless sounds of their clashes reverberating throughout the arena. With a resounding thud, both delivered their final strike simultaneously, stepping back to catch their breath. Lady Hinata, I truly envy you. In your youth, even if your training was not satisfactory, no one pressed you. You were spared the burden of that unsightly mark. While the secrets of the Hyuga clan were laid out before you, whereas I could only cower in the shadows, groping my way forward. When you sought to catch up, countless individuals rallied around you, offering assistance and care. I know this is my fate, a destiny I must accept, akin to my father's. Yet I cannot resign myself to it. With a roar, Niji charged forward once more, unwilling to accept a life as a caged bird, much like his father, who perished because of a mere utterance, never even reclaiming his remains. As their fists intertwined, their breaths became increasingly labored. This exhaustive confrontation drained their stamina significantly. With their energy waning, their reaction slowed, and both began to suffer from points being struck by the other. Hasn't Sister Hinata already mastered the use of her immense strength? Why isn't she employing it now? If she did, that icy demeanor would surely falter. Senju Ryuui was nearly frantic, wishing to intervene and assist Hinata. In her view, this close-quarters combat was the perfect arena for showcasing her might. If I were to take the stage, a single punch would send that frozen face flying. How could it possibly continue to contest with her? She intends to resolve this matter using the Hyuga clan's methods, Hoshino Hikaru replied quietly. Hinata appeared exceedingly introverted, adorably shy. Yet in reality, she was the one with the most thoughts, often getting stuck in her own mind. Since Niji harbored grievances against the Hyuga clan, as the eldest daughter of the main branch, she would employ the clan's techniques to address the issue. On the arena, Niji's gaze bore a weighty intensity as he focused on Hinata. The art of gentle fist, which involved embedding one's chakra into the opponent's chakra points to immobilize them, could be easily countered by simply expelling chakra to release those points. However, through the lens of the Byakugan, Niji was astounded to discover that Hinata consumed significantly less chakra to unlock her points than he did. This was, in fact, the power of bloodlines. The narrative of Naruto is, at its core, a tale of various bloodline inheritors. Those of lesser lineage inevitably become mere side characters. Though Hinata was not the protagonist, her lineage was superior to Niji's, granting her a greater reserve of ocular power once her Byakugan was activated. Furthermore, during their special training, whenever Hinata sustained injuries or excessive fatigue, Hoshino Hikaru personally assisted in her recovery. The high frequency would release chakra he provided not only rejuvenated her, but also bolstered her physique, resulting in the current outcome. In the stands, Hoshino Hikaru observed their exchanges closely, recognizing this disparity. The power contained within Hinata's Byakugan was something he had noted during their training and was astonished to see it confer an advantage in this context. As the battle progressed, the tide began to shift in Hinata's favor. Niji's movements slowed significantly, to the point where any discerning eye could see that Hinata had gained the upper hand. Damn it, I still have my trump card to unveil. Though Niji had just stated that if Hinata emerged victorious, he would accept it with grace, a faint smile gracing his lips. The reality of her impending triumph sent a wave of despair crashing over him. The once acknowledged genius of the younger generation, now eliminated by Hinata? Even the third Hokage couldn't help but rise from his seat, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that such a celebrated talent would falter in the Chunin exams, relegated to the status of a genin? Finally, the victor was declared, Hinata Hyuga. Moonlight Gale noted the grim expression on the Hokage's face and intentionally delayed the announcement, but Niji lay motionless on the ground, with no signs of rising. Thus, he had no choice but to declare Hinata the winner. In that moment, Yūhi Kurenai and Senju Ryuui erupted in cheers, while Tsunade and the other spectators exhibited expressions of relief. Upon hearing of her victory, Hinata offered a gentle smile, yet a wave of dizziness enveloped her, causing her body to lose control as she toppled backward. Strangely, in the darkness, she felt no pain, only warmth enveloping her. Why be so stubborn? If you had unleashed your strength, victory would have been easily within reach. A familiar voice whispered in her ear, its tenderness prompting Hinata to relax and lean back. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of security enveloping her. Yet after a brief hesitation, she gently shook her head. In combat with others, she would undoubtedly wield her immense strength without hesitation, but against her brother Niji, she wished to uphold her own convictions. Unbeknownst to them, Niji, sprawled on the ground, glared fiercely at them. He was astounded that the Hinata who had defeated him had held back, effectively trampling on his pride. In this state of disbelief, Niji struggled to catch his breath before succumbing to unconsciousness. Medical ninjas swiftly brought a stretcher to carry Niji away, while Hinata was supported by Hoshino Hikaru back to her viewing area, where Tsunade and Senju Ryuui, both skilled medical ninjas of the Senju clan, ensured her well-being, rendering the services of Konoha's medical team unnecessary. The forthcoming battle is remarkably straightforward, the legendary clash between Gaara and Lee. A match that stands out as the most exhilarating of the Chunin exams, and indeed, one of the most memorable scenes throughout the entire Naruto series. It is a mere 3 minutes of extraordinary prowess, yet it is overshadowed by an extensive narrative spanning 300 episodes. Lee, who suffered from a severe case of being overshadowed by his teacher, is a quintessential example of a character stifled by the plot. One might speculate that had it been Lee and Guy who opened the 8 gates against Uchiha Madara, rather than Guy alone, the impact of that iconic moment would have been significantly diminished. Thus, as one observes the battle between Lee and Gaara, reminiscent of the original work, Hoshino Hikaru cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Regrettably, in the realm of reality, the battle is devoid of the fiery embellishments, reduced to the mere sounds of combat. Otherwise, it could have been truly perfect. Upon witnessing Lee open the 8 gates, Hoshino Hikaru let out a sigh. This marks the beginning of a genius's downfall. Yet for Lee, it is a battle where he pours all his essence, a manifestation of his passionate youth, and the realization of his dreams. What reason could possibly hinder a man from radiating the most significant brilliance of his life? Ultimately, amidst the sorrowful gazes of the spectators, Lee collapses to the ground, concluding this fierce contest. In 4 words, it can be described as defeated yet honored, evident from the tearful eyes of the nearby girls. Thus, the preliminary round of the Chunin exams has concluded, and the subsequent matchups align with the original narrative, with the only alteration being Hinata's substitution for Niji. Listening to the 3rd Hokage's incessant murmurs, Hoshino Hikaru resignedly closed his eyes, awaiting Hinata and Ino's emergence. Tsunade had already departed with Senju Ryuui, her presence somewhat conspicuous. Although others might not recognize her, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly could recall her youthful visage. Before her departure, she also took back the child Karui, who was preparing to leave with the Grass Village. As for the leading Chunin from the Grass Village, he failed to notice Tsunade's presence, only to succumb to unconsciousness. His last moments marked by the audible cracking of his cervical vertebrae. Without delving into other matters, Tsunade quickly discerned that Karui, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, had endured a harsh existence in the Grass Village, evident from the scars of battle that adorned her. This was confirmed when, after defeating the Grass Village ninja, Karui secretly bit her arm to heal her wounds, inciting Tsunade's immediate fury. Had she not suffered from hemophobia, she might have decapitated that ninja on the spot. Finally, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy speech concluded, the crowd dispersed. Observing his expectant expression, Hoshino Hikaru couldn't help but smirk. He had made considerable preparations for this critical juncture in the Naruto saga. One could only hope that this old man could withstand Orochimaru's plan to crumble Konoha. Otherwise, the impact of his gift would be considerably diminished. Is Hinata still feeling unwell? Not far from their departure, Hoshino Hikaru noticed that Hinata's gait was noticeably abnormal. This was not due to unhealed injuries. Rather, she had been struck at too many vital points, leaving her with a lingering sense of constraint despite her physical wounds being healed. "I'm fine," Hinata replied, startled by Hoshino Hikaru's attention, her cheeks reddening as she lowered her head, feeling as though she had turned into a ripe apple. "If you're not feeling well, why didn't you say something sooner?" Hoshino Hikaru chided playfully, wrapping one arm around her shoulder while lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. You wait," Hinata gasped, her face flushed as she buried it in Hoshino Hikaru's embrace, her ears filled with the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. "Hey, Hinata is still a young girl. Did you really just take her up like that without her consent?" Yūhi Kurenai shot a sidelong glance at Hoshino Hikaru, reminiscent of when he had carried her home after she was ensnared by wood release. How much time had passed, and he was already holding another girl. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, the tone of her words was tinged with a hint of jealousy, yet her eyes held no reproach, only a subtle envy. Oh, I can't hold Hinata directly, so I'll hold you, and you can hold Hinata. How about that? Hoshino Hikaru's remark caused Sarutobi Asuma, who had been trailing behind, to widen his eyes, the veins on his forehead throbbing. If his eyes were any more expressive, they might have rolled back in disbelief. How dare he utter such audacious words in front of so many people? Kurenai, counter him, scold him. Sarutobi Asuma's face was ablaze with anger, internally shouting. Unfortunately, Kurenai could not hear his thoughts and merely gave Hoshino Hikaru's arm a light tap. The force was so gentle that a mosquito landing on his arm might have caused more impact. In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt as though his heart had shattered within his chest. He finally recognized the harsh reality. Kurenai was not under this guy's spell. She genuinely did not care about his transgressions. Did she genuinely prefer this type of interaction? Suddenly, Sarutobi Asuma felt as if he had awakened some latent power, as if he had uncovered the truth about their circumstances, and excitement surged within him. If Kurenai liked this manner of interaction, then with the years of emotional accumulation between them, wasn't it possible to surpass Hoshino Hikaru effortlessly? Damn it, how could this kid, so young, possess such intricate understanding of relationships? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Sarutobi Asuma furrowed his brow. He was just a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy. Yet he understood women better than a seasoned rogue like himself. If experience wasn't the factor, then he must have learned it from somewhere. With that thought, Sarutobi Asuma dismissed the idea of continuing to follow Hoshino Hikaru and instead headed towards the bookstore. For someone like Hoshino Hikaru, there was only one way to learn, and that was from the bookstore in Konoha. If he could uncover the same techniques, that boy would be no match for him, and he would surely win Kurenai back. With determination in his heart, Sarutobi Asuma pushed open the door to the bookstore. Boss, do you have any books about relationships between men and women, like those about dating? The bookstore owner, who had been seated behind the counter engrossed in reading, was startled by Sarutobi Asuma's sudden intrusion, causing the book he held to slip from his hands. The cover clearly displayed the bold title, Paradise of Affection. Meanwhile, Hoshino Hikaru, oblivious to the lecherous figure trailing behind him, unknowingly led him and the bookstore owner into a pitfall. The group returned to Hoshino Hikaru's residence, where Tsunade and Senju Ryuui were seated with Karui in the main hall, both displaying expressions of anger. During their return, Karui had recounted her years of hardship to Tsunade. She was one of the few orphans of the Uzumaki clan. The mother and daughter unexpectedly endured such inhumane treatment in Grass Hidden Village, igniting Tsunade's fury to the point where she felt as if she could incinerate the very air around her. Wishing to rush to Grass Hidden Village for vengeance on their behalf. Unfortunately, she herself suffered from hemophobia, and even if she were in perfect health, the combined strength of the Grass Ninja Village was not something she could confront alone. Hue-Kun, do you think if I disclosed Xianglin's situation to the old man, we could leverage Konoha's power to avenge her mother? After briefly outlining the situation, Tsunade suddenly lifted her gaze towards Hoshino Hui, her face alight with hope. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Hoshino shook his head, causing Tsunade's expression to darken. Hoshino simply stated, "Can you guess why, when the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, Xianglin's mother chose to take her to Grass Hidden Village instead of coming to Konoha?" In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Several young girls, still naive to the complexities of the world, failed to grasp the intricacies, but Tsunade, Shizune, and Yugao's faces all reflected a hint of bitterness. Indeed, they had managed to escape. Why did they not come to Konoha? Was there some connection between the affairs of the Land of Whirlpools and the old man? Tsunade's expression was far from pleasant, for Sarutobi Hiruzen had been her teacher since childhood. Although she had developed many of her jutsu herself, she could not deny the influence Hiruzen had on her. Yet, after interacting with Hoshino Hui, she seemed to uncover another facet of her teacher, one that increasingly felt unfamiliar. I need not elaborate further. Answers will soon present themselves, Hoshino remarked cryptically, prompting expressions of confusion among Tsunade and the others. The task he was about to undertake necessitated Tsunade's cooperation, which explained his lengthy discourse. Moreover, given the time that had passed, the individuals he had invited were likely arriving shortly. "Hey, who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Suddenly, the startled voice of Senju Ryuui pierced the air. Hoshino's expression shifted as he dashed out the door with utmost speed, spotting Senju Ryuui standing at her doorstep. Between her and the entrance stood a hooded figure, raising a hand as if poised to act. Damn it! There was no time for hesitation. Hoshino surged forward with lightning speed. The urgency of the situation left him no opportunity to employ wood release, which was ill-suited for a confined space. Instead, he concentrated a significant amount of chakra in his legs and launched a powerful kick towards the figure. His robust thigh struck the figure's midsection with a resounding crack, and the hooded silhouette was sent hurtling away. Hoshino had no intention of restraining his strength. The figure flew like an arrow, smashing through an untold number of trees, seemingly propelled beyond the village's boundaries. Damn it, I'm going to make you pay, Hoshino cursed as he rose to pursue, only to be halted by Tsunade grasping his arm. She shook her head, saying, I see Ryuui is fine. The Umbu will surely look into it. You needn't go. Their eyes met for a few seconds, and Hoshino sensed that she had caught on to something, resulting in a huff as he returned indoors with his daughter. Tsunade cast a worried glance in the direction the figure had been sent flying, having noticed a flash of white within the hood's gap. Hoshino's furious kick had been no trivial matter. Chapter 85. The expected visitor Jiraiya felt as though he were on the brink of death. Earlier, during the exam, he had inadvertently dozed off, and when he opened his eyes, the woman resembling Tsunade had vanished. With no other choice, he searched throughout Konoha, finally spotting Senju Ryuui on the street where Hoshino lived. As she was about to enter the house, Jiraiya leaped down from the rooftop, startling her. He prepared to lift his hood to reveal his identity, intending to tease Tsunade about her still playing the part of a young girl at her age. After all, even if she had truly been that age back then, her first reaction upon encountering an unidentified individual would not have been a scream, but rather to throw a punch. However, just as his hand was about to touch the hood, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, and his instincts screamed a warning, as if foretelling an impending calamity. Indeed, the next moment, he felt a tremendous force at his waist, launching him into the air. The speed at which he flew was astonishing. The scenery blurred by so rapidly that his eyes could scarcely comprehend it. Inside, his body felt as if it were being tossed violently, pain coursing through him like a tempest, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Amidst such agony, even the pain from crashing into trees became comparatively trivial. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of flight, he collided with a massive tree, crashing down from the sky. At this moment, Jiraiya was barely conscious, his body resembling a shattered machine. His brain struggled to send signals to move, yet his entire body disobeyed, overwhelmed by excruciating pain that threatened to render him unconscious. What is happening? Could it be that girl was not Tsunade at all, but rather the one who attacked me from behind? This was the last thought that crossed Jiraiya's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Hoshino and the others paid little heed to the recent commotion, judging by Tsunade's expression. It was clear she recognized the individual, most likely that lecherous sage. Given this, there was no need for further inquiry. Furthermore, Hoshino had received the most gratifying feedback. Ding. Daughter feels a sense of security, reward points, 500. Upon entering the house, Hoshino was met with a standard show of respect from the others. Everyone present understood the nature of his extraordinary strength. Even Ino had witnessed Hinata during her training sessions. However, none had ever seen someone kick another so far with such ferocity. As heirs of the ninja clans, they had never encountered a force so formidable. Even among the highest-level jutsu, Tsunade reflected on her own ability. If she were to strike, her power would reach a similar level at best. Yet, she had been employing her strength for many years, whereas Hoshino had executed such a feat in haste, showcasing an entirely different caliber. The fact that this guy could use wood release was already astounding, but to have honed his extraordinary strength to such an extent was beyond belief. Could it be that he was a prodigy in ninjutsu like her great-uncle? With identical wood release and a vast chakra pool, Tsunade couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. All right, the earlier incident was merely an interlude. What I need to discuss with you all is of utmost importance. Please bear with me for a moment. Our guest will be arriving shortly. Just as she finished speaking, a knock echoed from outside. Yugao hurried to the door and opened it, revealing Kakashi, who stood there with Sasuke. Huikuin, as per your invitation, I have brought Sasuke with me. Kakashi's expression was solemn. The revelations he had uncovered during his investigations had fundamentally altered his perception of Konoha over the years. As for Hoshino's request to bring Sasuke to his home today, he had formed a few hypotheses in his mind, yet he proceeded without hesitation. Very well, let us engage in an open and honest discussion. Before this, in the future, take your sister to your aunt's house to rest for a while. Upon hearing Hikari Hoshino's words, the young Shiranui Mirai instinctively pouted. But upon noticing her mother glaring at her, she immediately subdued her expression. The two little girls reluctantly left Hoshino's room and went next door. It was not that there was fear of them leaking secrets. Rather, the topics to be discussed were somewhat too dark, and Hoshino wished to shield his daughter from such matters, hence the request for their absence. So much time has passed. What has been discovered? Seated at the head of the table, Hoshino accepted a cup of tea from Tsunade, taking a gentle sip before raising his gaze to Kakashi. The latter hesitated, glancing around the room. Realizing that Hoshino had dismissed the children, it indicated that the remaining individuals were deemed suitable for this conversation, so he spoke candidly. I previously attempted to investigate the so-called mission that my father was required to undertake, but I found no results. A hint of disappointment graced Kakashi's face. Deep down, he still hoped for answers, at least to ascertain that Konoha or Sarutobi Hiruzen did not play a nefarious role in this affair. Unfortunately, despite his exhaustive efforts, he uncovered nothing, leading him to further suspect that the burdens his father bore were merely part of a conspiracy. Is it merely a lack of results? Hoshino's expression bore a semblance of a smile, yet it was ambiguous. If that were the case, Kakashi would not have so readily accepted his invitation, bringing Sasuke along as well. Indeed, Kakashi sighed heavily, a trace of a cold smirk crossing his face. It is not just that, during my investigation, I was discovered by the Hokage, who not only reprimanded me harshly, but also issued a clear order forbidding any further inquiry into the matter. The absurdity of investigating the cause of my father's death being outright prohibited was evident. Kakashi's expression conveyed the unspoken understanding among those present regarding the implications of his cold smile. Moreover, another matter arises. Those who undertook missions alongside my father have been missing for many years, leaving no trace behind. Logically, given the passage of time, Konoha has engaged in several external conflicts, making the disappearance of one or two ninjas somewhat normal. However, under such numerous preceding conditions, Kakashi's inquiry into this matter instilled a sense of suspicion regarding their disappearance. Were they silenced completely? Chapter 86. The truth behind the death of Konoha's White Fang. Damn it. Could that old fool have been involved in the death of Konoha's White Fang all those years ago? Suddenly, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her fury reflecting the anger of the third Hokage, but more so, her frustration at his incompetence. After occupying the Hokage seat for so many years, what more could he desire? To turn against the very pillars of his village. This was entirely contrary to the principles upheld by her great-grandfather when founding Konoha. In other words, you have only uncovered discrepancies without concrete evidence, correct? Hoshino's gaze fixed intently on Kakashi, who remained silent for a long moment before nodding in acknowledgement. What I have managed to uncover is the extent of my capabilities. After all, I am merely a J-nin, constrained by numerous limitations. The truth is rather simple. Hoshino gestured for Tsunade to pour Kakashi another cup of tea, then tapped his fingers on the table. Consider this. How many missions fail each year in Konoha? How many missions bear resemblance to the one White Fang undertook? After all, it was claimed that the mission's failure caused significant losses to the village, yet afterward, the village saw little change. Were the failed missions known and discussed among the villagers? Kakashi's eyes brightened, his brows furrowing. Failures in missions are indeed quite common, especially for high-risk assignments. Even he could not guarantee 100% success, given the numerous factors involved. It was rare for an ordinary villager to be aware of such matters, as they bore no relevance to their lives. However, following his father's mission failure, it seemed as if the entire village learned of it overnight, with voices of blame echoing from all directions. Logically, even if such news were to leak, the higher-ups would typically choose to suppress it, calming the villagers. How could there have been such prolonged silence? Initially, he had not grasped this, but now, as an elite J-nin, he understood the village's methods of managing such situations. Kakashi's fists clenched tightly without him realizing it. Clearly, the higher echelons of Konoha were indeed involved. Moreover, it is highly likely that they orchestrated this entire affair themselves. Now think of it. What did your father lose the most? Aside from his life, of course, his reputation. Only with his reputation tarnished would it pose a threat to his position as Hokage. These words did not come from Kakashi, but rather from Tsunade, who sat nearby. Her countenance dark. At that moment, she maintained the visage of her transformation technique, rendering Kakashi unaware of her identity. Nonetheless, he wholeheartedly agreed with her statement. For a warrior who had achieved great feats on the battlefield, Konoha's White Fang was revered by the villagers, enjoying immense popularity and support. Therefore, the higher-ups broke from tradition and sensationalized the news of White Fang's mission failure. Since previous failures had never been leaked, this particular incident stirred an unusually severe public outcry, exacerbated by the machinations of certain individuals, ultimately leading to Konoha's White Fang taking his own life. Some matters become easily calculable once the outcomes and intentions are understood. Damn it, truly damn it. For a mere scrap of power, they forced a top-tier powerhouse of the village to his demise. Oh, this is the sordid nature of political strife. Perhaps White Fang saw through it and chose to end his own life in indignation. After all, for those of that generation, the will of fire was a faith, and at the moment faith crumbles, a person may indeed collapse. Hoshino's words caused Kakashi's body to stiffen suddenly, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. All these years, he had never attempted to comprehend the emotions that drove his father to suicide. So, it was the collapse of faith? How deeply that must have pained him. In that instant, Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, fueled by his turbulent emotions. If Kakashi bore the blood of the Uchiha clan, such fury and hatred would surely awaken his own Sharingan. Thus, today, is there anything further to discuss? Next, it is the turn of this young Uchiha. Tsunade sensed instinctively that Hoshino might intend to confront her mentor, yet she turned her gaze toward Sasuke. Regardless of the emotional entanglements, the ability to drive a top-tier powerhouse to suicide in protest left her utterly disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, she merely wished to see what further egregious acts her mentor could commit. The information I have uncovered is scant. What I can confirm is that all assets bequeathed by the Uchiha clan have been divided between Sarutobi and the Danzo clan. Sasuke leaned against the wall, his expression devoid of emotion, as if recounting the plight of others. Tsunade's expression darkened immediately, let alone the Uchiha clan. Even the Senju clan's inheritance had been appropriated by these two old fools. It is indeed amusing that the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, which jointly established Konoha and were the most loyal allies, are now represented by merely 3 individuals who occupy 1/3 of their entire clans. It is said that when a whale falls, myriad creatures are born, yet in Konoha, it seems that 2 whales have fallen, leaving nothing behind for the smaller fish to nibble on. However, I harbor certain suspicions. On that fateful day, the Ninja Academy unexpectedly added several classes, keeping me there until nightfall. By the time I returned to the clan's territory, the Uchiha clan had suffered devastating losses. Recalling that night, even though Sasuke Uchiha endeavored to maintain his composure, his nails dug into his palm, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Tsunade wished to utter something, but ultimately could only release a sigh, while the others remained tight-lipped, for the revelations they had heard were utterly destabilizing to their understanding. That man, Itachi Uchiha, should not possess the authority to alter the Academy's curriculum. Who, then, orchestrated such arrangements? Furthermore, I discovered in the records that the Uchiha clan had been increasingly marginalized by the villagers in the years leading up to that night, though the reasons remain unclear. Initially, he considered substituting Itachi's name with that of another. But recalling Hoshino's words, that one must not even dare to confront the name of their adversary, Sasuke gritted his teeth and enunciated Itachi's name with deliberation. In truth, I possess some insight into the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's ostracism. Kakashi suddenly interjected, "You may be overestimating my role." When the Ninetales appeared, its eyes appeared to bear the pattern of the Sharingan, which is why the Uchiha clan did not present themselves at the scene. To prevent any ill-intentioned members of the Uchiha from approaching the Ninetales, the clan relocated to the outskirts of the village. The damage inflicted upon Konoha by that battle was monumental, coupled with the pre-existing animosity harbored by the villagers towards the Uchiha, leading to the dire outcome we witnessed. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the expressions of those present varied, while Hoshino's thoughts crystallized into a single word: fool. He refrained from using harsher language to describe Sasuke's father out of respect. The leader of such a formidable clan, subjected to the whims of others, even allowing himself to be humiliated. Was he truly deserving of the title of ninja? There is another matter that exacerbated the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. Years ago, the genius of the Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha, was discovered dead outside the village, reportedly by suicide. He was renowned as Shunshin Shisui, surpassing even the most prodigious talents. While Kakashi refrained from naming him, everyone understood to whom he referred. Yet, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. During wartime, Konoha's elite forces suffered minimal losses, yet in times of peace, the strong succumbed one after another to untimely deaths. The notion that a ninja of Shisui's caliber could take his own life without cause led Kakashi to suspect foul play among the village's elders. Perhaps he, like Kakashi's father, discovered some unsavory dealings within the village, leading him to choose self-destruction when his faith collapsed. At this juncture, Hoshino rapped on the table, drawing the attention of all present. "Do you recall what I told Danzo in the Forest of Death?" he queried, directing his question at Kurenai. After a moment of hesitation, she responded, "About a dozen opportunities?" Hoshino nodded and turned to Sasuke. Within the Uchiha clan, there exists a forbidden technique capable of erasing unfavorable events from one's past and manifesting only those that are advantageous, even allowing for resurrection at the cost of permanent blindness in one Sharingan eye. Sasuke stared blankly at Hoshino, unsure of the implications of his words, until Kurenai's earlier statement echoed in his mind. Izanagi, a dozen opportunities. Danzo, impervious to Hoshino's attack. At this revelation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, the hatred radiating from him becoming nearly unbearable. Hoshino nodded in affirmation, causing a chill to ripple through the gathering. If the previous speculations were mere conjectures, Hoshino's assertion now firmly implicated Danzo in the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Moreover, consider this. During the time the Uchiha clan faced suspicion, could there have been Umbu monitoring them? For the duration that Sasuke remained at the academy, was not a single Umbu aware of the events transpiring within the Uchiha clan's territory? Or had someone issued orders for them to turn a blind eye? Sasuke felt his breath nearly cease. In truth, after the night of the clan's massacre, he had felt gratitude for the third Hokage's concern and care. Yet now, he felt a wave of revulsion for having harbored gratitude towards the very orchestrator of his family's demise. As he contemplated this, his Sharingan spun wildly, and in the astonished gazes of those around him, a black emerged, transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan. The intense emotions stemming from his resentment toward the third Hokage catalyzed the evolution of both of his eyes into the three-tomo Sharingan. Even Tsunade trembled with indignation. Her late grandfather had harbored a deep disdain for the Uchiha, often referring to them as wicked, yet he had never contemplated violence against them. Even taking Uchiha Kagami as a disciple, it was unfathomable that her mentor, as Hokage, could conspire to annihilate fellow villagers. This act, she felt, was a profound affront to the very definition of Hokage established by her grandfather. It is crucial to remember that the Uchiha clan, while referred to as a ninja clan, comprised not only warriors but also families, elders, and children. Even if their presence was deemed threatening, it was unnecessary to eradicate the innocents among them. Is this what the three-tomo Sharingan symbolizes? Sasuke gently caressed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within, before turning his gaze toward Hoshino. "Speak your intentions plainly. Now that the truth is laid bare, I shall lend you my support." Sasuke was no fool. The group had made their intentions clear, evidently targeting the third Hokage. Yet, he found no concern in this, for if it meant avenging his family, he would gladly be a pawn. "My thoughts are simple. Now that we possess undeniable evidence of the third Hokage's complicity in the slaughter of our fellow villagers, we must unite and prepare to topple him. With Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha, we can take advantage of the chaos to strike decisively." Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged glances, then looked towards the equally indignant Hinata and Ino. Before sighing deeply, "Hoshino, while your plan is commendable, have you considered that, relying on these two young ladies may not suffice to sway their families?" This statement has already been carefully considered by Kakashi. After all, he cannot directly tell Hikari Hoshino, "Do not assume that the daughter of the other party likes you. Their families will not heed your words." Of course, it is not her. I need to find someone of significant stature to convey this message. Am I being overestimated? I am merely an ordinary elite jonin. Kakashi, somewhat helpless, shrugged his shoulders. Although he appreciated Hikari's high regard for him, he certainly did not consider himself a person of great influence. "Who are you referring to?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "I am speaking of her." Chapter 88. personally investigating the recovery ability of Vortex Sakurako. Her? Kakashi gazed at the woman who had just poured him tea, doubt flickering in his eyes. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge within the ninja world, yet he had never encountered this so-called prominent figure. With a sudden puff of smoke, Tsunade's true form was revealed, causing Kakashi to startle, nearly falling off his chair. Lady Tsunade. This was truly exhilarating. They had just been scheming about how to overthrow the third Hokage in front of one of his disciples. Seeing Kakashi's horrified expression, Hikari Hoshino patted him on the shoulder. Somewhat exasperated. What are you afraid of? Tsunade was right beside us while we were speaking. Did you see any unusual behavior from her? Kakashi, still skeptical, cast a furtive glance at Hikari, his opinion of him elevating once more. After all, this was Princess Tsunade. It was said she had not returned to Konoha in years. Yet here she was, summoned back by Hikari, and even participating in his plan against the third Hokage. With her involvement, Kakashi's confidence in the upcoming actions surged. If anyone in Konoha could match the third Hokage's influence, it would undoubtedly be this princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Especially among the older ninja clans like the Hyuga, Tsunade's affiliation held even greater weight than that of the third Hokage. But how did he manage to persuade her? TCH. I knew you weren't asking me to stay for anything good. If it weren't for that old man truly crossing the line, I wouldn't be doing this for you. Tsunade, after reverting from her transformation, wore an expression of disbelief, never having imagined she would personally partake in a coup in Konoha. Well, thank you. I am doing this for the villagers of Konoha, after all. Look at how this esteemed village of the ninja world has been turned into a chaotic mess by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Kakashi gazed in astonishment, Hikari approached Tsunade, wrapping his arm around her waist and whispering sweetly to her. There are so many people here. Keep your distance from me. Tsunade pushed against Hikari's chest, creating a slight gap between them, yet she paid no heed to his embrace around her slender waist. All right. Kakashi suddenly understood. So this was the method used to persuade Tsunade. He scanned the room. Aside from himself and Sasuke, no other men were present. While he claimed not to envy such talent, there was a hint of interest, just a hint. And the saliva pooling in his mouth was not out of envy, merely hunger. This sour sensation was merely due to an empty stomach, absolutely not jealousy. Having concluded their conversation, Kakashi and Tsunade exited Hikari's room first. And Tsunade cast a lingering glance at Hikari before leaving with Hinata. Compared to the Yamanaka clan, one of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the Hyuga clan was easier to communicate with. Hence, after some contemplation, she decided to attempt persuading the Hyuga clan first, before jointly convincing the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Once Tsunade, Shizune, Hinata, and Ino departed, the room was left with only Yūhi Kurenai and Vortex Sakurako. Kurenai, under Hikari's somewhat aggressive gaze, gulped and flipped her hair. Those two little ones are still at my house. I should go check on them. With that, she hastily exited the room, leaving Sakurako and Hikari exchanging glances. The former had been secretly observing him since he entered. She recalled the words of the girl who called herself Hikari Misaki during the Chunin exams. In her most desperate moment, that girl descended from the heavens, defeating all her enemies and declaring herself to be her future daughter. Ultimately, she urged her to continue participating in the Chunin exams to meet her destined partner. Indeed, after she chose to forfeit under the piercing gaze of the Grass Village's leading ninja, she was taken out by Tsunade and met the father of this child she had never encountered. Why don't you stay with Ryuui and the others for now? Don't return to the Grass Village just yet. Even if there are dissenters, they wouldn't dare cause a ruckus in Konoha. Yes, compared to other women. While Sakurako's personality was somewhat impetuous and fiery, she inherently possessed the unique characteristics of women within this world or the Neon Country. The moment she accepted Hikari as her man, all her thoughts vanished, instinctively becoming subservient to him and acting obediently in his presence. In truth, Hikari had considerable questions about the Vortex clan's unique abilities. Was it necessary to break the skin to restore chakra for others? Or could it be achieved through bodily fluid exchange? Was the ability's principle based on the skin being broken or the fluids beneath it? If it were the former, Hikari certainly would not stoop to such actions, for if he were to lose, Sakurako's healing speed would hardly influence the outcome of the battle. Moreover, with his capabilities, relying on her for recovery might even result in her demise. Yet, if it were the latter, perhaps the first Hokage's chakra was abundant enough to connect with Vortex Mido in some way. Wait. Hikari awkwardly shook his head, realizing he might be overthinking. And this line of thought seemed increasingly impolite. However, this notion grew like wild grass in his heart, even altering the way he gazed at Sakurako's red lips. Sakurako, perceptive to the shift in Hikari's gaze, timidly approached him. Hikari-kun, do I have any issues? You can ask me directly. Seeing her somewhat fearful expression, Hikari did not ponder further and voiced the questions swirling in his mind, causing her to blush profusely. She had considered what he was about to say and even prepared herself to be bitten. But who could have anticipated that he would pose such an embarrassing question? I'm not quite sure. How about we give it a try? After much hesitation, Sakurako finally voiced her thoughts, causing Hikari's eyes to light up. Since it was already confirmed that breaking the skin could restore injuries, the next step should be testing bodily fluid exchange, right? Naturally, this was not something Sakurako should initiate. Hikari gently lifted her chin and boldly leaned in. Chapter 89, Beginner-Level Flying Thunder God, The Social Death of Hyuga Hizashi. Ding. Your daughter feels excited. Reward points. For 100. Ding. Your daughter feels excited. Reward points. For 100. Hikari, bewildered, pulled away from Sakurako, realizing there was also a matter concerning his daughter. In the next moment, he reacted, instantly unleashing a chakra thread to open the door of his home. Indeed, two figures stumbled in from outside, and upon noticing Hikari Hoshino's gaze, they exchanged awkward smiles and contemplated fleeing back out. Halt! The voice of their father resonated from behind, causing them to freeze. After a brief exchange of glances, they lacked the courage to turn back. You two behave like thieves. Return to your respective homes. Ryuui, take Shine to your room, understood? One of them rubbed her head as Hikari Hoshino ushered them all out. Shine's eyes were clearly filled with reluctance, yet she followed Ryuui with a pitiful expression. The lingering sensation from their earlier encounter still graced her lips, but after a fleeting glance with Hikari, Shine obediently departed from his home. No matter how audacious Hikari might be, he would never engage in such behavior in front of his daughter. Of course, the man he would become in the future would certainly differ from the one he was now. Once the three had left, Hikari closed his eyes to sense the changes within his body. After their intimate contact, he felt a subtle transformation in his chakra. Not only had his recovery speed slightly increased, but even the overall amount of chakra had undergone a slight change. Perhaps it had augmented by 0.25 units? Hikari felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. It implied that the exchange of bodily fluids could yield a boost from Shine. Wouldn't deeper connections in the future lead to even swifter enhancements? He contemplated engaging in a thorough discussion with Shine when the two daughters were absent. Furthermore, with Shine remaining in Konoha, once the plan commenced, the original manuscripts of the Senju clan would be reclaimed by Tsunade, undoubtedly including the training methods of the Uzumaki clan. Kagura's Byakugan was a formidable radar, far surpassing the standard, and her physique could aid Hikari in enhancing his chakra. The Diamond Prison, even without the intent to control tailed beasts, was a potent sealing technique. After all, with Hikari's transformation into the Buddha atop the mountain, his colossal palms could strike down any tailed beast with clarity. Having confirmed Shine's significance to him, Hikari turned his attention to the skills he had long coveted in the marketplace. To his astonishment, that brief kiss had granted him 800 points from his daughters, raising his balance to a remarkable 2,700 points. Entry-level Flying Thunder God technique, valued at 2,500 points. Upon acquiring the skill, he was met with intense pain coursing through his body, accompanied by an influx of information into his mind. This included how to perceive spatial coordinates, how to create the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique, and methods for spatial movement via the technique. Though the volume of information was modest, the transformation of Hikari's body due to the entry-level Flying Thunder God technique persisted for a considerable duration, until he finally broke a sweat. To utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he would not only need to enhance his spatial awareness, but also improve his reaction speed and coordination. Thus, while these skills were not inexpensive, they offered Hikari much more than mere ninjutsu. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's estate, Hinata Hayashi was in his chamber, locking eyes with Niji Hyuga, who was wrapped in bandages. As the clan leader, he was well aware of Niji's unspoken thoughts. He simply yearned to reveal the Hyuga clan's predicament during this year's Chunin Exam to the public. He had even rehearsed how to communicate with Niji, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Niji had not triumphed over his daughter? Since when had Hinata become so formidable? However, Niji's injuries were undeniably real. After a moment of hesitation, Hayashi let out a deep sigh. Niji, you've grown up. It's time I revealed the truth to you. The truth? What truth? Though Niji harbored immense discontent, he dared not challenge the clan leader face to face, merely asking quietly. It was originally a day I had prepared to meet my demise. So you came to deliver a cold comfort? Niji interjected furiously. My father has already sacrificed himself to take your place. Before Hayashi could finish, he was abruptly cut off by Niji's rage. Without retorting, Hayashi produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to Niji. Hesitating momentarily, Niji contemplated refusing, but then noticed his father's handwriting on the scroll and hastily seized it. Opening the scroll, Niji read his father's message with utmost seriousness. When he finally lifted his gaze, he found Hayashi kneeling on the ground. The room had been too crowded earlier, but now, Niji, I am deeply sorry. Father, elder sister. Suddenly, the door burst open as Hanabi rushed in with a cheerful voice, followed closely by Hinata and others. Hayashi had never felt his reflexes so heightened. In an instant, he regained his standing position, leaving Hanabi momentarily stunned. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Had she just seen her father kneeling before Niji? Hanabi, how rude. You cannot barge in without your father's permission, Hayashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with embarrassment as he reprimanded his youngest daughter. That is elder sister. She has brought important guests. Hanabi pouted her lips toward the doorway, explaining that her sister had informed her of the guest's significance, which was why she rushed into her father's study. Realizing she may have angered her father, especially with Niji present, she recognized her misstep. What important guest? If they have arrived, why not invite them in? Hayashi understood his daughter well. Hinata was not one to speak frivolously, and she must have brought someone of considerable standing. Yet, they were not particularly distinguished guests, merely two old acquaintances. A familiar voice emanated from behind Hanabi as two figures entered the room, one tall and one short. Hayashi, it is I, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 90. You wouldn't want Hikari to find out about your disobedience, would you? After the preliminary rounds concluded, everyone was granted a substantial respite. Unlike the original narrative where a certain lecherous sage intended to approach Naruto during this time to instruct him in ninjutsu, circumstances diverged. He was mistaken for seeking his classmate by Hikari, resulting in an almost fatal encounter that could have replaced pain in the annals of Konoha's history. Were it not for the Umbu locating him based on the trail of destruction he left behind and transporting him to Konoha Hospital, his life may very well have ended there. What is Tsunade thinking, resorting to such brutal measures? Jiraiya, bound like a mummy, lay on the hospital bed, struggling to move. Feeling utterly helpless. Despite their long acquaintance, he had never suffered such severe injuries before. Previously, Tsunade had always exercised control in their sparring. Who could have anticipated that this time would result in such devastation? Fortunately, Naruto no longer required his guidance, as prior to the second phase of the exam, Hikari had already imparted the ninjutsu and training methods to them. Even without a leading jounin present for instruction, the young ones could train independently without any hindrance. At this moment in Konoha, despite the outward calm, countless undercurrents lay hidden beneath the surface. As the so-called allies of the sand-hidden village stirred restlessly, Tsunade and Shizune made nightly appearances among various trusted ninja clans. Meanwhile, Hikari Hoshino enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. For his public reputation in the entire Leaf Village paled in comparison to that of Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. The morning following the end of the preliminary rounds, Hikari welcomed his two daughters into his home, accompanied by a small kankuro. With Asuka and Tsunade occupied with the tasks he assigned them, it fell upon him to look after these little ones. As they were enjoying breakfast, a series of knocks reverberated from the entrance. "I'll get it," exclaimed Asuka, raising her hand and scampering to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with a bowed figure muttering, "Hikari-kun, I heard from teacher Akane that you can examine injuries and provide treatment. I was injured during a battle with Sakura," and, at that moment, Ino, astonished, realized that it was not Hikari Hoshino who had opened the door, but Asuka. Hikari and Senju Ryuui were seated at the dining table, observing her. "Oh no. This was awkward. What did you just say? What's wrong, Ino?" Hikari asked, curiosity piqued as he glanced at Ino, whose cheeks were flushed. She scanned the room, noticing Asuka stifling laughter, while Ryuui and Kankuro averted their gazes, yet it was evident that their peripheral vision was fixed upon her. The two little ones exchanged furtive glances, their smiles barely contained. Who would have thought that they would run into Aunt Ino so early in the day? If it were just Hikari there, she would have rushed over to him, but with 3 other individuals present, she found it difficult to speak. Ino had just mentioned her injury during a fight with Sakura and her discomfort, requesting him to examine her. Asuka, noticing Ino's hesitation, decided to alleviate the awkwardness by directly addressing it. Ino, blushing from Hikari's inquisitive expression, reluctantly nodded in agreement. There's nothing to worry about. Come in, and I'll check you out, Hikari said, placing down his bowl and chopsticks. This was no jest. Some injuries sustained during battles might seem inconsequential at first, but could have caused internal damage. Ino swallowed hard, feeling as if her body was no longer her own, as Hikari gently guided her to the bedroom. The other 3 little ones attempted to follow, but Hikari swiftly ushered them outside, one by one. Go on, there's nothing to see here. Enjoy your meal. Asuka, as the elder sister, after you finish eating, take them back to your home. Hikari's paternal authority compelled them to comply, and they obediently sat down to eat under his watchful gaze. However, Asuka couldn't help but think to herself, Ryuui is my sister, but I can't possibly call Kankuro aunt. With a thud, the bedroom door closed. Asuka and Senju Ryuui exchanged glances and stealthily approached the door. Kankuro noticed them and felt a desire to join. But after a moment of contemplation, she sighed. What if such behavior displeased Hikari? It would be a regrettable consequence. Indeed, her hesitation proved prudent, for as the 2 little ones leaned in to press their ears against the door, it suddenly swung open from within. They stumbled inside, and one of them managed to grab hold of Hikari's leg to regain balance. What are you 2 up to? Hikari's voice boomed from above. Asuka and Senju Ryuui dared not raise their heads, retreating like 2 moles, closing the bedroom door behind them, exhaling in relief as they returned to the dining table. Let us take our breakfast to the other room, Asuka proposed. All right, I'll carry these 2 plates. Let us go? Rarely did Ryuui agree so promptly with Asuka. Their cooperation left Kankuro bewildered, though she longed to remain in the room, for it was Hikari's home. Inside, Kankuro felt akin to Sakura, as if a darker version of herself was fervently shouting, I refuse to leave. This is Hikari's home, and it bears his essence. Yet her expression betrayed none of the tumult within. Just as Ryuui was about to speak, Asuka raised a hand to silence her. With a triumphant smile, she stood beside Kankuro, draping an arm over her shoulder like a ruffian teasing a young girl, her eyebrows wiggling playfully. You wouldn't want Hikari-kun to know about your disobedience, would you? With that, Kankuro wasted no time and stood up to begin clearing the dishes. How did you manage that? Ryuui gaped at the scene, while Asuka tossed her hair back with a flourish. Being the elder sister naturally comes with wisdom. You should learn from me, little sister. I might let you in on a secret. I overheard Misaki threatening her mother, and that is how I learned this trick. As Hikari secured the door to the outside, Ino found herself devoid of the courage she had previously imagined. After stammering for what felt like an eternity, she could not utter a single coherent sentence. Even after gazing at Hikari for a few seconds, her cheeks flushed anew, and her heartbeat echoed in her ears. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Hikari couldn't help but chuckle. Let me check you out first. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted. Hey, those 2. Hikari sighed, expecting support but instead encountering chaos. What is going on? Upon opening the door, he was met not by his 2 daughters, but by a blushing Hinata. With her head bowed and fingers nervously fidgeting, she spoke in a barely audible whisper. Hikari-kun, I remember you treated teacher Akane. I was injured during a fight with Niji. I understand. Come on in. Hikari replied swiftly, causing Hinata to pause in surprise but feel elated soon after. She had specifically come to find Hikari while Tsunade and Akane were away. Go lie down in the bedroom, he instructed. Okay. Hinata obediently entered the room, only to find Ino lying on the tatami mat, her eyes widening in shock. Ino, you and I. Hinata stammered, but Hikari gently pushed her shoulder, guiding her to Ino's side. Ino arrived before you. You're both my patients, so you're comrades in this. The 2 little ones lay side by side, momentarily rendering Hikari at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, he diligently channeled chakra into his palms and began examining Ino, although his skills did not explicitly reflect it. Years of practicing physical techniques had endowed Hikari with a unique ability to promote circulation and alleviate bruises. However, the battle between her and Sakura was never particularly intense, and given her superior strength, it was likely that Sakura would have sustained more severe injuries if anyone were to be hurt. After a thorough examination, Hikari Hoshino chose to overlook the somewhat dazed girl and shifted his gaze to Hinata, who was watching them from the side with keen interest. It was her first time witnessing such a scene, and as she observed Hikari's hand enveloped in green wood-style chakra, she felt a deep sense of embarrassment, unsure where to direct her gaze. However, in comparison to Ino, Hinata's injuries were evidently more severe, with numerous crimson marks still visible along her meridians. Remnants of Niji Hyuga's attacks. At that moment, Ino had already tilted her head and succumbed to sleep. She bore no injuries, and thus the chakra Hikari channeled through her body merely elicited a heightened sensitivity and a sense of comfort. Although she was oblivious to the nature of that sensation, the feeling of blissful relaxation soon enveloped her, swiftly guiding her into slumber. As Hikari's hand made contact with her body, Hinata, initially curious about Ino's earlier peculiar behavior, immediately pursed her lips. At first, the spots where Hikari's hand touched were accompanied by sharp pangs of discomfort. However, as his chakra permeated and began to heal her, the remaining sensations transformed into sheer relief. So delightful, Hinata could no longer afford to feel shy and instinctively squinted her eyes, donning an expression of utter enjoyment. It became clear to her that the sensation Ino had experienced was indeed this. No wonder teacher Red spoke of it with such nostalgic fondness. As Hikari's large hand glided along Hinata's delicate skin, the scars that had lingered at various acupoints began to fade under the dual treatment of massage and healing, gradually disappearing altogether. During the healing process, Hinata suddenly let out a soft moan, startling Hikari from his focus. He had become so engrossed in the treatment that he had overlooked the fact that he had ventured into somewhat inappropriate territory. Noticing Hikari's cessation of movement, Hinata slowly opened her eyes, curiosity evident as she gazed up at him. Has the treatment concluded, Hikari-kun? It feels rather pleasant. Not yet, still a little more to go. Hikari's hand, which had not yet retracted, suddenly tightened its grip, causing Hinata's eyes to widen in surprise. Her pink lips parted, on the verge of exclaiming. But Hikari swiftly cupped her mouth with his hand. It was hardly the appropriate moment to rouse Ino from her slumber. Meanwhile, outside on the street, two figures were playfully shoving one another. You go check first. No, you're the older sister. You go first. The two girls, unable to stifle their curiosity, had left Konoha's house with Cheyenne, sneaking away. However, a disagreement arose over who should sneak a peek first. Now you remember I'm the older sister? Why I had raised an eyebrow. Regardless, I heard what you said. That was a misunderstanding. Forget it. Let us not provoke Dad. Shall we see what Mom is up to? Kansho crossed her arms, a hint of pride on her face, feigning nonchalance as she waved her hand dismissively. Don't. Just standing there with that face will surely cause trouble. You look just like Aunt Tsunade. Boring. Why can't Dad resolve that group sooner? We have to tiptoe around these days. It's only for a few more days. Come on, let us head back and not delay Mom and Dad's important matters. Yūhi tugged at Kansho's arm, who wore a displeased expression but obediently followed her older sister back inside. Important matters? It's all Mom who is busy. Dad is just here cozying up with Aunt Hinata and Aunt Ino. Humph. Irresponsible man. Just knows how to boss Mom around. Chapter 92. The grand performance is about to begin. After what felt like an eternity, Ino slowly opened her eyes. Upon surveying her surroundings, she realized this was Hikari's home. Her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Memories from before she fell asleep rushed back. She had no idea how she had dozed off while Hikari was examining her. How utterly rude of her. Stepping out from the bedroom, she found Hikari diligently occupied in the kitchen. Hikari-kun, I am truly sorry. I was so rude. Without a moment's hesitation, Ino bowed deeply. While she typically felt at ease around Hikari, having grown up in a clan that valued decorum, she believed it necessary to sincerely apologize for such an indiscretion. It's all right. No worries. It's just sleep. You needed the rest. Hikari affectionately ruffled Ino's hair. Even though the women here were young, they placed significant importance on propriety. Ino squinted her eyes, seemingly relishing Hikari's gentle touch. A few moments later, she realized, her face turning beet red as she looked around. Where's Hinata? I haven't seen her. Hinata's injuries were far more severe than yours, so her treatment is a bit more complicated. She's currently taking a bath. A bath? Is her injury that serious? Ino's eyes widened in shock. As a fellow heir of a prominent clan, she was acutely aware that the rules of the Hyuga clan were even more stringent than those of her mountain clan. Bathing in the house of a non-related male was not merely a violation of decorum. It was as if they were trampling all over the rules. This indicated that Hinata's injuries must be truly grave. Don't worry, I've already treated her. Do you not trust me? With a sigh, Hikari could only deflect with those words. Oh, Hikari-kun's abilities are undoubtedly the strongest. But is it really appropriate for Hinata to be bathing here? From Ino's expression, it seemed her envy outweighed her concern for Hinata's appropriateness. She could hardly believe that the usually bashful Hinata could manage to handle such a situation even more boldly than herself. It's fine, Hikari-kun is different. As soon as Ino finished speaking, a voice emerged from the bathroom. Hikari did not hear Ino's response, but within the confines of the bathroom, Hinata was blushing so fervently that she felt steam might escape from her face. Her body felt weak, leaning against the wall for stability. Although what had occurred that day was not excessively outrageous, it still felt beyond her comfort zone. All right, Hikari-kun, what shall we prepare for dinner? Ino chose not to dwell on the matter further. After all, Hinata had said it was fine. What more could she say? She redirected her attention to Hikari, who was still busy in the kitchen. What she failed to notice was that Hikari, who had previously been completely at ease with close contact, was now intentionally maintaining a certain distance. The reason was simple. He was still working to suppress the surge of desires that had risen earlier, fearful of what actions he might take. Hikari-kun, I can cook a little as well. Would you like me to help? Ino eagerly sought to engage, wishing to showcase her domestic skills to Hikari. However, when she saw the potatoes being sliced into almost translucent pieces under Hikari's adept knife skills, she quickly dismissed her own abilities, realizing that sometimes her assistance might not be helpful, but rather a source of embarrassment. As I observed the profile of Hikari Hoshino, engrossed in cooking, I couldn't help but become entranced. Ino and Hinata were so captivated that they failed to notice when Hinata emerged from her bath. The two of them rested their chins on their hands, seated side by side, fixated on Hikari, until suddenly, a pair of hands landed on their shoulders. Isn't Hikari-kun exceptionally handsome? Yūhi and Senju Ryuui entered the room, catching sight of Ino and Hinata's infatuated expressions, nearly eliciting laughter from them. They stepped deeper into the kitchen, but Ino and Hinata remained oblivious to their presence, prompting Keika to rouse them in this manner. Even though she was Hikari's daughter, she couldn't help but internally criticize, pondering what kind of charm her father possessed to enchant these women so thoroughly. Perhaps their long-standing companionship with Hikari had dulled their enchantment to some degree, rendering them less affected. Before long, 6 dishes and a soup were prepared, and Yūhi and Senju Ryuui obediently ventured into the kitchen to serve the food. Although they typically enjoyed playful banter, the Hoshino family had instilled a sense of decorum in them. Ino, Hinata, and Karui were their elders. Despite their similar ages, the younger ones instinctively took it upon themselves to handle the chores. No wonder I have such a remarkable Hikari-kun. Every time I witness your culinary skills, I am compelled to express my admiration. Ino, much like Sakura, was unable to conceal her thoughts, expressing her feelings with utmost candor. In this regard, she surpassed others, even inspiring admiration from her younger companions. Regardless of the context, Aunt Ino could unabashedly profess her affection for her father without a hint of embarrassment. By the way, Hikari-kun, have you and Aunt Hinata become an item? Why else would she be bathing at your place? Just as the last 2 dishes were about to be served, Yūhi softly inquired of Hikari. Senju Ryuui perked up her ears, listening intently. Oh dear. Before they could await Hikari's response, each received a playful tap on the head. What are you two daydreaming about? They exchanged glances, sticking their tongues out in unison before dutifully carrying the dishes out. Upon turning, they were startled to find Hinata standing behind them, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having intended to offer her assistance, but overhearing their conversation just as she approached the kitchen door. See, this is what happens when you speak carelessly, Hinata chided, glancing reproachfully at her daughters, who recognized their misstep and bowed their heads, hastily taking their seats at the dining table. Hinata felt utterly at a loss regarding how to face Hikari, as merely turning around and walking to the table had already drained her of all her energy. She could only awkwardly settle into her chair, hesitating over what to do next. Suddenly, a muffled thud resounded from outside. Hikari opened the door, only to discover a figure lying at his doorstep, the ground stained crimson with blood. Chapter 93. Interrogation from the Umbu, is that Moonlight Gale? Hikari furrowed his brow as he examined the motionless body. It appeared that his involvement had significantly altered the plot. If memory served, this character was supposed to be silenced after eavesdropping at night, So how had he ended up lifeless at Hikari's doorstep in broad daylight? In the distance, another shadow retreated. Presumably, it was the ninja responsible for the death. Shaking his head, Hikari chose not to pursue, but instead sent away a few curious onlookers. He even left the corpse lying there. A high-ranking ninja had met his end at his doorstep in daylight. It wouldn't be long before the Umbu arrived. Indeed, it was not long before several Umbu appeared at his door, confirming the identity of Moonlight Gale and expressing their shock. After assigning 2 to keep watch, the remaining members rushed off to report to the Hokage's office and other locations. Do you truly believe this will be of any use? Perched on a nearby tree, 2 figures clad in Sunagakure ninja attire observed Hikari's residence. Fear not. That individual is a formidable warrior. Given my teacher's disposition, he will undoubtedly harbor suspicions about him. Maki glanced curiously at the companion beside him. As partners, they had interacted frequently, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such a wary expression. Orochimaru, too, bore unspoken concerns. Who could have anticipated that Konoha harbored such a potent wielder of wood-release techniques? He still shuddered at the memory of the overwhelming chakra within Hikari. He was certainly no ordinary J-nin or elite J-nin. If, during the commencement of his plans to overturn Konoha, Hikari were to unleash a powerful wood-release technique, it would be utterly futile to proceed. He hadn't even informed Sunagakure about Hikari's wood-release capabilities. Who knew whether they would abandon their collaboration upon learning of it? Such was the intimidation wood-release wielded throughout the ninja world. What is happening outside? Since Hikari had sent them back early, the children inside had yet to discover the unfolding events, casting curious glances in his direction. Oh, nothing much, just a ninja has died at the entrance. His casual remark left the others wide-eyed, though the expressions of Yūhi and Senju Ryuui revealed excitement. Hikari couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. How had he raised daughters who were so fearless? Shouldn't girls like Ino, Hinata, and Karui be feeling a touch of fear? The more timid among them had already begun to whimper. Where does this excitement stem from? It's that Chunin Exam proctor, Moonlight Gale. What? How is that possible? Hikari's daughters were unaware of the implications surrounding the death of a special J-nin, but Hinata and Ino gasped in disbelief. Initially, they thought he was merely an ordinary ninja or member of the Umbu, never suspecting he was a special J-nin. Such ninjas, while not necessarily the backbone of the village, were invaluable assets. The fact that one had perished here was astonishing. Oh no, if Teacher Gale has died at Hikari-kun's doorstep, it could lead to misunderstandings. Ino immediately grasped the situation, and before she could elaborate further, the sound of rushing winds filled the air, followed by a knock at the door. Upon opening, they found a squad of Umbu ninjas surrounding the Hoshino residence. The 2 masked Umbu leaders exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, speaking in a somber tone. Hikari Hoshino, a special J-nin, has just been murdered at your doorstep. Did you witness this event? I did. I even saw the figure fleeing, Hikari replied candidly, harboring no intention of concealment. The other Umbu clenched their fists, glaring at Hikari. If you saw him, why didn't you pursue? With your strength, capturing him should have been effortless. Perhaps others were unaware, but the Umbu certainly had access to Hikari's profile. His combat prowess might even surpass that of elite J-nin. Because there were others in my house. Hikari shrugged nonchalantly. He knew precisely who had slain Moonlight Gale. But did it truly matter? In a narrative devoid of significance, even if he were to become involved, the only alteration he could effect would be the salvation of a single individual, rendering his involvement utterly inconsequential to the overarching plot. Although aware of the impending demise of Moonlight Gale, the specifics of his death remain ambiguous. Should Starry Hoshino monitor him incessantly, 24 hours a day? As for the lack of pursuit, while the presence of a few small ones within the house is one factor, another is quite simply, why should I care? Should he take action, it would undoubtedly expose the hidden vulnerabilities of Sunagakure, jeopardizing the plans of Konoha and complicating his subsequent strategies. He shares no familial ties with Moonlight Gale. Would he truly disrupt his own scheme for the sake of a deceased individual? Respecting the fates of others while indulging in a life of moral decadence is the most exhilarating experience. Furthermore, Hinata, Ino, and his 2 daughters remain here, should Sunagakure, in a moment of folly, attempt to abduct 1 or 2 of them. The consequences would be irreparable. You actually. What do you mean? Starry Hoshino smirked at the Umbu member who pointed at him. Preventing enemy incursions is the duty of patrolling ninjas. Apprehending those who have already infiltrated the village is the responsibility of you Umbu ninjas. It is your negligence that has led to this, and yet you blame me? My reluctance to pursue is rooted in a fear of a diversion tactic. What if, upon my departure, something were to befall those inside? Upon hearing Starry Hoshino's words, the individuals within the house suddenly brightened with realization. Ding, your daughter feels happiness due to you. Reward of 400 points. Ding, your daughter feels happiness due to you. Reward of 200 points. Huh? Starry Hoshino cast a glance behind him. Certainly, Sunset Future was filled with emotion, while Senju Ryui's face bore a hint of regret. Ah, is it because I did not allow you to engage with the enemy that you are dissatisfied? No wonder Future is the elder sister, and you merely the younger. In such circumstances, the points could indeed be halved. You claim it is so, and yet, with Gale's incident occurring at your doorstep, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Listening to the Umbu's words, Starry Hoshino's eyes narrowed. Chapter 94. The confrontation before the Hoshino home. Hokage relents again. I stated as fact. What of it? Do you Umbu still wish to pin this accusation upon me? The Umbu member attempted to respond, but was subtly restrained by those beside him. The Starry Hoshino before him was no ordinary special J-nin. Even Danzo found himself at a disadvantage before him. Not something that a handful of Umbu could handle. My apologies, Hoshino-san. He shared a close bond with Moonlight Gale, hence my rudeness. Noticing the purple hair and trembling figure behind the Umbu mask, Starry Hoshino surmised the identity of his opponent. But what of it? This was Moonlight Gale's fate, not his doing. To vent one's anger on him without confirming the true culprit was not a role Starry Hoshino was inclined to adopt. Never mind. If you have the time for this, you might as well carry him away from my doorstep. His presence here is rather ill-omened. Upon hearing Starry Hoshino's words, even the relatively composed Umbu ninja's eyes widened in astonishment. The previously agitated individual could no longer contain their temper. Tossing their hair back, they coldly advanced towards Starry Hoshino. Hoshino-san, based on your demeanor, I suspect you are involved in the death of Moonlight Gale. Kindly accompany us to the Hokage's office. Though seething with anger, her mind remained clear. Neither the Umbu nor the Konoha guard possessed the authority to detain and interrogate a special J-nin without the Hokage's backing. Why should Hoshino-kun accompany you? A clear voice emerged from behind Starry Hoshino as Ino, pulling Hinata, stepped forward. Upon seeing the body of Moonlight Gale on the ground, both girls trembled but still managed to focus their gaze on the Umbu before them. We were with Hoshino-kun the entire time. Are you insinuating that he, along with our clans, conspired to harm Teacher Gale? Though young, Ino's mind worked swiftly. She understood that despite being from prominent clans, they held little sway before the Umbu ninjas. Thus, she directly implicated their two great clans. Fortunately, as the first heirs of their respective clans, they indeed had the authority to voice such claims. Hinata, though shy by nature, stepped forward without hesitation to stand in front of Starry Hoshino. At this moment, the Umbu ninja, who had just gained momentum, found themselves in a precarious position. While they had no qualms about accusing Starry Hoshino, even against a formidable opponent, given the high ground, they believed the Hokage would side with them. Surely, he could not single-handedly oppose the entirety of Konoha's might. However, involving the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans would deter them entirely. The Inuzuka clan was closely aligned with the Hokage, and the likelihood of them being abandoned was high. That's not what I meant. You two girls are being overly sensitive. An aged voice emerged from behind the Umbu, as the third Hokage, clad in ceremonial robes, stepped forward with a grim expression. Since learning of Orochimaru's infiltration of Konoha, he had prepared for potential casualties, yet he had not anticipated that one would be Moonlight Gale. Hoshino-san, while this matter may appear unrelated to you, since Moonlight Gale met his demise here, you must cooperate with the Umbu's investigation. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was quite dire, and Starry Hoshino refrained from making light of the situation, merely shrugging in response. Should you wish to investigate, feel free. During our meal, he simply collapsed there. You may pursue any leads. With that, Starry Hoshino turned and led Ino and Hinata back inside, slamming the door shut, leaving the third Hokage and the Umbu outside. With only a few days remaining, the plan was set to commence, and he had little interest in engaging with this hypocritical old man. While we dine, capturing intruders is the duty of the Umbu. We shall not interfere. His two daughters and Sarada complied immediately with Starry Hoshino's orders, and Ino took a seat as well. Apart from adhering strictly to commands, The Inuzuka clan had always maintained their unity, avoiding internal strife, a key reason for their continued cohesion. Even today, Ino's defense of Starry Hoshino was her own decision, but it was believed that her parents would harbor no objections. After all, among the ninjas who had interacted with Tsunade in recent days, there was indeed a member of the Yamanaka clan. Hinata hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately obeyed Starry Hoshino's words, dutifully taking her seat at the dining table. Regardless of prior events, under Starry Hoshino's culinary prowess, everyone swiftly transitioned into a dining state. It was not that he employed any extraordinary culinary techniques. Rather, having grown up in Konoha, they had never experienced authentic Chinese cuisine. Even the future versions of Senju Ryuui and Sunset Future had only tasted his cooking on rare occasions when he felt inclined to prepare a meal. Yet, the culinary skills of the future Starry Hoshino would undoubtedly surpass those of his present self. Otherwise, his daughters would not react so profoundly. Ding. Your daughter feels joy due to you. Reward of 300 points. Ding. Your daughter feels joy due to you. Reward of 300 points. Reflecting on the first time he cooked for Sunset Future, the words she had exclaimed further affirmed that his culinary standards had remained consistent over time. However, this is advantageous. Once the points accumulate, he can redeem master-level culinary skills and continue to reap the rewards from the girl's points. It is akin to an investment, a one-time expenditure that yields gradual returns while simultaneously gratifying one's culinary desires. Truly a win-win scenario. Yet, this method requires a careful pace. Perhaps cooking every few days or a week to ensure a continuous influx of points. If done too frequently, it may lead to a sense of habituation, diminishing the emotional fluctuations associated with it. Additionally, one could acquire other skills, diversifying the approach. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. However, as the meal commenced, the other diners swiftly noticed Hinata's unusual demeanor. Following her previous examinations and treatment, Hinata found it nearly impossible to meet Hikari's gaze directly, as if the tangible sensations lingered upon her skin. Especially when witnessing Hikari eating, she recalled how adept he had been. Merely thinking about it made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Hinata, did something happen just now? Upon hearing her name, the Byakugan girl raised her head, finding both Hinata's future and Senju Ryuui observing her with an inquisitive expression. Even Ino and Karui were unable to suppress their curiosity and cast their gazes in her direction. They too were eager to learn about Hinata and Hikari's situation. Chapter 95. Infantile Hikari Bang. Ouch! Hikari simultaneously extended his hands, delivering a playful flick to each of them. After all, they were akin to his aunts, and such teasing felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, this reason was hardly suitable for outsiders. The other three exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Though they refrained from comment, there was an undeniable sense of closeness between Hikari, Hinata's future, and Senju Ryuui. But it felt distinctly different from their own bond, more akin to familial affection. The arrival of the third Hokage and others did not dampen their spirits. As Hinata's future playfully interjected, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. As night fell, Tsunade and Hinata's mother returned, prompting the younger ones to quietly disperse from Hikari's side, instinctively making their way to the bedroom. Is the moonlight already in peril? How did you get entangled with him? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Unlike the third Hokage, she did not harbor suspicions about Hikari, but she sensed that the situation was far from simple. That friend of yours, stirring up trouble and providing that old coot with an opening to divert our attention, Hikari remarked nonchalantly, finding Orochimaru's strategy rather simplistic. However, it was clear that he played a long game, manipulating not actions but hearts. Do you truly believe that Orochimaru would strike at you now, knowing he has his sights set on Konoha? Tsunade's face displayed incredulity at Hikari's explanation. Isn't it normal? The war has hardly concluded, and yet, there are attempts to tarnish Konoha's reputation by implicating Kakashi Hitaki. Knowing that Kumogakure harbors ill intentions, they are still willing to sacrifice the elite of the Hyuga clan. External conflicts are one thing, internal strife is another. You are the embodiment of the latter, he quipped. A statement that would be regarded as a blatant insult to the third Hokage. Yet, Tsunade opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. As he spoke nothing but the truth. Who could have imagined that the once celebrated hero of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would devolve into this? Believe it or not, numerous ANBU are already keeping watch outside. Even your return did not escape their notice. But it matters little. The final round of the Chunin exams is upon us. and all will soon be resolved. Tsunade nodded, her expression complex. If given the choice, she would prefer not to reach this point with her mentor. However, the experiences of late had profoundly altered her perception of him. Grandfather was wise throughout his life. If he knew that the chosen successor to the Hokage was like this, he would surely seek ways to return from the afterlife to rectify the situation. Since you are back, I shall escort Hinata and Ino home. Who knows what that lunatic Orochimaru might do to them? The plans are nearly in place, so ensure that you keep an eye on Hinata's future and Ryuui, preventing them from wandering and becoming Orochimaru's targets. Hikari instructed gravely to Tsunade and Hinata's mother, as long as they remained cautious. Even though Hinata's mother was no match for Orochimaru, Tsunade would certainly be able to intervene if needed. As for Hikari, he was prepared to make a grand impression during the upcoming Chunin Exam plot. Flanking Ino and Hinata, Hikari keenly sensed the figure trailing behind them. With such distinct physical characteristics, the significance of wearing a mask became moot. Her long purple hair revealed her identity unequivocally. Hikari, has Konoha become this perilous? Ino gazed ahead, contemplative. Their generation had seen little in the way of significant events or wars, so the mere death of a prominent jonin they had encountered left her feeling somewhat melancholic. It's not as dire as it seems. Rest assured, after this exam, everything will change, Hikari reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair while his gaze drifted toward the Hokage Tower. Soon enough, everything would transform. Hinata, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Instead, she covertly scrutinized Ino from behind Hikari. It appeared that Ino's physique was now quite comparable to her own. One wondered if Hikari had treated her wounds in the same manner as he had with Hinata. Wait. When he examined Ino, she was right there beside him. He hadn't behaved in such a manner. It seemed Hikari reserved such attention solely for her. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Hinata's cheeks flushed anew. Who would have thought that the typically composed Hikari could exhibit such an innocent side? She was not his mother, after all. Could it be that they would one day have children together? Surely, that must be the case, considering how things unfolded today. Hinata, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I haven't even named them yet. Ino's inquisitive remark jolted Hinata from her daydream, and she instinctively offered an explanation that only served to heighten the curiosity of the two beside her. Naming? What naming? Nothing at all. As Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, swaying unsteadily, Hikari quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulder. All right, you've made it home. So don't tease Hinata. Ino bit her lip, glancing at Hinata nestled against Hikari before suddenly leaping into his embrace, squeezing him tightly. Though she was unsure why Hikari and Hinata seemed to have grown closer, she was determined not to yield. Yet, what Ino did not realize was that the bond between the two beside her extended far beyond mere embraces. Having departed from the entrance of the Yamashiro clan, Hikari walked alongside Hinata, who constantly stole glances at him. You mustn't engage in such actions again. Hikari met the gaze of the blushing Byakugan girl, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Which actions? What did I just do? Hinata, who had initially lowered her head in embarrassment, suddenly lifted it, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Hikari. How could he say such a thing? Yet, in the face of Hikari's playful demeanor, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After all, such a truth is indeed too embarrassing to articulate. Chapter 96. The veteran driver is worthless in the face of cutness. Hinata felt her cheeks burning, yet she suppressed her shame and pointed to her mouth. This is not a kiss. I merely had to silence you to avoid waking Ino. Hikari's face bore a mischievous smile as he continued to tease Hinata, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he say such a thing? Just a moment ago, he... I never expected Hikari-kun to be this kind of person. Observing Hinata's pouting lips as she turned her head away, sulking and ignoring him, Hikari could not help but laugh. Although he quickly closed his mouth, Hinata's little ears perked up, and she turned her head at once. Upon seeing Hikari's suppressed laughter, she realized she had been played. What are you laughing at? The wide-eyed girl was completely unaware of how adorably she puffed her cheeks, which made Hikari's eyes light up. Hinata is so cute when she laughs. Before Hinata could shyly turn away, Hikari's large hand had already settled atop her head, thwarting her attempt to avert her gaze and extinguishing her desire to escape. Unable to evade, Hinata simply closed her eyes. I want to acknowledge you. I can't see you. Ha. He gently pinched Hinata's little face. Had it been the old Hinata, she would have felt bashful from Hikari's interaction, but would not have engaged with him so openly. Their closer bond during the day had indeed yielded some effect. All right, I was just teasing you, but I cannot agree to what you just said. Hinata looked at Hikari in surprise, who met her gaze with conviction. Little Hinata is so adorable. I must stay close to her. How could I maintain my distance? Upon hearing this, Hinata's little face flushed again. But Hikari refrained from further teasing her. After all, some matters are best approached with moderation. If he continued, this little girl might never dare to appear before him again. Hikari-kun. As they approached the Hyuga clan's territory, Hinata suddenly tugged gently at Hikari's sleeve. With Konoha so perilous, please take care of yourself. Hinata knew of Hikari's formidable strength, but lacked a concrete understanding. She simply knew that the special Jonin, Moonlight Gale, had lost his life, highlighting the current dangers facing Hikari. Rest assured, there is no one capable of threatening me at this moment. After this exam, I shall present you with a surprise. Currently, the Hyuga clan is placing their hopes on Hikari due to Tsunade and his onward release. However, everything will change after this examination. Walking beside Hikari, Hinata sensed that his demeanor appeared significantly more resolute than before. I will certainly trust you. Fortunately, she was close enough to Hikari that her barely audible response might still reach him. Hikari did not respond, but instead wrapped his arm around her shoulder. At this time, Hinata had not yet grown tall, and she felt enveloped in a sense of security, almost prompting her to lean against him. That despicable scoundrel, so indifferent after killing Gale. As if nothing had happened. Watching Hikari and Hinata from a short distance, Yuzuki Yūin clenched her fists tightly. The third Hokage's aged voice echoed in her mind. Yūin, the village is currently facing external threats, and we cannot simultaneously address Gale's situation. Thus, this matter falls to you. Recalling the moments they had shared over the years, a tear involuntarily slipped from Yuin's eye. In the next moment, her gaze toward Hikari turned sharp. Gale, I shall keep a close watch on him until the Hokage's matters are resolved, to seek justice for you. This is Sarutobi's skill, without uttering a word. He has led Yūin to attribute Moonlight Gale's death to Hikari. Once the invasion by Orochimaru concludes, after such extensive self-brainwashing, Yūin has firmly convinced herself of this. By then, with the testimony of Gale's widow and public opinion weighing heavily against Hikari, bringing him down will be but a matter of time. All right, you've arrived home. I must take my leave. At the entrance of the Hyuga clan, Hikari pulled Hinata into his embrace as if cradling a plush toy. After the day's events, their relationship had indeed progressed remarkably. Yet, Hinata still struggled to adjust to such intimacy, her body growing rigid. Her lips opened and closed several times. But she dared not utter a word, merely widening her eyes in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Hikari would dare to act so audaciously at the entrance of the Hyuga clan? What should I do? Should I push him away? But would that make him think I dislike him? Yet if I don't, what if my father comes out? Caught in a whirlwind of confusion, Hinata bit her lower lip, unable to take any action. It was only when Hikari released her that she dazedly approached her front door. The guard stationed at the Hyuga clan's entrance had witnessed their exchange from afar. Had Hinata shown any sign of resistance, he would have rushed over in an instant. Unfortunately for him, the young lady not only showed no signs of objection but appeared quite accustomed to it. Thus, the ordinary guard hesitated to intrude. I'll head back now, Hikari-kun, please stay safe. Upon reaching her home, Hinata seemed to remember something and turned back to wave at Hikari. No need to rush. Just relax at home and await the Chunin exam. Hikari smiled as he offered a loud reply to the young girl. This feeling of young love was truly delightful. And even the seasoned veteran in matters of the heart could not help but revel in it. On his way home from the Hyuga clan, Hikari glanced back with a hint of exasperation. The malice emanating from the figure behind him felt like fireflies in the night. Goodness, is she not even attempting to conceal herself? What on earth is the third Hokage thinking, sending this woman to follow me? In Yuin's eyes, there was nothing but hatred for Hikari. Perhaps she secretly wished he would make a move against her. That way, the Hokage would have a reason to deal with him. She could then avenge Gale, using her own strength. Chapter 97. Let us be best friends, regardless of size. Ugh. Hikari glanced back at Yūin trailing behind him with a hint of exasperation. Through the gaps in his mask, he keenly detected the animosity in her gaze. So what if Moonlight Gale perished at my doorstep? Why does she seem to harbor such intense hatred, as if she witnessed me strike him down? Even after stepping into his house, Hikari could still sense that Yūin was hiding in the tree at his front door. All right, if you enjoy watching so much, I shall indulge you. 2 days swiftly passed. Early in the morning, After tidying herself up and donning her attire, Hinata encountered her father at the threshold of her room. Are you prepared for the examination? Logically, the Chunin exam should be a trivial matter in the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader. However, Hinata discerned a hint of tension in her father's expression. Yes, father, I am ready to meet with Kyukuin. Maintaining the customary etiquette instilled in her, Hinata slightly bowed while conversing with her father. Hyuga Hizashi sighed softly as he regarded his daughter. He was uncertain whether her closeness to Hoshino Q was a blessing or a curse. Setting other matters aside, he felt compelled to ensure the successful execution of the plan for his daughter's sake. Today, you should not seek out Kyukuin. He has other matters to attend to. You and Ino should participate in the assessment together. Hinata, who had just straightened up, was taken aback, but her ingrained habits prevented her from inquiring further. She merely nodded in silence. She was aware that her father and Q were conspiring about something, yet her submissive nature kept her from asking too many questions. Coincidentally, as she stepped outside, Ino Yamanaka arrived at that very moment, and the two girls found themselves face to face. After a few moments of mutual observation, they chose to accompany each other in silence. Only after leaving the street did Ino gently tug at Hinata's sleeve and quietly inquire, "Did your family also disallow you from visiting Kyukuin this morning?" Hinata's face revealed a flicker of surprise. Although she did not respond verbally, she nodded vigorously. "What do you think they are plotting? Should we sneak a peek?" Ino mused, stroking her smooth chin with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. For her, the Chunin exam held little significance. Her abilities were already established, and being the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, she was not concerned about the benefits of advancing from a Genin to a Chunin. Perhaps we should refrain from that. Our skills are inadequate. Hinata felt a stir of temptation, but shook her head in decline. She was unaware of the specifics of their plans. Yet she understood that the known participants included her father, Ino's father, Tsunade, and Q. Such a formidable assembly was not something two mere Genin could involve themselves in. Charging in blindly would not be helpful. It might only create trouble for Q and her father. All right, I was merely suggesting. Ino pouted, concluding the topic. Hinata could easily fathom the underlying sentiments. It was merely her inability to participate that left her feeling somewhat discontented. Suddenly, as if recalling something amusing, Ino poked Hinata playfully in the side with a mischievous grin. "When Kyukuin examined us, were you two perhaps engaged in something else?" Girls often possess a heightened sensitivity. Although Ino had not witnessed anything overt, she had sensed an undeniable shift in the interactions between Hoshino Q and Hinata. And no, don't overthink it. Hinata hurriedly waved her hand and pressed her lips together. "You like Kyukuin, don't you? How could you entertain such thoughts?" In contrast to others, Ino's fondness for Hoshino Q was openly expressed, well known to everyone in their vicinity. "Of course I do." Ino sighed with a hint of exasperation. "But I can tell he regards you with special attention. After all, I've been close to him multiple times, yet his gaze remains predominantly on you." Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed with warmth. The acidity in Ino's tone was almost palpable, igniting a flicker of happiness within Hinata's heart, only to be swiftly cast aside. Doesn't he constantly stare at me? I noticed that both Red Sensei and Lady Tsunade have their own sentiments towards Kyukuin. Despite their youth, the two were as astute as any when it came to matters of the heart. Sigh. Hinata mentioned the two women, prompting Ino to succumb to her emotions and lament. "Do you think Kyukuin prefers those who are more mature?" As Ino glanced between Hinata and herself, the latter quickly grasped the implications of her words regarding maturity. "And no, that is not true. Kyukuin isn't that kind of person." She abruptly halted mid-sentence. Understanding that Q would not disdain her for lacking the maturity of Lady Tsunade and the others, but the reasons were too delicate to share with Ino. "What were you saying before?" Ino looked at her curiously, but Hinata merely shook her head, providing no further explanation. Accepting the situation, Ino then wrapped her arms around Hinata's. "From today onward, let us be best friends, regardless of status. As long as we join forces, neither Red Sensei nor Lady Tsunade will stand a chance. In the future, my children will be your children, and your children will be mine. What do you think?" Facing Ino's suddenly whimsical thoughts, Hinata could only facepalm, revealing her bewilderment. "What do you think? Is it a good idea?" To Hinata's surprise, Ino, as if enlightened, began to elaborate on this fanciful notion. "Well, we have arrived at the competition venue. Let us hurry inside." Hinata quickly pointed ahead towards the arena, hastening her steps. Although Ino's earlier words were somewhat embarrassing, What truly unsettled Hinata was the unexpected stirrings of her own heart. Chapter 98. Hoshino Q's social embarrassment, Asuma's strained composure. Meanwhile, the Hoshino household was far from peaceful that morning. As Hoshino Q opened the door to his bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of a woman seated in the living room. With a stern expression and arms crossed, she appeared quite formidable. Beneath her golden locks, her piercing gaze remained fixed on Q as he emerged. It seems you've been quite comfortable lately. While we've been out and about, you've been enjoying your time at home, haven't you? Tsunade's face bore no expression, her ire kindled by the thought of her daughter reporting to her. Meanwhile, Senju Ryuui was savoring breakfast in the room, casting a glance towards the Hoshino household. She felt quite clever. After learning from her mother that the situation was resolved, she had promptly updated her about recent events, particularly the interactions between her father, Aunt Hinata, and Aunt Ino. Now, her mother was taking the initiative to confront her father. Such a maneuver would surely catch the future of the Uzumaki clan off guard. She was prepared to be called Sister Ryuui from now on. Unbeknownst to Q, Tsunade's early visit was spurred by her daughter's encouragement, and he had no inkling that what had begun as a proactive approach had transformed into an accusatory confrontation. His mind was racing, subconsciously aware that a displeased partner required appeasement, yet rational thought reminded him that a strong woman like Tsunade might prefer assertiveness. Thus, Q adhered to the logical analysis swirling in his mind. He seized Tsunade's arm, pulling her closer and pressing her down onto his lap. He raised a hand high, poised to deliver a playful slap to her plush form. The sound of slapping echoed through the air as Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to squirm and struggle. To refer to this as an ordinary encounter between Tsunade and Hikari would indeed be an understatement, as the chakra radiating from Hikari was already evident. In an effort to suppress Tsunade's strength, relying solely on his physical prowess would yield no more than a stalemate. Just then, a figure emerged from the kitchen. It was Kurenai, carrying a plate of breakfast, her expression one of bewilderment as she observed the two before her. The woman being pinned down by Hikari was none other than Lady Tsunade. Kurenai even raised a hand to rub her eyes, finding it hard to believe. At that moment, both Tsunade and Hikari froze, caught in Kurenai's gaze, with Tsunade seizing the opportunity to escape Hikari's grasp during his moment of shock. Hikari was utterly flabbergasted. Who could have predicted that his impulsive action would be witnessed by Kurenai? Compared to Tsunade, he was the one truly facing social death. Surely, Kurenai wouldn't misconstrue his actions as some peculiar preference, would she? With a resounding crash, both Hikari and Kurenai turned their attention to the door, now shattered by Tsunade's force. The embarrassment had rendered her nearly speechless, leaving no time to even reach for the door handle. What are you doing here? Hikari finally directed his gaze toward Kurenai, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Who could have guessed that both women would come to his home so early in the morning? Kurenai rolled her eyes in exasperation. Well, it was Lady Tsunade who mentioned you'd been taking care of those little ones, playing both cook and nanny, so we thought we'd surprise you this morning. Who would have thought you'd bully Lady Tsunade the moment you woke up? Truly an ungrateful little rascal. As Kurenai spoke, Hikari boldly stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist while using his other hand to place the breakfast on the table. Upon being embraced, Kurenai's cheeks flushed, yet she made no effort to resist. Having already acknowledged her feelings for Hikari, she refrained from any tsundere or willful actions. Gently perched on his lap, as she watched him enjoy the breakfast she had prepared, Kurenai felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. The Chunin exams are about to commence today. How do you plan to handle things with Mirai and the others? Kurenai silently reached out, tempted to caress Hikari's cheek, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. You should take them with you. After all, your status is different. I fear the others may not heed their words. Different status? Although Hikari's tone was casual, Kurenai sensed an underlying meaning in his words, as if he were aware of something more profound. Of course my status is different. I am Mirai's aunt, and she will undoubtedly listen to me. Hikari smirked at Kurenai's bravado, finding amusement in her attempts to conceal her identity. Yet he understood. If the identities of Mirai and the others were revealed now, how would they navigate their circumstances? Were their feelings for one another genuine, or merely a consequence of their established familial bond? Setting down his chopsticks, Hikari contemplated that while Hinata was still too young to engage, Kurenai was quite the ripe peach. Ready for the picking. Hikari, what does that look in your eyes mean? Kurenai slowly closed her eyes. It was not their first encounter, and since she had already accepted him, There was no need for excessive restraint. Their movements grew bolder, with Kurenai even straddling Hikari. Her complexion flushed, reminiscent of someone who had indulged too much. With so many little ones in the house, they had seldom found a moment alone. Now, finally, it was just the two of them. At that precise moment, a figure appeared outside Hikari's door. Asuma strolled over, mumbling to himself, "What on earth is Red doing? Bringing a woman to someone else's home so early in the morning? I can hardly believe it, given how little she used to warm up to me." Unbeknownst to him, behind him, a young girl watched with excitement, seemingly ready for a spectacle. "Wow, how did that door end up like this?" Asuma scoffed at the sight of the door, now in ruins, having been shattered by Tsunade. Even if he possesses strength, what does it matter if he can't even maintain a decent door? Is Red going to have to struggle to earn a living while following him? Peering through the jagged hole, he caught a glimpse of the two inside, and his eyes widened in shock. "What on earth are you two doing?" His formerly deep voice now ascended to a pitch, as if he had been struck mute.